East Blue Goa Kingdom MT. Kalubo. A blinding bolt of lightning tore apart the pitch-black curtain of night, and a torrential downpour crashed upon the dense primeval forest like the Milky Way overturning from the heavens. In this brutal weather where even one's vision was completely blurred by the curtain of rain, a ferocious chase was unfolding deep within MT. Kalubo. A mutated saber-toothed tiger over 5 meters long and covered in hard-armored scales was at this moment fleeing in terror through the mud. It was the overlord of this forest, yet now in its cold vertical pupils only despair remained. It was running for its life. "Ha! Don't run, big cat. Weren't you just trying to eat me?" A wild, arrogant laugh still tinged with the immaturity of youth suddenly rang out from the treetops above the saber-toothed tiger's head. With a deafening crack, a thick tree trunk was crushed underfoot by a burst of savage force. Riding the howling wind, a black-haired boy seemingly only around 10 years old and bare-chested plummeted from the sky like a meteor and slammed into the ground directly in front of the saber-toothed tiger. The boy's black hair was slightly wavy with a few freckles scattered across his cheeks. Though only 10, his muscles were as taut as a leopard's. The icy rain beating against his body actually rose in faint wisps of white steam. In his hand he held reversed in his grip a heavy broad iron sword, its edge chipped all over and not even properly sharpened. There was no formal stance of drawing the blade, no exquisite sword technique. The boy merely bared his teeth in an excited grin. In the next instant his legs exploded with force, blasting a deep pit into the muddy ground beneath his feet as his whole body shot toward the massive beast like a fired cannonball. "Get down." Clasping the hilt with both hands, he swung the heavy iron sword like the simplest of clubs, smashing it down at the saber-toothed tiger's skull with utterly unadorned brutality. The air shrieked with a sharp sonic boom. The muscles of the boy's arms bulged high in an instant, veins writhing beneath the skin like coiled dragons as the monstrous power hidden within this 10-year-old body was unleashed without restraint. A sickening crack rang out. With a hair-raising crunch of bone, the saber-toothed tiger's massive body was smashed flat to the ground by that unreasonable brute strength. Its entire skull sank deep into the mire. After 2 feeble twitches, all life left its body. Few that hide really is thick. Resting the iron sword casually on his shoulder, the boy gulped in the rain, tainted with the scent of blood, then burst into unrestrained laughter. "Still looks like we've got ourselves a nice extra meal tonight. You little brat, your strength's grown again." At that moment, a voice like muffled thunder rumbled through the storm. A burly old man in a floral shirt had appeared at some unknown time 10 paces away. As he looked at the vicious beast's corpse on the ground, the eyes hidden beneath his shadowed brow flickered with unconcealed shock and complexity. "Oh, old man Garp, you're back pretty early this time." The boy named Ace did not turn his head. He merely flicked the blood from his sword with a lazy swing and grinned. "Your footsteps and that terrifying fluctuation you give off. I heard them from a kilometer away." A vein twitched at the corner of Garp's eye. He heard it. In a thunderstorm deep in the mountains, to sense a person's footsteps and aura from a kilometer away. Observation Haki. And not the crude form tempered through training afterward, but something more like an innate sensory instinct faintly approaching the legendary ability to hear the voices of all things. Truly, a monster born to defy common sense. Garp muttered in his heart, then strode forward in great steps, raising his massive fist. Jet-black Haki instantly coiled around it as he hammered it down toward Ace's head with ruthless force. "Take this. Fist of love." Faced with a punch capable of shattering even mountains, the 10-year-old Ace did not dodge like an ordinary child. Instead, he raised that blunt iron sword and met Garp's fist heat in. A thunderous blast erupted between grandfather and grandson, a shockwave visible to the naked eye exploding outward as the rain around them was instantly blown away. Another sharp crack rang out. The iron sword shattered on the spot, and Ace's body was flung back like a severed kite, tumbling more than 10 meters before he crashed through 3 large trees and finally came to a halt. "Ow, ow, ow. You damned old man, you still hit that hard." A blow that would have reduced an ordinary person to dust only left Ace complaining as he climbed out of the wreckage as though nothing had happened. He patted the mud from his body, and the terrifying bruise on his chest began to fade at a speed visible to the naked eye. Garp watched this scene in utter silence. This son of Roger, whom he had taken in and raised from infancy, had displayed a spine-chilling talent since the moment he was born. From the age of 3, he had been battling beasts in the forest as though he never knew what fatigue was. That seemingly inexhaustible energy was something even Roger in his prime had never possessed. "You brat, take your prey and get back to Dayton." Garp gave a gruff snort, then turned and strode off into the curtain of rain, his retreating back tinged with helplessness. Roger, just what kind of monster did you leave behind? The rain kept falling. Ace glanced at the half-broken sword hilt in his hand, tossed it into the muddy water, and with one hand hauled up the heavy corpse of the saber-toothed tiger. Lowering his head, he used the afterglow of lightning to gaze at his own freckled young face reflected in a pool of water. Portgas D. Ace muttered under his breath, the corner of his mouth lifting into a proud, arrogant arc. Garp had no idea what kind of mature and ambitious soul was hidden within this 10-year-old body. He was not the original Fire Fist Ace who bore the shadow of his bloodline, longed for acknowledgement, and ultimately fell at Marineford. He was a transmigrator. Strictly speaking, his soul had already completed the deepest level of fusion with this body while still in the womb. This soul reshaping across dimensions had granted him 3 trump cards sufficient to overturn this world. First, the innate observation haki that had existed since he regained awareness, along with that sensory instinct nearing the ability to hear the voices of all things. Second, his monstrous stamina and recovery speed. He was not a natural iron balloon aberration like Charlotte Lean, yet possessed energy that seemed inexhaustible. The hellish training regimen of Garp would have drained others dry long ago, but for him a few breaths were enough to stand up again. As for the third point, that was the truly terrifying part. Ace slowly raised both hands, feeling within his body the 2 abysses born from his soul's doubled strength. In this world, everyone could bear only a single devil fruit. Forcing down a second would see their body torn apart by 2 clashing demonic powers. But he was different. By nature, the capacity of his soul was enough to host the descent of 2 devils. Vice-captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, skewered through the chest by a Kainu. All that crap. Dragging his prey, Ace strode through the storm-lashed forest, laughing loudly into the thunder. In that laughter, there was not the slightest fear of destiny, only a feral will to trample every rule beneath his feet. Since heaven let me live this life again and stuff these trump cards into my hand. There's no way I'm going to settle for being some Yonko's son, be it gods or celestial dragons. This world I'm going to seize with my own hands. Outside the small wooden cabin of the bandit Dodon's family on Corpo Mountain. The storm had just passed. The morning sunlight filtered through the canopy and spilled onto the muddy ground. Bang! The heavy corpse of a saber-toothed tiger was casually flung onto the open space before the cabin, making the entire house shudder 3 times. The cabin door was kicked open with a single blow. Cigarette clenched between his teeth, Dayton led a group of bandits as they timidly poked their heads out. When they saw the beast's corpse towering like a small hill and the black-haired youth standing bare-chested beside it, everyone drew in a sharp breath of cold air. Hey Dayton, stop spacing out. Deal with this big cat and roast it for tonight. Ace casually raked his wet hair back as he spoke to Dayton and the others. He had entered the forest the previous night, chasing that saber-toothed tiger through the storm for half the night. Only when dawn was about to break did he finally drag his prey back. Any ordinary 10-year-old child would have collapsed long ago from such exertion. Yet Ace's constitution was unlike that of ordinary people. It was as if an inexhaustible furnace burned within him. This body that scarcely needed sleep would be considered a freak across the entire sea. Ace, you brat, you went and provoked a monster of this level again. Dayton roared in exasperation, yet in the depths of his eyes a trace of awe flickered. Can't be helped, ordinary wild boars aren't even enough to warm me up anymore. Ace laughed as he walked toward the water vat about to wash the blood from his body when his movements suddenly halted. His observation haki sensed an additional faint yet tenacious life force within the cabin, as well as another powerful aura that felt incomparably familiar. A burly figure stepped out from the shadows inside the cabin, none other than the marine hero Garp, who had just thrashed him on the back mountain. In Garp's hand dangled like a chick a 7-year-old brat wearing a straw hat with a scar beneath his left eye. Though the brat was suspended in midair, his limbs stretched comically like rubber, and he was still shouting defiantly, "Let go of me, old man. I'm the man who will become the Pirate King." Ace's pupils narrowed slightly as he looked at the straw hat brat, then the smile at the corner of his lips slowly broadened. Luffy, we finally meet. In the original story, the 10-year-old Ace who loathed his own birth to the extreme was hostile toward everyone and even spat at Luffy when they first met. But the Ace of this moment would not do so. He possessed a mature soul and an ambition to devour the world. In his previous life, he had already been fond of Luffy. In his eyes, this brat who would one day stir the entire sea would be the most entertaining witness on his path to the throne. Bang! Garp tossed Luffy onto the ground, then pointed at Ace and said, "Luffy, from today on you'll live here. That's Ace, he's 3 years older than you. From now on you'll follow him." Before Garp could finish speaking, Ace had already strode up to Luffy. At 10 years old, after years of inhuman training, his height far surpassed that of his peers. He looked down from above at the seated Luffy, the terrifying pressure he exuded, making Luffy instinctively cut off his shouting and swallow nervously. What are you trying to do? Luffy clutched the straw hat on his head with all his might. Pirate King. Ace did not mock him. Instead, he seized Luffy's elastic rubber cheeks and tugged them sideways, then laughed. Ha ha ha. Interesting. You're a flimsy little rubber brat, but your eyes are not bad at all. Hey, damn it. Listen up, brat. Ace released him, then hooked his thumb toward himself with a wide grin. If you want, you can tag along with me from now on. As for the title of Pirate King, if you want it, then go claim it. As for me, I will become the king of the world. The rules of this sea will sooner or later be rewritten by my hand. At those words, Luffy was stunned, and even Garp beside them widened his eyes abruptly, staring in disbelief at the young man radiating such overwhelming dominance. That very night, as Dayton's whole household snored away, the thoroughly exhausted Luffy, worn out by Ace's welcome ceremony, slept soundly in a corner mouth agape. Only Ace remained awake. A brief rest was all he needed to fully recover his vigor, bordering on the unbelievable. He pushed open the window and lightly leapt onto the roof. There, already waiting for him, was a blond, gap-toothed boy wearing a top hat and a small blue vest. Sabo, what are you doing running over here in the middle of the night? Ace walked over and sat down beside Sabo with casual ease. I'm here to share intel with you, you reckless maniac. Sabo, also 10 years old, sighed helplessly and pulled a crumpled bounty poster from his chest. Look, there's a rumor in the East Blue Black Market that the trace of a devil fruit has been discovered. Hey, are you even listening? I'm listening. Ace braced his hands behind his head and lay back, gazing up at the starry sky, a depth in his eyes that only an adult could understand. Sabo, what would happen if a person ate 2 devil fruits? Ace suddenly asked. Sabo froze for a moment, then recited as if from a textbook. Do you even need to ask? A single body can host only 1 devil. If someone greedily eats a second, their body will explode. Exactly. That is the limit of ordinary people. Ace sat up straight and turned to look at Sabo, the smile at the corner of his mouth wild beneath the moonlight. Because their souls possess only 1 container. Sabo's heart skipped a beat. Staring into Ace's eyes, a mad premonition surged up within him. Ace, you're not thinking of. Sabo, let's become stronger together. Ace stood up, the wind whipping through his black hair, and extended his hand to his future first mate. 7 years. We will spend 7 years honing our bodies in Haki to the extreme. When we set sail at 17, I will prove to this world, no matter if they are the lofty nobles or the remnants of the old era lurking in the new world, they will all become stepping stones on my climb to the throne. I will make this entire sea submit at my feet. Looking into Ace's eyes burning with mad ambition, Sabo stood there in a daze, as though something had slammed into his chest. He knew that this youth was absolutely not joking. Garp had tried more than once to push Ace onto the path of the Marines. But Ace understood clearly that such a road did not suit him. Above the justice of the Marines stood the world government, and above the world government sat the Celestial Dragons, a clan that called themselves gods. With his temperament, if he truly entered that system, he would eventually overturn those so-called rules entirely. Since that was the case, why bother taking the long way around? In the end, this world belongs to those strong enough to speak with authority. If he wished to live freely, to let no one ever trample over him again, he had only one choice: to become stronger. So strong that no one would dare judge him. So strong that the very rules themselves would have to be written by his hand. Deep within the Kalpo Mountains at dawn. Big Bear, did you forget to eat yesterday? Put more strength into it. Amidst peals of laughter, a startling spectacle unfolded upon a forest clearing. 10-year-old Ace stood bare-chested, lean, wiry, and powerfully built, engaged in primal grappling with a Kalpo mountain giant bear over 4 meters long. He wielded no blade, employed no technique. Only his bare hands clamped fiercely onto the bear's shoulders, his legs carving 2 deep furrows into the muddy earth. With strength and vitality far surpassing that of any ordinary child, he forcibly subdued the forest's undisputed sovereign. Grr! The bear emitted a muffled, disgruntled roar, clearly nearing exhaustion. Thud! Ace executed a flawless shoulder throw, slamming the colossal beast hard into the mud. Dazed and disoriented, the bear rolled its eyes upward, then nuzzled Ace's thigh in placid supplication, lying beside him like a colossal chastened hound. Well done. You'll get half a roasted fish later, Ace said, patting the bear's massive head before plopping down casually atop its soft, yielding belly. Ace, you're bullying the mountain beasts again. From nearby shrubbery, Sabo, also 10, and 7-year-old Luffy burst forth breathless and drenched in sweat. Each balanced an impossibly thick log across his shoulders. Utterly spent, they collapsed onto the ground. Hey, this isn't bullying. It's called mutual sparring. A proper training partner. Ace grinned broadly, gesturing nonchalantly around him. At the edge of the clearing lay several other beasts. Tigers, a giant crocodile, and a massive gorilla, all bruised and swollen about the muzzle. These fearsome predators of the East Blue now cowered before Ace like docile lambs. Don't give me that. They were clearly beaten into submission by your fists. Sabo sighed, rubbing his aching shoulders. Still, those naval headquarters training methods you wheedled out of Grandpa Garp. They're downright lethal. Indeed, Ace had never resorted to eccentric or unorthodox regiments. He knew full well that in this world the most systematic and ruthlessly effective methods for pushing the human body to its absolute limits resided within the naval headquarters. Since turning 8, Ace had seized every opportunity during Garp's visits to the East Blue, deftly extracting through charm and persistence the entire repertoire of naval headquarters, weighted cross-country runs, waterfall resistance drills, deep-sea submersion exercises, and other infernal disciplines. And so a regimen originally designed for elite adult naval officers became the daily crucible for these three brothers, primarily Ace and Sabo. Unless every fiber of muscle is forged to perfection, how will you ever stride unchallenged across this vast sea? Ace rose, stretching his limbs, the crisp popping sound of tendons and joints echoing like snapping kindling. Luffy, rested enough. Go. Train your impact resistance with that gorilla. Ace kicked Luffy straight toward the massive ape already flexing its knuckles in anticipation. Yeah, help me, Ace. Luffy shrieked as the gorilla hurled him skyward like a rubber ball. Watching his brother's plight, Sabo swallowed hard and turned to Ace. And what about you? You finished today's foundational training at midnight last night, didn't you? Me. A spark of exhilaration flickered at the corner of Ace's mouth as his gaze locked onto several towering wooden posts standing upright at the center of the clearing. Today I'm going to deconstruct the old man's footwork. His words barely faded before his figure blurred, vanishing from sight. Thwip! A faint shockwave rippled beneath Ace's feet. The next instant he materialized 10 meters away directly before the first wooden post. What? Sabo's eyes widened in disbelief. That instantaneous movement, the one Grandpa Garp uses when he beats you up. Rapid successive ground strikes, propelling yourself forward via explosive reactive force. Ace flashed a grin. The old man calls it Suru, one of the 6 powers of the Navy. This was the fruit of countless beatings endured at Garp's hands, refined through Ace's innate all-perceiving observation haki, which allowed him to discern even the subtlest muscular mechanics. If he was to build his foundation under Garp, he would master it, not superficially, but in its entirety. All 6 techniques were his ultimate goal, especially the final one, life return, had been marked in his mind long ago. Yet for now 3 held greatest relevance. Soru, to amplify instantaneous burst. Moonwalk, to master aerial combat ahead of time. And Paper Shield, to fully exploit his unparalleled observation haki. Thwip, thwip, thwip. Ace repeated the motion across the clearing. His form still raw, his foot strikes far short of naval headquarters elite standards. But his prodigious physical talent had already yielded the nascent essence of Soru. He's an absolute monster. Sabo murmured, watching Ace carve fleeting afterimages across the field. He'd once believed his own gifts extraordinary. Yet beside Ace they felt separated by an invisible, unbridgeable chasm. Stop daydreaming, Sabo. Come spar with me. Ace flickered into view before Sabo and lunged with a devastating punch. Whoa, you're actually going for it, you bastard. Sabo barely raised a metal pipe in time to block. Huh, if you can't even withstand my fist, how will you ever serve as my first mate? As the sun dipped below the horizon, the Kalpo Mountains echoed with the bright clamor of youthful sparring and the resonant roars of wild beasts. That evening the 3 brothers gathered around their campfire, feasting on roasted fish and game meat they'd caught that day, speaking freely of their futures. Ace, Sabo said, biting into a strip of meat. I heard Grandpa Garp say when drunk that true apex warriors across this sea command a power called Haki. When do you plan to ask him to teach it to you? At the word Haki, even Luffy, mid-battle over a slab of meat, perked up, ears pricked with sudden curiosity. Ace swallowed, wiped grease from his lips with the back of his hand, and gazed deeply into the leaping flames. Far too early yet. A quiet, knowing glint shimmered in his eyes as he continued. Haki stripped bare is simply the latent resonance of human spirit, willpower, fighting instinct, and unwavering resolve. But even the fiercest will must reside in a vessel strong enough to hold it. Without a body honed to superhuman extremes, forcing Armament Haki will drain both stamina and sanity to ruin. Then you won't grow stronger. You'll collapse before even completing a single sustained high-intensity battle. What we must do now is treat this body like a sponge, soaking up every ounce of nourishment, refining every sinew, pushing our physical limits until they scrape against the very peak of this mountain. Ace raised his greasy fist, shaking it emphatically before Sabo. By 15, when our frames have matured into unshakable fortresses, I'll pry open the old man's mouth myself and extract every drop of his armament haki and martial mastery. Then at 17, Ace rose facing the night wind. We set sail and turned this dull, stagnant world upside down. Time flew swiftly. 3 autumns had come and gone upon Kelp Mountain. 3 years later, at the fringes of the Goa Kingdom, lay the junk terminal, the most squalid, lawless corner of the entire nation, where mountains of refuse piled high and the air hung thick with a nauseating stench. Deep within the terminal, inside the rusted hull of an abandoned ship, a raucous, arrogant laugh echoed sharply. "Ha, brat. Chained in sea-stone cuffs, your limbs turn to jelly, aren't they? Just try wriggling now." Borjam, the East Blue pirate captain, with a bounty of 14. 3,000,000 berries, pressed the muzzle of his flintlock hard against the forehead of a 10-year-old boy wearing a straw hat. Behind him stood dozens of hulking, scarred pirates, blades and muskets gleaming in the dim light. Scattered across the filthy deck lay over a dozen of their comrades, faces swollen, noses broken, bodies crumpled like discarded sacks. Though bound tightly to a wooden pillar by thick iron chains, the 10-year-old Luffy's eyes burned with the fierce, unbroken glare of a young wolf. After 3 years of brutal, relentless training under Ace, he was no longer the tearful, helpless child he'd once been. Had Borjam not ambushed him with a net gun, and worse, shackled him with mysteriously acquired sea-stone cuffs, this rabble would never have laid a finger on him. "Huh." Luffy spat blood-streaked saliva, gaze unflinching. "You spineless weaklings can't even beat me. Just wait until Ace and Sabo arrive. They'll send every last one of you flying." "Ace, Sabo." Borjam sneered as if hearing the punchline to some absurd joke, tapping Luffy's cheek contemptuously with the barrel of his gun. "Those 2 brats making noise in the black market lately. I'm a true East Blue pirate, bound for the Grand Line. If they dare show their faces, I'll blast them all too." Boom. Before Borjam could finish, the ship's massive iron-plated door exploded inward, as though struck heat by a cannonball, shattering into jagged, shrieking fragments. Twisted metal shards propelled by a concussive blast wave tore through the 4 pirates standing guard at the threshold, ripping open their chests, hurling them backward like ragdolls, spewing crimson mist. Dust billowed. Through the wreckage strode 2 teenagers, calm, unhurried, stepping over shattered iron and splintered timber. The one in front bore little resemblance to a 13-year-old boy. Nearly 6 feet tall, he wore only an unbuttoned crimson vest, his bare shoulders and arms corded with dense, battle-honed muscle, the kind forged not in gyms, but in life-or-death struggles against wild beasts. His dark, wavy hair whipped wildly in the wind, his eyes blazed with untamable, almost feral defiance. Beside him walked a golden-haired youth in a navy tailcoat and formal top hat. In his hand dangled an ordinary-looking iron pipe, its tip honed to a razor's edge through relentless use. "Hey, Luffy." Ace slid his hands into his pockets and laughed heartily, gazing up at his bound younger brother. "Got caught by this bottom-feeding trash. Looks like tomorrow's pressure resistance training just doubled." "Ace, Sabo." Luffy didn't flinch. He shouted, elated. "Watch out. That pirate-hatted guy's strong." "So, you're the 2 arrogant little bastards who think they're gods." Borjam's face darkened like thunderclouds as he stared at the obliterated doorway. A bounty of 14. 3,000,000 berries wasn't earned through mercy. It was carved from blood, fear, and sheer unrelenting violence. "Fire. Riddle them with lead. Turn them into Swiss cheese." He slashed his arm downward, screaming in raw, hysterical fury. Bang, 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 bang. Dozens of muskets roared as one. A storm of lead pellets filled the air, dense, lethal, sealing off every possible path of evasion at the entrance. The acrid bite of gunpowder choked the decaying hull. "Sabo, left side's yours." "Got it, Ace. Let's move fast. I'd rather not get this coat stained with trash blood." At the very instant the bullets were about to shred them apart, a deep, resonant thump erupted beneath both boys' feet, a shockwave of compressed air exploding outward. The ancient floorboards shattered into dust. Before the pirates' stunned eyes, Ace and Sabo dissolved into twin blurs, vanishing from sight in a single breath. "What? Where'd they go?" The pirates gaped, hearts hammering. "Right behind you, idiots." Sabo's voice curled like smoke. Then he slipped between the left flank like a phantom. His iron pipe whistled through the air. Crack, crack, crack. In rapid succession, 5 or 6 gunmen dropped without a cry, their jaws shattered, bodies flung backward like puppets with cut strings. Meanwhile, Borjam's pupils contracted to pinpricks. A deadly gust of wind sliced toward his face. Don't get cocky, brat. I'm Borjam. A bounty of over 1,000,000 berries in the East Blue wasn't won by bluffing. It demanded ruthlessness, instinct, and raw proven lethality. With a guttural roar, he drew his heavy broadsword, a monstrous blade crusted with dried rust-brown gore. Veins bulged like serpents across his forearms as he swung it sideways in a deafening, air-splitting arc, aimed to bisect the blur rushing toward him. That blow carried enough force to cleave an adult elephant clean in two. Yet Ace didn't flinch, not even to dodge. His eyes flickered, not with fear, but with exhilarated anticipation. Paper drawing. At the last possible instant, when the blade's edge hovered mere millimeters from his chest, Ace's upper body folded backward like weightless parchment, bending perfectly with the weapon's momentum. The wide steel blade skimmed past his nose, shearing off several strands of his wavy black hair. He dodged. Borjam's mind reeled, but decades of combat reflexes kicked in instantly. He didn't retract the sword. Instead, his wrist snapped upward, redirecting the colossal blade in a brutal downward chop aimed straight at Ace's exposed throat. Not bad reflexes, but that sluggish strength pales beside old man Garp's. Ace threw back his head and laughed, a wild, unrestrained bellow. No Haki, just 3 years of forging his body in roaring waterfalls and wrestling titanic beasts, until his very flesh became a weapon of unnatural power. His legs coiled and exploded against the floor, his spine snapping taut like a wound spring, launching him forward, not back. He read the descending angle of the blade, clenched his right fist, avoided the keenest edge, and drove his knuckles squarely into the flat of the broadsword's blade. Flesh met tempered steel. Boom. The impact detonated a visible ring-shaped shockwave, rippling outward like a stone dropped into still water. The already rotted floorboards gave way entirely under the recoil, collapsing inward with a thunderous groan, splinters flying like shrapnel in all directions. This is impossible. Borjam felt the sickening jolt surge up the hilt, his palms split open, blood gushing down his wrists. He couldn't believe it. A 13-year-old boy, bare-fisted, had stopped his full power strike. What monstrous thing dwelled inside that child's body? Where are you looking, old man? Ace's lips curled, then his fists surged with explosive force. Borjam felt an unstoppable crushing might flood up the blade, propelling him backward step after staggering step, each footfall cratering the deck with a deep splintering thud. Damn, brat, don't get too full of yourself. Forced into retreat, hidden by a mere 13-year-old boy, Borjam's expression darkened completely. Leveraging the momentum of his backward step, he abruptly raised his left hand. The short-barreled flintlock pistol concealed all along within his sleeve now aimed directly at Ace's head. Die! A thunderous crack split the air. Less than 3 meters separated them, distance too narrow for any ordinary person to evade. Luffy, trembling atop the pillars, squeezed his eyes shut. Ace. Yet Ace's smile did not waver, not even a fraction. Bang! Another muffled, uncanny detonation echoed through the air. Ace did not dodge left or right. Instead, his right foot slammed down hard upon empty space. In that instant, the air itself seemed to condense into solid steps. Rokushiki Jeppo. At the very moment the bullet left the barrel, Ace's body shot upward 2 meters, its lethal lead slug whistling beneath his soles, shattering the wooden pillar behind him. He stepped on the sky. Borjam tilted his head back in despair, staring up at the raven-haired youth suspended motionless midair, his mind utterly blank, paralyzed by disbelief. How could such a monster, mastering a legendary martial art whispered only in myth, possibly exist in this remote corner of the East Blue? The warm-up ends. Twisting midair, Ace drew his right leg high behind him, his entire form coiling like a drawn bowstring. In the next breath, his leg cleaved downward, tearing through the air with devastating force. Borjam could only instinctively raise his broad-bladed greatsword overhead in a desperate parry. Crack! A grating, bone-chilling screech of metal rending filled the derelict cabin. That heavy blade, wielded to slay countless foes, shattered cleanly down its center under the sheer, unadorned power of Ace's kick. Ace's heel, carrying undiminished momentum, crashed down onto Borjam's shoulder with crushing force. A deafening boom shook the entire abandoned ship cabin. The colossal impact drove Borjam, bones and all, straight through the rotted floorboards. Splintered timber and thick mud erupted skyward. Bulgum vomited a gout of crimson blood before plunging deep into the mire below. Half his body swallowed by the sludge, his frame shattered beyond count, unconscious before he struck bottom. The remaining 24 pirates stared into the crater where Bulgum lay, lifeless or near it, and their courage shattered entirely. Monster! Those brats are monsters. One pirate shrieked in terror, suddenly yanking a short knife from his belt and pressing its edge against Luffy's throat as he bellowed desperately. Don't come any closer. Ace, already poised to strike again, halted his advance at those words, his footsteps slowing, then stopping altogether. He stood still. He did not rush forward, only fixed his gaze upon the pirate holding Luffy captive. That look was utterly calm, so serene that the pirate's knife-wielding hand began to tremble first. Kill him. Ace spoke, his voice low, unhurried. You may try, provided your hand still obeys you. As the final syllable fell, an invisible pressure erupted from Ace, crushing absolute. No gale swept through, no explosion rent the air. Yet every sound inside the ruined vessel ceased, as if severed mid-breath. The air grew thick, suffocating, immovable. The pirate's vision blacked out. His short knife clattered to the deck. One by one the surrounding pirates collapsed, eyes rolling, white bodies crumpling lifelessly. Within a single second, only 3 figures remained standing inside the cabin: Ace, Sabo, and Luffy, still bound to the pillar, stunned into silence. Haushiko Haki. There had been no last-minute epiphany born of mortal peril, no agonized breakthrough forged in desperation. Over these past 3 years, Ace's ambition, will, and sovereign presence had long since been hammered deep into his flesh and marrow, through relentless training, through blood-soaked combat. It was only now, when someone dared cross his most inviolable line with the basest of means, that the force surged forth unstoppable. What just happened? Sabo stared at the pirates sprawled senseless across the floor, his grip unconsciously tightening around the iron pipe in his hand. Even he had felt that sudden oppressive weight settle upon his chest. Nothing much, just cleared away some bothersome trash. Ace withdrew the overwhelming aura. The icy detachment melted instantly from his face, replaced once more by his bold, radiant grin. He strode forward, knelt beside Luffy, and examined the thick iron chains binding him, feeling the distinct, chilling coldness unique to sea stone. Sea stone. Ace pinched the manacles between his fingers, sensing their oppressive, spirit-dampening chill. A mere East Blue pirate. How did he even acquire such a thing? After a careful inspection, Ace turned and walked toward Bulgum, still unconscious at the crater's muddy bottom. Without hesitation, Ace kicked the East Blue warlord onto his back, roughly tore open his tunic, and retrieved a blood-smeared brass keychain from his chest. Returning to Luffy, Ace inserted the key into the lock. A crisp metallic click echoed. Then the heavy sea stone manacles and iron chains slid free, thudding heavily onto the wooden floor. Whoa, I'm alive again. No sooner was he freed than Luffy sprang upright, rubbery limbs flailing wildly. Ace, that ice dare move just now was so cool. Teach me, teach me. Huh, that can't be taught. It's the innate mark of a king. Laughing heartily, Ace reached up and gently pushed Luffy's straw hat lower over his brow, then turned toward the ruins. Sabo, no dawdling. Time to work. With one swift kick, Ace scattered splintered planks aside and hauled forth several massive iron chests from the wreckage. He pried open a lid with a resonant clang, and golden light blazed forth, dazzling, overwhelming. Inside lay mountains of gold and treasure, looted over years by Bulgum's pirate crew across the East Blue. Purity Omperate theft. Sabo approached, eyes gleaming as he surveyed the fortune, worth tens of millions of berries. This is restitution, returning what was stolen. Ace hoisted the heaviest chest of gold coins onto his shoulder, testing its weight with a satisfied grin. The law of the Grand Line is clear: the victor takes all. With this sum, Sabo, we've nearly secured our startup capital for building a pirate ship. Sabo gazed at the gleaming chests, adjusted the brim of his hat, and smiled in quiet agreement. It seems our ship has finally found its foundation. Corbo Mountain, the backyard of Dayton's wooden cottage. Under a clear moonlit sky studded with stars, dry firewood crackled fiercely in the campfire, casting a brilliant glow across the yard. A massive roasted wild boar sizzled over the flames, its rich, savory aroma wafting through the air. So delicious. I'm starving. Luffy sat cross-legged on the ground, his rubber arms ablur as he stuffed morsels of roasted meat into his mouth. His cheeks swelled like taut balloons. Despite several bandages still clinging to his face, nothing slowed his relentless feast. On the opposite side of the fire, Sabo sat lotus-style amid a glittering mound of treasure bathed in the flickering light. He held a small notebook and scribbled rapidly with a quill pen. So, Ace, bare-chested and powerfully built, tossed a gold coin idly between his fingers as he gazed at Luffy, mouth slick with grease, and asked, though you're usually a single-celled simpleton, those 3 years of training weren't wasted. How exactly did that lumbering brute Burgem manage to capture you? At Ace's question, Luffy swallowed his mouthful, with visible effort, gulped down a large swig of water, then brandished his fists in indignation. I didn't lose in a fair fight. This morning I was hunting rhinoceros beetles near the scrap terminal's edge. Then suddenly they burst out and surrounded me. Luffy shouted, still bristling with outrage. They claimed you and Sabo have robbed them repeatedly on Black Street lately, and demanded to know where our base camp and treasure hoard are hidden up here on Corbo Mountain. Of course I told them nothing. Then, out of nowhere, they hurled a strange net studded with stones. The moment I touched it, every ounce of strength drained from my body. Hearing this, Ace's hand paused mid-toss of the gold coin. Beside him, Sabo set down his pen, his gaze shifting toward Luffy, complex quiet layered with unspoken admiration. Even seasoned pirates faced with the brutal interrogations of million-belly bounty hunters often broke instantly, urinating in terror, spilling every secret. Yet this 10-year-old boy had clenched his teeth and endured in silence. Not a single syllable betrayed. You absolute idiot, Sabo sighed, exasperated, but warmth shimmered unmistakably in his eyes. You could have spun any lie, sent them straight into the territory of that mutated giant bear in the rear mountains. Why suffer needlessly? But I won't lie to scum like them. And I'd never betray Ace or Sabo. Luffy declared, defiant and earnest, then promptly lowered his head again to resume devouring his roasted leg. Ha ha ha. Ace strode forward, clapped a firm hand atop Luffy's head, and ruffled his hair vigorously. Well done, Luffy. A true man of the Grand Line would sooner die than betray his brothers. Ace tousled Luffy's hair once more, his tone as carefree as ever, but the fierce protective edge in his voice was unmistakable. Still, next time, be smarter. Run if you can. Then come back and tell me. I'll twist their skulls off. He got it. Luffy grinned, guileless and bright, flashing a gap-toothed smile. Ace withdrew his hand and turned toward the pile of spoils, then wrenched a weapon free from the mud where it had been planted. It was a monstrous single-edged greatsword. Unwieldy and weight broad of blade, its surface a cold, dark indigo. Its hilt was tightly wrapped in black beast hide for grip. They'd seized it from Burgem's private chest when raiding his lair. A weapon so heavy, even the million-belly pirate rarely wielded it, making it perfect for Ace. Weights barely passable, sufficient for me to swing for years. Ace swung the blade twice with casual ease. Its heavy edge tore through the air, unleashing sharp sonic booms. For him, now refined swordsmanship mattered little. Coupled with his monstrous strength, this heavy cleaver functioned less as a blade, and more as a devastating blunt instrument. Sabo housed the tally coming along. Ace slung the great sword over one shoulder and glanced toward his chief treasurer. Sabo snapped his ledger shut, azure eyes alight with exhilaration as he whispered, "We're rich, Ace. That bastard Burgem has been plundering merchant vessels for years, and hoarded a fortune this vast. 80 million berry all told. Gold, jewels, and cash combined. 80 million. Ace arched a brow. That should be enough to build a fine ship right here in the East Blue. 80 million for a ship." Sabo sounded surprised. At a renowned shipyard like Syrup Village, we could commission master craftsmen to build a top-tier, two-masted schooner. Are we sailing elsewhere to search for someone? Ace shook his head. No need to sail so far. No matter how exceptional East Blue timber or shipwriting may be against the Grand Line savage tempests, they're little more than slightly sturdier planks. We still have 4 years before setting sail. The finest ship of the East Blue remains just that, a ship of the East Blue. Ace dragged the blade's edge across the mud, scoring deliberate lines. The Grand Line's storms, undercurrents, and sea beasts will shatter ordinary wooden hulls without mercy. So our first vessel need not be perfect. It must only be swift, resilient, and strong enough to carry us over the Red Line and into the Grand Line. That is all. Listening intently, Sabo's understanding dawned instantly. You mean this Ada Millionberry ship is merely our transitional vessel? Exactly. Ace lifted his gaze, the obsidian depths of his eyes piercing through the thick smoke of the campfire, seeming to pierce the very night sky, fixed upon distant mist-shrouded clouds. A vessel truly worthy of us, fit to serve as our sovereign flagship, could never be mere timber and tar. When we enter the Grand Line, I'll lead you both straight up, to the heavens themselves." He grinned, a grin fierce with ambition, hungry with conquest. Their gold awaits. Materials unknown in the blue. Technologies beyond imagination. Once we truly step foot in the Grand Line, we'll trade up, for a flagship worthy of the eclipse. Sabo sucked in a sharp breath, his fingers trembling faintly around the ledger. The skies. Ace, are you speaking of the legendary Skypea? The realm said to exist only in children's storybooks. Does it truly exist? It does. And soon, those skies will be ours to claim. Ace roared with laughter, rising to his feet and plunging the greatsword deep into the earth beside him. Hey, Ace. Just then Sabo seemed to recall something. He glanced at his ledger, then turned toward Luffy, who remained obliviously buried in his meal. Luffy set sail 3 years after us. Since we're flush with funds now, should we ask the shipwright to craft him a custom single-masted sloop ahead of time? As an elder brother, Sabo couldn't help but fret. At these words, Luffy finally paused mid-chew. He swallowed hard, wiped grease from his mouth with the back of his hand, and sprang upright like a coiled spring. No way. Huh, why not? Sabo blinked, startled. Wouldn't a fine ship make your voyage safer? I don't want a ship built by you guys. Luffy clutched his straw hat firmly, voice surging with conviction. What kind of pirate adventure is it, if even your ship is handed to you ready-made? Listen well. When I set sail, I'll start from zero, with my own hands. I'll find 10 incredible, wildly fascinating crewmates, all on my own. Then together we'll seize a pirate ship 100 times cooler than yours. I'm going to be king of the pirates. I don't need your help. For a heartbeat, the air around the fire stilled, filled only by the soft crackle of burning wood. Then, brilliant. That's the spirit of true adventure. Ace laughed harder still, thumping Luffy's shoulders so hard he nearly drove him into the dirt. This younger brother might be a fool, but his heart, unshackled and yearning for freedom, rivaled that of any soul who'd ever dared the sea. Still, praise aside, big brothers were duty-bound to tease. Once his laughter subsided, Ace delivered the final jab. Though Sabo, you really overthink things. With this kid's sense of direction, he can't even tell east from west. Hand him a grand ship, and without a navigator he'd founder on his first day, run aground before sunset. Ace, don't look down on me. Luffy stomped his foot, furious. Ace rubbed his chin, barely containing his grin. By the time you sail at 17, you'll probably still be scraping together coins for a dinghy. Maybe end up drifting across the sea inside an apple crate. I won't squeeze into any crate. I'll command the greatest ship ever built. You'll see. Luffy flailed his arms wildly at Ace. Sabo shook his head, smiling faintly as he tucked the ledger securely inside his coat. The fire crackled softly. Watching Ace and Luffy wrestle playfully in the warm golden light, he thought, this too was enough. At the edge of the Goya Kingdom, in a hidden shipyard, the leather suitcase opened, revealing a staggering sum of 80 million berries that shimmered astonishingly in the dim workshop. 13-year-old Sabo adjusted his top hat and calmly looked at the retired shipwright across from him, who was already dumbfounded. 80 million berries. The old shipwright swallowed hard, his hand holding the pipe, trembling slightly. Kid, this amount is enough to build a luxurious 3-masted sailboat comparable to a naval warship. What exactly do you want to create? We don't need a large ship. Sabo took out a blueprint from his pocket, placed it on the table, and spoke methodically. A medium-sized single-masted or double-masted sailboat that can accommodate a dozen people will suffice. But our captain has 3 requirements. First, the skeleton and keel must be made from the finest wood available in the East China Sea, pursuing absolute stability to withstand the extreme currents of the Grand Line. Second, the hull's streamlined design must push speed to the extreme. It must be one of the fastest vessels on these waters. Third, and most importantly, the living facilities, kitchen, bedrooms, and deck area must be comfortable and luxurious enough. We want the utmost enjoyment, not to suffer at sea. After hearing these 3 requirements, the old shipwright took a deep breath. With the budget for a large warship, investing in a medium-sized sailboat means that every part of the ship, every inch of the deck, can be meticulously crafted to perfection. Such a no-expense-spared order is simply a dream come true for a shipwright. The old shipwright touched the blueprint, his eyes becoming fervent. But this will require a long time to select wood and polish the interiors, at least 3 years. That's fine. Sabo pushed half of the suitcase toward him. This is the deposit. The rest will be settled when the ship is launched. Time flowed like fine sand through fingers, quietly passing by. Seasons changed, and the leaves of Kalbo Mountain turned yellow twice. 2 years later, deep within Kalbo Mountain, a dull thud broke the morning's tranquility. Boom. A massive mutated crocodile was struck cleanly on the jaw by a figure's swift sidekick. Without any unnecessary movements, the enormous crocodile's body rolled midair before crashing heavily into the mud, losing consciousness on the spot. Sunlight pierced through the treetops, casting down on the black-haired boy standing with his legs drawn. 15-year-old Ace had already grown to about 2 meters tall. 2 years of intense training had worn away the last traces of youth from him. With broad shoulders and toned muscles, he was as solid as a beast ready to pounce. It wasn't mere bulk, it was the strength forged from years of combat burden and recovery. He no longer laughed and provoked with every strike as he did in his childhood. He drew his legs, steadied himself, and took a calming breath. Just these few simple actions quieted the restless beasts nearby. Ace's kicking technique has become increasingly decisive. Sitting on a nearby branch, Luffy bit into an apple, his eyes filled with admiration as he looked at the fallen crocodile. At that moment, Ace suddenly halted his movements. His keen observation skills caught a familiar, yet overwhelming presence. "You two little brats. I haven't been back for half a year, and you're wasting time in the forest again." Accompanied by a gust of wind, Garp, dressed in a floral shirt and draped in a navy justice coat, crashed down onto a boulder several meters away. He clenched his fist the size of a sand pot, the knuckles cracking ominously. "Grandpa's here." Luffy shivered, nearly falling from the tree. Ace said nothing. He slowly turned around, casually plunging the wide-bladed machete he had been carrying into the ground. Watching Garp leap from the boulder, fists raised and charging toward him, Ace's focus sharpened. "Let me see if you've been slacking off these past 6 months. With a love-filled iron fist, Garp snorted coldly, his massive body instantaneously appearing before Ace. The dark-armed Haki instantly enveloped his right fist, accompanied by a sonic boom that tore through the air as he ruthlessly struck down. In the past, when faced with this punch, Ace could only rely on pure physical strength to brace himself and would be sent flying without hesitation. But today, Ace's legs sank slightly, the ground beneath him instantly yielding to 2 deep footprints. He did not retreat, nor did he draw his sword. Instead, he firmly clenched his right fist. "I've already seen your striking style clearly over the past 5 years." Ace murmured, his muscles tightening to their utmost limit in that moment. He faced Garp's iron fist, heated, swinging his right arm without any embellishments. In that instant of throwing the punch, Ace forcibly summoned the blood and will he had refined through 5 years of grueling training. Buzz. In Garp's suddenly constricted pupils, he clearly saw a layer of dim, yet genuine iron black sheen emerging on Ace's bronze-colored arm. Armament Haki. Hardening. Boom. A large and small pair of black-tinged fists collided violently in midair. In an instant, a terrifying shockwave visible to the naked eye erupted, centered around the two. The grass and shrubs within a 30-meter radius were uprooted, forcing Luffy in the distance to squint his eyes shut. Crack. The ground beneath Ace's feet shattered inch by inch. Even with the support of Haki, he was still jolted backward by Garp's monstrous strength, sliding back 7 or 8 meters and carving out 2 deep furrows in the mud. But he was not sent flying. He stood his ground steadily. As the wind calmed and the dust settled, Ace slowly retracted his slightly numbed right arm, the faint iron black sheen gradually fading. He raised his head calmly, meeting the gaze of Garp, who maintained his striking posture. Silence fell. The entire forest was engulfed in a dead silence. Garp glanced at his own fist, then at the composed, black-haired boy across from him. The seasoned Marine Vice Admiral's eyes flashed with an unprecedented hint of disbelief. He had never properly taught Ace Haki. Yet this kid, through 5 years of observation, while taking hits, muscle memory, and that monstrous body, had actually pushed the door open himself. "Old man." Ace dusted off the dirt from his arm, breaking the silence. His tone held no boastfulness, only a calm sense of inevitability. "The unorthodox path I've discovered is still too taxing on my stamina." Ace looked directly into Garp's eyes, his voice steady and determined. "I've laid a solid foundation over these 5 years, and my body can now bear the burden of Haki. Teach me the true systematic application of Armament Haki and your martial arts." Upon hearing Ace's assertive request, Garp's astonishment gradually faded, replaced by an indescribable complexity. After a long moment, Garp slowly retracted his fist and gazed deeply at Ace. "Good kid, since you've already opened this door yourself, then prepare yourself mentally. Next, I will hammer the true Haki and martial arts into your body down to your very bones." Ace did not retreat. He clenched his fist again, the mud beneath him sinking once more. Only 2 years remained before setting sail. The true transformation of a monster only begins at this moment. In the East Sea Orange Town, this once prosperous port town is now shrouded in choking smoke and deathly silence. In the central square of the town, a group of pirates dressed in circus-like costumes are looting wildly, their maniacal laughter echoing amidst the ruins. Report to Captain Buggy. The town's treasury has been completely emptied. A pirate lackey riding a unicycle reported loudly. In the center of the square, a man with a conspicuous red nose clad in a heavy captain's coat sits on a lavish chair, tossing a few gold coins in his hand. Well done. The clown Buggy grinned broadly, flipping the gold coins with his fingertips. Move all the valuables onto my ship. Hurry up, don't give the Navy a chance to react. Yes, Captain Buggy. The pirates cheered immediately. Buggy was about to continue issuing orders when his movements suddenly froze. Step, step. A steady sound of footsteps echoed from the ruins at the edge of the square. The sound was neither hurried nor slow, but each step felt like it was stepping on the hearts of everyone in the square. Buggy's smile slowly faded. His ability to survive in the East Sea until now relied not just on his red nose and luck. Having experienced true monsters in the Grand Line, he possessed a far sharper intuition for danger than ordinary East Sea pirates. He suddenly turned his head to look at the end of the street. Amidst the smoke, two tall figures emerged. The man in front wore a dark red trench coat, standing about 2.5 meters tall, his physique towering over anyone found in the East Sea. His broad and sturdy shoulders caused the nearby pirates to instinctively take a half step back with each step he took. He paid no mind to the lackeys, his gaze fixed directly on Buggy. By his side was a young man in a deep blue tailcoat wielding a metal long staff. Sabo. He too stood over 2 meters tall, his top hat pulled down low with a gentle smile on his face, yet the long staff in his hand left no room to regard him as an ordinary noble's son. Who are you? Buggy's crew member Kabaji drew his sword and shouted sternly, daring to meddle in the affairs of the Buggy Pirates. Kabaji's companion, the beast tamer Machi, also patted the massive lion Ricky beside him. Ricky let out a low growl, its sharp fangs gleaming ominously in the smoke. Fire! Kabaji pointed his sword. Turn these two oblivious fools into a beehive. Dozens of musketeers immediately raised their flintlocks, the dark muzzles aimed at Ace and Sabo. Faced with the encirclement of dozens, Ace did not draw his sword, nor did he halt his steps. He simply lifted his gaze, sweeping over the square. In the next instant, the air grew heavy. There was no fierce wind, no explosions. Yet the pirates holding guns seemed to have their throats simultaneously choked, their movements frozen in place. An invisible pressure descended from Ace. After 2 years of honing his Conqueror's haki could be precisely unleashed. This pressure did not affect the civilians hiding in the distance, only landing on the pirates in the square. Thud. The first pirate fell, rolling his eyes. Following closely were the second and third. Thud. 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 The pirates who had just been laughing and looting fell one after another, foaming at the mouth and collapsing to the ground, without even a scream. Kabaji's hand trembled violently around the sword, the fierce expression on his face instantly replaced by terror. The giant lion Ricky beside Machi let out a mournful cry, its massive body crashing to the ground. In just 2 seconds, the Buggy Pirates, numbering in the hundreds, were completely wiped out in the vast Orangetown square. Except for Ace and Sabo, the only one left in the square was a clown with a red nose, still barely sitting on a chair, his legs trembling like sifted flour. Conqueror's haki. Buggy's expression changed instantly. He certainly recognized this power. He had witnessed someone truly at the pinnacle of the sea on that ship and had seen this kind of aura that only a king would possess. But the problem was, this was the East Sea. Why would such a monster appear in the East Sea? Ace walked step by step towards Buggy. The tall figure blocked the sunlight above the square, also overshadowing the lavish chair. Hey, Red Nose. Ace looked down at him. My ship happens to lack someone to handle logistics and chores. From today on, you are conscripted by me. Buggy's eyelids twitched. Red Nose. Again with the red nose. The fear was real, but these 3 words still made the veins on his forehead bulge. What are you joking about? Buggy's face turned pale, yet in the next moment his body began to split apart. Fear aside, he would not sit idly by and wait for death. Several arms wielding daggers flew out from different directions, aiming for Ace's neck and back. Split apart, sneak attack. However, Ace merely tilted his head. His innate observation haki had already locked onto Buggy's true body. He raised his right hand, covered in Armament Haki, and directly passed through the flying, dismembered limbs, grabbing the collar of Buggy's true body. Bang! Buggy was slammed hard into the stone floor of the square, debris flying. Ouch, ouch, ouch. You bastard. Before he could finish cursing, Ace's fist had already descended. Bang! 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 There were no divine flames or unnecessary techniques. Just pure physical strength and Armament Haki crushed Buggy, leaving him bruised and battered, tears and snot streaming down his face. In less than 10 seconds, the danger alarms in Buggy's mind were ringing to the point of almost exploding. He knew too well that this kind of monster could not be faced heathen. To survive and leave there was a chance to turn the tables. Stop, stop, stop. I give up, Buggy shouted while hugging his head. A butler, right? Fine. I can be a butler. Ace stopped his fist, shaking his wrist. Buggy lay on the shattered stone, his face swollen as if trampled by Ricky, yet his red nose remained stubbornly centered on his face. Sabo walked over to Ace's side, glancing at the disheveled clown on the ground, frowning slightly. Ace, this guy isn't that strong, but his devil fruit ability is somewhat interesting. He paused. But is he really qualified to be our partner? Sabo, one cannot judge a person solely by their surface strength. Ace did not explain immediately, merely looking down at Buggy. This red nose was indeed timid, greedy, and vain, and not very impressive in direct combat. But what Ace valued was never his current combat power. In the future trajectory that he knew this guy possessed, an almost absurd luck. The more chaotic and dangerous the situation, the easier it was for Buggy to survive. He could even inexplicably persuade a group of desperate outlaws to follow him madly. For someone who would eventually establish a vast force, such talent was rarer than simply strong subordinates. Let Buggy handle the chores, deceive the subordinates, be the scapegoat, and even rely on that kind of absurd luck to turn the tide at critical moments. In this world, it would be hard to find a second person more suitable than the clown Buggy. Listen, Red Nose. Ace withdrew his thoughts, pointing at the unconscious Kabaji Machi and Ricky around them. I won't kill your crew. Buggy froze for a moment. He had originally thought that this monster would casually wipe out the entire Buggy Pirates. But next we are heading to the Grand Line. Ace looked at him, his tone steady. We might even go to the most brutal new world. With this group that couldn't even withstand the remnants of Conqueror's Haki following, you would only lead to death. Buggy's lips moved, but he did not immediately retort. He was afraid of death. Greedy. Eager for the spotlight. Yet he did not have no feelings for Kabaji Machi and Ricky, who had followed him for many years. Ace continued, disband them. Leave them some money. Tell them that if one day they truly have the courage and strength to step into the new world, they can come find you under my banner at any time. Buggy lay on the ground silent for a moment. He looked at Kabaji and Machi, who had collapsed not far away, then glanced at the similarly unconscious Ricky, his teeth chattering. He knew Ace was not joking. If they really went to the Grand Line, or even the new world with the current Buggy Pirates, they would likely not even withstand the first storm. Additionally, Ace looked at Buggy's dejected appearance and changed his tone. Stop fixating on this pitiful pocket money from the East Sea. Buggy's ears perked up. As long as you obediently manage the logistics and chores for me, the finest treasures and gold of this sea will pile at your feet in the future. Ace paused. What is Captain John's treasure worth? Hearing the words treasure and gold, Buggy's face, which had been teary, suddenly froze. Treasure. He suddenly raised his head, his swollen blue eyes shining brightly again. More than Captain John's treasure. I never lie. Ace turned around, his dark red trench coat billowing in the smoke. Grab your money and get on my ship. Buggy climbed up from the ground, wiping his nosebleed. He looked at Ace's back, then back at the unconscious Kabaji Machi and Ricky on the ground. Finally, he gritted his teeth. Kabaji Machi, Ricky. Buggy murmured quietly. Then he suddenly turned and began frantically stuffing the gold and treasures he had just stolen into several large sacks. Pack it all for me. This is the severance pay for them. He cursed as he stuffed. Damn it. I'll find a chance to turn things around sooner or later. I'll remember this grudge against the Red Nose. Sabo looked at his sobbing and stuffing figure and couldn't help but rub his forehead. Ace, are you sure this guy won't turn our logistics into a disaster? Ace looked at Buggy and couldn't help but chuckle. Rest assured, greedy people know the books best. And so the future Thousand Berries Buggy was forcibly assigned the position of Chief Logistics Officer on the solar eclipse. Dusk at Orangetown Harbor. Clang. Several heavy burlap sacks brimming with gold and jewels thudded onto the spacious deck of the Eclipse. Buggy wiped the sweat from his brow. His bruised and swollen face still bore traces of lingering shock. Yet the moment he lifted his gaze and truly took in the ship's interior structure, his small eyes widened to the size of saucers. The deck, crafted from rare iron pine, had been polished to mirror-like brilliance. Silk carpets soft as cloud wool lined the lounge. Beyond open cabin doors, an entire set of exquisitely upholstered leather sofas and a climate-controlled wine cellar gleamed under subdued light. Is this some Royal Navy's privateer vessel? Buggy swallowed hard. As a former apprentice aboard Roger's ship, he had weathered countless storms and seen grand vessels aplenty. Yet the sheer opulence, the unrelenting devotion to comfort and tactile refinement, left even this avaricious pirate parched with envy. So boarding this ship isn't entirely without merit, he mused inwardly. If I demonstrate even a modicum of navigational skill, perhaps I'll earn a private cabin here in this spacious lounge. Plush cushions, fine wine daily. Not so unbearable after all. At that thought, Buggy straightened his spine, cleared his throat, and stepped forward toward the impossibly inviting leather sofa set. Thwack! A wooden mop and a bucket brimming with seawater landed squarely beside Buggy's feet. He froze. He glanced down at the mop, then followed its wooden handle upward with his eyes. Sabo stood nearby, his fedora pulled low, yet his shoulders trembled faintly with suppressed mirth. Beside him, Ace leaned against the cabin doorway, idly tossing an orange from hand to hand, grinning as though he'd been waiting for this very moment. Hey, Rednose. Ace flashed a grin, revealing teeth white as seashells. Gone was the suffocating aura of dominance he'd wielded earlier in the square, replaced instead by the mischievous energy of a boy poised to pull a prank. Given that you've delivered this rather impressive hoard, Captain Ace hereby bestows upon you an official exclusive title aboard the Eclipse. At the words exclusive title, Buggy's eyes lit up, his earlier indignation instantly erased. Could it be first mate? No, that little hat-wearing brat clearly boarded first. Then at the very least, navigator, or minister of treasure management. His mind raced with glee, yet his expression remained carefully aloof. Effective today, you are officially appointed Chief Steward of the Eclipse, Ace announced, bursting into laughter. Chief Steward? Buggy blinked twice, then comprehension struck like lightning. That lofty-sounding title, stripped bare, meant only one thing: head cleaner of the deck. What utter nonsense. Furious, Buggy hopped on one foot, pointing at the mop. I am Buggy, the fearsome East Blue pirate with a bounty of 10 million. You expect me to do this? Eh? Ha ha ha. Don't be so stingy, Buggy. Ace blurred forward in a flash, clapping Buggy heartily on the shoulder. A gesture so forceful that Buggy's knees buckled, nearly dropping him to the deck. A legendary pirate ship cannot exist without a legendary steward, Ace declared, laughing uproariously, even as he spoke with mock solemnity. It's a position vital to the ship's dignity, its very face to the world. With that, he tossed the orange straight into Buggy's mouth. Tonight's deck is yours. Excel, and tomorrow's meal gets upgraded. Buggy bit down on the orange, his eye twitching violently. He longed to fling the mop straight into Ace's grin. Yet the memory of Ace's brutal beating in the plaza surged back, and with a sharp inward breath, he crushed the impulse. In the end, he simply bit down harder on the orange, and reluctantly picked up the mop. Midnight. Across the vast expanse of the East Blue, the Eclipse rose and fell gently with the swell. Silence blanketed the ship. From the shadowed edge of the deck, a red nose cautiously emerged. These arrogant brats truly believe they can confine me. Buggy gave a quiet, disdainful snort. Clutched tightly in his hand was a small cloth pouch. Inside, several flawless rubies pilfered surreptitiously from the treasure pile during his cleaning duties. He cast a glance toward the darkened cabin. In his estimation, those two fools were surely fast asleep in their luxurious berths by now. I am the free body, devourer of the split fruit. So long as my feet remain aboard, my upper half may soar freely through the air. Under this boundless night sky, once I drift beyond the ship's reach, find any reef, any current, I'll vanish forever. Who could possibly catch me? Buggy grinned, silently swelling with pride at the flawless elegance of his escape plan. Split. Buggy drew a deep breath. The power of the split fruit activated. His feet remained rooted to the deck while his upper torso, along with the gem-filled pouch, rose soundlessly into the air, gliding smoothly toward the open sea beyond the rail. Ha ha ha. Farewell, you two dim-witted brats. I'm off to seek Captain John's fabled treasure. Buggy's upper half floated blissfully, 10 meters above the dark sea beneath the starlit sky, just as he prepared to deliver his farewell monologue. Oh, Buggy, out for a midnight flight. A familiar teasing voice chimed from Buggy's right. Lovely moonlight tonight, isn't it? Eh? Buggy's eyes bulged, literally, before he whipped his head around in terror. There, suspended 10 meters above the water, without wings, without sail, stood Ace, arms crossed, his bare feet emitting rhythmic muffled thumps with each subtle shift in the air. He drifted effortlessly as if strolling leisurely after dinner, keeping perfect pace beside Buggy. Even found time to study Buggy's floating torso with amused curiosity. You, how are you in the air? Buggy shrieked like a man seeing specters. Couldn't sleep, just decided to take a little walk. Ace grinned wider, leaning in, and poked Buggy's cleanly severed waistline with a fingertip. Wow, what an extraordinary fruit ability. Not a single drop of blood, like a puzzle piece, snapped clean apart. Don't touch me. Terrified, Buggy veered wildly sideways, desperate to widen the gap. Yet no matter how he twisted or darted, Ace matched him flawlessly, treading air with Moon's step, always hovering half a meter to his side, as if strolling along the ocean's surface. Flying this slowly. Are you waiting for the wind? Ace chuckled mid-flight, never breaking stride. Or does your power have range limits? What happens if you stray too far from your feet on deck? Plunge into the sea and feed the sharks, say. Demon. You're no human. You're a demon. Buggy's composure shattered utterly. He banked, accelerated, looped, exhausting every trick. But Ace stayed fixed beside him, smiling lazily, as if watching a particularly amusing stage act. 10 minutes later, utterly spent, dizzy from spiraling flight, Buggy finally halted, defeated. He faced a grim, inescapable truth. Before a monster whose stamina, speed, and observation Haki defied reason, his split escape tactic was nothing more than a pitiful joke. Giving up, Ace hovered beside him, suspended midair, observing calmly. I just needed some fresh air. And, conducting a routine security sweep for the captain. Buggy's upper half snapped a stiff, trembling salute, 2 tears of humiliation glistening at the corners of his eyes. Ha ha ha. Ace roared with laughter. Truly worthy of the title, Chief Steward. What unmatched dedication. With that, he seized Buggy's collar, lifted him like a hatchling chicken, and treading air with effortless grace, carried Buggy's floating torso back to the Eclipse's deck. Thump. Buggy's upper half reconnected seamlessly with his waiting feet. All right, sweep complete. Get some rest. And tomorrow, you'll polish the lounge windows. You rotten bastard. Keep your hands off my nose. Instinctively, Buggy clapped a hand over his nose, fuming, ready to explode. But Ace had already turned, strolling casually toward the cabin. He neither punished the escape attempt nor confiscated the ruby pouch. That aerial chase, like everything else, had been nothing more than a light-hearted pre-sleep diversion. Standing alone in the night breeze, Buggy stared at Ace's retreating back, then looked down at the unclaimed pouch of rubies in his hand, and stood utterly motionless. This impossibly powerful man had seen through everything, yet chose not to kill him nor seize his treasure. Even that carefree, unrestrained laughter midair, for one fleeting instant, had stirred in Buggy a long-buried memory of another man equally wild who once laughed just as freely across a sun-drenched deck. Preposterous. Buggy jerked his head sharply. I'd never compare this fool to Captain Roger. Damn it. A few petty kindnesses won't buy my loyalty. He snatched up the rag with a furious growl. Polish the windows. Fine, I'll polish them. But only temporarily. Beneath the starry night, the Eclipse sailed ever onward, while its newly appointed chief steward, muttering curses, gripped the rag once more. As for escaping, Buggy decided tomorrow would do nicely. At dawn the next day, sunlight bathed the deck of the Eclipse. Buggy wiped the floor-to-ceiling windows of the lounge with a rag, muttering under his breath. At the far end of the deck, Sabo sat beneath a sunshade reading the newspaper. Ace sat cross-legged on the deck, holding a bottle of premium sake he'd unearthed from the climate-controlled wine cellar. A true pirate drinks sake without restraint. He wholeheartedly agreed. Pouring 2 cups, he raised one and drained it in a single smooth motion, then turned toward Buggy's still scrubbing glass. Hey Buggy, come have a drink. Ace lifted the second wooden cup brimming with sake, calling out casually. Buggy froze mid-wipe, his throat instinctively bobbing. After being tormented half the night, his mouth was parched. Cautiously he approached and accepted the cup, eyeing Ace with wary suspicion. Captain, what trick are you planning now? Sit down. Ace patted the deck beside him. Hesitating, Buggy finally lowered himself onto the planks, trembling slightly. Just as he brought the sake to his lips, Ace asked, voice sudden and calm, back aboard the Oro Jackson, who took more beatings, you or Shanks? Buggy spat the sake straight into the air. He recoiled 2 steps, pointing a shaking finger at Ace, his tongue nearly knotting itself. How do you know I served aboard Captain Roger's ship? That's top secret intelligence, only known in the East Blue. Sabo lowered his newspaper and glanced over. He knew Buggy was an East Blue pirate, but had no idea this red-nosed clown once sailed under the Pirate King himself. Ace offered no theatrics. Lifting his cup, he gazed into its crystalline liquid and spoke evenly. Isn't it perfectly natural to know such a thing? After all, the man who wears a straw hat and grins endlessly is my father. For an instant, the sea breeze seemed to hold its breath. Clatter. The wooden cup slipped from Buggy's hand and struck the deck. Sake spilled across the planks. He stood frozen, rigid, speechless, staring at the dark-haired youth before him, his mind utterly blank. Your biological father. Buggy's voice trembled. You mean Gold? Roger, the Pirate King. Yeah. Ace nodded. My mother was Portgas D. Rouge. I bear her surname. But by blood I am indeed that bastard's son. His tone remained serene, not laced with the twisted revulsion fate once carved into his soul, but imbued instead with quiet, unshakable acceptance. Impossible. Captain Roger is long dead. Buggy shook his head fiercely, yet as his gaze truly settled upon Ace's face his voice faltered and faded. The sharp contours of his brow and eyes, that fearless, unyielding posture, even last night's reckless airborne pursuit, and that irreverent, infectious laugh that left one equal parts furious and disarmed. Every memory fragment detonated in Buggy's mind, colliding, aligning. The silhouette, standing defiantly at the bow roaring laughter into hurricane winds, now merged seamlessly with the young man seated before him. No wonder, Buggy murmured. No wonder I felt so strangely familiar last night. His eyes suddenly welled up. Tears gushed forth, large, hot, uncontrolled, mixing with snot to smear his clown makeup into a grotesque, heartbreaking mess. Waiawa, Captain, you actually had a son? Buggy collapsed onto the deck bawling without dignity or restraint. He was greedy, cowardly, vain, and never missed a chance to crack a joke. Yet he had once been an apprentice aboard the Roger Pirates. No matter how many years passed, the man who'd shown him the edge of the world remained enshrined in his heart, a sacred, inviolable space. Now seeing that Captain's blood not only alive, but forged into a monster of staggering power, Buggy's inner defenses crumbled entirely. Ace watched Buggy sob uncontrollably on the deck, saying nothing, offering no comfort. He simply poured himself another cup of sake and drank it slowly. That too was one reason he'd brought Buggy aboard. Across this vast ocean, those who would accept him as himself, not merely as Roger's son, were vanishingly few, perhaps Rayleigh and the other retired elder Shanks, and this red-nosed clown before him. After 10 full minutes of weeping, Buggy finally lifted his head, sniffling and wiping his face haphazardly. Young master, no Captain Ace. His title stumbled, but his demeanor had shifted irrevocably. The fear imposed by raw strength remained now layered with unmistakable awe and awkward, tender familiarity. If you're Captain Roger's son, then surely we must seek the One Piece. Buggy's excitement surged. He forgot even to wipe his nose, carry on his legacy, and claim every treasure in the world. The Pirate King. Ace set down his cup and gave a soft, knowing laugh. Buggy, I have no interest in the old man's grand treasure. Should we ever pass Lafitte, I'll drop by for a look, but that's all. I didn't set sail to retrace his path. He rose to his feet. The wind stirred his crimson coat. What I intend to become is the World King, the one who shatters the world government and forges new laws. Buggy's mouth opened, then stayed agape silent. Shatter the world government. Become the World King. Had anyone else uttered those words, he'd have laughed until his ribs cracked. Yet this youth was Gold, Roger's son, and a 17-year-old monster whose Conqueror's haki could flatten an entire plaza in an instant. Buggy suddenly realized he hadn't boarded just any ship. He'd boarded something far more dangerous, and it was steering not toward the Pirate King's crown, but toward something infinitely more volatile. In that case, Buggy sniffed, planted his hands on his hips, and reasserted his usual swagger. I'll graciously consent to assist you. After all, I owe the old captain a debt. Good. Ace turned, watching Buggy's renewed bravado, and smiled. Since you once sailed with Roger, and now serve under me, you must never disgrace the Eclipse Pirates. Buggy's smugness instantly curdled. A chill ran down his spine. Ace stepped forward, gripped Buggy's shoulder, and gestured toward Sabo, who had set aside his newspaper and was now rotating his wrists with quiet intent. From today onward, physical training every morning, devil fruit ability development every afternoon. I'll personally instruct you in observation haki and armament haki. How much you learn depends entirely on your own aptitude. Huh. Buggy's expression shattered. No thanks. No thanks at all. I'm a strategic combatant. My intellect and Buggy Ball are my weapons. Besides, my bara fruit naturally nullifies slashing attacks. It's already perfect. No further development needed. Protest denied. Sabo strolled over, tapping a slender alloy staff lightly against his palm, smiling all the while. Buggy, yes, your fruit grants immunity to cuts, but without observation haki to anticipate strikes, or armament haki to empower your separated limbs, you won't survive 3 days in the New World. I refuse to go to the New World. Buggy shrieked. I'll stay in the East Blue and rule as Mountain King. Before the scream finished, Ace seized him by the collar and flung him, like a sack of grain, into the open space at the deck's center. 500 laps around the deck to warm up. Ace issued the order with a grin. Sabo, supervise him. No breakfast until he finishes. Understood, Captain. Sabo beamed, nodding. Help. Abuse. Across the morning-lit deck of the Eclipse echoed the piercing, vibrant wails of the red-nosed clown, desperate, indignant, and utterly alive. Ace leaned against the rail, raised his cup, and watched Buggy sprint wildly across the deck, chased relentlessly by Sabo, before draining the sake in one smooth motion. The sea wind carried a gentle chill. Yet for the first time the Eclipse truly breathed, alive with the unruly, defiant, vibrant spirit of a real pirate crew. Half a month later, in the east blew the bustling commercial island of Roanoke, renowned as the capital of free trade. At dusk a sleek black mid-sized speedship sharp as a blade of obsidian glided slowly into the harbor's most exclusive private berth. Its streamlined, teardrop-shaped hull and understated opulence instantly drew covert glances from numerous onlookers dockside. On deck Buggy lay sprawled flat on the expensive iron pine flooring, gasping heavily. "I'm done. I can't go on. My fingers are cramping." He stared at his hands encased in custom-fitted gloves, too exhausted even to lift a single digit. For the past 2 weeks Ace and Sabo had not resorted to beating him out of boredom. Yet their methodical, systematic training had proven more grueling for Buggy than any physical thrashing. Sabo crouched beside him, holding a set of exquisitely crafted finger guards and wrist braces, making final adjustments. "Stop complaining, Buggy," Sabo said earnestly, tossing the calibrated finger guards onto Buggy's stomach. "Your bra Nomi grants immunity to cutting attacks, a formidable trait, but your offensive repertoire remains dangerously narrow." These sea prism stone knuckle dials were hastily forged by a black market artisan using scrap fragments salvaged from the Bulgum treasure chest. This was Ace's bespoke developmental path for Buggy. Thick insulating leather and iron plates lined the interior. So long as the device never touched Buggy's bare skin, his strength would remain intact. The external striking surfaces were embedded with high-purity sea prism stone. Combined with Buggy's ability to detach and freely maneuver his hands, feet, even individual fingers, in midair this ensemble became every devil fruit user's living nightmare. Imagine it in the heat of battle: a severed hand wearing a sea prism stone knuckle dial suddenly streaks from a blind spot. Contact with an enemy's body would instantly nullify their powers. That's all well and good. But what if the inner leather wears through and touches my skin? Buggy grimaced, gingerly tucking the knuckle dials away. "Then I drown myself in the sea." Which is precisely why you must practice microcontrol and pinpoint accuracy during every separation exercise. Heavy, steady footsteps echoed as Ace pushed open the cabin door and stepped onto deck. He wore a form-fitting black shirt beneath his signature crimson, sleeveless coat. "Sabo and I are going ashore." Ace strode to the rail, gazing out over Roanoke's glittering avenues. "We'll convert the trinkets we collected at Junk Terminal and Orange Town into cash at the black market, and procure supplies needed for the Grand Line. You stay aboard on watch. Leave it to me." At the mere mention of halting training, Buggy sprang upright, like a coiled spring, thumping his chest confidently. "Not even a fly will get past me." Ace glanced at him once, said nothing, and turned away, with Sabo leaping effortlessly onto the wharf before vanishing into the port's teeming crowds. Watching them disappear, Buggy exhaled deeply. "Finally gone. Watch. Uffed. I haven't slept soundly in 2 weeks." He let out a cavernous yawn, then ambled straight to the leather sofa outside the main cabin and collapsed onto it, limbs splayed wide. Within 2 minutes, thunderous snores reverberated across the deck. Night swiftly descended upon Roanoke. Harbor lights blazed brilliantly, yet the Eclipse moored at its private berth rested silently, half submerged in the sea's deepening shadows. At that moment, a slender figure appeared, unseen, on a lamppost beside the dock. A violet-haired girl crouched lightly on its crossbar-clad head, Toto in black night gear that dissolved seamlessly into the darkness. She made no move to strike. Instead, she narrowed her eyes, scanning the Eclipse, its hull material, berth classification, and even the patrol pattern across its deck. Iron pine decking, corrosion-resistant steel edging, private berth. Karina tapped the lamppost lightly, her gaze sharpening with intrigue. "This is no ordinary pirate vessel. Karina, the Phantom Thief. A notorious wildcat within the East Blue underworld, famed for targeting aristocrats, tycoons, and pirates alike." She bypassed the main deck entirely, circling instead to the ship's stern shadow and launching a padded grappling hook. It latched onto the railing, silent, without a whisper of metal and metal. Karina scaled the rope, landing with feline precision, ball of foot first, knees softly bent, disturbing not a single grain of dust. Zzrr. A deafening snore rolled out from the open-air bar. She approached quietly and found the red-nosed sentry sprawled across the sofa, snoring louder than the ocean waves themselves. Such lax security. Karina arched a brow. Still, better safe than sorry. She withdrew an elegant aerosol canister from her belt and held it beneath Buggy's nose, pressing once. A colorless, odorless, soporific mist billowed forth. Buggy's red nose twitched, as if sensing danger. But in the next breath, he smacked his lips and sank deeper into slumber. Done. Karina stowed the canister and stepped gracefully over him. Now, for the treasure hunt. She pushed open the door to the main cabin. Even this seasoned phantom thief caught her breath upon entering, stunned by the floor-to-ceiling expanse of priceless silk carpet and the entire wall transformed into a gleaming wine cellar. Guided by instinct honed through countless heists, she quickly located a heavy-duty reinforced steel vault embedded within the cellar's hidden panel. A complex, 6-digit mechanical combination lock. Karina donned a stethoscope, pressing its diaphragm firmly against the cold steel door, her fingers rotating the dial with unwavering steadiness. Child's play before the likes of me. Click, click. Faint, precise gear engagements echoed clearly in the silent cabin. In under 3 minutes. Clack. A crisp, clean snap rang out. The vault door, engineered to withstand cannon fire, swung open effortlessly. Rustle, rustle. As the vault opened, blinding golden light flooded half the cabin. Stacks of gold ingots, rubies, and sapphires blazing like captured stars, and thick bundles of belly banknotes piled high as miniature mountains. At least 50 or 60 million belly. Karina's pulse quickened. Just who does this red-nosed man serve? She did not grab indiscriminately. Instead, she selected only compact, high-value items, gemstones and gold bars, while stuffing just a few bundles of cash. Nothing too heavy, nothing too conspicuous. Liquidity first. Muttering softly, she packed with lightning speed. Only when she strained to zip shut the overstuffed backpack, hoisted it heavily onto her shoulders, and prepared to slip away. Snap! Snap! 2 slow, deliberate claps rose from the corner of the cabin. Karina's smile froze, rigid as porcelain. Backpack straining against her spine, she turned slowly. In the amber glow of the cabin's lamps, Ace sat calmly on a single-seat sofa, holding a half-peeled orange as though he'd been waiting for hours. Impressive lockpicking. Clean infiltration. Ace glanced at the bulging pack on her back. An excellent judgment. You prioritized compact, high-value, easily liquidated assets. Karina remained silent, her fingers already sliding toward her waist. Don't move. Ace set the orange down. Now, you have one chance to introduce yourself. Make it worth my while, and these treasures become your welcome gift. Fail, and I'll sink you and that bag together. In the living quarters, the amber light flickered faintly. Karina froze and placed the backpack slung over her back, stuffed with several million berries, suddenly as heavy as a boulder. She stared at the black-haired man seated on the single sofa, her mind racing. By the instinct of a master thief, she knew instantly this man was no ordinary East Blue pirate. No foolish target to be toyed with at her whim. The moment she attempted to flee, he would likely snap her wrist before she'd even taken half a step. Gulp. Karina swallowed hard, forcing down the surge of fear rising in her chest. She drew a slow, steadying breath. The panic melted from her face, replaced by a fragile, guileless smile. Oh, handsome captain, this is all just a misunderstanding. Karina set the stolen pack down naturally at her feet and raised both hands, softening her voice. My name is Karina. A wandering orphan. I only climbed aboard because your ship is so breathtakingly beautiful. I couldn't resist taking a quick look around. Since you disapprove, I'll leave at once. So saying, she began inching cautiously toward the door. Don't waste your energy. Ace remained seated on the sofa, unmoving. Your footsteps betrayed your intent. Karina's movement halted instantly. Ace regarded her, his tone calm and uninflected. Prove your worth. If all you offer is feigned helplessness and lies, then this conversation is already over. Karina's smile stiffened, beads of cold sweat broke out across her brow. She knew. He meant every word. Wait. Karina clenched her teeth and shed the mask of pitiful innocence entirely. She straightened her spine, her mind churning faster than ever before. I'm not merely a thief. I know how to fence stolen goods, launder coin, and I have access to most of the East Blue's underground black markets. Given time, I can infiltrate nobles' courts, merchant guilds, even pirate crews, to extract intelligence. Karina pitched her case swiftly, her voice regaining its composure. This vessel clearly commands immense value, yet you don't even employ a professional vault warden. What you truly need is someone who can manage your wealth and gather intelligence. Am I right? As Karina spoke, Ace remained silent. To remain lucid under mortal threat, to pinpoint another's core need and immediately counter with tangible leverage, was no small feat. Such psychological fortitude and operational acumen were precisely what the eclipse demanded. A compelling offer. Ace rose slowly and stepped forward until he stood before her. The sheer height difference pressed down upon Kalina, prompting her to instinctively retreat half a step. But Ace looked down at her. Why should I trust a phantom thief whose tongue spins nothing but lies, and whose eyes gleam only for gold? Kalina's back struck the door panel. She bit her lower lip until it ached, her thoughts whirling in desperate search of a declaration that might prove her loyalty. Watching the violet-haired girl strain for answers, Ace offered no prompt. He knew full well Kalina was no common thief. In the future, he remembered this woman wore greed and cunning like armor. Yet when true peril struck, she'd thrust herself into the deadliest vanguard to shield her comrades. Such people did not yield their trust easily. Yet once earned, their fidelity ran deeper and proved far more unshakable than the hollow oaths of those who parroted loyalty like incantations. Still, Ace kept that knowledge sealed within. On this vast sea, compassion bought no true allegiance. For a feral, insecure creature like Kalina, who trusted only coin and self-interest, sweet words held no weight. Only strength, resources, and an unbreakable sanctuary could make her pause and stay. Just as Kalina inhaled deeply, preparing to swear her oath. Bang! A heavy thud echoed across the Eclipse's deck, followed by a clamor of stomping feet and furious shouts, shattering the harbor's nocturnal stillness. Search every inch. That purple-haired wretch is hiding aboard this ship. She dared steal from the Bloodaxe Syndicate. Tonight, we'll flay her alive. Kalina's face paled instantly. That was Roanna Port's most ruthless underworld syndicate. She'd looted their underground casino just hours earlier, and yet these rabid hounds had already tracked her to the docks. Now she was cornered, trapped aboard this very vessel. A fleeting regret pierced her. Why had she been so greedy as to board this ship? Captain. Kalina's composure shattered completely. Instinctively, she turned to the towering man before her, her voice trembling with raw, unfeigned entreaty. Please, if you just drive them off, I'll surrender every berry in this pack, every last one, to you. In all her past encounters, pirates and merchants alike, faced with syndicate wrath, had unhesitatingly sacrificed her as bargaining fodder. On this sea beyond currency, almost nothing existed to shield her. Ace glanced down at her, then without reply reached out and pushed open the living quarters door. On deck, dozens of syndicate thugs, wielding axes and flintlock muskets, had already ringed the Eclipse tight. Buggy had been snoring peacefully, but the instant the first boot struck the deck, his crimson nose twitched, as if sensing disturbance. Before his eyes could even flutter open, the lead bald thug delivered a brutal kick. Oof! Buggy jolted upright, rubbing his skull, fury blazing in his eyes. Who dares kick the great Buggy? Red Nose, shut your mouth. The bald thug brandished his axe, snarling. Have you seen a violet-haired woman? His voice choked off mid-sentence. Because the living quarters door had swung open, Ace emerged into the moonlight. Its silver glow bathed his dark red coat. He simply stood at the hatchway, and the riotous shouting dimmed almost imperceptibly. The bald thug swallowed hard. A primal warning prickled his spine. Yet emboldened by numbers, he forced out a growl. Hey, big guy, we're the Bloodaxe Syndicate of Roanna Port. A female thief has hidden aboard your ship. Hand her over now, or we'll smash your vessel to splinters. Behind the hatch, Kalina bit her lip until blood welled, her heart hammering against her ribs. Yet on deck, Ace didn't even deign to glance at the bald thug. Buggy, his voice cut through the night wind. Yes, Captain. Buggy snapped upright from the deck, rigid as a mast. Someone has soiled the deck you just polished, Ace said coolly. You have 30 seconds. If a single outsider remains standing on that deck after then, I'll hurl you into the sea to sober you up. Wow, what? The bald thug erupted in outrage. How dare you insult the Bloodaxe Syndicate? Fire. Kill him. Bang. The musket report hadn't even faded before Buggy exploded into motion. Dare soil the deck I scrubbed for 12 hours. You vermin, die. Roused fury fused with terror of Ace's punishment, propelling Buggy into blind apocalyptic rage. 4-part split, flying blades. Buggy roared. His arms tore free from his torso, and ringed with seastone knuckle dusters, they darted through the mob, punching thugs square in the jaw one after another. Alag! Screams erupted in waves. These common thugs stood no chance against a devil fruit user bearing a multi-million berry bounty. In under 20 seconds, the deck held only writhing, groaning syndicate members, not a single one left standing. Buggy reattached his arms, puffed out his chest, and pointed furiously. Out! If you dare approach this ship again, I'll toss you all to the sharks. Terrified, the thugs tumbled over the railings, scrambling away into the harbor's shadowed night. Behind the hatch, Kalina stood utterly dumbstruck. Only now did she grasp. The red-nosed clown was also a devil fruit user. And even he, such a fearsome power, served only to polish glass and guard decks. Ace turned and strode back into the living quarters. He stood once more before Kalina, who still gazed at him dazed. You claimed you know how to fence stolen goods, launder coin, and infiltrate factions to extract intelligence. Words are the cheapest currency on this sea. Now I grant you a chance to prove your worth. Kalina tilted her head upward, pulse quickening involuntarily. The money on the floor, that is your seed capital. Until the eclipse officially enters the Grand Line, this period is your probationary term. Show me your intelligence network and your financial acumen. Prove to me you're not just a lockpicking stray cat, but a true steward of my fortune and my intelligence. Kalina stood speechless. Ace continued, voice steady. In exchange, during your probation, I'll give you what you've lacked most. Sanctuary. So long as you serve this ship, no syndicate, no marine, no pirate dare touch a single hair on your head. Cross me, and they'll sink to the ocean's darkest trench. Kalina's fingers tightened slightly. Ace watched her, voice unwavering. But should you flee with this money, or betray the eclipse? He paused. Pray you run far enough that I never hear your name again. A perilous ultimatum, paired with an irresistible reward. Kalina studied the man before her, and realized at last this was no negotiation. It was a gamble. Lose, and she would die in agony. Win, and she would claim the sturdiest anchor this sea had ever known. Kalina drew a deep, deliberate breath. Her fingertips still chilled, but her mind had reignited. All the wild, cunning, razor-sharp intellect and gambler's audacity of a world-class phantom thief surged back into her veins. She did not retreat. Instead, she bent down, hoisted the heavy stolen pack, and cradled it tightly against her chest. Probation. Kalina lifted her chin, her grin returning. Witty, dazzling, utterly unapologetic. You said it yourself, Captain. But let me warn you now, my services come at a very steep price. Since you demand proof of my value, starting today, every single berry aboard the Eclipse passes through my hands. Ace watched her vitality return and gave a quiet, knowing laugh. Then let's see what you can do. Luana poured a hidden chamber in the underground black market. The air lay heavy with the acrid tang of cheap tobacco mingled with damp mildew, a scent that would not dissipate. A broad-faced black market dealer wiped cold sweat from his brow and pushed 2 weighty black suitcases across the table. This is 40 million Bailey. The dealer's voice tightened. I've liquidated those jewels and gold at the highest possible rate for you. Opposite him, the Tumitor 4 Sabo sat composed in a deep blue tailcoat. He did not hurry to count the bills. He merely opened a case, cast a quick glance inside, then closed it. Pleasure doing business. Sabo pressed his top hat down, his tone mild. Also the advanced maritime medical kits and the special charts for the Vida Honglu I asked for. Are they all packed? All prepared. The dealer nodded hastily. They've been sent to the harbor through a back passage. Very good. Sabo lifted the 2 suitcases and turned to leave the chamber. Only after the door closed did the dealer exhale a long breath. Half an hour later, at an exclusive private berth, Sabo halted on the deck of the Rishi, the suitcases in his hands. Dozens of gang members lay strewn across the dock, unconscious. The Rishi's chief steward, Buggy, crouched among them, expertly going through their pockets, as if by habit. Poor devils, not a single gold ring. Buggy muttered, stuffing the collected small change and a few shabby pocket watches into his own pockets, without ceremony. Bah, they dare call themselves gangsters with this petty silver. Small as a mosquito's leg, it's still meat. These were the spoils from his late-night overtime. Buggy, what's the matter? Sabo raised an eyebrow and stepped across the fallen thugs toward the deck. Oh. Vice Captain Sabo, you're finally back. At the sight of Sabo, Buggy hurriedly shoved the coins into his pocket and pasted on an expression of eager self-praise. A bunch of short-sighted local thugs tried to smash our ship. Ooh, I knocked them flat, like autumn leaves. Buggy proclaimed. Then he lowered his voice conspiratorially. But the captain just brought a purple-haired woman into the living quarters. A woman? Sabo paused. He knew AC was never swayed by mere beauty. If AC had brought her aboard, she must possess something special. Sabo pushed open the living quarters door. A rich aroma of roasted meat borne on a wave of heat billowed out to meet him. Under the bright lamp, he immediately spotted the purple-haired girl kneeling on a leather rug, her eyes shining as she stared at a pile of gold bars. AC sat cross-legged in a wide armchair. He was bare-chested, sweat clinging to his shoulders and arms, pale vapors of heat rising from his skin. Those vapors were the traces of the Juke divine fire's regenerative power at work. In the half-hour Sabo had been gone, AC had clearly not rested. Heavy iron weights lay beside the rug. The air still carried the mingled sense of blistering heat and exertion. He used the Zook's recovery to tear his muscles repeatedly, then let them knit back together. This near-masochistic training consumed astonishing amounts of stamina and heat. AC gripped a bony and roasted sea beast leg thicker than an ordinary thigh, ripped off a great chunk in 2 bites, and swallowed it down. You took your time getting back, Sabo. AC swallowed the last piece, flung the huge bone into a nearby pail, and wiped grease from the corner of his mouth with a towel. Those black market rats always try to trick you on the goods, but it took a bit more haggling. Sabo smiled, carrying the 2 black cases forward. 40 million Bailey in cash and a few special charts essential for entering the Vita Honglu. At the mention of 40 million Bailey, Kalina, who had been staring at the gold, lifted her head at once. Her attention snapped to the cases in Sabo's hands. Introduce her. AC raised a hand. The pale steam about him slowly dissipated. This is Kalina. From today, she will temporarily handle the Rishi's finance and intelligence on a trial basis. Finance and intelligence. Sabo regarded the excessively beautiful purple-haired girl and asked no more. If AC had decided to keep her aboard, there must be a reason. Sabo set the 2 black cases before Kalina. Since you'll be in charge of the books, verify the funds freshly converted from the black market. He inclined his head slightly. First meeting, Sabo, vice captain of the Rishi. Kalina studied the tall, composed blonde before her, inwardly surprised by the impression he projected. Who exactly served aboard this ship? A red-nosed guard who was a devil fruit user, a vice captain who could bully prices down in the black market and carried the aura of million bounty pirates from the East Sea, and a captain who could tear his muscles and heal with flame, eating as if without bottom. This was not an ordinary pirate vessel. It was a lair of monsters. Yet at the sight of money, Kalina's professional instinct banished her fear. She opened the black case and swept through the thick stacks of bills with nimble fingers. She did not merely count as she checked the serial numbers, the paper, and the seals of several bundles, and recalled the original quality of the jewels from the vault a short while ago. In under a minute, she snapped the lid shut. The cash is clean, and the markdown is kept below 12%. Kalina looked up at Sabo, her tone finally edged with seriousness. In Luana Port's black market, to fence jewels with losses at that level. Vice Captain, your bargaining is violent indeed. Sabo smiled, offering no denial. Money laundering and bookkeeping are only the basics. AC picked up a clean black shirt and slipped it on, fastening 2 buttons. What I value more is the intelligence network you mentioned. He looked at Kalina. We are heading to the Vita Honglu. Plan the most valuable route. Show me what you can do. At the mention of her duties, Kalina fell into professional mode. She drew a map of the Donghai from beneath the tea table and spread it across the surface. If the sole objective were Diandishan, sailing straight south would be the quickest, she said. But that would run us into the Navy's 16th District blockade and through a string of barren isles with little profit. Her finger traced a zigzag on the chart. Since this ship seeks not only speed but also comfort before leaving the Donghai, I recommend taking this golden corridor. Her finger stopped at a particular coordinate. Here lies a colossal floating restaurant that remains at sea year-round. The Sea Restaurant Bellotti. At the name, AC's hand paused. The restaurant where Shanji worked. By now that blonde cook should already be there. Kalina, unaware of AC's reaction, continued her analysis. Bellotti is the Donghai's top establishment. Its chefs are notoriously temperamental, many were once fighters. Yet because the food is exceptional, merchants, bounty hunters, and pirates all flock there. She tapped the coordinate on the map. It not only serves the finest feasts in the Donghai, more importantly, it is one of the densest hubs for underground intelligence. A meal there would let us pick up the latest news on Vita Honglu entry points and probe the movements of other Donghai heavyweights. If luck is with us, we might even recruit a reliable chef. Kalina lifted her head to look at AC. Someone who can both secure intelligence and resolve long-haul logistics. Captain, does this proposal prove my value? Sabo listened and nodded lightly. This woman was clearly more than a mere lockpicker. AC studied the coordinates on the chart. He admired the orderly, profit-maximizing approach. He was not lacking information about the Vita Honglu entrance, but he did need a top-tier chef. The Zhuke fruit's hyper-accelerated regeneration condemned him to consume prodigious quantities of food every day. If he filled himself each day with coarse roasted sea beast meat, he would be squandering this 80 million Bailey fast ship. Very well. AC rose to his feet. The trial period continues. For now, I'm satisfied with your performance. Kalina hugged the money case, a small smile breaking at her lips. AC turned toward the living quarters, exit, his voice carrying clearly to the deck. Buggy, stop rifling through that rubbish. Clean the deck and stow the anchor. Outside, Buggy shoved a few coins into his pocket and protested, "What do you mean rubbish? This is the overtime pay I earned." Ace ignored him and simply smiled at the map. At dawn tomorrow, set course for the sea restaurant. Let's taste what the Donghai's finest chef can truly cook. The vast East Sea shimmered beneath a blinding sun. The solar eclipse cut smoothly through the waves, its broad aft deck wreathed in astonishingly hot, white steam. Huh. Ace exhaled a slow, scorching breath, his powerful upper body bare and glistening. Across his towering 2.5-meter frame, muscle fibers freshly torn by superhuman weight training were now blazing within the embrace of the vermilion bird divine flame, mending, reweaving, and densifying at visible speed into something far more formidable than before. The cost was an extraordinary expenditure of physical energy. "Captain, the roast is ready." Buggy, his face blackened by smoke and tears welling in his eyes, dashed forward wearing a chef's hat, balancing a massive iron platter. Upon it lay an entire hind leg of a coastal sea beast, hundreds of pounds heavy, its surface charred black, yet still weeping crimson veins within. Without a word, Ace seized the colossal limb and devoured it with the ferocity of a whirlwind. In just 3 minutes, every ounce of meat vanished. Ace tossed the bare bone aside and faintly furrowed his brow. Such crude cooking utterly failed to unlock the sea beast's delicate savory essence, serving only as coarse fuel to stave off hunger. "We're nearly there. The place I mentioned, Karina." Ace wiped sweat from his torso with a nearby towel and slipped on his dark red coat. "Yes, Captain." Clad in a sharp, tailored suit, Karina leapt down from the helm's observation platform, her violet eyes glinting with quiet amusement. "Judging by current and wind, we'll arrive in no more than 5 nautical miles. Finally, I won't have to cook for this crew," Buggy muttered under his breath, only to shrink instinctively and snatch up a mop the moment Ace's gaze fell upon him. Half an hour later, a bizarre maritime structure rose on the horizon, its ends sculpted into colossal fish heads. It was Baratai, the East Sea's most legendary elite floating restaurant. Already moored around its perimeter were merchant vessels and pirate ships of wildly varied design. Yet even among them, the solar eclipse, its sleek droplet-shaped hull jet black and dagger-sharp, drew countless gazes the instant it glided into berth. Diners inside froze, guards outside stiffened. Under a mixture of awe and avarice, the vessel docked with silent authority. Thud! A deep, resonant footfall struck the wooden gangplank extending from Baraty's hull. Ace led the way, his 2.5-meter stature looming over the East Sea's average height populace like an impassable fortress. Even with his aura carefully restrained, an innate glacial intensity radiated from him, causing several burly pirates blocking the entrance to swallow hard and instinctively part their ranks. Sabo followed calmly to the left, alloy staff held loosely in hand. Karina walked with poised elegance to the right, while Buggy trailed behind, craning his neck in restless curiosity. The four pushed open the restaurant's grand doors and claimed the widest circular table on the ground floor dining hall. "This is the East Sea's finest establishment. Its decor is rather refined," Karina observed, sweeping her gaze across the exquisitely crafted tableware and chandeliers. "Hey, waiter, bring us every single high-calorie, most expensive cut of meat you have. Our captain is starving." Buggy slammed his fist onto the table with brazen confidence. Before the echo faded, a blur shot from the kitchen, a figure gliding forward with startling speed. He was a young man in a black, double-breasted suit, golden hair cropped short, his left eye half hidden beneath a sweep of bangs. Balanced perfectly on his palm was an ornate tray, apparently preparing to reprimand the loud-mouthed Buggy. But the moment his eyes swept the round table and settled upon Karina, her violet hair and eyes radiant, her bearing regal, boom! His pupils instantly transformed into oversized rosy heart shapes. In one seamless whirlwind motion, he slid gracefully to his knees beside her. "Oh, this vast ocean has birthed a violet orchid of such breathtaking allure. Noble lady, your beauty dims every lamp in Baratai to mere embers." Sanji, this golden-haired chef, pressed a hand dramatically over his chest, then extended the other with impeccable gallantry, placing a specially prepared fruit infusion before Karina. "This is deep-sea devotion crafted exclusively for you. Please savor it slowly. And if you permit, I offer you not only my culinary mastery, but my very soul." Sanji's body coiled like supple noodles, surrounded by shimmering pink bubbles. Caught off guard, Karina blinked, then laughed softly, covering her mouth with elegant fingers. "Teehee, what a sweet-talking young man." Buggy slammed the table again. "Hey, curly brow, did you hear me? I said meat, not flowers or flattery." Sanji's rosy hearts vanished. He turned sharply, eyes narrowed with disdain and impatience, fixing Buggy with a cold, dismissive stare. Silence, Rednose. Can't you see I'm attending to this exquisite lady? Swine fare belongs in the pantry, not at her table. You want to die, eh? Buggy snarled, already reaching for his sea-stone knuckles. Enough, Buggy. Sabo stepped forward, his voice calm, but unyielding, his gaze locking on his Sanji. As a chef, please serve 10 portions of your signature dishes, exactly as listed on the menu. Cost is irrelevant. Sanji exhaled a languid smoke ring and gave a perfunctory grunt. Fine, fine, rude men, all of you. My dearest lady, your bespoke feast shall arrive momentarily. With a flourish, he blew her a kiss and vanished into the kitchen like a gleeful eel. The brief commotion subsided. Karina shook her head, amused. At the head of the table, Ace rested his chin on one hand, his sharp eyes having absorbed every detail of Sanji's performance. He recognized the golden-haired chef instantly, Sanji, the future Blackleg. The moment Sanji had glided forward, Ace had sensed the explosive power coiled within those legs, far beyond ordinary human limits. Still, this fellow's shameless, bottomless groveling is utterly absurd, Ace mused, inwardly shaking his head with quiet disbelief. Reading about such antics in manga was one thing, but witnessing a grown man contort himself into noodle-like submission for a woman sent literal shivers down Ace's spine. Moreover, Ace knew Sanji's core and unshakable chivalric code, a vow never to strike a woman, even unto death. That ethos fit perfectly within Luffy's romantic eccentric crew, binding them together like unbreakable chains. But aboard the solar eclipse, whose ambition was world domination, and whose methods were ruthless, unrelenting, and ice-cold, it was a jarring, irreconcilable dissonance. Should they ever face a cunning, formidable female adversary, Sanji would falter, perhaps even jeopardize the entire mission. No, this rare specimen belongs to Luffy alone. With decisive finality, Ace struck Sanji's name from his recruitment list. The Grand Line stretched endlessly, teeming with hidden monsters, undiscovered talents. With the solar eclipse's wealth and Ace's own overwhelming strength, finding a chef capable of satisfying his monstrous appetite and matching his uncompromising temperament would be effortless. This voyage required only one thing: purchasing Barity's master recipes outright. Just as Ace had fully abandoned all thought of recruiting Sanji and settled in to await the first course. Crash! The restaurant's heavy glass doors exploded inward, kicked open with brutal force. Shards rained down as arrogant footsteps echoed, shattering Barity's cultivated elegance in an instant. Hey, everyone inside, clear out now. From this moment, Baratai is wholly reserved for His Royal Highness Prince III of the Rubini Kingdom. A haughty, grating voice boomed through the dining hall, reverberating like thunder. Bang! Shards of the heavy glass doors scattered across the floor. The elegant piano melody in the first-floor hall of Baratai came to an abrupt halt. Dozens of fully armed soldiers clad in identical, exquisitely crafted armor marched in swiftly and formed two precise ranks. Moments later, a portly young man, dressed in an extravagantly tailored formal suit and adorned with gem-encrusted rings on every finger, strode arrogantly into the hall, flanked by a retinue of elite guards. Hurry up! Evict these stinking commoners and wretched pirates at once. The youth, the third prince of the Rubini Kingdom, wrinkled his nose in disgust, pressing a silk handkerchief firmly over his mouth and nose as he bellowed. This is the finest restaurant in the East Blue. What right do these swine have to breathe the same air as His Highness? Beside the prince stood a gaunt, one-eyed swordsman whose gaze burned with chilling malevolence. His arms were crossed, at his waist hung a masterfully forged broadsword with a cruciform guard. The unmasked bloodlust radiating from him silenced even the boldest bounty hunters and pirates in the dining hall, leaving them stricken mute like ducks with their throats clamped shut. That's Bloodblade Garl. From a corner, a seasoned pirate captain trembled as he whispered in awe, a fearsome swordsman who once roamed the Grand Line, with a bounty of 20 million berry. Rumors say he was later recruited by the Rubini royal family for a king's ransom. Who would have thought he'd become this prince's personal captain? Hearing the crowd's reverent gasps, the prince swelled with even greater pride. His beady eyes, squeezed into narrow slits by layers of fat, swept the hall with brazen contempt, then froze locked onto the circular table where the eclipsed ship's crew sat. More precisely, upon Karina, immaculately dressed, breathtakingly beautiful, her violet hair catching the light like spun amethyst. Oh, such a provincial backwater, and yet a jewel like this. The prince's eyes lit up, his jowls quivered with excitement. With a ring-heavy finger pointed imperiously at the table, he ordered Captain Garl, "Throw those 3 men out the window. to feed the fish. As for that violet-haired woman, bring her to my private suite immediately. Let her serve me at dinner. As you command, your highness. The one-eyed swordsman curled a cruel smirk. His right hand rested casually upon his sword hilt as he strode forward, swaggering toward the table. Hey, you scum. Just as Garl approached the table, a voice cut through the air, icy, furious, and sharp as shattered glass. Sanji, tray in hand, stepped squarely into his path. His usually lovesick eyes were now shadowed beneath his fringe. His black leather shoe had gouged a deep, deliberate dent into the hardwood floor. Daring to cause trouble in the old man's restaurant, and insulting such a magnificent lady. Sanji drew deeply on his cigarette, the muscles of his right leg coiled tight as a spring. Even if you're kings, I'll kick you into oblivion today. Swish. Before Sanji could finish, a sapphire blue blur slipped past him with impossible grace. Sabo now stood between Sanji and Garl, unseen until that very instant. He remained impeccably dressed in his refined tailcoat. Not a single crease disturbed, not even the tilt of his top hat altered. Yet those blue eyes, normally warm with gentle amusement, now churned with a terrifying tangible coldness, the fury of a man who had stared into the abyss of aristocratic corruption and found it bottomless. No one understood the revolting rot of these self-proclaimed masters of the world better than Sabo. Off the coast of Goa Kingdom, it was only Ace who had saved him from being reduced to ash beneath their cannons. Oh, so a low-born wretch dressed like a circus illusionist dares play the gallant. Garl halted, sneering down at Sabo with undisguised contempt. Ace, seated at the head of the round table, didn't even turn. Leisurely pouring himself a glass of fruit juice, he lifted one corner of his lips, a faint detached smile, as if the chaos unfolding behind him were nothing more than a trivial farce. Captain, the air here has grown unbearable. Sabo ignored Garl's mockery entirely, turning his head slightly toward Ace with serene composure to request permission. Then clean it up. Ace drained the juice in one smooth motion. Brat, daring to mock me. Garl roared, incensed beyond reason by such absolute dismissal. With a thunderous surge of power befitting a warrior worth 20 million berry, he erupted forward. Shink. His blade flashed free, a searing cobalt arc sharp enough to cleave steel in two, slashing downward with lethal precision towards Sabo's throat. Watch out. Sanji's pupils contracted. Instinctively, he prepared to lash out with a kick. Yet Sabo did not reach for the alloy staff at his belt. Instead, with preternatural calm, he extended his gloved right hand. His index and middle fingers pressed together, his ring and little fingers curled inward. In an instant, a dense obsidian-black coating of Armament Haki surged over 3 fingers, hardening them into dragon's talons capable of crushing any substance. Dragon's Claw. A deafening metallic shriek exploded through the hall. Garl's blade, capable of felling ancient oaks in a single stroke, halted abruptly, suspended less than 5 centimeters from Sabo's neck. With only 3 fingers, Sabo held the razor-edged sword fast, like iron clamping steel. No matter how Garl strained, veins bulging with effort, the blade would not advance a single millimeter. Impossible. You caught my white blade, barehanded. Shock and disbelief blazed in Garl's solitary eye. He was a veteran swordsman, battle-hardened and peerless. A sword steeped in noble rot. Too dull for use, Sabo murmured coldly, lifting his gaze. His right arm tensed, muscles coiling like tempered steel. Crack. Before the entire hall's horrified gaze, the master-forged cruciform sword, crafted by a legendary smith, shattered under Sabo's monstrous grip, snapping cleanly in two. What a... Garl recoiled in sheer terror, only to find Sabo already moving. Faster than thought, faster than sight. In the same breath that the blade broke, Sabo's hand shot forward, like a dragon striking its prey, locking with brutal precision onto Garl's face. Whoosh. A torrent of violent tangerine flame erupted without warning from Sabo's palm, engulfing Garl's scream in roaring heat. Clutching the blazing figure in one hand, Sabo pivoted at the waist and hurled him sideways with explosive force. Tum. The royal captain, worth 20 million berry, flew like a detonating cannonball, smashing straight through Barity's thick wooden wall. He vanished into the sea outside, charred black and lost to fate. One strike. Instant annihilation. The entire restaurant fell into suffocating silence. Sanji stared dumbfounded at the tall, golden-haired man, his cigarette burning down to his fingertips unnoticed. Garl captain defeated in a single move. The royal guard's paled knees trembling violently. And nonsense. You filthy pirates dare assault royalty of a world government allied nation. The third prince collapsed onto the floor, urine soaking his trousers as he shrieked hysterically, fire. Riddle them full of holes. Bang. Bang, bang, bang. Terrified, the royal guards raised their flintlock muskets and fired wildly. Eyes squeezed shut, blasting lead bullets in frantic volleys toward Sabo. Yet each fatal projectile passed straight through Sabo's body, as though piercing smoke. His form shimmered like volatile tangerine flame, impervious and tangible, leaving not a single scratch upon his skin. A Logia-type devil fruit user. Chef Zeph, peering from the staircase, flinched sharply. I told you. Sabo calmly brushed dust from his reconstituted tailcoat, then slowly closed his right hand into a fist before him. The stench clinging to you has severely ruined our captain's appetite. Vrum. A maelstrom of ferocious, incinerating tangerine flame compressed violently around Sabo's fist, condensing into a seething white-hot core. Blinding light flooded Barity's hall, the unbearable heat warped nearby wooden furniture, filling the air with the acrid scent of charring wood. Fire fist. With a low, resonant cry, Sabo launched his fist, wrapped in apocalyptic fire, straight toward the prince and his guards. Kerkum. A colossal pillar of fire, over 5 meters wide, roared forth like a wrathful dragon, obliterating all in its path. Not even reinforced steel armor, nor desperate musket barrels raised in defense could withstand it. Contact meant instant vaporization by searing heat and concussive force. Amidst agonized screams, the infernal column consumed the guards and the arrogant prince alike, reducing them to blackened cinders, then blasted onward, shattering Barity's grand glass entrance and punching a gaping scorched hole straight through the royal flagship moored outside. Flames leapt skyward, painting the east blue sea crimson. In under 10 seconds, the haughty allied monarchy and its elite guard were erased from existence, swept away like autumn leaves before Sabo's wrath. Sabo withdrew his fist, the flames upon his knuckles subsided into embers. With effortless elegance, he adjusted his collar, then turned, bowing ever so slightly toward the man at the head of the table who hadn't lifted his eyes once. Captain, the trash has been cleared. Ace picked up the delicate lacquered chopsticks, plucked a piece of premium grilled meat, still trembling from the terrified waiter's hands, and placed it calmly into his mouth. He nodded, satisfied. Bring the next course, Barity's chef. I'm hungry. The blazing fire soared outside the gate of Barity, with the sea breeze carrying the scent of charred remains. Inside the vast sea restaurant, a deathly silence had fallen. Whether it was the fearsome pirates or the self-styled noble merchants, all had pale faces as they cowered in the corners, not daring to breathe. Sabo sat back across from Ace, glanced at his palm, and a gentle, yet extremely dangerous smile crept onto his lips. The destructive power of this dragon's claw, combined with the explosive flames, has indeed exceeded expectations. Sabo turned his head, looking at Ace in the main seat. Captain, your suggestion back then was simply perfect. Ace swallowed a mouthful of exceptionally tender, specially prepared roasted meat, and a hint of concealed pleasure flashed in his deep black eyes. In this world, only he knew the true origin of this dragon's claw. For years ago, in the forest of Corbo Mountain, when Sabo was troubled by the bottleneck of the water pipe's lethality and wanted to develop a hand-to-hand killing technique of his own, Ace's mind naturally conjured up the striking image from the previous life, where Sabo crushed a rear admiral's skull. Thus, Ace earnestly proposed to Sabo the martial arts concept of imagining your fingers as the claws of a giant dragon capable of crushing anything, and even whimsically named it for him. Initially, Ace simply thought this technique looked cool and wanted to see its practical effects in advance. Little did he know Sabo's talent in physical arts was also monstrous. Not only did he perfectly grasp this inhumane power technique, but he also replicated this technique from his past life in the East Blue, thanks to the 2 years of hellish training that honed his armed color haki. It's because your foundation is solid enough. Ace set down his juice, cutting a piece of meat. Without enough finger strength to crush steel, this technique is nothing but a facade. Just as they were finishing their meal, a series of heavy and rhythmic thuds of a wooden stick striking the wooden floor echoed from the staircase leading to the second floor. A tall old man sporting an exaggerated golden braided beard and with his right leg in a stout wooden stick descended with a grave expression. The owner and head chef of the sea restaurant, the once renowned pirate Redleg Zeph. His extremely sharp eyes scanned the chaos on the floor, locking onto Ace and Sabo sitting at the round table. Extremely proficient elemental transformation of the natural system, and that technique capable of crushing even fine steel. When did such monsters capable of standing in the new world emerge from this so-called weakest sea, the East Blue? Zeph inhaled deeply from his cigar, his tone revealing a rare sense of dread and shock. As someone who had sailed in the Grand Line for a whole year, Zeph understood very well what the power exhibited by that young man in a tailcoat meant during those brief 10 seconds. What was even more terrifying was that the black-haired man sitting in the main seat resembling a dark god had not moved a single finger the entire time. Yet merely the oppressive aura emanating from his presence made Zeph, this aging beast, feel a primal sense of trepidation. "Old man, stop with your probing." Ace wiped his hands with a napkin and slowly stood up. As he rose, an immensely heavy mountain-like pressure instantly enveloped the entire restaurant. Sanji, who had originally felt frustrated for not being able to protect the lady, found his pupils abruptly constrict, and his legs felt as if they were filled with lead, unable to move under the absolute pressure of size and aura. The food here is indeed quite good, and the control over nutrient loss has reached the limits of the East Blue. Ace looked down at Zeph with extreme calmness and directly got to the point. "I'm not interested in hearing your cliches about the Grand Line. I came here for one thing. The core secret recipe of Baratai." Ace's voice was not loud, but it was extremely clear in the absolute silence of the restaurant, including how to quickly process large sea creatures and how to maximize the retention of high calories and nutrition through special cooking methods. "Hand them over to me." "What kind of joke are you making?" A hot-tempered chef named Patty couldn't help but yell angrily. "The recipe is the soul of a chef. Who do you think you are?" Bang! Before Patty could finish his words, Zeph decisively kicked him out. Zeph calmly looked at Ace. He knew too well that in the face of absolute violence, any so-called chef's dignity was merely a fig leaf for the weak. If it weren't for this man's subordinate intervening just now, Baratai would have been smashed by that arrogant royal family from the allied nations. And now, if he dared to refuse, this monster before him would undoubtedly have the ability to sink this sea restaurant to the bottom of the sea within 10 seconds. "I can hand over the recipe." Zeph exhaled a puff of smoke, looking at Ace with extremely complicated eyes. "But that is the hard work of all the chefs in Barity. You wouldn't want to take something from us chefs for free, would you?" "Of course not. The Eclipse Pirates never owe favors." Ace did not speak, but calmly snapped his fingers. Karina, who had been quietly watching from the side, understood and elegantly stood up, picking up a black briefcase beside her, and walked in front of Zeph, opening it with a pop. The dazzling golden light and thick stacks of cash instantly blinded the surrounding chefs. "Here are 5 million berries along with 5 exquisite gold bars. This is to buy your recipe, and we want to open a shop in the East Blue to compete with you. I think this should be enough, right, boss?" Looking at the dazzling wealth in the box, Zeph fell silent. He couldn't fight back, and they had offered a high price in a very orderly manner. This blend of intimidation and generosity with a distinctly gangster-like flair made Zeph deeply realize that the future of these young people was definitely not limited to just the first half of the Grand Line. "Sanji." Zeph turned around decisively, looking at the stunned blonde youth beside him. "Go to my office's safe and bring down that black handwritten manuscript." "But old man." Sanji gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with unwillingness. "Go get it." Zeph's voice suddenly rose. Minutes later, Karina was extremely satisfied as she put the black recipe, which recorded the pinnacle of Barity's culinary arts, into her bag and casually locked the briefcase. "Pleasant transaction, boss." Zeph. Ace, with his hands in his pockets, did not look at anyone else in the restaurant as he turned around and walked out with extremely steady steps. "Hey." Just as Ace was about to step out the door, Sanji suddenly clenched his fists in frustration and shouted at the broad back, "Who exactly are you guys?" Ace's footsteps paused slightly. He did not turn back. The sea breeze lifted his dark red coat, and his oppressive silhouette appeared almost insurmountable under the broken door frame. A group of madmen preparing to overturn mountains and completely upend the rules of this world. His tone was extremely flat, yet it carried a terrifying arrogance that sent shivers down one's soul. Ace resumed his steps, walking out of Baratai with Sabo and Karina exuding an air of calm as they boarded the luxurious black speedboat worth 80 million. "Hoist the anchor, raise the sails." Ace stood at the bow, watching Buggy, who was running over in a subservient manner, to shout beside him, a smile of pleasure curling at the corners of his lips. The massive pure black sails of the Eclipse ship billowed thunderously. Under the watchful eyes of countless gazes filled with awe and fear in the first-floor restaurant, this terrifying warship, resembling a black sword, swiftly turned its bow and sliced through the waves, arrogantly heading toward the distant horizon. Sanji stood before the shattered glass door, watching the gradually disappearing figure of the Eclipse ship. His hand, holding a cigarette, trembled slightly. It was only today that he awoke to the vastness and terror of this sea. In the East Sea, under a clear blue sky, the massive black sail of the Sun Eclipse ship billowed in the sea breeze as the vessel glided smoothly across the azure waters. With a whoosh, a newsbird wearing a postman's hat accurately delivered a rolled-up newspaper and several notices onto the deck of the Sun Eclipse. Oh, today's newspaper has arrived. Sabo caught the newspaper and casually tossed a coin to the newsbird. He untied the ropes and several brand new naval wanted posters fluttered down onto the deck in the sea breeze. Karina, who was checking accounts in the lounge, and Buggy, who was polishing the cannons on the deck, perked up their ears and approached with remarkable synchronization. Let me see. I also contributed at the Barity. The bounty must have doubled, right? Buggy excitedly lunged towards the deck and grabbed one of the wanted posters featuring his red-nosed face. However, as he saw the numbers and prefixes on it, the anticipation on his face instantly turned to despair. Clown Buggy. Bounty 15 million berries. The photo was still the same old picture from years ago, and the bounty had not increased by a single berry. But that wasn't the worst part. The most damning detail was the incredibly insulting small print beneath his name. Affiliation: Sun Eclipse Pirate Crew Chief of General Affairs. What kind of joke is this? Buggy's eyes were about to bulge out as he stomped around on the deck in anger, holding the wanted poster. Why hasn't my bounty increased even a dime? And where the hell did the Navy get their information from? Chief of General Affairs. Do I not have any pride? Ha ha ha. Accompanied by an extremely hearty and penetrating laughter, Ace stepped out of the cabin, having just finished his morning exercises. He strode over to Buggy and with a solid slap of his large, strong hand on Buggy's back nearly knocked him over. Don't be so angry, Buggy. Ace laughed until tears nearly streamed down his face, playfully ruffling Buggy's hair. What's wrong with being the Chief of General Affairs? This is a vital position on the Sun Eclipse. The Navy clearly recognizes your immense contributions to our pirate crew's logistics. Ha ha ha. Captain, you must be mocking me. It has to be. Buggy protested, nearly in tears, but under Ace's carefree and unpretentious laughter, the little gloom in his heart unconsciously dissipated. It seems the Navy's intelligence network isn't all that impressive after all. Karina squatted down and rummaged through a pile of wanted posters, then proudly tossed her purple hair. They didn't even capture a living person like me. Indeed, as a top-tier professional thief, avoiding exposure to the camera is the pinnacle of crime etiquette. That's because you run fast. Sabo chuckled, shaking his head as he calmly picked up his own wanted poster. The photo was a snapshot of him shattering a royal ship of an allied nation with his fire fist illuminated by the orangered flames, showing his elegant silhouette while tipping his hat. Flame Claw Sabo. Bounty 30 million berries. Death or alive. Achieving a bounty of 30 million right from the first one indicates that the Navy headquarters is extremely furious about our assault on the allied nation's royalty. Sabo's lips curled into a gentle smile as he folded the wanted poster neatly. Well done, Sabo. This is the worth a vice captain of the Sun Eclipse should have. Ace laughed heartily, giving Sabo a thumbs up, then picked up the last wanted poster from the deck, which bore the extremely eye-catching and dangerously red lettering for the highest bounty. The photo was secretly taken in the restaurant of Bartai. In the photo, Ace sat at the head of the table, his massive 2.5-meter frame exuding an overwhelming presence that made it hard to breathe. His deep black eyes casually glanced at the camera, exuding arrogance and composure. Sun Eclipse, Portgas D. Ace. Bounty 50 million berries. Death or alive. Captain, how come you didn't even lift a finger and still have a bounty of 50 million? Buggy gasped in shock upon seeing this number. To be offered a bounty of 50 million right from the first one completely shattered the historical record in the East Sea. Ha ha ha. 50 million, huh? It seems the Royal Guard you tossed into the sea is worth something after all. Ace looked at the number on the wanted poster without concealing his joy, bursting into hearty laughter. He turned around excitedly, shouting to Karina, Karina, today is a great day. Go get the best barrel of sake from the cellar. Buggy, go roast the biggest Sea King leg in the kitchen. Let's throw a small banquet to celebrate today. Oh, a banquet. There's going to be drinks. Upon hearing about the banquet, Buggy's earlier gloom vanished, and he hurried towards the kitchen. Karina smiled and shook her head, turning to fetch the sake. Watching his lively companions on the deck, Ace casually tucked the bounty that could shake the entire East Sea into his pocket and leaned against the ship's railing, gazing at the distant shimmering sea. Meanwhile, in the Goya Kingdom on the back mountain of Windmill Village. Wow. 14-year-old Luffy tightly clutched the wanted posters of Ace and Sabo, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he jumped wildly on the roof of Dodon's cabin. So cool. Ace and Sabo are simply awesome. 50 million berries. Luffy pressed his straw hat down on his head, looking towards the azure sea, and shouted with determination, damn it. I need to set sail quickly. I must obtain a bounty even higher than Ace's. I'm going to be the pirate king. Below the mountain bandit Dayton looked at the two exaggerated wanted posters that fell from the newspaper. His eyes rolled back, and he fainted, foaming at the mouth. It's over. When Vice Admiral Garp returns, he will definitely tear us all apart. After a brief celebration, the aroma of roasted meat and sake filled the deck. Since the wanted posters have been issued, the East Sea Navy will soon swarm over like sharks smelling blood. Karina took a sip of juice and spread out the nautical chart, a glimmer of rationality sparkling in her purple eyes. Captain, we have completed everything we needed to do in the East Sea. Next, do we set our course directly to the entrance of the Grand Line, Reverse Mountain. Upon hearing the words Reverse Mountain, Sabo and Buggy both looked at Ace, who was sitting on a barrel and gnawing on a bone. Ace, who had just been smiling and fighting Buggy for meat, paused slightly at the mention of the future course. In the next moment, his smile slowly faded away. A profound, dominating aura as deep as the abyss and towering peaks unexpectedly emanated from his body. The temperature in the surrounding air seemed to drop a few degrees due to this subtle shift in his demeanor. Ace set down the roasted meat in his hand and calmly gazed at a specific coordinate on the nautical chart. Before entering the Grand Line, we must first go to a certain place. Ace decisively pointed to an island on the nautical chart. To Logue Town. Logue Town. Karina paused for a moment. That place known as the Town of Beginnings and Endings. But it is quite a distance from Reverse Mountain, and the Navy Colonel Smoker, the White Hunter station there, is a natural-type devil fruit user. If we go there now with the highest bounty in the East Sea, it will definitely cause a lot of trouble. So what? Ace slowly stood up. He didn't laugh, nor did he get angry. He merely looked down from his elevated position at the vast sea ahead, the dark golden gleam hidden in his black eyes flickering as a powerful confidence radiated from his words, infecting Buggy and Karina. Whether it's a natural-type user or the Navy fleet stationed there. Ace's tone was oddly calm, yet it carried an arrogance that could crush all rules upon this sea. As long as they dare to stand in front of the sun eclipse, they will all be crushed. Ace turned around, his eyes burning with ambition as he looked at Sabo and Buggy. Steer the ship. Head for the place where the ghosts of the old era meet their end. I want to announce our arrival to the world there. The East Blue Logue Town, an island renowned as both the beginning and the end, perpetually draws merchants, marines, and aspiring pirates preparing to sail into the Grand Line. As the sleek black hull of the Eclipse eased into port, it instantly stirred a wave of commotion. Look at that Jolly Roger. Several sharp-eyed bounty hunters on the dock craned their necks upward, impaled instantly, instinctively stepping backward. Emblazoned upon the towering mainsail was a viscerally striking emblem, a stark white traditional skull centered against a jet-black field. Yet behind the skull spread a pair of radiant crimson gold wings, like those of a divine avian sovereign, encircled by a corona of deep crimson flame, evoking the solemn grandeur of a solar eclipse. Death, divinity, and fire that consumes all. This was the banner of the Eclipse Pirates, the most feared crew of the worst generation, whose initial bounty of 50 million had shattered East Blue records. Karina, Sabo, you two head into town and visit the shops, Ace said, descending the gangplank and adjusting his dark red trench coat. Purchase several of the finest log poses available. The Grand Line's magnetic fields are chaotic. Without them, even our swiftest vessel cannot enter. Leave it to me, Captain. Karina tapped her elegant leather purse, her violet eyes gleaming with shopping fervor. With Sabo, the 30 million bounty vice captain, by her side, she could stride through this town unchallenged. Ace turned toward Buggy, who was already slipping back toward the crew's lounge for an afternoon nap. Buggy, head to the Backstreet Bazaar. Stock 100 barrels of rum and fruit juice plus enough premium meat and top-grade spices to last 15 days. We'll regroup at the Central Plaza at dusk, Ace added calmly. 100 barrels and 15 days worth of meat. Buggy's eyes bulged as he erupted in protest. I'm no pack mule. Why must I always bear such menial labor? You're the Eclipse's chief steward, so who else should do it? Ace replied, offhandedly waving a hand. Hurry, don't delay tonight's banquet. TCH. Always ordering me about. What a thoroughly disrespectful, age-ignoring scoundrel of a captain. Muttering under his breath, Buggy dutifully hauled a large flatbed cart from the deck and trudged grumbling toward the bazaar. Watching the three disperse, Ace stretched languidly, then strode alone, long legs carrying him deep into Logue Town's oldest, most weathered district. Half an hour later, down a secluded alleyway, a ramshackle tavern, its sign, barely clinging to the wall, stood silent in shadow. Ace bent slightly to push open the low wooden door and slipped inside the dim, hushed interior. The tavern held no other patrons. Behind the bar, a silver-haired elder slowly polished a glass. Directly above him hung a massive skull, pierced clean through by a sword. The Gold Roger Tavern. Barkeep, bring me your strongest drink. Ace approached the counter and settled onto a tall stool. Rel, the tavern owner, paused mid-wipe and lifted his gaze, taking in the young man before him, broad-shouldered, dark-haired, radiating quiet, unshakable presence. Without a word, he poured a generous measure of pungent rough liquor and slid it across the bar. By your build and bearing your no common talent of the East Blue. His aged voice echoed softly in the stillness. These days Logtown teems with pirates who shriek like children at the sight of the execution platform. This tavern hasn't seen a true monster in many a long year. Is that so? Ace lifted the glass and drained it in one smooth motion. The searing alcohol burned its way down his throat, raw and fierce. Setting the empty glass aside, he fixed his deep, dark eyes upon the colossal skull behind the bar. I hear that man, the one they called Pirate King, was a regular here before he set sail over 20 years ago. Roger. A flicker of complex memory shimmered in Rel's clouded eyes. He sighed. That carefree, reckless fool drank countless barrels within these walls. Alas, he died to ignite a new era, yet summoned only cowards who stir chaos without courage. Rel raised his gaze, meeting Ace's steadily. Young man, your eyes hold the same terrifying ambition that once burned in that man's. Ace sat in silence, making no inquiry into Roger's past, unlike the version of himself bound by fate. To him, that man was merely a pioneer of a bygone age. He needed neither to emulate nor resent him. Fine drink. Moments later, Ace rose with effortless grace and tossed a gold coin from his pocket. It landed with a soft chime in the wooden bowl on the bar. Still, old man, times change. The king of the old era is gone. Someone must ascend the throne of the new. A confident, serene smile curved his lips as he held Rel's gaze. Turning, Ace pushed open the tavern door and stepped out into the sunlit street, leaving Rel staring at the coin, lost in profound, wordless silence. Meanwhile, in a narrow rear alley behind an underground black market warehouse in Logtown, exhausted, those wine sellers refused to deliver. Wearing sunglasses, Buggy strained to haul a cart piled high with barrels and crates, cursing under his breath. 100 barrels, and all that meat. Do they take me for a superhero? Suddenly he froze. Years of pirate instinct flared. Something was amiss ahead. He peered cautiously around the corner toward the vacant lot at the alley's end. Two rival local gangs, brutal, hardened, were conducting a clandestine exchange. Have you brought enough money? This item cost us over a dozen brothers, snatched from Grand Line smugglers. A scarred gang leader carefully opened a velvet-lined wooden box. Inside rested a grotesquely shaped devil fruit. Its surface shimmered translucent pale green, etched with spiraling alien patterns. Naturally, I've brought the full amount. No one knows its power, yet any devil fruit commands infinite value on the black market. The second gang leader swallowed, greedily slapping the two heavy black chests at his feet. 100 million berry, down to the last coin. Hidden in the shadows, Buggy clapped a hand over his mouth, his small eyes widening in disbelief. A devil fruit, and 100 million in cash. His heart hammered wildly. He'd merely passed by, yet stumbled upon fortune falling from the heavens. In his former days, encountering 100-strong gang skirmish would have sent cowardly Buggy sprinting away without hesitation. But now, things were different. For 2 weeks aboard the Eclipse, he'd endured relentless, brutal training under two monsters. And now his hands bore sea prism weapons, forged personally by Ace. Subduing two East Blue underworld factions. It would be simpler than crushing two ants. My luck, truly blessed by destiny. Ha ha ha. Abandoning stealth, Buggy strode boldly from the alley's mouth, laughing with outrageous, unapologetic bravado. Who goes there? The gang members recoiled in alarm. Dozens of muskets and cutlasses instantly leveled at the red-nosed intruder. That's Buggy, the clown. Bounty 15 million. What's he doing in Logtown? Recognizing him, the scarred leader blanched. Damn it, forget everything. Shoot him dead. Bang, 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 bang. Lead bullets rained toward Buggy in furious volleys. Frogs blind to heaven and earth. Witnessed the might of a Grand Line pirate. Unflinching, Buggy activated his splitting ability. His torso fragmented into dozens of pieces, darting with uncanny agility through the air. Every bullet missed. Monster. Bullets don't faze him. The gang's foot soldiers turned ashen with terror. Splitting, blade rush. Buggy sneered. His sea prism-clad fists rocketed forward like twin cannonballs, carving lethal arcs through the air. Crack, crack. Before either leader could react, Buggy's iron-reinforced, sea prism-studded knuckles slammed into their faces, shattering nasal bones, and dropping them unconscious. Eyes rolled back in shock. With their leaders fallen, the remaining thugs scattered, leaderless, panicked, abandoning weapons as they scrambled, tumbling headlong from the alley. Within a minute, the fight ended. Buggy's body reassembled seamlessly. Brushing dust from his hands, he strolled to the crate, plucked the emerald green devil fruit, and tucked it triumphantly into his coat. 100 million in cash, and a pristine devil fruit. That ought to shut Karina's mouth for good. Beaming, Buggy hoisted the 2 heavy chests and dumped them onto his rum-laden cart, humming an off-key shanty as he swaggered out of the alley. 2 hours later at Logetown's Central Plaza, Sabo and Karina converged at the plaza's edge, just as Buggy arrived dragging his overloaded cart. "Captain, Sabo, Karina, behold what your humble first mate secured today." Buggy rushed forward proudly, sliding the wooden box and 2 chests directly before them. "Oh." Ace lifted the lid, his deep, dark eyes glinting with quiet recognition. The paramecia-type barrier fruit. Even if Buggy and the others couldn't identify it, Ace, carrying memories of a past life, immediately recognized this peerless paramecia-type fruit, famed for granting absolute defense. "Where did you get this?" Karina flipped open a chest, stared at the stacked 100 million berry fortune, and gasped. Puffing out his chest, Buggy launched into a vivid theatrical retelling of how he'd brazenly stormed the alley and single-handedly seized the deal from 200 armed thugs. Sabo and Karina exchanged astonished glances. Who could have imagined sending him to buy rum would yield a devil fruit and 100 million berry? Ace closed the box and handed the fruit to Sabo for safekeeping. Then he looked at Buggy, his lips lifting in quiet, genuine satisfaction. This was precisely why he insisted Buggy remain aboard that rare kingly fortune. Wherever he walked, wealth and opportunity fell like rain, was simply irreplaceable. "Well done, Buggy." Ace offered the praise, then slowly turned, his gaze settling upon the plaza's center. There, a towering steel execution platform stood in silent, austere dominion over the bustling town. "At last, we've arrived." Ace gazed at the scaffold, cold, ancient fury flickering deep within his eyes. "Let's go up, take one last look from that gallows, and mark the final full stop to this tedious East Blue voyage." Logia Town Central Square. Sunlight poured over the vast steel execution platform, casting mottled shadows across the stone. AC stood at the edge of the square with his hands in his pockets, his gaze lifted to the cold high dais that had once ended the Pirate King and ushered in an age of rampant chaos. After a moment, he withdrew his eyes. He had no intention of climbing the steps. To him, it was nothing more than a tombstone of an era gone by. At that instant, the measured, synchronized thud of military boots poured in from all directions, converging on the plaza. "Rishi Pirate crew, you are surrounded. Raise your hands." Hundreds of fully armed Navy soldiers, muskets poised, sealed off the central square until there was no way through. Several leading Navy captains drew long swords, eyes fixed on the 4 figures trapped in the center. Kalina glanced at the 1,000 muzzles, aimed her way, frowned, and touched the specially fashioned weapon at her waist. Buggy hauled a cart piled with supplies and edged closer behind Sabo. "Wanted 5-0 for Bodakasi, DAC, 0 for Sabo." "All troops on my mark, prepare to fire." A Navy captain barked, sweat beading as he raised his command blade. "Quite a crowd, Captain," one man muttered. Sabo pressed his top hat, the alloy staff in his hand, tapping once on the ground. "Shall I clear them out?" he offered. "No, we are pressed for time," the captain replied. AC answered simply, "No need." He turned slowly to face the hundreds of ready soldiers and stepped forward with casual intent. Without drawing a blade or any ostentation, an invisible yet unbearably heavy terror erupted from AC in an instant, sweeping across the square like a gale and a tidal wave combined. "What is that? I can hardly breathe." The air on the plaza seemed to be drained away in a heartbeat. The hundreds of formerly aggressive soldiers felt their minds go blank. None found the chance to fire. One by one, their eyes rolled back, and they toppled onto the hard stone slabs. In barely 2 seconds, the great central square held no standing Navy personnel other than the 4 members of the Rishi Pirate crew. "Is that Conqueror's Haki?" Kalina whispered, looking at the strewn, unconscious soldiers. She had heard AC speak of the 3 kinds of Haki, but standing at the edge of that storm, she still felt her heart race. AC's face betrayed nothing. He strode over the fallen troopers with long, steady steps and headed toward the harbor. When he passed a Navy captain who still clung to a sliver of awareness, kneeling and trembling on the ground, AC paused. He tilted his head slightly and looked calmly at the man who wore despair across his face. "Go back and tell your Navy headquarters," he said. His voice was quiet, but carried a weight that left no room for doubt. From this day forward, the Rishi Pirate crew set sail. Tell these seas to prepare themselves. I will turn them upside down." With that proclamation, AC did not look back. He strode briskly toward the harbor. "Keep up. The wind is good today. Oh, we should see Jiandao Mountain before nightfall," AC called over his shoulder. Sabo, Kalina, and Buggy with the supplies fell in beside him, and the four rushed toward the moored rishi. As they neared the main street of Logia town and the edge of the harbor, the air ahead suddenly began to writhe. A thick rolling wall of white smoke surged from the mouth of an alley like a crashing wave, instantly blocking the rishi pirate crew's advance. A hoarse voice rasped from within the smoke, "Trying to announce your departure in my town. Don't dream it, pirate filth." A silver-haired man in an open navy jacket, two cigars clenched between his teeth, descended through the smoke, with his lower body dissolved into billowing vapor and a massive jutty in his hand. "Navy Headquarters, Colonel Whitehunter Simoji. So long as I stand, no pirate will pass through the gate to the Vida Honglu," he thundered. At his low shout, the smoke that formed his lower body split into a dozen thick tendrils, writhing like constricting serpents toward AC and his companions. Logia smoke fruit," Buggy snorted, watching Simoji attack from the air. "That kind of East Blue bumpkin who only relies on a fruit and does not even use hockey dares to stand in our captain's path." Buggy curled his lip in disdain. Having once served aboard Logia's ship, Buggy knew full well that a Logia user was a sitting target against someone with advanced armament haki. AC regarded the descending Simoji with an expression of near-complete indifference and did not so much as slow his stride. Confronted by the swirling smoke, the muscles of AC's right arm tensed. A layer of obsidian black armament haki instantly enveloped his fist. Above that midnight haki, a cluster of searing absolute heat flames erupted in a vermilion blaze, the Juke divine fire. Simoji, suspended in midair, saw the blackened fist, and his pupils shrank to pinpoints. He had glimpsed such power back in training camp, and it chilled him. There was no time for Simoji to react. AC seized his forward momentum and without ceremony thrust a single iron fist toward the elemental form in the sky. Shinhua Bung Quan, divine fire collapse fist. The iron fist, wrapped in armament haki and Juke flames, tore through the illusory smoke and struck the elemental chest with brutal precision. Armament haki grasped the body. The divine fire vaporized the smoke. With a crisp crack of breaking material, the two cigars in Simoji's mouth were pulverized by the violent blast. The Logia form he prided himself on proved fragile before AC's dimension-shattering blow. Simoji was hurled like a fired cannonball, spitting blood as he slammed through 3 or 4 stone buildings lining the street. He finally came to rest, lodged in a field of rubble hundreds of meters away, utterly unconscious. One blow. Instant knockout. "That was too clean," Kalina murmured, swallowing hard as she surveyed the cleared street. "Don't stand there gaping. Board the ship." AC brushed the lingering smoke from his fist, crossing the broken stones with a steady step, as if he had merely shaken off an obstructing cobweb. The 4 members of the Rishi pirate crew hurried through Logia town's harbor and boarded the Rishi. With the heavy anchor hauled, the enormous black sail bellied full in the sea breeze once more. Under the mixed looks of awe and fear from the harbor crowd, the black warship that had shattered the Navy's line slipped smoothly away from the port. AC stood at the bow, his broad dark red coat snapping in the wind. His deep black eyes fixed on the horizon, on the faint silhouette of the vast red earth continent ahead. "Jiandao Mountain, we are coming," he said quietly. The Rishi cleaved the waves and set its course for the Vida Honglu, known as a pirate grave and a place that buried boundless ambition. The storm raged, the sea waves churned like boiling water. The Sun Eater sailed through the heavy thunderstorm clouds, and the ocean ahead seemed to have lost the constraints of gravity. A wide rushing canal defied the laws of physics as it flowed upward along the towering crimson cliffs of the red earth continent, climbing against the current. The entrance to the Grand Line, Reverse Mountain. How can the water flow up the mountain? This is absurd. Karina clung tightly to the main mast, her mouth agape in shock at the mythical waterfall before her. Hold on tight. Ride the current up. In the cockpit, Sabo gripped the helm firmly, his black eyes shimmering with unprecedented focus and excitement. Buggy swiftly adjusted the angle of the sails on the deck, allowing the Sun Eater to cut precisely into the upward flowing current. Boom. The ship jolted violently, a sensation of weightlessness hit them. The Sun Eater soared like a black flying fish lifted by the violent current rushing toward the clouds along the cliffs of the red earth continent. Ace did not grasp onto anything. With his hands in his pockets, he stood firmly at the bow, his tall figure rooted like a tree. As they broke through the thick clouds, the view opened up. Sunlight pierced through the mist, bathing the majestic red earth continent in a brilliant glow. The waters from all around converged here, producing a deafening roar like the grandest symphony composed by nature. Ace quietly gazed at the indescribable fantastical scene before him. A hint of genuine awe and longing belonging to a traveler flickered in his deep black eyes. What an incredible world! Ace felt the wild wind rushing towards him, and his lips involuntarily curled up. In his past life, this world only existed in the pages of a comic. And now he was truly standing here, feeling the wild, beautiful, and illogical might of this planet. No wonder Roger and so many heroes rushed towards this ocean. In this world filled with infinite miracles and unknowns, if one could not personally reach its pinnacle and behold all these wonders, it would be a betrayal of the chance to live again. Get ready to sprint. Hold on tight, Karina shouted. The Sun Eater surged up to the peak of Reverse Mountain and then dove down towards the mist-covered sea below the true Grand Line. The sensation of weightlessness accompanied by the howling wind as the Sun Eater cleaved through the mist like a sword and crashed heavily into the surface of Twin Cape, sending up a spray of white water. We did it. We entered the Grand Line. Buggy collapsed onto the deck, panting heavily. However, before they could take in the scenery around them, an enormous, towering black wall of flesh suddenly appeared on the ocean ahead. What is that thing? A black mountain. Karina's eyes widened. No, it's moving. Sabo tightened his grip on the staff, his expression sharpening. Roar. Accompanied by a mournful earth-shaking roar, the black mountain slowly turned around. It was an island whale of colossal size, unfathomable by common sense, its head marked with hideous interwoven scars, fixated on the Sun Eater with its giant eye. It's an island whale. It's going to ram us. Buggy was so scared, he almost fell apart. Yet facing this giant creature akin to a moving disaster, Ace calmly raised his hand, signaling Sabo not to attack. He stepped forward, standing at the bow, gazing up at this lonely whale Laboon, who had waited 50 years. In the original work, it had been ramming its head against the Red Earth continent every day, trying to smash the mountain to find its long-lost crew of the Whitebeard Pirates. Looking at the horrifying scars on Laboon's head, Ace did not charge forward to fight it like Luffy would. He took a deep breath, and a voice filled with a heavy, subdued pressure mixed with a hint of Conqueror's haki resonated across the sea. Stop ramming the mountain, foolish whale. Laboon's movements paused slightly. It's enormous. I turned towards Ace at the bow. That man with the explosive hair who plays the violin is still alive. Ace, with his hands in his pockets, stared into Laboon's eyes, his tone calm, yet imbued with a weight of unwavering promise. Their pirate crew has encountered trouble and is trapped in the Devil's Triangle. But he still remembers our promise. At the mention of explosive hair and violin, Laboon's massive body trembled slightly. It seemed to understand Ace's words, letting out a deep, sorrowful wail. Stay here. It won't take 50 years. Ace's lips curled into a composed smile. When I establish absolute rules in this sea, I will bring that man back to you. This is my promise to you. Laboon quietly gazed at this tall man before him. Under the calming and powerful aura, this whale, which had been agitated for decades, miraculously quieted down. It slowly sank into the water, exposing only half its head, emitting an extremely long, grateful, gentle call. Ace promised because he genuinely liked this whale and the skeleton from the original work. Though the original story had not explicitly stated it, it was evident that Brook was also a man with a remarkable story. Incredible, it actually understood. Karina exclaimed in surprise, covering her mouth. Just then, this is astonishing. I have been keeping watch here for decades, and it's the first time I've seen a pirate calm Laboon down with just a few words. An old yet powerful voice came from the direction of the lighthouse on the shore. Everyone turned to look, and they saw an old man wearing a petal-patterned shirt with a unique petal-like decoration on his head slowly approaching from the lighthouse of Twin Cape, holding today's newspaper. When Buggy recognized the old man's face, he instantly froze, his eyes turning red as he rushed towards the ship's edge. Dr. Kuroka's. Buggy's voice was filled with unmistakable excitement. The old man on the shore was taken aback, his murky gaze settling on Buggy's striking red nose. Oh, is that the apprentice from back in the day, Buggy? Kuroka's lowered the newspaper in his hand, a flicker of surprise and nostalgia crossed his eyes. What brings you here? I just saw in the newspaper that you joined a new pirate crew called the Sun Eater. As he said this, Kuroka's gaze passed over Buggy and landed on the tall, black-haired youth standing at the bow, whose aura was as profound as an abyss. Upon this sight, the former ship doctor of the Pirate King could no longer divert his gaze. Inside the lighthouse at Twin Cape, the lights were bright. So that's why it feels so familiar, Kuroka said, sitting at the wooden table looking at Ace across from him, a hint of moisture glimmering at the corners of his eyes. He put down his wine cup and sighed deeply, That bastard Roger actually left a bloodline before dying, and he entrusted it to that bastard Garp. During their earlier conversation, Buggy excitedly introduced Ace to Kuroka's and revealed Ace's identity. Ace did not put on any airs with the old ship doctor who had accompanied his father on his last journey. He calmly recounted his adventures at sea with Sabo and the goals of the Solar Eclipse Pirates. You didn't choose to hide your identity. Instead, you made such a commotion in the East Blue the Navy headquarters will soon take notice of you. Kuroka's looked at Ace, his tone filled with the concern of an elder. The Grand Line is far different from the East Blue. The magnetic field's climate and those lurking monsters here far exceed your imagination. Did you bring the record pointer? It's ready, Karina said, professionally shaking the record pointer on her wrist. That's good. Kuroka's nodded, then his gaze fell sharply and professionally on Ace. Just now outside, I sensed the astonishing vitality radiating from you. Is that the ability of a devil fruit? Ace did not hide it. He raised his right hand, a pure golden red phoenix flame quietly flickering in his palm. Mythical Zoan Phoenix. Its flames possess not only extreme destructive power, but also the ability to instantly heal any physical injuries, Ace explained calmly. As the top doctor on these seas, Kuroka's stood up abruptly at the sight of the golden flame, his professional instincts kicking in. He leaned closer to the flame, feeling the life-giving transformative power within it, and his eyes flashed with shock. This is simply a miracle in the medical field. Kuroka's murmured to himself, then he looked seriously at Ace and said solemnly, Ace, you may not yet realize what your fruit means for a pirate crew. It holds an incredibly terrifying strategic value. Sabo and Karina were momentarily stunned, listening intently. On these seas, even the four emperors often have their fighters' strength locked by the word talent. Kuroka's pointed to his own muscles. The human body has its limits. Whether training martial arts or developing haki, once a critical point is reached, excessive strain only leads to irreversible damage and collapse. Many people spend their lives unable to break through this talent ceiling. But Kuroka's gaze burned intensely at the divine flame. Your healing ability can perfectly erase this cost. As long as you are around, your crew can engage in self-destructive training that breaks human limits. As long as they don't die in training, your flames can force their muscles and bones to break through the limits of talent, through destruction and rebirth, becoming tougher and denser than before. Upon hearing Kuroka's conclusion, the air in the living room fell silent. Sabo looked at his own hands. No wonder, after being healed from his internal injuries by Ace's flames on the deserted island, he felt that his physical abilities seemed to hint at a breakthrough. So what you're saying is, a dangerous glint flashed in Ace's deep black eyes, and the corners of his mouth slowly rose. As long as they have enough willpower and awareness, I can use this divine flame to forcibly create a crew of monsters that break through human limits. Theoretically, it's entirely possible. Kuroka's nodded heavily. This could be the trump card that breaks the balance of the world. Young man, make good use of it. That night, everyone chatted for a long time inside the lighthouse. Kuroka's taught Karina and Sabo in great detail about the changes in ocean currents and various extreme weather conditions to be aware of in the first half of the Grand Line. The next morning, after the solar eclipse replenished its fresh water, it raised its pure black sails once again. Dr. Kuroka's, take care. Buggy stood at the stern reluctantly, waving his handkerchief. Ace stood at the bow, slightly nodding in greeting to the old ship doctor on the shore. Go, Roger's son. Kuroka stood at the base of the lighthouse, watching the black warship cutting through the waves, laughing and waving his hand. Let this sea, which has been silent for 20 years, see your caliber. The solar eclipse gradually disappeared over the horizon. Kuroka stood at the base of the lighthouse, his smile slowly fading, replaced by an indescribable sense of relief. He turned and walked back inside the lighthouse, rummaging through a hidden drawer to pull out a specially designed transponder snail covered in dust. Buru, buru, buru. The transponder snail rang slowly for a long time before finally being connected with a click. Hello. This is Rayleigh, came the lazy voice of an elderly man from the other end, sounding somewhat hungover. What a rare guest, Kuroka's. You old bone actually took the initiative to contact me. Rayleigh, old buddy. Wake up from your drunkenness. Kuroka's looked out at the turbulent Grand Line, gripping the receiver tightly with his old hand, his voice betraying his excitement. Just now a fast ship flying a black sun skull flag crossed over Reverse Mountain. That young captain is named Portgas D. Ace. Kuroka's took a deep breath, his eyes slightly red, yet he broke into a hearty laugh. Rayleigh Rogers' bloodline is still alive. The captain's son not only set out to see alive, but his ambition and talent seemed to be born to overturn this world. On the other end of the transponder snail, the previously indifferent sound of pouring wine abruptly stopped. Then came the crisp sound of a glass falling and shattering on the ground. The whole world seemed to fall into a brief silence at that moment. After a long while, the transponder snail vividly mimicked the shocked yet complex and relieved expression of Rayleigh. "Is that so?" From the transponder snail came Rayleigh's deep yet trembling laughter. "That's really the happiest news I've heard on this boring sea in years." The lighthouse of Twin Cape gradually disappeared at the horizon. The ship Day Eclipse with its pure black hull sliced through the waves and officially entered the Great Sea route known as the Pirates' Graveyard. On the wide deck, Karina held a simple maritime compass, watching the needle spin wildly, like a top frowning slightly. Is this the magnetic field of the Great Sea route? The ordinary compass is indeed completely useless. Karina tossed the compass aside and took out the glass orb-like recording needle from her bag. "Huh, were you scared newcomers from the East Sea?" With a loud laugh, Buggy approached, arms crossed over his chest, strutting with a swagger. He looked at the recording needle in Karina's hand, his chin lifted high, his face brimming with the superiority of an experienced sailor. The islands of the Great Sea route contain a wealth of special minerals, and the magnetic field of this entire sea area is like a chaotic stew. Without a recording needle, you can't even sail a single nautical mile. That's common knowledge. In my day, I saw all kinds of treacherous sea areas. As an intern on Captain Rogers' ship, Buggy proclaimed with exaggerated gravity, intentionally raising his voice. This level of magnetic disturbance is merely a light drizzle. Seeing Buggy desperately seeking attention, Sabo adjusted his hat and couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. Ace, with his hands in his pockets, leaned against the main mast and spoke with a smile. "Since you are so experienced, why don't you advise us on which of the 7 initial routes to take from Twin Cape?" Upon hearing Ace's call, Buggy immediately cleared his throat and leaned over Karina's nautical chart. "Ahem, listen closely. Each of these 7 routes has its own characteristics." Buggy pointed at the chart, his eyes shining as he analyzed. "Some routes are all barren mountains, while others are filled with hidden reefs. But as a qualified chief, steward, and veteran of the Great Sea route, I strongly recommend we take this route." His finger emphatically tapped one of the routes. "This is the Golden Waterway that runs through the first half of the Great Sea route. Along the way are the most prosperous commercial islands, entertainment capitals, and immensely wealthy allied nations. If we're going to sail, we should of course enjoy the finest meats, drink the strongest wines, and conveniently gather some gold coins." However, Buggy's tone shifted as he spread his hands. "Because it's too prosperous, the naval fleets, and the eyes of the world government, are also the most numerous on this route." "Huh." Upon hearing this, Ace burst into hearty laughter and stepped forward, giving Buggy a pat on the shoulder. "As expected of someone who has been on Rogers' ship, you have good judgment. Let's take this route." Ace gazed at the vast sea ahead, his smile radiating a sense of confidence. "If we're going to enjoy ourselves, we should definitely choose the best places. As for those Navy forces, just crush them if they get in our way." Karina looked at the 2 pirates who hit it off and chuckled helplessly. She looked down at the recording needle on her wrist and adjusted the scale at the bottom. "Locked in. Next stop, the most prosperous Golden Route." As soon as her voice fell, the Great Sea route seemed to want to give this group of newcomers a warning. The previously clear sky darkened rapidly in under 10 seconds. Heavy black clouds instantly obscured the sunlight. Crack! A bolt of lightning split the sky, followed by a fierce wind swirling with hail the size of fists pelting the sea like a shotgun. Ouch! This familiar, dreadful weather. It turns hostile in an instant. Buggy was struck on the nose by a hailstone covering his face and shouting in pain, "Sabo, quick, lower the sails." Karina, steady the helm. "This illogical localized cyclone, I've seen it countless times on the ship decades ago." Karina dashed into the cockpit to control the helm, while Sabo swiftly moved across the deck, preparing to tighten the ropes to combat the storm. However, Ace stood in the middle of the deck, looking up at the increasingly low-hanging clouds and the falling giant hailstones. "It's rare to have such a good mood sailing. I can't let this boring weather spoil it." Ace shook his head with a smile. Instead of helping to raise the sails, he gripped the handle of the heavy cleaver on the ground. Clang! The heavy cleaver was instantly drawn. Ace's right arm muscles bulged slightly, and a layer of dark-armed color domineering covered the blade, followed by a burst of scorching golden divine fire igniting on the blade. "Get out of my way." Ace laughed heartily, gripping the sword with both hands, and without any fancy moves, he swung it upward with all his might against the oppressive black storm clouds above. Boom! A gigantic flying slash mixed with golden flames and terrifying cutting force soared into the sky like a ferocious firebird. In the sky, the thick black clouds were forcefully split apart by this overwhelmingly powerful slash, creating a massive rift thousands of meters long. The dense hailstones that had been falling didn't even have time to approach the mast of the day eclipse before they were vaporized into mist under the terrifying heat generated by the slash. With one slash, the storm was cleaved apart. Sunlight poured through the rift in the clouds like a massive golden beam, once again showering down on the deck of the day eclipse. The sky is clear. Ace casually sheathed the cleaver at his waist and clapped his hands with a smile. In the cockpit, Karina and Buggy, who had just grabbed the ropes, glanced at the long-lasting scar of fiery clouds in the sky, both unable to help but swallow hard. To forcefully change the weather with sheer brute force, treating natural disasters like punching bags and directly smashing them. This simple and crude sailing method is even more chaotic than the Great Sea Route itself. The sea surface ahead became calm like a mirror under the sunlight. Accompanied by a dull rumbling sound, the sea water retreated to the sides, and a massive shadow, like a small hill, slowly rose from the deep sea. Splash! A giant sea king over 100 meters long, covered in hard blue scales, and sporting a sharp horn on its head, broke the surface. Its enormous vertical pupils coldly fixed on the day eclipse before it. Unicorn Sea Python Karina recognized the full shape of the monster. TCH, I thought it was something impressive. Turns out it's just a common nearshore sea king. Buggy looked at the massive creature, hands on his hips, shouting loudly. Back in the day on the Oro Jackson, Vice Captain Rayleigh would chop a few of Theseus' guys for snacks every day. Really brings back memories. Buggy boasted, but his feet honestly took 2 steps back, hiding behind Sabo. Ahem, Vice Captain Sabo. Buggy cleared his throat, trying to put on an air of a master. This level of lowly reptile is not worthy of me to deal with personally. Let this be your practice. I'll leave it to you to handle. Sabo chuckled softly, clearly seeing through Buggy's bluster. But he hadn't expected Buggy to fight this kind of monster anyway. Ace stood at the bow, gazing at the terrifying fangs that were so close, smiling cheerfully. Sabo, take care of it. Perfect, this big mudfish will be our ingredient. Ace called out with a smile. Understood, Captain. Sabo pressed down his hat's brim, a confident smile curving his lips. He exerted force with his legs, shooting up like an arrow towards the 100-meter-long Sea King. In midair, Sabo's right arm transformed into brilliant orange-red flames. Perfect, I'll use you as a practice for my new technique. Roar. 100-meter-long unicorn sea serpent opened its blood-drenched maw, exhaling a putrid gale as it lunged ferociously at Sabo, suspended midair. Confronted by this leviathan of the deep, Sabo's expression remained calm and serene. He gripped his custom-forged alloy staff with both hands. Instantly, the profound obsidian-black Armament Haki flowed like liquid over its surface. Then seething tangerine-red flames erupted from his palms, coiling like a dragon of fire, wrapping tightly around the blackened staff. The flawless fusion of Haki and Logia power. Brace yourself, big eel. Sabo twisted sharply at the waist midair, his body coiling like a drawn longbow, then struck downward with devastating finality, driving the staff straight toward the serpent's colossal horn. Flame dragon horn shatter. Boom. The alloy staff wreathed in blazing fire, and crackling Armament Haki struck the serpent's hardest horn with surgical precision. With a deafening crystalline snap, the horn, strong enough to pierce warships, fractured instantly, then exploded into jagged shards. Wildfire surged through the ruptured base, flooding directly into the serpent's skull. The Sea King didn't even utter a cry. Its massive frame locked rigid, then collapsed like a mountain of flesh, crashing thunderously back into the sea, utterly unconscious. Brilliant. Ace stood at the bow, watching the colossal prey float belly up on the waves, and laughed heartily. Sabo descended lightly onto the deck, using moonwalk, adjusted his hat, and exhaled deeply. Logia's destructive potential is truly staggering. Combined with Haki, its efficacy exceeds even my expectations. One strike. Against a Sea King this size. Karina watched from the helm. Though long accustomed to these brothers' monstrous prowess, she still couldn't suppress a quiet, awestruck murmur. Yah! Not bad. Not bad at all. Buggy stood nearby, hands on hips, delivering an outrageously arrogant critique. Granted, it lacks just a shade of the finesse Captain Rayleigh once displayed with his blade, but for a vice captain handpicked by me, this strike is more than acceptable. Sabo smiled faintly and shook his head, choosing not to puncture Buggy's bravado. Buggy, if you're feeling so energetic, the task of butchering falls to you. Ace turned, issuing the order without hesitation. Slice off the finest cuts, the tenderloin and belly meat. Return the rest, offal and organs, to the sea. What you expect me to carve up this entire Sea King alone? Buggy's eyes bulged wide. Your splitting fruit grants the most precise dissection ability imaginable. No work, no dinner, Ace replied, leaning casually against the rail, his tone leaving no room for dissent. Tyrannical captain. Buggy grumbled under his breath as he pulled out several razor-sharp chef's knives. For supper, he reluctantly activated his power. His arms, still gripping the knives, detached and darted across the Sea King's immense carcass like agile birds, slicing with uncanny speed and precision. Indeed, the splitting fruit possessed an unparalleled advantage in such delicate labor. Within half an hour, several tons of prime, sea beast meat lay neatly stacked upon the deck. By dusk, the rich aroma of roasting meat filled the air aboard the Eclipse. Ace sat beside the campfire, devouring the feast with ravenous whirlwind intensity. Within him, his stomach, a supercharged engine, burned the meat with astonishing efficiency, converting it into surging vitality. Half-sated, he set aside the bone, wiped his mouth with a towel, and paused. His deep, dark eyes drifted toward Buggy, gnawing greedily on his portion, and toward Karina, sipping red wine with quiet elegance. From now on, the Eclipse enters full combat readiness. Ace spoke calmly, yet with an unshakable sovereign authority. At those words, all movement ceased. He raised his right hand, a flickering ember of crimson gold divine flame danced upon his fingertip. Dr. Correa told us this flame can mend any physical wound in an instant. So beginning tomorrow, your physical training load will double, then double again. Huh, you'll kill us. Absolutely kill us. Buggy dropped his roasted meat with a soft thud, face pale with terror. Relax. I can pull you back from the brink as long as even a single breath remains. Ace met their gazes, his lips curling into a devilishly radiant smile. Across this grand line, most fighters are shackled by the ceiling of their innate talent. But you are different. So long as you don't die in training, I will force your bodies past their limits, through relentless cycles of destruction and rebirth in muscle and sinew. Especially you, Buggy. Ace pointed at the clown's crimson nose. Don't assume eating a devil fruit guarantees strength. Haki is the bedrock of the new world. You wasted too long in the East Blue. Time to rebuild from the ground up. If you haven't mastered Armament Haki before we reach Spade Archipelago, I'll chain you to the anchor and drag you behind the ship. Buggy shuddered violently, burying his face in his hands. Karina felt a chill run down her spine, but she was no fool. She understood with crystal clarity that in these monster-infested waters, only raw personal strength constituted true currency. Understood, Captain. I will persevere. Karina nodded firmly. Good, Ace replied, smiling with quiet satisfaction. At that moment, the log pose on Karina's wrist subtly shifted, pointing unwaveringly toward the distant horizon. Captain, we've sighted land. Karina raised her spyglass toward the distance. Our first port along this bustling route, the city of gastronomy and hunt, barks. Oh, sounds intriguing. Sabo rose to his feet. Karina flipped open the intelligence manual purchased from the black market and skimmed its pages swiftly. It is a singular island. Karina reported, its coastline hosts a dazzling commercial harbor, drawing aristocrats, magnates, and elite chefs from every corner of the four seas. Yet its interior is a perilous primordial hunting ground. Rumors say it preserves ancient ecosystems, teeming with colossal dinosaurs and mutated beasts. Wealthy thrill-seekers pay fortunes to hire pirates or bounty hunters for inland expeditions, then savor the rarest game meats in the harbor's most exclusive restaurants. Dinosaurs and giants. Ace's eyes ignited with fierce predatory light. This was a perfect energy replenishment station, tailor-made for him. Moreover, ordinary chefs could never process creatures of such magnitude. A city famed for both gastronomy and hunting might well harbor extraordinary talents. Full speed ahead. Ace strode forward into the salt-laced wind, laughing aloud. Let's see if this island's prey is worthy of filling our bellies. The following morning, the Eclipse docked smoothly at Barks Island's glittering harbor. Merchants in opulent attire and bounty hunters clad in gleaming armor thronged the wharves, their voices rising in a vibrant, chaotic chorus. Sabo, Karina, Buggy, you'll handle provisioning at the outer markets and gather intel on local power structures. Then you're free to move as you wish. Ace disembarked, not heading toward the gilded high-end eateries, but fixing his gaze instead on the dense, ancient jungle veiled deep within the island, shrouded beneath towering primordial trees. I'll explore the interior, and perhaps bring back some truly premium ingredients. With that, Ace slipped his hands into his pockets and strode steadily past the perimeter iron fence, vanishing into the untamed savage wilds of the primordial hunting ground. Deep within the jungle, colossal trees blotted out the sky, the air hung thick with damp earth and the faint metallic tang of blood. Ace strolled leisurely for over 10 minutes, unhurried, unhindered. Suddenly, the underbrush ahead convulsed violently. Heavy footfalls shook the ground, and with a guttural roar, a 30-meter Tyrannosaurus burst forth, scales the color of storm-darkened jade, fury radiating from every fiber. Clutched between its jaws was half the limb of some unknown creature, its bloodthirsty vertical pupils locked instantly onto the seemingly insignificant human before it. A 30-meter ancient species. Impressive stature, muscle density should be exceptional. Ace halted, tilting his head upward to appraise the beast, and smiled satisfied. He made no move to evade. His right fist slowly clenched, ready to deliver one decisive blow to end this exquisite ingredient. Just as Ace began to draw back his arm, swish! A razor-edged projectile sliced the air above him, accompanied by a shrill, tearing shriek. "Hey, big guy, don't smash its tenderloin with that brutish fist. If you ruin the grain, I'll carve you up next." A sharp, furious voice cracked through the air, followed by a woman descending like a raptor from the canopy. Ace tilted his head slightly upward. His observation haki captured every nuance of her descent with crystalline clarity. She stood nearly 2 meters tall, her wild dark red hair tied high in a defiant ponytail. She wore a black form-fitting tank top beneath a heavy brown leather apron, studded with chef's knives of every size and function. Her weapons were resting in her right hand, a grotesquely oversized black steel cleaver, nearly the size of a door panel, in her left a slender serpentine silver boning knife, curved with lethal elegance. Opposing forces, one brutal, one refined, one heavy, one light. Drop down, big shot. With feline vertical pupils locked onto the Tyrannosaurus, the red-haired woman soared over Ace's head. Her right-hand cleaver crashed down like a falling mountain, shattering the beast's armored neck scales. Instantly, her left-hand boning knife flashed, sliding with artistic precision into the spinal gap, severing vital nerves in a single fatal incision. Splush! Crimson spray arced into the air. That 30-meter titan, whose hide defied cannon fire, collapsed like soft tofu under her dual-blade mastery, defenseless and undone. The red-haired woman landed gracefully atop the fallen Leviathan, flicking blood from both blades with practiced ease. Then she turned, her gaze languid yet impatient, settling upon the tall black-haired man standing quietly nearby. "Hey, big guy." And Leona stood above Ace, her gaze sharp and possessive, her voice bristling with fierce territorial instinct. "This Tyrannosaurus is prime game. I've had my eyes on it for a full day. Don't think your height gives you the right to snatch someone else's kill. Touch it once, and it'll carve you up alongside it." Ace remained rooted in place, unmoved by the incendiary threat. His gaze never fell upon the colossal Tyrannosaurus. Instead, it locked with intense focus on the freshly severed wound and the two blades gleaming in Leona's hands. In that fleeting instant, Ace's observation haki had captured the strike with absolute clarity. This woman wielded no extraordinary sword aura, rather she relied entirely on an unparalleled mastery of biological anatomy, the precise interplay of bone structure and muscular grain. At the exact moment her heavy blade shattered the Tyrannosaurus's armored hide, her lighter blade severed its neural core with surgical precision. Such butchery, akin to the legendary art of Pao Ding dissecting an ox, preserved the prey's vital chi and seething thermal energy to their utmost intensity. In an exceptionally refined technique for handling premium ingredients. Ace kept his hands tucked deep in his pockets, a genuine note of admiration flickering across his deep obsidian eyes. He strode forward with long, unhurried steps toward the Tyrannosaurus's carcass. On this sea, ownership of prey is decided not by claim, but by the size of one's fist. And coincidentally, I'm hungry. And another crude pirate who disrespects ingredients and knows only plunder. In hearing Ace's matter-of-fact provocation, Leona's temper ignited instantly. Lately, hordes of trash had flooded this island. Pirates desperate to curry favor with world government nobles, slaughtering recklessly with poison gas and heavy ordnance. The towering black-haired man before her radiated such overwhelming presence that instinct screamed hostility. And, if you seek death, I'll grant it gladly. With a thunderous roar, Leona drove both legs hard against the Tyrannosaurus's corpse. Her statuesque 9-meter frame launched skyward like an enraged lioness, hurtling downward at Ace with ferocious momentum and razor-edged wind. Schwa! In her right hand, black steel cleaver descended like a mountain collapsing, brutal, unstoppable, aimed squarely at Ace's shoulder. Faced with a strike capable of bisecting solid rock, Ace neither retreated nor coated his body in Armament Haki. Instead, he casually raised his right hand, broad, thick-palmed, and caught the massive black steel blade barehanded. In suicidal. A glint of cold disdain flashed in Leona's eyes. Even pirates with bounties in the tens of millions would be cleaved in two attempting this. Yet he dared meet her cleaver with flesh alone. Dong! A deafening bronze bell-like clang erupted through the jungle. And Leona's icy composure froze midair. A terrifying recoil surged up the hilt into her arms, numbing her palms. Disbelief widened her vertically slit pupils. Ace's right hand held the black steel cleaver firm, unyielding. Its razor edge had sliced only the thinnest layer of skin on his palm, then ground to a halt, lodged fast within muscle fibers denser than braided steel cables, unable to advance a single millimeter. Impossible! A storm of shock raged within Leona. To withstand my black steel blade using sheer physical density alone. Is this man's physiology more monstrous than that of primordial beasts? Not bad strength. Ace murmured, a calm, self-assured smile curling at the corner of his lips. For half a month he had subjected his body to self-destructive muscular reformation daily, fueled by the vermilion phoenix divine flame. His physique had long since transcended ordinary limits in raw physical defense. Damn it, don't get cocky. Leona instantly abandoned the clash of force. Midair, her lithe body twisted with serpentine fluidity. Her left hand reversed its grip on the silver bone-slicing stiletto, which struck like a venomous snake's tongue, tracing a treacherous arc straight for Ace's undefended ribcage nerve plexus. Heavy blade shatters armor, a short blade excises bone. That was her true killing art. Yet before Ace's supreme observation, Haki, such an ambush unfolded with the sluggish clarity of slow motion. Ace released the black steel cleaver and dropped his left hand downward, casual, unhurried, yet devastatingly precise, as it clamped unerringly around Leona's wrist, still gripping the stiletto. Got you. Ace spoke, voice quiet and unruffled. No. Leona's heart lurched violently. She tried to wrench free, but his grip was an immovable iron clamp. Without granting her even a breath to resist, Ace seized her wrist, pivoted powerfully at the waist, and, propelled by raw savage torque, swung her overhead in a brutal, decisive arc before slamming her headlong into the earth. Boom! A thunderous impact sent soil and fallen leaves exploding skyward. Leona crashed into the ground with crushing force, stars bursting behind her eyes, every bone jarring loose, both beloved blades flying from her grasp. Ace had held back, his control flawless. He delivered just enough force to incapacitate the fiery chef temporarily without inflicting internal injury. Cough, cough. Lying in the crater, Leona gasped raggedly, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Jaw clenched tight, her feral, vertically slit pupils burned with furious, unbroken defiance as they locked onto Ace towering above her. I lost, so take what you want. Kill me, spare me. It makes no difference. This prey is yours. Leona's spirit was fiercely uncompromising, having fallen under the jungle's law. She'd beg no mercy like the weak. Yet no execution followed. Ace stepped to the crater's edge, his broad, imposing silhouette blotting out the dappled sunlight filtering through the canopy. He gazed down at the red-haired woman sprawled beneath him, defeated yet radiating untamable wildness, and recalled her flawless anatomical precision moments earlier. A fierce, blazing, and utterly commanding light flared in his deep, unfathomable eyes. I have no interest in killing you. And he looked down upon her, calm, unwavering, yet emanating the sovereign aura of a monarch who commands all beneath his palm. Your blade work is peerless. Your understanding of ingredients, profound. To waste such talent here among mindless beasts is nothing short of sacrilege. Become my personal chef. Ace issued the declaration, not as a request, but as an irrevocable decree. Leona froze, forgetting even to wipe the blood from her lip, as she stared dumbfounded at the man who'd just hurled her into the earth, now offering her a position with unshakable seriousness. Huh. Are you insane, giant? Snapping back to herself, she snapped back, voice scorching with indignation. Why in the world would I cook for some suspicious stranger like you? And do you even know what true cuisine means? What I pursue is mastering the art of cooking the most ferocious beasts alive, and then you have even less reason to refuse. Ace didn't bristle. He merely smiled, effortlessly composed. With your strength alone, the largest prey you can hope to carve on this island is a mere 100-meter Tyrannosaurus. He extended his broad, powerful hand toward the fallen Leviathan. His voice resonated with the arrogance of one destined to subjugate all seas, but aboard my ship, the Eclipse Pirates, you'll encounter creatures far greater, several-kilometer colossal sea kings from the calm belt of the Grand Line, and apex predators rarely seen even in the New World. Every beast that swims these oceans, I will bring them low, then deliver them intact and fresh to your cutting board. At those words, Leona's feline-like vertical pupils contracted to needle-thin slits. In her gaze locked onto Ace's bottomless black eyes, and her heart hammered uncontrollably wildly. What kind of man was this? Into regard the most terrifying creatures of the grand ocean, not as threats, but as ingredients already laid out upon her chopping block. Within the profound primeval jungle, sunlight filtered through the leafy canopy, casting dappled golden patches upon the forest floor. Leona lay sprawled in a shallow crater she had carved into the earth, her untamed, vertically slitted eyes locking onto Ace for a long, silent moment. Send every unknown monster across these seas straight to my cutting board. Gasping for breath, she suddenly threw her head back and laughed, a rich, unrestrained peal that echoed through the ancient trees. Her laughter carried the fierce, exhilarating heat of a master chef hearing a grandiose, almost blasphemous declaration. On this primordial island, where the law of the jungle reigned absolute, defeat was final, unarguable, and irrevocable. This towering black-haired man before her did not merely overpower her in raw strength, his unfathomable composure, the calm of deep, bottomless waters, left her utterly vanquished, yet deeply respectful. Since your body withstood my blade barehanded, this Tyrannosaurus is yours by right. Leona pushed herself upright with her greatsword, then deftly rolled up her sleeves and slid both cleavers smoothly back into the leather sheaths at her waist. But letting a brute like you roasted over fire would be nothing short of sacrilege against this peerless cut of loin meat. My name is Leona. Gather dry firewood. I'll show you what true primordial cuisine truly means. Ace stood nearby, watching this sharp, unpretentious redhead with quiet admiration, and a faint, easy smile tugged at the corner of his lips. This was the kind of chef a pirate ship deserved. Portgas D. Ace, he introduced himself, then turned and strode off to gather kindling. Half an hour later, a massive bonfire roared to life in a sun-dappled clearing. Leona's professionalism left Ace utterly spellbound. Her silver boning knife danced like a butterfly among blossoms, gliding precisely along the Tyrannosaurus's muscle fibers to isolate the most succulent, energy-dense cuts. Next, she drew forth several vividly hued primordial spices, sprinkling them evenly before tenderly pounding the meat, driving every aromatic essence deep into its very grain. As the Tyrannosaurus roast sizzled over the flames, golden fat dripped onto the fire, bursting into fragrant, mouth-watering aromas that filled the jungle air. Eat. Ancient species muscle often carries a harsh, acrid bitterness, but I've neutralized it using rare island herbs. And through precise percussion, every ounce of this beast's wild caloric fury and vital chi has been locked entirely within its muscle fibers. With a flick of her blade, Leona sent a slab of roasted meat, weighing dozens of pounds, flying across the fire straight into Ace's waiting hands. He caught it effortlessly and tore into it without hesitation. The instant the meat touched his tongue, Ace's eyes flickered, bright with surprise. This unrefined, visceral, gustatory triumph dwarfed Buggy's amateurish grilling by an incalculable margin. More crucially, Ace's monstrous digestive system, reforged by the phoenix fruit, immediately sensed the difference. Even raw sea kings could be fully metabolized by his body now. Yet Leona's preparation had already stripped the savage flesh of all impurities, so that with each swallow no further gastrointestinal labor was needed. Pure concentrated caloric energy flooded his limbs and core with breathtaking efficiency. His rate of ingestion and absorption had surged dramatically. This is the chef I need. Ace devoured the colossal portion in mere bites, offering his praise without restraint, perfect doneness. Your technique transforms my energy absorption into something profoundly efficient. Naturally, I was born to cook monsters. Leona sat across the fire, draining a swig of potent homemade liquor, a quiet pride gleaming in her chef's gaze. Sated and refreshed, Ace leaned back against a thick fallen log, his eyes resting thoughtfully on her. Such extraordinary skill. Why remain a hermit on this island? Ace extended his offer once more. My proposition still stands. Join my crew. Become chief chef aboard the Eclipse. Beyond these shores lie countless unknown beasts awaiting your blade. Leona wiped the obsidian cleaver's edge with meticulous care, using a soft cloth. Flickering firelight traced the elegant feral contours of her face. Hunting colossal sea kings in the calm belt. Seeking legendary beasts whispered only in New World myths. Her movements slowed, a wistful longing shimmered in her eyes. Indeed, that is a dream invitation no chef who dares pursue perfection could ever refuse. But swiftly the fervor in her gaze dimmed. With a sharp, decisive click, she sheathed the cleaver and lifted her eyes to meet Ace's, shaking her head. I cannot leave. Your kindness honors me, Ace. But finish this meal and depart from Back's Island at once. Her voice grew heavy, weighted with unspoken gravity. The waters here run too deep for greenhorns, just stepping into the Grand Line. Ace remained silent, his dark eyes steady and patient, waiting. The island's periphery is a flourishing gastronomic paradise, but this inland hunting ground, a slaughterhouse pure and absolute. Leona clenched her fists until her knuckles blanched white. Ruling this island is Truff the gluttonous Baron, wanted dead or alive for 85 million berry. He is a raving lunatic. He enslaves the island's indigenous people and ravages the inland ecology without remorse. He captures these primordial beasts, not out of reverence for ingredients, but to feed the depraved bloodlust of decadent nobles. They poison them. They blast them with heavy ordnance, breaking their spirits, reducing them to gasping husks, before serving them still breathing upon aristocratic banquet tables. Leona gritted her teeth, her eyes blazing with incandescent fury. These vermin who trample both life and sustenance, they shall never be forgiven. Ace listened in silence, his expression unreadable. On this sea, survival of the fittest was iron law. Noble cruelty and underworld greed were old familiar specters. An 85 million berry bounty means you cannot kill him alone. Ace stated the truth, blunt and unflinching. I know I cannot. Leona rose, her tall frame casting a long commanding shadow across the firelit ground. She seized both great cleavers, her gaze resolute as flint. But deep within this island sleeps our tribe's sacred guardian, a living primordial gorilla centuries old. It is the last dignity of this forest. Leona drew a slow, deep breath and turned her gaze toward the impenetrable heart of the jungle. Truff scum have coveted that ancient gorilla for years. As protector of my people, I must patrol this forest day and night. So long as I draw breath, none of them shall cross even one step into the high mountains. She faced Ace again, offering him a bold, easy smile. Thank you for the offer, Captain Ace. If I survive, and if our paths cross again in the new world, I'll roast you another feast. Without another glance, she melted back into the dense shadow-choked jungle, like a lithe lioness resuming her solitary, seemingly hopeless vigil. The bonfire crackled softly in the wind. Ace remained seated on the log, watching her vanish into the gloom, making no move to stop her. He picked up a remaining bone-in cut, took a deliberate bite, and savored the transcendent flavor. Truff, the gluttonous Baron. 85 million berry. He murmured the name once more, low and measured. Ordinary gang vendettas held no interest for him. But this red-haired woman, she was the first chef Ace had ever personally declared aloud as his chosen ship's chef on the Grand Line. To be forever trapped on this island, bound by loyalty to an ape, was not an ending he would permit. A centuries-old primordial gorilla, and noble hunting parties who slaughter solely for sadistic pleasure. Ace rose, his silhouette swallowing half the firelight. He tossed the clean bone into the blaze, and his crimson coat rippled like dark flame in the forest's chill breeze. He would never treat another's faith as mere ingredient, but the events unfolding upon this island had undeniably piqued his interest. Lifting his boot, Ace stamped out the dying embers and strode steadily after Leona's fading trail. She is the chef I have claimed. A sovereign, self-assured smirk curved his lips, the sound of his voice drifting slowly into the hushed woods. Shattering such meaningless chains. That too is a captain's duty. Around the outskirts of Bukisi Island in the commercial harbor district. Unlike the primeval forest inland thick with the original stench of blood, this place was a glittering den of decadence. Opulent restaurants lined both sides of the street, the air heavy with rare spices and the rich scent of roasted meat. Move aside. Clear the way for me. If this cart full of premium rum gets damaged, I couldn't repay it even by selling you all. Buggy, wearing sunglasses and dragging a heavy cart laden with enormous barrels of rum by rope, swore and cursed as he forced his way through the bustling street. Back when I sailed under Captain Roger, I saw the world, mind you, and yet here I am reduced to caring for two Donghai brats. What a fall from grace. Buggy wiped his brow and muttered his veteran complaints under his breath, a habit of an old hand. Karina in front paid him no mind. She wore a tailored coat, held a small abacus in her hand, and was haggling with practiced ease at the door of a spice shop. 60% of market price, or we go to the next shop. Karina tapped the abacus shrewdly. These ancient spice leaves that dispel the rancid reek of primeval beasts are useless to ordinary merchant ships. Only those of us bold enough to enter the deep mountains would ever need them. Boss, you do not want these goods to rot in your warehouse, do you? The spice seller wiped cold sweat from his brow and finally gave a wry nod to seal the deal. Sabo stood to one side, pressing down the brim of his hat, refraining from interfering with Karina's purchase. His gaze casually roamed across the prosperous harbor town. Born in the Gaia kingdom, Sabo possessed a sensitivity to distorted prosperity that ordinary folk could not match. He noticed that the porters and laborers who carried plates and heavy loads along the street, even those chained like animals to wash dishes behind the kitchens, all wore exceedingly simple animal skins. Their skin bore a uniform black brand, their eyes dull and hollow. This island's prosperity wore a particularly filthy underlayer. Sabo withdrew his gaze, his expression growing chilly. Not only filthy, but outrageously profitable, Karina murmured as she finished paying and walked to Sabo's side. I just inquired while we were here. This island calls itself the capital of cuisine and hunting because its true ruler is the glutton Baron Telluofu. They say he's a wanted underground power with a bounty of 85 million Bailey and himself an animal-type ancient species ability user. Karina flipped open her information notebook. He has seized the island and rounded up the natives as slaves to do his bidding. Worse, he panders to perverse appetites among the world government's aristocracy, ruthlessly capturing inland ancient beasts. The rarer and more tortured the prey, the higher the price on those nobles' tables. Karina closed her book and shook her head. No wonder the perimeter is so flourishing. This is a black industry built on ecology and human lives. Sabo's eyes grew colder as he listened. What he loathed above all was the trampling of life to please decadent nobles. As the three prepared to load the supplies back onto the rishi, a brazen shout split the air. Get out of the way. Move, all of you. Can't you see? The front of the street erupted with arrogant curses. Alongside heavy hoofbeats, a squad of burly men in uniform black armor thundered down the crowded street, mounted on tamed raptors. Vendors and bystanders scattered in fear. A few of the native slave laborers who failed to dodge were struck and hurled aside, spitting blood as they hit the ground, yet no one dared to help them up. The leader, a scar-faced brute with a huge boar skull emblem tattooed on his chest, cracked a barbed leather whip and drove the crowd with impatient malice. Move faster. The Baron's main hunting party has already gone into the mountains to capture that centuries-old ancient titan alive. If we delay delivering provisions to the masters, we'll lose our heads. The scar-faced man bellowed as his raptor charged straight toward Karina and the others. The street, already made tighter by Buggy's cart carrying 100 barrels of rum, felt suddenly cramped. Hey, you red-nosed oaf. Move this rotten cart into the gutter now. You're blocking the Baron's escort. Do you want to die? The scar-faced leader snarled, raising his whip as if to strike Buggy's face. Buggy halted when he saw the barbed whip. He did not flinch. Instead, he adjusted his sunglasses slowly, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. Having been ordered about by AC as a porter today, he already harbored a fierce, smoldering rage. Now some small-time thug dared to tell him to dump the rum he had hauled all the way into the gutter. You blind pig. Buggy drew in a deep breath. His hands, wearing Luffy knuckle rings, cracked as he clenched them, a long-buried pirate ferocity flashing in his eyes. This is the Rishi's rum. Splinter and blast. Cannonball. Before the whip could fall, Buggy's right hand became like a launched bowling ball, tearing free from his wrist and tracing a phantom arc through the air to smash squarely into the scar-faced man's face. A dull bone-shattering crack resounded. The scar-faced man never even managed to scream. His nasal bridge caved in, and he was flung from his raptor's back, smashing through the glass display of a fine restaurant along the street. The sudden upheaval plunged the whole street into stunned silence. Both passers-by and the arrogant escort were dumbstruck. You dare attack men of the glutton Baron? The remaining dozen guards snapped to attention, drawing pistols and cleavers, their fury fixated on Buggy. You have more nerve than the Baron himself, letting us dump goods we bought into the gutter. Karina, who had mysteriously retreated to a safe distance, folded her arms and let out an amused chuckle as if watching a show. To a steward who worshipped profit, touching her merchandise was the same as touching her money. It seems your Baron never taught you manners, Sabo said as he stepped forward, placing himself before the cart of rum. He pressed his hat down, to a cold fury shimmered plainly in his blue eyes. These lackeys who swaggered to please the nobility had stepped squarely into Sabo's danger zone. You insolent brats. Shoot them until they're a hornet's nest. The guards roared and pulled their triggers. Bullets screamed through the air. Sabo did not even make a move to dodge. His right arm flared into a brilliant orange blaze in an instant. Bullets passed through the flames as if through thin air, leaving no trace and not even singeing the hem of his clothing. Nature type. The guards exclaimed in terror, eyes wide. If you so enjoy hunting. Sabo slammed his alloy staff down on the ground. wrapped in a martial aura and flames. The staff carved a blinding ring of fire through the air. Then taste what it is to be the prey roasted over the fire. An explosive plume of flame like an enraged dragon erupted from the tip of Sabo's staff and swept across the center of the street. The dozen guards on raptors had no chance to flee. The searing heat consumed riders and mounts alike, reducing them to charred heaps. Clean and decisive, with no mess left behind. Merchants and nobles fled in panic. In an instant, the great street belonged only to the three from the Rishi. Sabo sheathed his staff and strode to the scar-faced man, now barely alive amid the restaurant wreckage, and planted a foot on his chest. You said your main hunting party went into the mountains today? Their target was an ancient titan. Sabo looked down at him, his voice ice cold. Cough, cough, you're doomed. The scar-faced man spat blood and threatened through gritted teeth. Lord Telluofu is a great pirate with a bounty of 85 million Bailey. He took 500 elite men and the fiercest gas grenades into the primeval forest. When he returns, it will be your death. Before he could finish, Sabo applied a little more force with his foot and sent him into unconsciousness. Sabo turned and looked toward the inland forest where a vast canopy hid the depths, his brow creasing slightly. An 85 million Bailey ancient species plus 500 heavily armed poachers. Karina stepped beside Sabo and peered toward the forest, worry in her glance. Captain went alone to hunt, won't he run into trouble? Buggy, who had been raging moments before, now expertly tightened the ropes on the cart. Hearing Karina's concern, he rolled his eyes and scoffed. The one who should worry is that stupid Baron himself. Pushing up his sunglasses, Buggy spoke with a complicated blend of reverence and confidence. If you pick a fight with our captain, this island's ecology will be reshaped today. Sabo could not help but smile as he tipped his hat down. Let's go. First, we load the supplies back onto the ship. Sabo looked into the forest again, his gaze softened. If I'm not mistaken, the captain should already have found the prey he was after by now. Deep within the interior of Bax Island, at the heart of the primordial hunting grounds, lay a secluded basin, once a tranquil sacred sanctuary shrouded by colossal ancient trees where the island's indigenous tribe had thrived for generations. But now that hallowed land had been transformed into an inferno, a living hell. Boom! With a deafening explosion, several towering ancient trees, each requiring 10 men to encircle, crashed to the ground. Acrid yellow-green toxic smoke coiled through the forest. Armed only with crude bone spears and primitive bows, the tribespeople fell in waves before the heavily armed, merciless poaching force, like wheat before the scythe. Release the gas. Flush these savages out. Don't shoot. The pelts must remain intact. Lord Baron instructed that these natives' bones, and the young of those primordial beasts, are fetching premium prices at the underground auctions. Hundreds of black uniformed poachers roared with savage laughter as they tightened their encirclement. And at the very center of the battlefield, a primordial gorilla, nearly 40 meters tall, its body thickly furred and shimmering silver gray, roared in profound grief and fury. It was the tribe's ancestral guardian deity, venerated across centuries. Now its massive frame bore horrific wounds. Several enormous custom-forged harpoons were deeply embedded in its flesh, anchoring it like iron shackles. Opposite the beast stood a man of staggering girth, Truff the Gluttony Baron. Clad in an extravagantly ornate noble's robe stretched taut over his bulging frame, he held a half-eaten roasted dinosaur leg in one hand. As the primordial gorilla's mountain-sized fist hurtled toward him, capable of shattering cliffs, he did not flinch. Instead, his eyes gleamed with ravenous predatory greed. Ancient Zoan giant bore fruit, Tyrannosaurus, jaws form. Truff sneered. In an instant, his bloated flesh contracted violently, hardening into coarse, leathery, dark brown bristles and thick hide. His skull warped into a monstrous boar's visage. 2 razor-sharp tusks meters long erupted from his jaws. Wouldn't it be simpler to lie still and await slaughter, you great ape? He tossed aside the gnawed bone and lowered his colossal frame, clenching his right fist. VVVV. A layer of haki, dense obsidian black and unyieldingly hard, surged instantly across his entire right arm and half his torso. Crunch. The primordial gorilla's titanic fist collided Hedon with Truff's haki-wrapped fist. A sickening crack of splintering bone echoed across the clearing. Despite dwarfing Truff by dozens of times in sheer scale, the primordial gorilla let out a piercing, agonized wail. Its indestructible knuckles caved inward under the crushing hardness of haki. Its colossal body reeled backward from the cataclysmic recoil, slamming into and pulverizing an entire cliff face. Such feeble strength dares call itself a guardian. How profoundly disappointing. Truff shook out his fist, his jowls twisting into a contemptuous snarl. Were it not for those high lords in Mary Joa, who've recently developed a taste for primate brain marrow, I'd never have bothered venturing into this godforsaken wilderness myself. In his youth, he had roamed the New World and mastered both colors of Haki. Later, he aligned himself with aristocrats and retreated to the Paradise region, ruling as a local warlord, his bounty deliberately suppressed and frozen. Truff turned to several elite hunting officers standing behind him, men radiating raw, brutal aura. You four, take half the men and seal off the outer forest perimeter. His voice cut like ice. Not a single fly leaves this basin today. At once, your lordship. The officers saluted and swiftly dispersed with squads of subordinates into the surrounding woods. Truff turned back, gazing upon the primordial gorilla collapsed in a pool of blood, shielding its elders, women, and children with its dying body. His gleaming tusks caught the light like cold steel. Well then, time for the main course. As Truff took a heavy, deliberate step forward, preparing to deliver the final blow. Shoo! A razor-edged silver blade, howling with lethal wind, lanced from the jungle's edge, striking without warning straight for Truff's throat. His Kinbunchiko Haki instantly sensed the threat. Unfazed, he casually raised his Haki-shrouded forearm. Clang! A grating shriek of metal on metal. That blade, sharp enough to cleave stone, slammed into Truff's blackened arm, sparking violently, but failed utterly to pierce the impenetrable armor of Haki. Take your filthy hands off our tribe's guardian deity, Truff. A voice furious and resolute, ringing with unflinching resolve, ripped through the air. A wild mane of crimson hair whipped through the air as Leona descended like a wrathful lioness, twin massive cleavers, one black steel, one silver, clenched in her fists, landing squarely between Truff and the fallen gorilla. Lady Leona has returned. Dazed and choking on poison gas, the surviving tribespeople stared at her tall, defiant silhouette, and tears of hope flooded their eyes. Oh, I wondered who dared strike. So, it's you, that skulking little mouse. Truff lowered his arm, surveying Leona, breathless, her lips still bruised from a prior blow dealt by Ace, and laughed with utter disdain. What? Done hiding in the mountains as a savage? Come back to perish alongside your kin, and that oversized ape? Leona said nothing. She gazed upon the ravaged village, upon her people strewn lifeless in blood, upon the dying primordial gorilla, and her feline vertical pupils burned with rage so fierce it seemed to weep crimson tears. If only she hadn't lingered chasing that Tyrannosaurus. If only she'd returned sooner. Today I'll drag you straight to hell, even if it costs me my life. With a guttural roar, Leona exploded forward, her legs driving off the earth with explosive force. She channeled every ounce of her monstrous physical power and decades of butchering primordial beasts into pure, unrestrained motion. Bone-stripping dance, frenzied whirlwind. Her black steel cleaver and silver blade blurred into a vortex of steel, too fast for the human eye to track. Leona tore into the enemy ranks, every slash carving through armored poachers and their weapons alike, reducing them to perfectly segmented chunks of meat. Like a soulless meat grinder, she carved a crimson corridor through hundreds of foes, straight toward Truff's face. Your swordsmanship is indeed refined. Truff stood unmoved, watching his men slaughtered without a flicker of emotion. Yet on this grand line, unarmed martial arts without Haki are merely third-rate parlor tricks. VVVV. Truff drew a deep breath, then unleashed the terrifying physical might of his ancient Zoan form. He did not evade Leona's surgical, unpredictable slashes. Instead, he charged headlong into the blade's path, delivering a devastating skull-crushing headbutt. Clang, crack. His Hakiran-forced tusks slammed against the black steel cleaver. A wave of crushing force surged up the blade's haft. Leona felt her arms fracture beneath the strain, her palms split, open, blood gushing forth. Ugh! Her vaunted sword art, before this ancient Zoan master steeped in Haki, was no more than an ant straining against a mountain. She vomited a fountain of crimson, hurtling backward like a severed puppet, shattering over a dozen massive tree trunks before crashing at the primordial gorilla's feet. Ruawar. The gorilla groaned weakly, extending a trembling colossal finger to shelter Leona beneath its palm. Cough, cough, damn it. Leona writhed, trying to rise, but visceral agony gripped her organs, leaving her unable even to grip her blades. The gulf between their powers yawned like an abyss. She watched helpless as Truff advanced with his remaining poachers. Administer sedatives to the gorilla. Prepare it for transport. As for this woman, Truff loomed over Leona, his gaze glacial and cruel. Sever her limbs. cast her into the gas zone, to watch her people rot away before her eyes. Several poachers' axes raised high grinned savagely as they stepped forward. Leona clenched her teeth, not closing her eyes. Even in death she would stare, burning their faces into her soul. Yet inexplicably her mind flashed to a black-haired man seated beside a campfire hours earlier, devouring meat with unrestrained hunger. Bring every monster sailing this grand line straight onto my cutting board. What an utterly irresistible, infuriating dream. A tear, tinged with blood and defiance, slid down Leona's cheek. Then, at the very instant the axes began their fatal descent, shoo! An eerie, unnatural breeze whispered across the battlefield's edge. Then, bang, bang, bang. The axe-wielding poachers didn't even register the threat before their skulls detonated like overripe melons obliterated by an unimaginably savage, overwhelming force. Their headless corpses crumpled silently. Truff's mocking smile froze, then shattered. He whirled around his Kinbunchika Haki screaming in alarm. There amid the carnage and rivers of blood, within Leona's stunned, disbelieving gaze, stood a towering, crimson-shadowed figure as if summoned from myth itself. He uttered no cry for justice. He spared no glance for the terrified poachers scrambling backward. Slowly, steadily, like an immovable mountain, Ace stepped forward, placing himself squarely between Leona and the primordial gorilla. He tilted his head slightly, his deep, frigid black eyes locking onto Truff with unnerving calm. "You've mistaken something, pig." His voice was low, yet it vibrated through the entire forest, chilling every leaf, silencing every breath. This woman, and every top-tier ingredient in this forest, they're mine now. Ace raised his fists, black Haki coiling like living shadow around both knuckles. "Who gave you permission to touch them? Who gave you permission to touch them?" Ace's voice resonated calmly across the basin, thick with smoke and the coppery stench of blood. This utterly uninflected accusation struck each poacher's chest like a sledgehammer. Truff's tiny eyes, squeezed into narrow slits by layers of fat, narrowed ever so slightly. The moment Ace appeared, his observation Haki had sensed within this black-haired man an aura as fathomless and abyssal as the deepest trench of the sea. "So it's you. I'd heard of the newcomer who shattered the East Blue's bounty record in yesterday's papers." Truff spat a globule of blood-streaked phlegm and sneered, "Ace the Eclipse, bounty 50 million berries. Instead of basking in fame across the East Blue, you've come to the Grand Line to throw your life away." At the words, 50 million berry newcomer from the East Blue, hundreds of fully armed poachers surrounding them flashed predatory grins, greedy, ruthless, and utterly without mercy. In their eyes, East Blue bounties were inflated beyond reason. 50 million berries merely marked a plump, slightly stronger sheep, and besides, Baron Truff himself stood right there among them. "Baron, sir, our officers have moved to the perimeter. Leave this to us." Several poacher squad leaders raised their flintlock rifles and grenade launchers loaded with toxic shells, their murderous intent blazing openly in their eyes as they roared, "Brothers, riddle that arrogant brat and those savages behind him with bullets until they're nothing but Swiss cheese." Fire! With that roar, hundreds of black gun barrels and cannon muzzles swung in unison, locking onto Ace, and behind him Leona and the native tribespeople. "Duck! That's high-concentration nerve gas." Leona cried out from beneath the colossal foot of the ancient gorilla, her eyes wide with terror. Yet Ace remained rooted where he stood, not a single step backward. Facing that overwhelming tide of lethal intent, he merely lifted his gaze, where deep within the profound obsidian of his eyes a surge of dark gold light erupted like a silent supernova. VRRM. An invisible yet crushing pressure, so immense it seemed capable of collapsing the entire sky, exploded outward from Ace in a tsunami-like wave, instantly sweeping across the entire battlefield basin. This was pure sovereign authority, the Haushika Haki, the innate aura of a born monarch. What is this sensation? Help! The poachers' cruel grins froze instantly on their faces. Their minds went blank, their hearts clenched tight, as if gripped by an unseen titan's fist. Not even a full scream escaped their throats before hundreds of heavily armed poachers collapsed en masse, eyes rolling back, froth bubbling at their lips, like wheat flattened by a gale. Even the toxic grenades already chambered and primed slipped uselessly from slackened hands into the mud, all in 2 seconds. Except for Truff, the entire poacher force, hundreds strong moments ago roaring with arrogance, lay utterly defeated. The native tribespeople who had moments earlier stared in utter despair now watched in stunned silence, forgetting even how to breathe. Leona too forgot the searing agony racking her body, gazing at that broad, unwavering back, The back of a man who'd felled hundreds with nothing but a glance. A primal soul-deep tremor overwhelmed her completely. Haushika Haki. Truff's smirk vanished entirely. As a veteran pirate, he knew precisely what such a rare 9 aptitude signified. This young man before him was no reckless novice seeking death. He was a true monster forged for conquest in the new world. The bothersome flies have been swept away. Ace withdrew his hands from his pockets and strode forward, treading deliberately over the unconscious bodies strewn across the ground, his gaze locking unflinchingly onto Truff. Now it's your turn. Don't get cocky, brat. So you possess Haushiku, what of it? On this stretch of sea I'm the sovereign. Bounty 85 million berries. Truff knew there would be no peaceful resolution today. With a guttural roar he tore open his opulent noble's coat, the blubbery folds of his flesh surging outward, hardening instantly into coarse leathery dark brown bristles. Ancient Zoan-type devil fruit giant boar, terrorjaw boar form. Truff's frame exploded upward, towering over 10 meters tall, a living heavy assault tank. His eyes flooded crimson, a fierce coating of Armament Haki surged across his massive tusks and forelimbs. "You wretched savage, wildlife charge." With earth-shattering momentum Truff charged, his colossal form becoming a mobile mountain of muscle and fury hurtling straight toward Ace. Faced with this ancient boar armored in Armament Haki and powerful enough to shatter city walls, Ace did not retreat. His stance lowered, crushing the bedrock beneath his feet into dust. His palms darkened instantly under a dense obsidian sheen of Armament Haki. Unflinching, he lunged forward, reaching out both hands directly toward Truff's enormous gleaming tusks. Boom! Two figures, vastly mismatched in scale, collided with cataclysmic force at the heart of the basin. A visible white shockwave erupted outward like a hurricane, uprooting towering trees within a radius of dozens of meters. Back off! Truff's eyes bulged with fury, straining to crush this puny human beneath his legendary ancient Zoan might. But horror seized him. No matter how fiercely he pushed, those two black hands gripping his tusks held fast, immovable as iron clamps welded into place. Impossible. I'm an ancient Zoan. How can a mere human possess strength like this? A storm of disbelief raged within Truff's mind. Is this the peak of an ancient Zoan's physical power? Ace tilted his head up, his black eyes glinting with cold, regal disdain. How profoundly disappointing. Your bloated flaccid flesh pales in comparison to Garp's fists. As the final syllable left his lips, Ace's biceps swelled with explosive power. Crack! A sickening snap echoed, sharp, visceral, bone-chilling. One of Truff's mighty tusks, sheathed in Armament Haki, a symbol of his pride, shattered cleanly under Ace's raw, monstrous strength fused with indomitable Haki. Alag! Truff shrieked, a piercing, agonized wail, as his colossal frame staggered off balance from the unbearable pain. Ace granted him no reprieve. Releasing the broken tusk, Ace drew back his right fist, where crimson gold Suzuka divine flame roared to life, seamlessly interwoven with jet-black Armament Haki warping the very air around it with blistering heat. Watch closely, my chef, Ace murmured over his shoulder, glancing back toward Leona lying behind him. This is true apex hunting. In the next instant, Ace coiled his waist and launched a devastating uppercut, brutally direct, stripped of all flourish, driving it straight into Truff's massive jaw. Divine flame, collapse fist. A torrent of incandescent crimson gold fire erupted skyward with the punch. Truff's 10-meter-tall, multi-ton behemoth was ripped clean off the ground, hurled upward like a flaming artillery shell, soaring helplessly into the heavens. Scorching divine flame raced up his jaw, breaching his vaunted ancient Zoan defenses, consuming his bristling hide in an instant, setting his entire body ablaze. Crockham! Truff crashed down violently 100 meters away, plowing a massive crater deep into the forest floor. Charred black, his Armament Haki utterly shattered, he reverted to his bloated human form, twitching feebly in the crater's depths before collapsing into absolute unconsciousness. An established powerhouse, bounty 85 million berries, had fallen before the captain of the Eclipse Pirates in fewer than 2 exchanges. The battlefield fell into a tomb-like silence. Leona leaned against the ancient gorilla's colossal foot, her wild vertical pupils locked onto Ace, who stood motionless, breathing steady, untouched by exertion. She swallowed, blood-tinted saliva catching in her throat, her heart hammering uncontrollably. One glance felling hundreds. Pure brute force snapping an ancient Zoan's tusk. A single punch reducing a monster of that caliber to smoldering ruin. This man had just declared he would take her to the new world, to hunt legendary beasts. He was not jesting. Not in the slightest. The interior of Back's island midsection of the primordial forest. Boom. An exceptionally muffled, thunderous detonation erupted from the direction of the basin, sending flocks of startled birds scattering skyward like a roiling black cloud. The earth beneath their feet trembled violently, as if the island's very heart had been struck a crushing blow. The three travelers striding along a forest path jolted to an abrupt halt. They had just hauled 100 casks of rum and supplies back into the ship's hold when the sudden quake sent them staggering. What in blazes is going on? Is this island about to sink? Buggy wiped cold sweat from his brow. It's the captain's doing. Sabo led the way, gazing upward at the lingering scorching crimson glow above the basin, adjusting his formal hat with a quiet press. Looks like he's already found his quarry. We need to move faster. As the trio prepared to quicken their pace across the woodland, 4 or 5 dozen fully armed black-clad poachers suddenly burst from the underbrush ahead. At their head stood a scarred, bald, broad-shouldered brute, hefting a massive mountain-splitting axe. His eyes flashed with vicious intent upon spotting Sabo and his companions. This is Lord Truff's territory. Cut these 3 down. Too wordy. No time for introductions. Before the brute could even finish his line, a deep blue afterimage, ghost-like, swift and unyielding, slammed violently into his field of vision. A glacial chill gleamed in Sabo's gaze, impatience sharpened by urgency. Enraged and startled, the bald thug swung his axe downward in instinctive fury. Yet Sabo didn't flinch, not even a step back. He extended his right hand, shrouded in pitch-black Haki, index and middle fingers rigidly aligned. Dragon's claw. Clang. A crisp, ringing impact echoed. Before the stunned silence of every onlooker, that massive steel axe, capable of cleaving ancient trees in two, shattered under Sabo's 3 fingers as though it were a brittle, low-grade biscuit, a series of sharp cracks, then a cascade of fractured iron shards littering the ground. Sabo lunged forward, seized the brute's throat in one motion, and unleashed a torrent of roaring, incandescent orange flame from his palm, engulfing the man instantly. With a casual flick, he hurled the charred corpse onto the roadside. Our boss just got taken down in one move. The remaining 2 poacher lieutenants trembled uncontrollably. Since you've blocked our path, we'll clear you all away. Sabo tilted his head slightly. Buggy, hurry up. What do you mean, hurry up? Have you grown addicted to ordering me around? Buggy bellowed, but his body moved with practiced precision as he surged forward. You pitiful frogs who've never seen the sky beyond your well. Today I'll test my blades on you. Seeing a red-nosed man stride toward them, the 2 lieutenants immediately sought to overwhelm him through sheer numbers. The lieutenant wielding the meteor hammer raised a thick, solid steel round shield to cover his entire body. The other gripped twin blades poised for a sudden lunge. Buggy sneered, and in an instant his body fragmented into dozens of pieces. His fists, elbows, and shoulders became a storm of relentless percussive force, hammering down from every angle. Thud, thud, thud. A barrage of blows rained upon the steel shield, each landing with a heavy, muffled thump. Fool. Such feeble, weightless strikes. You think they'll pierce my defense? The meteor hammer lieutenant had barely finished mocking from behind his shield when Buggy's floating head, suspended midair, curved into a sly, sinister grin. His 2 fists, still embedded in the shield's surface, emitted a sharp click, and 10 fingers snapped cleanly off at the knuckles. Guided by sheer will, resorthin folding blades silently sprang forth from specially engineered finger guards concealed beneath his knuckles. Barbed, severed fingers coiled like venomous serpents, darting past the shield's impenetrable front, striking with lethal precision and cruelty straight into the lieutenant's utterly unguarded eyes. Squelch. My eyes. The lieutenant dropped his shield, clutched his face, and writhed on the ground in agonized convulsions. The twin-blade lieutenant recoiled in terror, just as Buggy's scattered fragments reassembled midair into a towering upper-body silhouette. A thunderous, bone-shattering punch landed squarely on his jaw. Then, bang! A clean, sharp gunshot rang out across the forest. Karina, who had stood calmly observing from the rear, elegantly blew away the wisp of white smoke curling from the muzzle of her flintlock pistol. Her lead bullet had pierced the lieutenant's knee with surgical accuracy, dropping him to his knees helpless and immobile. With their leaders obliterated, the remaining dozens of rank-and-file poachers broke into panicked flight. Too late. Buggy landed smoothly, reassembling his entire form, and laughed as he produced a crimson custom-made glass sphere. Custom Buggy bomb. He hurled it into the densest cluster of fleeing figures. Boom! A searing fireball, blinding as a miniature sun, detonated amid the trees, its ferocious thermal wave consuming everything in its radius. The elite poaching unit was annihilated under this indiscriminate wide-area bombardment, leaving only splintered trunks, scorched earth, and the moans of the wounded. Mission accomplished, with ease. Buggy straightened his collar. Though wearing no spectacles, he lifted his chin with the imperious air of a seasoned elder, a master of unmatched arrogance. If we delayed any longer, the captain would have finished his fight. Sabo offered the remark without reservation, then strode forward first, his long legs stepping confidently over the ruins. TCH. Clearly my vantage point made all the difference. Karina holstered her firearm with practiced grace and fell into step behind him. The three pressed onward, swift, unhurried, down the now vacant trail deeper into the forest's heart toward the basin. When they parted the final veil of shrubbery and stood at the basin's rim, the horrifying sight before them froze all three in place. The earth was fissured and cracked. The basin, hundreds of meters wide, bore the scars of a cataclysmic micrometeor shower, half the ancient forest flattened by a devastating shockwave. The air reeked of stone baked to cinder by extreme heat, and at the basin's center, within a colossal crater, laid a monstrous ancient Zoan wild boar, its bulk like a small hill, convulsing on its side, foam dripping from its jaws. Its once proud iron-hard bristles had been reduced to ash. A sickening, oily aroma of roasted fat hung faintly in the air. The beast lay unconscious, perhaps dead. At the crater's edge stood their black-haired captain, unassailable sovereign, his back turned to them in serene stillness. Opposite him stood the tall, fiery-tempered, red-haired chef, gripping two blood-smeared cleavers. Her gaze, complex, awestruck, nearly feverish, was locked unblinkingly upon him. Looks like we arrived just in time for dinner. Sabo adjusted his hat again, eyes fixed on Ace's back, a figure untouched, unfathomable as the abyss, and a quiet, fierce pride, pure eclipse pirate pride, flickered warmly in his gaze. Goodness, this fat pig is already dripping with oil from roasting. Buggy leaned in for a closer look, unable to suppress his astonishment, but it seems to be slightly overcooked. It looks unappetizing. Captain, the peripheral minions have been cleared out. Sabo approached Ace, glancing at the surrounding destruction that resembled a meteor shower aftermath, adjusting his top hat. Ace nodded slightly and turned around. His body was unblemished by a single drop of blood, and his breathing remained steady, as if the recent defeat of a formidable opponent was merely an insignificant warm-up exercise. He ignored Truff in the pit and cast his deep gaze towards a short distance away. There the red-haired chef Leona was weakly leaning against the foot of the gravely injured ancient giant. This guardian of the tribe, who had lived for hundreds of years, was pierced all over with heavy harpoons that had barbed tips. The high-concentration poison gas shells fired by Truff's subordinates had already seeped into its blood through the torn wounds. Its massive body was gasping heavily, each breath accompanied by the violent coughing of black blood. The surviving natives around knelt on the ground, watching their guardian, whose vitality was waning, emitting sounds of despair and sorrow. Leona bit her lip hard, using her hands to push against the ground in an attempt to stand and help the giant remove the harpoons. However, having just taken a powerful armed headbutt from Truff, her arms were severely fractured, and as she exerted strength, she weakly fell back into the mud. It's over, but it seems the cost is not small. Ace strode forward, stepping onto the debris-strewn ground, and approached Leona and the ancient giant. The ancient giant's enormous eyes, gradually losing focus, warily glanced at the human, exuding a terrifying aura, letting out a weak growl from its throat, trying to shield Leona with its massive hand. Big monkey, don't be nervous. Ace raised his head, meeting the ancient giant's gaze with a calm tone. If I wanted to kill you, you would already be lying in the pit like that wild pig. Leona looked up at Ace, who stood in front of the sunlight, her expression complex. Thank you, Ace. The troubles on this island have been resolved. But unfortunately, the poison has already invaded the mountain god's organs. It seems I won't have the chance to cook that barbecue for you on your ship. Ace interrupted her. A chef I have my eyes on must be brought along. Ace slowly crouched down, extending his right hand. A cluster of pure golden red flames ignited in his palm, without warning. There was no scorching heat nor a sense of explosive combustion. The moment the golden red divine fire appeared, the poisonous gas and the stench of blood in the surrounding air seemed to encounter a natural enemy, instantly purifying the space. A majestic, ancient, and sacred life force swept through the scarred basin like a spring breeze. Karina and Buggy stood in the back, feeling this peculiar warmth, their eyes wide open. What kind of fire is that? Leona was stunned. Ace did not explain. He pressed his palm, engulfed in the golden red divine flames, against Leona's bloodied and fractured arms. Hiss! The divine fire instantly spread, wrapping around Leona's entire upper body. Leona instinctively closed her eyes, anticipating the intense pain of being burned by the flames. But the next second, she suddenly opened her eyes. No pain. The golden red flames seemed to possess life, directly penetrating her flesh. She could clearly feel the broken bones rapidly knitting together at an unnatural speed, and the torn muscle fibers were being rewoven under the nourishment of the divine fire, even becoming more resilient and dense than before. In less than 10 seconds, when Ace withdrew his hand, the wounds on Leona's arms had completely disappeared without leaving a scar. If it weren't for the bloodstains on her clothes, she would even doubt if the severe injury was just an illusion. How is this possible? Leona clenched her fists in disbelief, feeling a vitality within her that was even more abundant than at her peak. Stop daydreaming. Ace stood up, his gaze shifting to the ancient giant that was on the brink of death, as well as the poisoned and injured natives around. I said before, this forest now belongs to me. Before my permission is granted, not even the Grim Reaper can take anything from me. Ace suddenly spread his arms wide. Accompanied by a piercing cry of a divine bird, two enormous golden red wings unfurled behind him. Vermilion bird nirvana. Ace shouted softly, and the golden red wings behind him flapped vigorously. The rain of golden red fire fell like meteors, precisely landing on the massive body of the ancient giant, and also on every injured native in the basin. A miracle descended at this moment. The moment the divine fire adhered, the deadly toxins within the ancient giant were vaporized and expelled by the overwhelming heat. The deep wounds visibly healed at an astonishing speed, and even the heavy harpoons embedded in its flesh were forcibly pushed out by the newly grown muscles, clattering to the ground. The natives who had fallen in pools of blood stood up, incredulously touching their restored bodies, gazing at the black-haired man in the sky with outstretched fire wings, as if looking up to a deity. Roar! The ancient giant suddenly stood up, pounding its broad chest, emitting a robust roar that resonated throughout the ancient island. Not only had its injuries healed, but even under the baptism of the divine fire, its fur became shinier, and the strength of its muscles received a hidden enhancement. The giant lowered its enormous head, looking at Ace, who stood on the ground. This spirit beast that had lived for hundreds of years unexpectedly knelt on one knee, pressing its massive fist against its chest, bowing its proud head to this human, expressing the highest respect. All the natives also knelt down and worshipped, weeping tears of joy. The wings behind Ace slowly retracted into his body, restoring his tranquil appearance. An elderly tribal elder walked over with the support of his clansmen. He first deeply bowed his head to Ace, then turned around to look at Leona, who was still in shock. Leona, the elder's voice trembled, tears welling in his eyes. You've worked hard all these years to protect us and the mountain god. You locked away your best years in this forest. Elder, Leona opened her mouth. The Baron who plagued this island has been defeated, and our great benefactor has granted us a new life. The island is now safe. The mountain god has regained its strength. You no longer need to consider the tribe as your shackles. The elder pointed to Ace, who stood not far away. Go, child. Pursue the sea you have always yearned for. That great man is the true king worthy of your allegiance. The ancient giant also extended a massive finger, gently pushing against Leona's back, emitting a gentle low growl, as if bidding farewell. Leona looked at the tribe she had grown up in, watching her healthy clansmen and the mountain god. Finally, her gaze settled on the black-haired man with his hands in his pockets, who was tilting his head to look at her. This man crushed her enemies with the most violent means and severed the shackles that bound her dreams with the most sacred power. Leona took a deep breath. She suddenly drew the black steel bone-chopping knife and the silver bone-picking blade from her waist. She walked to Ace, kneeling heavily on one knee without any hesitation. The two blades, stained with the blood of countless giant beasts, crossed in a tenacious X shape, solemnly resting on the soil beneath her feet. I, Leona, worship only two things in my life: the finest ingredients and the absolute power to conquer these ingredients. Leona raised her head, her wild vertical pupils burning with unprecedented determination and fervor. Portgas D. Ace, from this day forward, my knife, my culinary skills, and my life all belong to you. Ace looked down at the fierce chef, pledging allegiance, a hint of genuine pleasure flashing in his eyes. He extended his broad palm and pulled Leona up from the ground. I don't need your life. Ace turned around, gazing at the scarred but reborn basin, and his hearty laughter finally echoed freely throughout the forest. I only need you to prepare the finest feast on this sea for the Eclipse Pirates. Buggy, Sabo, Karina, and you all. Inform everyone in the tribe tonight we feast. Stars studded the night sky above Bax Island. At the basin's scarred heart, once ravaged and desolate, a colossal bonfire now blazed. A grand feast unfolded beneath the ancient forest canopy, uniting the island's indigenous people, their sacred guardian beast, and the Eclipse pirate crew. Stay back. Don't get in my way. 1 second off, the timing ruins everything. Leona barked, her deep brown heavy leather apron dusted with ash as she kicked aside a sneaking Buggy with no hesitation. She allowed no one to assist her, single-handedly preparing meals for hundreds. The ingredients were humble wild boar and giant birds from the forest, along with abundant primordial mushrooms and foraged greens. This was her final farewell meal, the last feast she would ever prepare for her people as the tribe's former guardian. Leona moved ceaselessly between towering grills and stone cauldrons. Her boning knife flashed like a silver butterfly, slicing ordinary boar meat into flawlessly even cuts. In the great pot, simmering broth swirled with common primordial greens. Yet under her hand they exhaled an aroma so profound it struck straight to the soul. When the first platters of roasted meat and steaming broth reached the long tables, the entire basin erupted in jubilation. Wow, this is absolutely incredible. Buggy clutched a massive slab of roast meat in his left hand and cradled a steaming bowl of soup in his right, grease glistening on his chin, tears welling in his eyes. This alchemy, transforming the mundane into the miraculous, is something even Captain Buggy himself never tasted aboard the Oro Jackson. Sabo sat upon a felled log, elegantly carving a slice of roast meat before lifting it to his lips. Though ordinarily indifferent to cuisine, he now widened his eyes slightly, genuinely awed. Perfect sear, perfect retention of juices. Truly masterful craftsmanship. Ace, seated at the head of the gathering, was unquestionably the banquet's most voracious guest. Empty plates already piled high before him like a miniature mountain. Leona's artistry rendered the coarse forest game astonishingly digestible and nourishing. Ace tore into the roast with gusto, feeling each bite dissolve instantly in his stomach into pure radiant heat, replenishing strength spent in training while his muscles hummed with deep resonant relief. "Bring me another 50 pounds. Ace declared, swallowing the last morsel with a grin as he called across the fire to Leona. "Eat, eat, eat. You're nothing but a bottomless pit." Leona scolded him crossly, but her hands moved with lightning precision, launching an entire platter of freshly roasted beast legs through the air to land squarely on Ace's table. Watching Ace and her people devour the feast with unrestrained joy, the fiery chef's gaze softened, deep satisfaction shimmering warmly in her eyes. Farther away, the primordial gorilla sat contentedly cradling a colossal wooden cask of fruit wine and emitting low, hearty growls of delight. The islanders danced and sang around the bonfire, their laughter and song echoing across the starlit sky. This farewell feast, steeped in warmth, memory, and unbreakable bonds, continued deep into the night before finally subsiding. At dawn the next day, the outer harbor of Bax Island welcomed a rare, tranquil sunrise. The Eclipse stood moored quietly at the shore. Ace stood at the bow, stretching his tall frame against the crisp sea breeze. Two figures ascended the gangplank. Sabo carried a heavy black leather case. Karina held her nautical chart and abacus. Both wore bright, buoyant expressions. "Good morning, Captain." Sabo stepped onto the deck and set the case down beside him. "Last night's festivities gave us the perfect opportunity. We slipped into the port district and cleared out Baron Glutton's underground vault. No wonder he ruled these waters for so long. The spoils were staggering." Karina beamed as she patted the case. "Beyond vast sums of cash, we seized top-tier navigational supplies. Now the Eclipse's logistics are fully replenished." "Well done," Ace said with a warm nod. With Sabo and Karina managing operations and supply, his role as captain had never been easier. Ace glanced at the compass needle strapped to Karina's wrist. "Is the magnetic charge fully restored?" "Yes, it topped off just after dawn." Karina unfurled her chart, checked the needle's bearing, and her expression turned subtly more serious. "However, intelligence recovered from the Baron's stronghold suggests the next island our needle has locked onto may prove perilous." "Oh." Ace poured himself a glass of water, casually inquiring, "Is the climate exceptionally harsh?" "Climate is secondary." Karina pointed to a coordinate on the map. "It's an island famed for heavy industry and arms manufacturing, Steel Nation. But according to reports, the nation is currently engulfed in a devastating civil war. Fighting rages across every region. A land at war." Ace gazed toward the sun-dappled, undulating sea. His deep eyes held no fear, only a calm, self-assured smile. "Perfect. After weathering storms, our ship will need premium-grade steel for repairs. A nation at war surely offers no shortage of refined metals and ready-made weaponry." With a decisive sweep of his arm, Ace set the course. Let the civil war rage, so long as it doesn't obstruct our path. As the three spoke, heavy footsteps echoed along the road leading to the dock. A massive primordial gorilla approached slowly, escorting a procession to the ship's side. Tribal elders and villagers stood along the shore, tears glistening as they waved farewell to the tall crimson-haired figure. Big Monkey, return home. Patrol your territory daily. Don't let some fool ambush you again. Leona bore an impossibly oversized pack, larger than herself, filled with treasured cookware, blade polishing oils, and exotic spices pressed upon her by her people. The primordial gorilla emitted a soft, mournful rumble, then gently thumped its enormous palm against the sand, a quiet, solemn farewell. Leona's eyes glistened faintly. She drew a slow, steady breath and strode resolutely up the Eclipse's gangplank. Stow my gear in the ship's dedicated galley. Sabo stood on deck, offering a friendly salute. Welcome aboard, Leona. Our meals are now in your capable hands. Leave it to me. Leona dropped the heavy pack with a resonant thud, slapped the black steel cleaver at her waist, and swept her gaze across the sleek, spacious black vessel, her eyes alight with anticipation and fierce excitement for what lay ahead. She lifted her eyes to Ace, standing ahead of them all. Now that everyone's assembled, let's set sail. Ace surveyed his crew, diverse in temperament, yet united in audacity, and a daring, uncontainable ambition curled at the edge of his smile. Buggy, weigh anchor. Destination Steel Nation. Aye, Captain. Buggy dashed off to spin the capstan. The immense pitch-black sails billowed open with a thunderous snap in the morning wind. The Eclipse surged forward like a black blade drawn from its scabbard, cutting cleanly through the waves, departing Bax Island's harbor under the watchful eyes of the islanders and their sacred beast. Ahead loomed a realm forged in iron and smoke, a war-torn nation awaiting their arrival. The solar eclipse sailed steadily across the Grand Line's azure expanse. A crisp morning breeze swept across the deck, carrying with it the cool breath of the open sea. On the broad aft deck, Leona wielded two heavy cleavers in rhythmic, precise swings, her daily discipline. Nearby, Karina meticulously tallied figures in her ledger, while Buggy scrubbed a massive cannon with uncharacteristic fervor. Everyone, pause and gather. Ace pushed open the cabin door and strode to the center of the deck. His towering, statuesque frame radiated an innate, unshakable calm. Sabo lowered his logbook at the call. Within moments the four stood aligned on the sun-warmed planks. Before we advance deeper into the Grand Line and the battles that await, I must teach you the foundational force that governs this entire ocean. Ace's gaze swept over them, steady and solemn. At his words, Karina snapped her ledger shut. Leona sheathed her cleavers. All four fixed their attention upon him, utterly absorbed. Devil fruits grant formidable power, but in the new world those who rely too heavily upon them perish fastest. Ace raised his right hand. No fruit ability stirred, yet in an instant his entire forearm gleamed with a profound obsidian-like hardness, dense and unyielding. Haki. Ace gazed at the dark luster upon his skin. This is a latent power dormant within all humanity, and indeed every sentient race. At its core, it is the materialization of presence, breath, and overwhelming will. Yet most live and die without ever sensing it, let alone mastering it. There are three forms of Haki. First, the observation Haki. Ace dissipated the darkness from his arm and tapped his temple. It is the acute perception of another's life force. Mastery allows one to locate enemies beyond sight, to discern their number, position, even anticipate their next move before it unfolds. In Skype at 10,000 meters above the Grand Line, it is known as the mantra. And among the apex practitioners, observation Haki reaches such refinement that it grants fleeting glimpses of the future, revealing events moments before they transpire. Some are born with unique manifestations, like Ace's voice of all things, which once led him straight to the Suzuka fruit. Second, the Armament Haki. Ace clenched his fist, the black luster surged back, encasing his knuckles like forged shadow steel. It is as though donning invisible armor. It magnifies both offense and defense, but most crucially, it is the universal countermeasure against devil fruit users across this sea. With it you can seize the intangible essence of Logia-type users. At this, Buggy swallowed hard, his memory vivid. He had witnessed firsthand aboard the Oro Jackson how Vice Captain Rayleigh Blade wreathed in black carved through Logia pirates, leaving them screaming in helpless agony. However, Ace shifted tone. Armament Haki lets you strike their true form, but it does not nullify their powers. Strike a blazing fire user with your Haki-infused fist, and though you land the blow, the searing heat will still scorch your flesh. Thus arises its advanced application, flow. Ace splayed his fingers. Though nearly invisible to the eye, Sabo and the others felt it unmistakably, a dense coiled current of energy swirling just beyond his palm. Do not fix Haki rigidly to the skin like brittle plate mail. Instead, consciously guide it along the surface of fist or weapon, forming a dynamic spiraling embrace. Ace explained in this state physical contact is no longer required. You may strike from afar or drive Haki deep into an opponent's body, shattering them from within. This refined armament technique, known in the isolationist land of Wano as rewritten, is the pinnacle of remote combat. Both Fleet Science Commander Sinamaru of the Marines and the reclusive legend the King of the Underworld Rayleigh have demonstrated this devastating art with flawless precision. Remote, internal destruction. Leona's vertical pupils flared, her chef's mastery of anatomy igniting with fierce fascination. If she could channel this power into her cleavers, might she not shatter even the densest bones of a sea king in a single resonant strike? As for the third, Ace's gaze grew fathomless. Conqueror's Haki, a sovereign trait possessed by only 1 in a million, untrainable, unforced. It grows solely as the user's own spirit and resolve deepen. Ace spoke with quiet authority. Basic Conqueror's Haki can overwhelm the weak with sheer presence, but in duels between titans, mere intimidation is meaningless. True sovereigns, the apex rulers of this sea, can coil this kingly aura around limbs and weapons with surgical precision, just as one wields Armament Haki. This is the highest martial expression upon the Grand Line, Conqueror's armament. When Conqueror's Haki is woven into attack, it manifests visibly jagged, tangible bolts of black lightning tear violently through the air, tracing the arc of the weapon's swing. From the pirate king Gold Roger himself to the New World's indomitable beast Kaido of the Beasts, both wielded this annihilating fusion of spiritual dominion and physical devastation with terrifying mastery. Silence fell across the deck, deep, reverent, absolute. Captain, this Conqueror's armament you described. Buggy wiped sweat from his brow, voice tentative. Have you already mastered it? Not yet, not by far. Ace admitted without hesitation, I've only begun to harness Armament Haki's internal destructive potential. As for Conqueror's armament, it demands absolute sovereignty over one's spirit. That lies far beyond my current reach. He studied his own palm, a sharp, lucid fire kindling in his eyes. He knew well, though his body had been honed to extraordinary resilience, achieving Roger's or Kaido's level, where a single swing summoned thunderous black lightning would demand brutal life-or-death trials. So this becomes our course ahead. Ace turned, meeting each crewmate's gaze, not with command, but with warmth and unwavering certainty. Sabo, you possess the strongest foundation in Armament Haki. With the Mera no Mi augmenting your flame, strive to grasp flow before we reach Spade Archipelago. I'll spar with you personally, guiding your instincts toward that outward surge of Haki. Understood, more than happy to oblige. Sabo grinned, adjusting his hat, as embers of excitement flared in his eyes. Buggy, Karina, Leona. Ace's gaze settled upon the trio. Your immediate priority is relentless physical cultivation. Only when the vessel, the body, is sufficiently robust can it perceive, contain, and withstand the awakening of Haki. As you train Sabo, and I will guide you, drawing out your observation and Armament Haki one breath at a time. Ace smiled, a radiant, infectious light breaking across his face. You are the crew I chose. Monsters swarm the New World like locusts. I refuse to witness any of you fall upon that battlefield. To ascend together, to shake this world to its foundations, we must all wield the strength to rend our enemies asunder. Karina and Leona exchanged a glance, eyes glistening. Even Buggy, ever fearful and profit-driven, instinctively straightened his spine, feeling something ignite fiercely within his chest. That said, Ace's tone shifted, playful, edged with the sharpness of a master drill instructor. Conventional training moves too slowly for devil fruit users. Sabo, bring out the sea stone. Sabo turned and returned from the hold, dragging a heavy iron chest. Thud. The lid swung open, revealing several custom-forged restraints, thick, dark gray manacles, and greaves dense and unyielding. These are sea stone cuffs, acquired at great cost from the black market of Roanna Port. Ace smiled faintly. Sea stone. Buggy recoiled a full step. Precisely. Ace stepped forward, lifted the heaviest pair, and clicked them shut around his own wrists with deliberate finality. Instantly, a crushing wave of exhaustion surged through him. His frame dipped slightly, yet he anchored himself upright, muscles trembling with raw, defiant strength. Devil fruits bestow power, but also breed dependence. Ace rotated his restrained wrist, voice low and resonant. Sea stone nullifies fruit abilities, and siphons vitality, leaving the body hollowed leaden. Yet it is precisely within that state, weak mired drowning in fatigue, that extreme resistance training unlocks exponential physical potential. Once you endure punches thrown while bound in sea stone, the moment those shackles fall away, your baseline strength will explode beyond measure. Ace locked eyes with Buggy, especially for users. Buggy, you'll run 500 laps around this deck. Sabo, you as well. Not users alone. Sabo selected 2 lighter seastone greaves and handed them to Leona and Karina. Its density eclipses even steel, making it the ultimate resistance gear for non-users. Now begin. Leona seized the greaves without hesitation, strapped them on, then gripped her cleavers. Gritting her teeth against their staggering weight, her eyes blazing with feral, unbroken resolve. As long as it doesn't kill me, I'll grow stronger. It won't kill you. Ace watched as each crewmate fastened their tormenting restraints and smiled, deeply satisfied. My flames will mend every torn fiber, every hidden wound. From this day forth, the deck of the solar eclipse is your crucible. At Ace's command, the deck erupted, not with chaos, but with the thunderous rhythm of pounding feet, ragged breaths, and sweat falling like rain. The wind swept across the sleek, black vessel. Upon the perilous Grand Line, a crew was transforming, not by chance, but by fire, iron, and unrelenting will, into monsters of unparalleled caliber, ascending at a pace both brutal and breathtaking. The heavy sea prison stone handcuffs were casually tossed onto the deck, emitting a dull thud. Ace flexed his wrist, and the body that had felt somewhat heavy due to the suppression of the sea prison stone erupted into a series of fine cracking sounds as he broke free. A surge of invigorating power far beyond what he had felt before rapidly spread throughout his body along the muscle fibers. Today's special training ends here. Ace picked up the dark red cloak draped over a barrel and threw it over his shoulders, glancing at the crew members sprawled across the deck, panting heavily. We'll be docking soon, now everyone get ready. Sabo untied his leg straps, took a deep breath, and stood up to straighten his somewhat wrinkled tailcoat. Karina and Leona, on the other hand, lay on the deck in a disheveled manner, particularly Leona, who, despite her impressive physique, felt exhausted after swinging a heavy bone-cutting sword for hours under extreme load. However, when she sensed the increasingly solid muscle strength within her, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Finally done. I thought I was going to die on the deck. Buggy lay sprawled on the ground, breathing heavily in the fresh air. Ahead lies the port of the Iron Kingdom. Karina propped herself up and glanced at the tracking pointer on her wrist, pointing at the massive island shrouded in thick black smoke and the roar of machinery. From a distance, the entire island resembled a colossal steel fortress. Countless towering chimneys expelled industrial waste, and enormous gears and mechanical arms turned slowly at the edge of the port, exuding a raw and harsh aura of heavy industry. Let's go ashore and relax. Ace looked at this smoke-filled land, his tone calm. We've been training for a while, my nerves are all too tense. He planned to experience the local customs in town and buy the black steel needed to reinforce their ship, as it had sustained some damage while navigating the upside-down mountain. Upon hearing they could disembark and relax, Buggy instantly revived, leaping up from the deck with a fish-like motion. Let's go to town for drinks. I want to order the most expensive drink in the finest tavern. Half an hour later, the Eclipse reached the outskirts of the Iron Kingdom. Using Ace's observation haki, they found a suitable hidden cove to dock, surrounded by steep cliffs, thus eliminating the need for anyone to stay on the ship. The 5 of them walked together on the bustling streets of the Iron Kingdom. Most of the buildings here were constructed from hard rock and rough steel, with mercenaries hurrying by carrying firearms and mechanical transport vehicles laden with heavy ores. The air was thick with the scents of machine oil, coal, and a faint hint of gunpowder. What a suffocating place. Karina frowned slightly as she observed the hurried passers-by. In a war-torn country, this atmosphere is quite normal. Buggy resumed his elder persona, speaking authoritatively. Back in the latter part of the Grand Line, I've been to countries even more chaotic than this. In such places, genuine top-grade materials are never displayed in regular shops. Ace replied calmly, since you understand this well, you can take charge of finding the black steel. Leave it to me. Buggy waved his hand proudly. Let's go to the lowest, most chaotic scrap iron district in this place. All the good stuff is in those lawless zones. Under Buggy's guidance, the group crossed the outer streets and gradually ventured deeper into the heart of the city. The surrounding buildings became increasingly dilapidated and low, and the scent of machine oil in the air intensified. The streets were piled with discarded mechanical parts, rusty cannon barrels, and various metallic remnants that were hard to recognize. This was the underground scrap iron district of the Iron Kingdom, a gathering place for craftsmen, black market merchants, and scavengers. As the group walked along the oil-stained streets, a sudden intense explosion and the sound of tearing metal echoed ahead. Boom! A steam-powered iron vehicle equipped with multiple cannons flew out from the street corner like a kicked tin can, crashing heavily into a pile of scrap iron dozens of meters away, instantly billowing thick black smoke. Immediately after, several soldiers in warlord uniforms rolled and crawled out from an alley, their faces filled with terror. Monsters! That guy is a madman. Quick, go report to the Admiral. The soldiers screamed as they fled. Ace stopped in his tracks, his gaze piercing through the swirling smoke towards the depths of the alley. Sabo and Leona also keenly sensed something amiss and unconsciously shifted their gazes in the same direction. In front of a crushed mechanical shop stood an exceptionally tall man. He had disheveled silver-gray hair and wore a pair of oil-stained goggles pushed up on his forehead. His stature towered over Ace by a good half head, resembling a moving iron tower. He was clad in rough, heavy-duty overalls, his scarred muscles exposed casually, holding a thick screw in his mouth. What was most striking was his exaggerated right arm. It was not flesh and blood, but rather encased in a heavy, industrially brutal mechanical exoskeleton. High-pressure steam spewed from the gaps in the exoskeleton, and the hydraulic pipes emitted a low rumble as his muscles contracted. In his hand, he casually dragged a monstrous hydraulic hammer. Looking at the hammer's design, it was clearly forcibly modified from the main cannon barrel of a scrapped warship. With this junk you dare to come and requisition my shop? The silver-haired man spat and casually moved the screw in his mouth. He dragged the heavy hydraulic warhammer, barely glancing at the moaning soldiers on the ground, instead picking up a crushed mechanical wind-up toy with great care, his brow furrowing tightly. A bunch of scum that only knows how to destroy. They have no idea what real machinery is. He scratched his silver-gray hair irritably and turned to head back to his dilapidated repair shop. Interesting. At the alley's entrance, Ace stood still, observing this man who perfectly fused extreme industrial brutality with mechanical exoskeletons. The hydraulic hammer, modified from a warship's main cannon, and the steam-spewing mechanical arm exhibited a completely different combat style from traditional pirates. Ace stepped forward, treading on the metallic debris on the ground, arriving at the door of the repair shop. Upon hearing the footsteps, the silver-haired man paused his actions. He turned his head, his sharp eyes hidden in the shadows of the goggles, scanning the seemingly formidable black-haired youth before him. The two powerful presences silently collided above the scrap iron street. "We are here to buy top-grade black steel." Ace spoke without beating around the bush, his gaze fixed on the hydraulic warhammer in the man's hand, his tone steady, yet carrying an undeniable weight. "Nice hammer. What's your name? What do you do?" The silver-haired man squinted slightly. He could sense that this man was completely different from the earlier group of warlord trash. This was a calm aura forged in the crucible of blood and death. He spat out the screw in his mouth and wiped his oil-stained hand across his cheek. "Gino." The man's voice was deep and hoarse with a metallic scraping quality. He slammed the heavy hydraulic hammer to the ground with a thud, causing the surrounding scrap iron to tremble. "I'm just a mechanic who can't stand garbage." Gino spat out the screw in his mouth and casually wiped his oily face with the back of his hand. He slammed the heavy hydraulic hammer onto the ground with a loud thud, causing the surrounding scrap metal to tremble. Ace looked at the man covered in the scent of oil and perfectly blending rugged mechanical exoskeleton, with flesh, a glimmer of admiration flickering in his eyes. "We need the finest black steel to reinforce the ship." Ace got straight to the point, his tone steady. "Since you are the mechanic, you should know where to find it. Name your price." Gino sized Ace up, his gaze drifting past him towards the harbor behind. "Top-grade black steel is not scrap metal. It comes at a high price." Gino hoisted the exaggerated power hammer and strode forward. "Let's go take a look at your ship. If it's just a rickety wooden raft that might fall apart at any moment, it doesn't deserve materials of that caliber." Half an hour later, at the private dock of the harbor. When Gino stood before the black, medium-sized fast ship, the eyes hidden behind his goggles instantly lit up, his previous nonchalant demeanor replaced by excitement upon seeing quality goods. He rudely pushed aside the blocking buggy and stepped onto the deck, reaching out to touch the dark hull. The iron pine keel wrapped in anti-corrosion steel plating, a perfect water droplet streamlined shape. This is a top-notch battleship designed for speed and pressure resistance. Gino excitedly knocked on the deck, but soon his gaze fell on the ship's prow and the waterline at the bottom, his brow slightly furrowing. "The ship is good, but there is a fatal flaw." Gino turned his head to look at Ace. "The great currents of the Grand Line are extremely violent. You might even encounter reefs and giant sea kings. The prow and the front end of your main keel are made of ordinary alloys, once a severe heating collision occurs, cracks will definitely form. If you can remelt the prow and the keel's central axis with Starfall black steel, this ship could tear an enemy battleship apart even if it crashed directly into it. Then let's use Starfall black steel. Ace's tone was firm, but it can't be bought. Gino irritably ran a hand through his messy silver-gray hair and kicked the ship's side. All the high-grade black steel on the market has been forcibly requisitioned by those warlords fighting a civil war. Karina stepped forward, keenly picking up on the loophole in his words. They are fighting a civil war, and what they need most are weapons and funds. As long as we can pay the price, how could we possibly not buy it? Because this supply is not for fighting, it's for survival. Gino sneered, his eyes filled with deep mockery. The world government doesn't care if this country is in turmoil or facing extinction. This year's deadline for the Heavenly Gold submission is fast approaching. If they can't present this huge tribute, the Iron Kingdom will lose its status as a member state, and the Navy's Grand Fleet will come and wipe this place clean. To maintain their positions, the warlords reached a temporary ceasefire agreement. They frantically scraped together the nation's finest Starfall black steel jewels and even acquired an unknown devil fruit from the underground black market, preparing to offer it as tribute of heavenly gold to those bastards in Mariawa. At this point, Gino tightened his grip on the hammer's handle, gritting his teeth. I've had my eye on that iron fortress storing the heavenly gold for a long time, always wanting to steal that batch of top-grade black steel. Unfortunately, there are thousands of fully armed soldiers and dense artillery positions there. I alone cannot get through that broken door. Hearing the words heavenly gold, Karina's face turned pale. You want to steal heavenly gold? Karina felt a chill run down her back. That's tribute for the celestial dragons. Once discovered, it would be tantamount to declaring war on the world government and the celestial dragons. The Navy headquarters will send admirals to hunt us down around the world. Buggy was so frightened that his legs turned to jelly, nearly collapsing on the deck. We're done for. This madman wants to kill us. Unlike the terror of the two, Sabo merely lowered the brim of his hat, a glint of cold disdain flashing in his eyes. After hearing Gino's plan, Ace showed no fear. Instead, a fierce aggressiveness appeared on his face. Then let's pull off a big score together. Ace looked at Gino and calmly extended a team invitation. You lead the way, and we'll work together to smash that fortress. The black steel inside is yours to upgrade the ship and yourself. The remaining treasures and that devil fruit belong to the eclipsed pirates. Once successful, become my exclusive mechanic and sail out together. Gino was stunned. He looked at the black-haired youth before him, as if seeing a lunatic even crazier than himself. Do you know what it means to forcibly seize heavenly gold? Gino couldn't help but scoff, his sharp gaze fixed on Ace. Once we take action, there will be no place for us in these seas. Aren't you afraid? Afraid? Ace seemed to have heard a boring joke. He took a step forward, his tall and sturdy figure radiating a sense of oppressive intimidation. What does it matter if we seize a mere heavenly gold? Ace's voice was steady and domineering, each word striking the deck. My nature destined that I would eventually confront those self-proclaimed creators, the celestial dragons and the five elders. I set sail purely for the thrill, to climb step by step to the highest and strongest position, not allowing any so-called gods to sit high above my head. Ace's deep black eyes burned with wild ambition, staring into Gino's eyes. Since they think they are superior, I will pull them down from their pedestals and trample them underfoot. I want to be the strongest, unbound by any rules. Anyone who stands in my way, regardless of who they are, shall be crushed. The deck fell into a brief silence. Gino stared blankly at Ace. No hypocritical justice, no hollow slogans. Just pure arrogance and absolute defiance. This man wanted to break through the heavens simply because he didn't want to look up at anyone. His reckless behavior of wanting to create chaos and treating the world government as a stepping stone was simply to his taste. Ha! After a brief silence, Gino threw back his head and let out a rough metallic laugh. He grabbed the heavy hydraulic war hammer and rested it on his broad shoulder, the mechanical exoskeleton roaring with high-pressure steam. Robbing the celestial dragon's tribute. This reckless business, I'll take it. Gino's eyes ignited with a frenzied battle intent. Gather your men, Captain. Let's go turn that broken fortress upside down. Watching the two hit it off, Karina painfully covered her forehead. Rationality told her to escape immediately, but when she thought of the treasures and devil fruits, Gino had described her greed as a top financial magnate, ultimately triumphed over her fear of the world government. Since the captain has already made the decision, Karina gritted her teeth, took a deep breath, and forced herself to calm down. She looked at Ace, her gaze becoming extremely sharp. We can rob. But let's make it clear beforehand, every penny inside the fortress must be counted. and managed by me. Even if we are chased by admirals, I will run away with the money. No problem. Ace laughed heartily at her request, then turned to walk towards the gangway. Sabo, Riona, it's time to get to work. Let's go see what kind of generous welcome gift those so-called warlords have prepared for us. In the Iron Nation on the Central Highlands, a massive fortress constructed from heavy black steel and giant stones looms like a colossal beast of iron perched atop a cliff. The towering walls are densely lined with heavy artillery, while thousands of fully armed elite soldiers patrol the battlements. This is an absolute forbidden zone built with joint funds from the Warlord Alliance, housing the heavenly gold meant to be tribute for the Tianlong people. On the only road leading to the fortress, 6 figures approach with purposeful strides. Up ahead is the fortress storing the starfall black steel. Gino hoisted a heavy hydraulic hammer, steam hissing from the gaps in his exoskeleton. The walls are cast from a high-density alloy mixed with rock. Ordinary shells won't even leave a mark on them. Is that so? Then I shall see just how hard it is. Buggy, leading the way, had already prepared a red glass ball bomb in his hand. Though he knew that stealing the heavenly gold would bring significant trouble, the overwhelming temptation of riches and the intimidation of Ace awakened his innate pirate nature. Consider this a greeting gift. Buggy shouted, using all his strength to hurl the bomb at the massive pure steel gate of the fortress. Special Buggy bomb. The bomb, the size of a fingernail, detonated the moment it made contact with the gate. Boom! A massive fireball shot into the sky, the deafening explosion echoing throughout the highlands. The violent shockwave twisted the heavy steel gate, weighing several tons, while large sections of the surrounding walls crumbled. The dozens of guards behind the gate were swept into the air by the blast before they even realized what had happened. Enemy attack. Pirates are storming the castle. Quickly fire the cannons. The guards on the walls snapped back to reality from the shock of the explosion, frantically sounding the alarm as rows of heavy artillery swiftly turned their barrels. Before they could even light the fuses, a deep blue figure leaped high into the air, advancing towards the walls amidst the smoke. Sabo adjusted his top, had his right arm, transforming into rolling orange flames in midair. Fire Fist. A thick, raging pillar of fire howled forth like an enraged dragon, sweeping across the fortress battlements. The intense flames instantly engulfed the rows of heavy artillery, triggering a series of explosions with the surrounding ammunition boxes. The walls became an inferno, screams and explosions intertwining as the outer defenses collapsed in an instant. Gino watched the exaggerated destruction before him and couldn't help but whistle. You guys don't even need a warm-up when you fight. The gate is not completely breached yet. Ace stepped forward, observing the distorted, yet still stubbornly wedged steel gate and the thick alloy inner wall behind it. He did not draw his sword, but slowly clenched his right fist. Memories of the old man Garp beating him in the forest resurfaced in his mind, recalling that terrifying technique that could penetrate an entire mountain without any flashiness. Armament Haki release. Ace muttered softly, a deep black aura instantly wrapping around his right fist. Immediately, this aura did not merely stay on the surface of his skin, it gathered in front of his fist like a tangible mass of high-density airflow. Bending low, Ace faced the twisted steel gate and the thick inner wall, delivering a punch. Fist bone impact. He did not make contact with the physical structure. Just a few meters from the gate, that extremely compressed flowing haki struck the steel with a resounding impact like an invisible cannonball. Crack, boom. The chilling sound of metal shattering erupted. The gate, capable of withstanding heavy artillery bombardments along with the several meter-thick alloy inner wall behind it, crumbled instantly like a fragile cookie under the power of this punch. Countless shards of steel and stone exploded outward in a fan shape toward the interior of the fortress, forcefully blasting a massive passageway over 10 meters wide in the once impenetrable fortress. Monster. The wall was punched through. The guards inside the fortress stared at the black-haired youth who was slowly retracting his fist, even struggling to steady their guns. Let's go, let's get our things. Ace flicked his wrist, striding boldly into the fortress over the debris and steel wreckage. Sabo, Gino, and the others followed closely behind. In the central square of the fortress, a large number of elite soldiers were retreating in chaos. On the high platform in the square, a middle-aged man dressed in a luxurious uniform and sporting a handlebar mustache was sweating profusely as he stared at the group of brazen intruders. He was the neutral commander elected by several warlords specifically tasked with guarding the heavenly gold. Do you know what you are doing? The commander's hand gripping the command sword trembled violently as he shouted hoarsely. This is heavenly gold meant for tribute to the Tianlong people. If you dare touch even a single bit of it, the warlord armies and the Navy headquarters will absolutely shred you to pieces. Ace did not even glance at him, striding directly toward the treasury door behind the platform. Leona, wielding 2 bone-cutting knives, swiftly dispatched dozens of Russian guards, clearing a path unobstructed. Seeing that the pirates completely disregarded his warning, the commander fell into despair. He rolled and crawled toward the communication station in the corner of the platform, frantically dialing several telephone bugs. Send reinforcements. The Heavenly Gold Fortress is under pirate attack. Notify all the admirals immediately. Request assistance from the Navy fleet stationed in nearby waters. Hurry up. The communication station was filled with the frantic shouts of various warlords along with the Navy's piercing alarm sounds. Moments later, found it. The excited scream of Karina echoed from the treasury. The heavy alloy door was forcibly smashed open by Gino with the hydraulic hammer, revealing a mountain of gold coins and jewels radiating a captivating glow in the dim space. Without hesitation, Karina took out a specially made large sack, frantically stuffing it with cash and jewels. In the innermost part of the treasury, she successfully unearthed a beautifully designed treasure chest adorned with spiral patterns, quickly stashing the devil fruit inside her pocket. Starfall black steel. My top-tier material is indeed here. Gino discovered a huge piece of black metal emitting a dim starlight among a pile of weapons and supplies. He touched the black steel as if it were a priceless treasure, hoisting it onto his shoulder with his mechanical exoskeleton arm and bursting into a fervent laugh. Captain, we've got everything. Sabo glanced at the empty treasury, then turned to Ace in the hall. The commander has already called for help from all the warlords and navy on the island. If we don't leave now, we might face an encirclement of tens of thousands. Who said we're leaving? Ace sat on a box of gold coins that Karina hadn't managed to collect, yet casually toying with a golden cup. Captain, Buggy, clutching 2 bags of treasure and preparing to flee, nearly dropped his jaw to the ground upon hearing this. We've already stolen the goods. Are we just going to stay here and wait to die? That's the coalition of several warlords, and there might even be Navy commanders. Karina and Leona exchanged puzzled glances at Ace. For the past 2 weeks, you've all been sweating it out on the deck. Ace sat on the gold coin box, scanning the crew before him, a confident battle spirit rising on his lips. But simply practicing on the deck won't bring out your true potential. He pointed outside the door. In the distance, the alarms throughout the island were sounding frantically, and faint sounds of a large army gathering and armored vehicles roaring could be heard. No need to search for opponents everywhere. Isn't this a ready-made test stone? Ace stood up, looking at Buggy, Leona, and Karina, his tone carrying a resolute sense of sharpening. We'll wait here for them to come. Use the bodies and weapons you've honed during this time to feel the pressure of life and death. As long as you aren't killed on the spot, and push your physical potential to the limit, this will greatly aid in understanding Haki. Hearing this mad decision, Gino, shouldering the Starfall black steel, let out a rough laugh. Using the entire island's warlord army as practice partners. You really are an unreasonable madman. But my hydraulic hammer is also craving action. Buggy, with tears in his eyes, looked at the bags of money in his hands, and the approaching army outside, gritted his teeth, and silently donned the set of sea prism stone rings. Ace drew his large machete from his waist, swinging it casually and carving a deep gash in the ground. Get ready to work, everyone of the Eclipse. Outside the iron fortress, the tremors shaking the earth grew ever more frequent. To safeguard the Sky Gold shipment, rival warlords, long locked in ceaseless civil war, united for the first time in history. Over 10,000 fully armed elite soldiers alongside dozens of steam-powered ironclad tanks belching black smoke sealed off the fortress's frontal approach, leaving no gap for escape. Inside the fortress, Karina lashed several heavy treasure-laden backpacks together, her brow furrowed tightly as the deafening clamor of massed troops echoed beyond the walls. Captain, I can carry the treasure and that fruit, but the Starfall black steel Gino recovered is far too massive. The Eclipse Star's draft and cargo hold simply cannot bear such colossal weight. If it won't fit, then seize a vessel that will. Nace sat atop a shattered stone pillar, his gaze sweeping past the fortress ramparts toward the town below. Once the fighting ends, we storm the harbor and commandeer a warlord heavy transport ship. Load the black steel aboard and sail away on 2 vessels to some uninhabited island where Gino can complete the Eclipsed Star's upgrades in peace. Brilliant. With that burden lifted, it's time to settle old scores with the scum who demolished my workshop. Gino cracked his thick neck, the high-pressure steam within his heavy mechanical exoskeleton hissed like a caged beast. With explosive force, his powerful legs launched his towering frame forward, like an armored rhinoceros charging headlong, bursting first through the fortress breach. Once he had defied warlords alone, now backed by formidable allies, defiance burned even brighter. Outside the fortress, a one-eyed warlord commander stood atop a tank preparing to issue orders. Open fire. Riddle that giant with bullets. At the sight of the charge, the one-eyed commander slashed down his command saber without hesitation. A thunderous barrage of gunfire instantly shattered the plateau's silence, yet Gino did not flinch. Thick steel plating deflected ordinary lead rounds. Propelled by his steam-powered boots, he closed dozens of meters in an instant, slamming down with seismic force at the very front of the enemy formation. "Taste the wrath of my hammer," Gino roared. His reinforced mechanical arm swung the modified hydraulic warhammer downward, straight onto the hood of an onrushing steam tank. Boom! And the multi-ton vehicle crumpled inward, its prow driven deep into the earth by sheer impact. The violent kinetic surge triggered a catastrophic explosion within the tank's steam boiler, blasting a dozen nearby soldiers skyward in a storm of shrapnel and flame. Pure industrial brutality, raw, unrefined, and breathtaking, unfolded in Gino's hands. That giant's utterly insane. Buggy seized his moment, his body split cleanly in half. His legs remained sheltered behind the fortress's cover, while his upper torso, armed with C-prism knuckle daggers, darted like a phantom into the enemy flank, targeting only artillery crews preparing to fire. Leona charged into the ranks, brandishing two cleaver-like blades. Against overwhelming numbers, her prodigious physique, honed over years hunting colossal beasts, turned the battlefield into a slaughterhouse. Her twin blades flashed through the enemy lines, striking precisely at joints and gaps in armor. Yet the foe was legion. Thousands of disciplined soldiers armed with pikes and coordinated fire formed an impenetrable net, tightening relentlessly around the three who had breached their lines. At the rear of the warlord army, several commanders watched the trio's desperate struggle coldly, making no move to join the fray. Send more troops forward. No matter how strong, their stamina has its limits. Let these fools exhaust themselves. Then we strike. At the fortress breach, Sabo leaned against a fractured stone pillar, observing his comrades swallowed by the tide of men, and glanced sidelong at Ace. Shall I lend a hand, Captain? That encirclement poses a serious test, even for us. If they cannot withstand this pressure, how shall they ever unlock the gates of Haki? Ace sat upon a broken section of battlement, his observation Haki enveloping the entire battlefield. I will not intervene, unless their lives hang truly in the balance. Besides, this army of thousands makes for excellent cost-free sparring partners. No sooner had Ace spoken than his brow twitched faintly. He closed his eyes. His innate, preternaturally advanced observation Haki surged outward, racing across the highland, then surging farther still toward the island's distant coastline. Though distance blurred precise perception, a vague yet unmistakable warning resonated from the open sea. A crushing mountainous presence, immense and immovable, bearing down upon the island with tectonic force violently distorting its very magnetic field. What astonishing aura! How could a warrior of such caliber arrive so swiftly? Coincidence? Nace opened his deep dark eyes, fierce untamed battle lust flickering within their depths. He knew the navy the warlord commander had summoned had arrived. And meanwhile, off the coast of Inin Island, 5 colossal warships, bearing the insignia of soaring seagulls, cut through the waves at full speed toward the harbor. On the deck of the flagship, Vice Admiral Sengoku, his mohawk-sharp mustache impeccably trimmed, hung up his den mushy with solemn gravity. Instructor Zephyr, the port has been confirmed. Warlord forces are holding the high ground, but the pirates' combat prowess is exceptional. The Skygold is in grave peril. Sengoku approached the bow, addressing a towering figure with quiet reverence. Standing at the prow was an immense ironclad elder, broad-shouldered, unyielding as a monolith. He wore a regal purple suit beneath a vast navy justice coat. His short purple hair was streaked with frosty gray. Yet most arresting of all was his right sleeve, empty, hollow, flapping fiercely in the salt wind. Former Fleet Admiral and current Naval Academy Commandant, Zephyr. 4 years ago, his training vessel had been ambushed by a monstrous devil fruit user, akin to a demon incarnate. His entire crew of cadets was slaughtered. Only Ein and Bin survived, and Zephyr himself lost his right arm, severed clean. Though the perpetrator was widely believed to be Whitebeard, certainty remained elusive. And from that day forth, the legendary, invincible Admiral, who never killed, ceased to exist. Though he had not yet founded his pirate suppression unit, his heart now held only ice-cold absolute hatred for pirates, the embodiment of lawless evil. This mission coincided with his deployment alongside Vice Admiral Sengoku. Upon receiving the distress call, both sailed immediately. In Skygold, Zephyr gazed toward the smoldering Iron Nation in the distance and gave a low, contemptuous snort. I hold not the slightest interest in the ill-gotten wealth of the celestial dragons, stolen from the sweat and blood of common folk. Sengoku lowered his head silent. He knew well the Admiral's deep-seated resentment toward the world government and the celestial dragons. But Zephyr's voice dropped like a guillotine, its weight forged in countless battles and drenched in oceans of blood descending upon the deck like a physical shroud. I will never permit a pack of arrogant greenhorn pirates, dressed in the guise of plunder, to unleash chaos and war upon these seas. He raised his lone left arm and clenched his fist. Bone cracked like dry timber. Jet-black Armament Haki erupted, sheathing his entire limb in an aura of unbreakable resolve. A rookie pirate with a 50 million belly bounty. Let us see whether he possesses the audacity or the strength to strut so brazenly across these waters. Nee's gaze was forged of tempered steel, his voice colder than the abyssal deep. Signal all ships prepare for landing. Today I shall hunt these rookies myself. Nan, bury them. Here, forever. The Iron Nation outer harbor. 5 colossal naval warships had just dropped their heavy anchors. The gangways had not yet fully descended. Full force, attention. Immediately land and seize the central highland fortress. Admiral Sengoku drew his famed katana and bellowed the charge order. Thousands of elite marines surged down the ships like a tidal wave sprinting toward the high ground. Yet the one-armed elder standing at the bow showed no patience for waiting while the main force assembled. Too slow. Zephyr gazed at the thick black smoke billowing skyward from the highland fortress. With his sole remaining left hand, he yanked sharply at the justice cloak draped over his shoulder. Boom. The warship's deck beneath his feet erupted with a muffled detonation, the rigid wooden planks instantly fracturing into spiderweb cracks. Zephyr's towering iron-hard frame launched skyward like a meteor reversing its course, hurtling straight into the heavens. Master Zephyr. Upon witnessing this, Admiral Sengoku immediately turned to the 2 rear admirals behind him. You two, come with me. We advance ahead to reinforce. Yes, Admiral. Boom, boom, boom. 4 deafening concussive blasts tore through the harbor air in rapid succession. Zephyr, Sengoku, and the 2 marine rear admirals rapidly stepped upon empty air, executing moonwalk, the advanced mobility technique of the Marine 6 powers. Their 4 figures shot forward like arrows cleaving the sky, leaving the surging mass of Marines far below in their wake, hurtling toward the central highland with chilling intent and terrifying speed. Meanwhile, at the breach in the highland fortress, Ace stood motionless atop the shattered ruins. That terrifying aura, which had previously lingered only over the distant sea, suddenly expanded within his Kinbunchaku Haki perception at an impossible velocity. They're crossing the sky on moonwalk. Ace narrowed his eyes slightly, a fierce, incandescent battle lust ignited deep within his dark, profound gaze. Truly worthy of the Navy's might, this decisive, unhesitating style was leagues beyond those warlords who merely cowered behind their lines. Sabo. Ace's gaze swept downward to the 3 figures still encircled by 10,000 soldiers and armored vehicles. His voice remained calm as he spoke. The Navy is approaching on moonwalk. They'll reach the battlefield in no more than 10 minutes. Hearing this, Sabo tightened his grip on the alloy staff. Shall I descend and assist? No need. Though quiet, Ace's voice pierced cleanly through the battlefield's chaos, reaching Gino, Leona, and Buggy with perfect clarity. Naval reinforcements arrive in 10 minutes. Eliminate the commanders swiftly. Don't waste another second. On the battlefield below, the trio felt a sharp jolt of urgency upon hearing Ace's words. Damn, Captain. Easy to talk when you're standing safe above. Buggy cursed aloud, but his movements instantly turned frenzied. He knew full well Ace was utterly serious. Navy reinforcements were imminent. No time remained to tangle with these nameless grunts. Looks like we've run out of time playing with you. Gino spat onto the ground. The hydraulic joints of his right arm exoskeleton groaned under strain. Prolonged high-intensity hammering had drained his stamina at an alarming rate. Meanwhile, several warlord commanders positioned at the rear of the army also heard Ace's declaration. Naval reinforcements are coming. If we hold them off for just 10 minutes, they'll be the ones who die. The one-eyed commander brandished his command saber and roared at his fellow warlords, fall back and consolidate the line. Frontline musketeers hold the line. Everyone else retreats behind them. Under no circumstances engage these 3 madmen in close combat. Just survive until the Navy lands. We win. The warlords exchanged knowing glances and swiftly ordered their troops to form dense shield walls and interlocking fire nets, attempting to erect a human bulwark of delay, a sighing wall of flesh and steel. Yet Gino, Leona, and Buggy had no intention of granting them that wish. Think you can stall us? Dream on. Gino scoffed coldly. High-pressure steam jetted from the mechanisms along his spine as he charged headlong into the dense musket barrage. Lead bullets ricocheted harmlessly off his thick exoskeletal armor, sparking like flint on iron, utterly failing to impede him. He became a living bulldozer, brutally smashing through a shield wall formed by dozens of soldiers, and bore down directly upon the one-eyed commander hiding behind them. Big brute, do you really think I'm afraid of you? Seeing escape impossible, the one-eyed commander gritted his teeth and unsheathed a massive cleaver, swinging it down with crushing force. As a warlord, his strength rivaled that of a 10-million-berry pirate, his blow capable of splitting stone. Clang! Gino raised his thick mechanical arm and blocked the strike barehanded. Hydraulic pistons roared with deep, resonant thunder. Is this all the strength you've got? Gino grinned, then swung the hydraulic-powered hammer in his left hand with devastating force. When I smash scrap metal, I use more power than you just did. With a shriek of venting pressure, the hammer slammed into the one-eyed commander's chest, carrying raw industrial fury. Though the warlord barely deflected the blow with the flat of his blade, the sheer brute force bent the weapon outright. The one-eyed commander vomited a torrent of blood, flying backward with his sword, slamming hard into a wrecked armored vehicle. Elsewhere, Leona's battle was equally swift and surgical. Facing waves of rank-and-file soldiers, she didn't even bother drawing her greatsword, relying solely on her monstrous physical prowess honed over years hunting primordial beasts to weave effortlessly through the ranks. Each flash of her silver bone-slicing dagger struck with lethal precision, severing weapons and tendons alike. Soon she singled out another warlord clad head-to-toe in heavy black steel plate armor. Woman, your blade may be fast, but it'll never pierce my armor forged from supreme black steel. The armored warlord laughed arrogantly, swinging his spiked mace. Leona's eyes chilled. She drew her massive black steel cleaver and met the descending mace with a full-force overhead strike. Clang! Sparks exploded outward. The brutal recoil sent both combatants staggering half a step back. Leona glanced at the shallow white scratch left on the warlord's armor, then imperceptibly curled her lip. So, I still lack the mastery to cleave pure steel. What an inconvenient turtle shell. Though her technique vastly surpassed his, her inability to cut through solid steel forced her to expend extra effort against such heavily armored foes. Yet as a master chef, she possessed infinite patience for dissecting prey. Ducking and weaving, she observed, calmly, meticulously, for vulnerabilities. Can't cut the shell? Then slip the blade between the seams. Leona dropped low, evading the sweeping mace, and drove her silver stiletto forward like a striking serpent, sliding precisely into the gaps between the warlord's knee and armpit plates. Act! The armored warlord screamed as joint trauma shattered his balance. Leona leapt upward, slamming her black steel greatsword down onto his helmet with full force, the concussive shockwave penetrating the helm and knocking him unconscious on the spot. Meanwhile, on the opposite flank of the battlefield, Buggy's tactics proved the most unpredictable and treacherous. Four-part split. Buggy's upper torso hovered midair, his arms darting like gravity-defying fighter jets, pummeling wildly through the ranks. The last warlord, wielding a long spear, grew increasingly desperate under Buggy's chaotic assault. As he parried frantically, his sharp eyes caught sight of Buggy's real legs, hidden behind cover. Got your weak point, Rednose. Malice flashed in the spear-wielding warlord's eyes. He hurled his spear with lethal aim, straight toward Buggy's exposed legs. Bang! A crisp gunshot echoed from distant rubble. A single lead bullet intercepted the spear mid-flight, knocking it off course so it sliced past Buggy's boot and buried itself in the earth. Hey Rednose, hurry it up. 10 minutes is almost up. Karina stood calmly behind high cover, single-handedly holding a smoking flintlock pistol, and blew gently across its barrel. Though she remained off the front lines, her uncanny marksmanship and panoramic battlefield awareness made an undeniable contribution. Mind your own business. I'll wrap this up any second. Buggy flushed crimson with embarrassment and abruptly retracted his arms. Seizing the instant the spear wielder was weaponless, Buggy, fists sheathed in sea-stone knuckle dusters, delivered a brutal simultaneous punch and iron body charge. Even as his fist remained locked in impact, his body crashed forward, sending the warlord staggering backward. Then in a blur, he delivered a devastating headshot. Next, Buggy pulled 2 custom crimson bombs from his coat. One hurled squarely onto the spear wielder's chest, the other lobbed with pinpoint accuracy into the cluster of defiant soldiers. Custom Buggy bomb. A colossal fireball detonated amid the enemy ranks, its violent shockwave launching dozens of soldiers into the air. With the fall of 3 10-million-berry warlords, the remaining thousands of already demoralized troops collapsed entirely. Terror spread like plague through the ranks. Lines disintegrated, men discarded armor and weapons screaming as they fled helter-skelter down the highland slopes. Gino, Leona, and Buggy stood at the center of the ravaged battlefield. Though the fighting had ended, their eyes still burned with unspent battle lust. Their true strength had been tested and proven in the crucible of chaos. At the fortress breach, Ace watched the fleeing army below, then withdrew his gaze, satisfied. Just in time, as Ace's words faded. Boom, 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 boom. For sharp, thunderous sonic booms ripped across the sky before the highland, rolling like suppressed thunder. Winds howled, clouds shredded apart. For figures radiating icy, murderous intent plummeted from hundreds of meters aloft, like falling meteors, before crashing down with a single deafening boom onto the open ground between the fleeing warlords and the eclipsed pirates. The rock-hard earth fractured radially beneath the impact, sending plumes of dust spiraling skyward. As the dust settled, the purple-haired elder at their head slowly rose, his broad ironclad frame towering over all. His empty right sleeve flapped violently in the wind. His weathered eyes, filled with boundless slaughterlust, looked past the 3 below and locked unerringly onto the black-haired captain atop the fortress, cloaked in dark crimson. "So, you're the brat causing trouble here." Zephyr's low, resonant voice echoed across the vast battlefield. The iron-blooded authority of an old-world apex, a palpable crushing pressure, descended upon the field, making Gino, Leona, and Buggy gasp for breath. Ace stood atop the broken wall, meeting Zephyr's gaze from above, neither retreating nor speaking, only slowly clenching his fists. Within his deep dark eyes churned a long-suppressed, searing desire to finally clash with a true monster. The highland battlefield hung thick with smoke and dust. At that moment, the atmosphere froze to absolute stillness. Zephyr stood ahead, towering iron-willed, his empty right sleeve flapping fiercely in the wind. This grizzled veteran gazed coldly at Ace. Before him, his aura, a tide of battle-hardened, iron-blooded killing intent, crashing down like a tempest across the field. Young upstarts who treat plunder and destruction as mere child's play. I've seen far too many of them upon this grand line. His remaining left hand slowly clenched, knuckles cracked with thunderous force. But before me, your voyage ends here. Ace leapt down from the shattered city wall, landing firmly on the hard, rocky ground, a deep, resonant thud echoing beneath his tall, commanding frame. He met the gaze of the former Marine Admiral who had lost his right arm, his deep black eyes blazing with fierce, unyielding combat spirit. No mockery, no hesitation, only resolve. Whether it ends here or not, let fists decide. In the very instant those words fell, 2 towering figures, one vast, one slightly smaller, vanished simultaneously from their positions. Boom! 2 colossal craters exploded where they had stood moments before. Midair, Zephyr's left arm was instantly sheathed in a layer of Armament Haki, so profound and obsidian dark it seemed carved from volcanic glass. This was the legendary black arm that had made him feared across the seas. Though he'd lost an arm, this Haki, forged over decades of war, retained a density capable of shattering mountains. Ace held nothing back either. His right bicep swelled with explosive muscle, advanced flowing Haki compressed violently upon his fist's surface. Then crimson gold vermilion phoenix flame erupted, coiling tightly around it. Divine flame shatter fist. Kerkum. A black fist and a crimson gold fist collided, heated, brutal, unadorned, at the very heart of the battlefield. A deafening shockwave tore through the heavens, a visible white ring of concussive force laced with roaring fire blasted outward from the 2 warriors in all directions. Scorched tanks and scattered rubble were hurled hundreds of meters into the air by the sheer aftershock. What a heavy punch! Ace felt a sharp, tingling numbness ripple up his right arm, astonishment flickering silently within his mind. This was the pinnacle of the old era's Armament Haki, the kind whose hardness seeped deep into the marrow itself. Even with advanced Haki defense and the buffering heat of divine flame, its oppressive weight remained overwhelming. Yet across from him, Zephyr's eyes flashed with unmistakable shock. Before him, this youth's fist shimmered with a rare, flowing Haki, one capable of striking through space and penetrating flesh directly. Add to that an eerily potent flame that faintly scorched even his black arm and raw physical power distilled to absolute purity. And somehow the boy had withstood his mountain-shattering blow. No wonder you dared set your sights on the sky gold. You truly possessed the arrogance of a sovereign. Zephyr snorted coldly, then surged forward with his left arm, forcing Ace's fist backward as the two locked into a perilous close-quarters grapple. With the commanders now engaged, the air along the battlefield's edge ignited. Master Zephyr. Admiral Moose drew his famed blade and shot forward, determined to rush in and aid his mentor. Your opponent is me, Admiral. A deep blue figure materialized like a phantom, cutting sharply across Moose's path and blocking his advance. Sabo adjusted his top hat, then tapped his alloy staff lightly against the ground. Wild tangerine-orange flames erupted beneath his feet, surging upward into a blazing wall that severed the battlefield in two. Logia type, flame fruit. Moose halted mid-stride, eyes sharpening as he fixed them on Sabo. His katana spun once in a lethal flourish. Don't think Logia grants you free reign across these seas, pirate. You're welcome to test that theory. Sabo spoke calmly. His right index and middle fingers fused into a claw, black Armament Haki instantly coating them like polished onyx. He lunged first, meeting Moose's razor-sharp sword/Hedon with a dragon's claw strike. Staff and blade clashed midair, spitting forth a shower of molten sparks. At 17, Sabo hadn't yet reached the peak shown in the original chronicles, yet he stood barely a hair's breadth beneath it. Seeing their admiral intercepted, the two Navy rear admirals who'd landed alongside Zephyr immediately unsheathed their weapons, locking their gazes onto Gino and Leona behind them. Take those two down first. Roaring in unison, the rear admirals activated Soru, vanishing into twin afterimages as they charged. Perfect timing. My newly repaired hammer's been itching for some high-grade whetstones. Gino bellowed a raucous laugh as the rear admirals bore down on him. Steam hissed from the hydraulic joints of his mechanical exoskeleton. Instead of retreating, his massive frame surged forward, swinging the heavy hydraulic warhammer straight down, aimed squarely at his opponent's naval saber. Leona gripped her twin bone-slicing blades, one black, one silver, blood dripping steadily from their edges. Having just rampaged through thousands of soldiers, she felt no fatigue, only the ancient predatory bloodlust of a hunter who'd once stalked primordial beasts, now fully awakened within her. Her feral vertical pupils gleamed with savage exhilaration as she stared down the advancing rear admiral. Since the captain said you're just stepping stones to kick open the gate, I'll use your officer's hide today to hone my blades. Leona flicked her tongue across her lips, then exploded forward, her legs coiling and releasing like springs. Twin blades shrieked through the air as she charged, a lioness unleashed, meeting the rear admiral in a whirlwind of lethal entanglement. Steel clashed, sparks rained down like crimson rain. Commanders and officers alike found their matched opponents, while elite Navy vanguards began flooding the highlands from the harbor, converging to encircle the battlefield. Woho Wto. This is way too much firepower. Buggy shrieked, freezing his legs in place while launching his upper body skyward, just in time to dodge a volley of bullets. Enough complaining, Chief Steward. If you'd rather rot and impel down, keep standing there. Karina ducked behind a wrecked tank, swiftly reloading her flintlock with practiced precision. Calmly scanning the battlefield, she pinpointed two Navy officers attempting a flanking maneuver against Leona. Bang! Bang! Two crisp shots rang out, her marksmanship flawless, her bullets snapping the officer's momentum clean in half. Hey, you dim-witted Navy dogs. Your opponent is me. With Karina's suppressive fire covering the rear Buggy's confidence sword. He exploited the full chaos-inducing potential of his split fruit, hands sheathed in sea prism stone knuckle dusters, as he darted wildly through the ranks of Navy troops. Split whirling fist. Buggy's fist rocketed from an impossible angle, knocking unconscious a sailor aiming at Gino, then instantly split apart, weaving past a thrusting saber and firing tiny razor-edged fragments into the crowd, sowing panic and confusion. Before the Highland fortress, the entire terrain devolved into a brutal, sprawling melee, where clashing steel, roaring flames, and the guttural whine of steam-powered exoskeletons formed a symphony of carnage. At the battlefield's core, Ace and Zephyr's exchange had reached fever pitch. Boom! Ace absorbed Zephyr's crushing black arm blow full force, his chi churning violently, but his eyes burned brighter than ever with unquenchable battle fervor. Using the impact's recoil, he whipped his right leg upward, a blazing divine flamine-fused axe kick aimed squarely at Zephyr's flank. Against a legend who'd refined Armament Haki to its absolute zenith, holding back was suicide. Ace drew a deep breath and pushed his Haki to its absolute limit. He would use this black-armed admiral famed across the seas as the ultimate whetstone to forge his own internal destructive power into something unstoppable. Old man, your punch still lacks bite. Facing Zephyr's overwhelming presence, Ace launched another devastating fist, wrapped in both flowing haki and vermilion phoenix flame, without restraint, without fear. A heavy sweeping kick wreathed in crimson gold divine flame descended like a mountain-cleaving axe, slashing towards Zepha's flank. Faced with this fierce blow charged with the imposing aura of Luing Haki, Zepha did not so much as attempt to dodge. His remaining left arm suddenly sank down like a blackened load-bearing pillar, planting itself firmly across his waist. With a thunderous crash, the meeting of leg and arm sent shockwaves that blasted the rocky ground beneath them into the air. Too light, brat. Zepha bellowed as he absorbed the strike. A savage, cutting light exploded in the weathered depths of his eyes. The muscles of his left arm bulged like coiling dragons, the dark armored hue of his aura compressed in an instant, condensing into a ponderous, suffocating force of destruction. Hey Wanbao Yin. Zepha's left fist detonated like a launched siege cannon, driving forward at point-blank range toward Ace's chest. Ace's gaze hardened. He crossed his right arm back over his chest, high-tier flowing haki and the divine flame braided together along his arms to erect an instant bulwark of defense. A dull bell-like boom reverberated across the battlefield. Pain jagged through Ace's arms as if his very marrow were about to shatter. Zepha's honed armored haki possessed an astonishing density and weight. Even with Luiying's dampening and the divine flame's cushioning, that terrifying penetrative force still cleaved through the defense and struck his thorax. Ace's burly frame skidded backward, plowing 24-meter-long furrows into the hard ground with his feet until he smashed through a remnant fortress wall and finally came to a halt. Ace coughed, a mouthful of blood tasting bitter in his mouth. Yet before he had taken another breath, a burst of crimson gold phoenix fire spontaneously ignited across his chest and arms. The shattered capillaries and torn muscle fibers rent by Zepha's blow were instantly tended by the divine flame and knit back together as if they had never been wounded. Zepha, watching from afar, narrowed his brows at the sight. Not only can it unleash an extraordinarily hot exotic flame, it also boasts absurdly rapid regeneration. I see now an exceedingly rare beast type, a phantom beast kind. As a former admiral, Zepha's perception was razor-sharp. He saw the essence of Ace's ability at a glance. Relying on a phantom beast's recovery and thinking you can recklessly trade blows with me. Zepha advanced with heavy steps, each pace thickening the iron-blooded killing intent about him. Newcomers who lean on devil fruit powers and fancy themselves invincible. I have personally buried countless such fools in my lifetime. Rely on fruits. Ace pushed himself upright from the rubble, wiping blood from the corner of his mouth. He met Zepha's approaching stride not with fear, but with the feverish ardor of an opponent who had finally found a worthy adversary. Old man, don't lump me in with those weaklings. Ace settled his stance, the torrent of his internal chi roaring like an engine. He withdrew the crimson gold divine flame that cloaked his body, compressing it ruthlessly and forcing it inward, infusing it into the deep, flowing haki coiling within his right fist. The fire no longer flared outward, restrained by his armament haki. It was coerced onto the surface of his knuckles, forming a horrifying vortex of blinding white heat like a high-pressure furnace. Divine flame Yen Jue. The earth beneath Ace's feet fractured with a thunderous roar. He became a streak of black and red, a ruined silhouette, hurling himself at Zepha. This strictly compressed punch abandoned all wide-area devastation in pursuit of singular concentrated penetration and internal annihilation. A flicker of surprise crossed Zepha's eyes as he watched the blow cleave through the air to force the explosive nature of flame into haki. A lunatic genius of combat. Though startled, the steely set of Zepha's face betrayed no retreat. His remaining left arm snapped backward, every muscle along his body cracking and popping like fired crackers. That black arm, tempered by decades of life-or-death struggle, erupted in a moment with a raw, domineering might that could crush any finesse. But your haki is still too tender before the years I have honed. Hey Wanda Bashan. Two fists, one immense, one compact. Each wrapped in earth-shattering force collided in the sky with the most primal, brutal ferocity. This collision did not unleash sweeping shockwaves. All of the energy, searing heat, and haki's destructive might were compressed and imprisoned at the single point where the knuckles met. The ground beneath their feet sprouted a dense web of cracks like a spider's net, which immediately began to collapse and sink. The surrounding air writhed under extreme pressure and heat, and even emitted a high keening whine. AC gritted his teeth. The muscles of his right arm bulged to the edge of tearing. He could feel the flow of his compressed Ling and divine flame being ground and forced back bit by Zifa's black armor that felt almost tangible. This one-armed veteran's mastery of Armament Haki was like an immovable volcano. Your flow is indeed exquisite, but the foundation of Haki is not something gifted by talent alone. Zifa roared as a second tide of raw strength surged from his left arm. The cyclone compressed on AC's fist detonated, and the younger man was hurled away once more by an irresistible force. This time, Zifa granted AC no moment to recover on the ground. Yubu. The hulking veteran performed a series of astonishingly nimble aerial footings, moving faster than AC's backward arc. Like a predatory black hawk, he was suddenly above AC. It's over, madman of the East Sea. Head downward, Zifa's left leg became a black steel whip shrieking through the air as it cleaved down onto AC's chest. AC's body struck the earth like a meteor crushed with brutal violence. The impact shook the entire plateau. The hard rock was driven outwards to form a crater over 30 meters across. Debris and dust billowed into the sky, obscuring the heart of the battlefield. Zifa landed steadily on the rim of the crater, his breath a touch short. Age and the relentless barrage he had just unleashed had taken their toll on his stamina. He watched the dust pooling at the crater's bottom with a cold gaze. He had not held back on that finishing blow. Even if the foe were a beast type, after absorbing such internal devastation, his organs should have been pulverized beyond repair. Then, sat, the faint sound of pebbles skittering drifted up from the silent pit. Zifa's pupils pinched inward. The dust thinned. In the center of that several-meter deep hole, the tall, broad-shouldered, black-haired youth rose slowly from the wreckage. AC's mouth was streaked with bright blood. A charred footprint marked the solid muscle of his chest. A wound that would have killed an ordinary pirate 10 times over was now being enveloped by clusters of crimson gold divine flame, knitting closed visibly before the eye. AC exhaled a hot breath laced with the metallic tang of blood. He wiped the corner of his mouth and rolled his neck. His joints popped crisply like a string of bones settling. He tilted his head to look up at Zifa on the crater rim. Those deep black eyes betrayed no defeat from suppression, only the feral exhilaration of one who has sighted an exceptional quarry. Refreshing, what a rush. No wonder you honed your armament to the pinnacle, Heiwan. Compressing Haki to such an extreme density certainly taught me a lesson. AC climbed from the pit step by step. With each footfall, the roar of his internal blood and chi grew more violent, and the air itself around him climbed in temperature. Old man, your Haki is indeed rock solid. AC halted, maintaining distance as he faced Zifa. A more ancient, majestic, and utterly devastating aura began to awaken within him, surfacing without reservation. But the warm-up ends here. At the bottom of the crater, smoke and dust filled the air. Warm-up exercises are over now. With this low declaration, the overwhelming vitality within Ace erupted like a slumbering volcano. The dark red trench coat fluttered in the scorching airflow, and immediately the black fitted shirt he wore was entirely burned away by the searing heat emanating from his body. Crimson flames soared into the sky, illuminating the gloomy stronghold as if it were day. Under Zephyr's solemn gaze, Ace's sturdy and upright form began to undergo a remarkable transformation. 2 gigantic wings, completely formed of crimson flames, erupted from his back. As the wings flapped, the surrounding air was violently distorted by the terrifying heat. Dense and indestructible crimson scales rapidly covered his arms and long legs, as if he had donned the ancient armor of a god. Animal type, bird fruit, mythical beast type, vermilion bird form. The moment the half-beast transformation was completed, the hard rocks beneath Ace's feet could not withstand the horrifying heat and melted into scalding dark red magma. The unusual flames and this sense of oppression. Zephyr's remaining left hand clenched tightly, a rare solemnity appearing on his weathered face. Indeed, it is a mythical beast type. No wonder it dares to withstand my black arm, Hedon. This is my power, old man. Ace said nothing more, and with a sudden flap of his immense crimson wings, he surged forward. Boom. Only a melted pit remained at the original spot as Ace's figure flashed like a crimson lightning bolt, appearing directly above Zephyr. Divine fire, vermilion bird seal. Ace raised his right leg high, covered in flowing dominance and crimson divine flames, bringing down terrifying kinetic energy capable of splitting islands directly onto Zephyr's head. Don't be too arrogant, rookie. Zephyr roared, showing no intention of dodging. He poured all his vitality and Armament Haki into his remaining left arm, meeting the falling fiery leg with a punch that soared into the sky. Black arm shatter. Dong! The punch and leg collided fiercely in midair. This clash was far more brutal than any before. The pitch-black Haki and crimson divine flames sparked, with visible destructive energy between the two. Ace's divine flames capable of melting steel ravenously consumed the Armament Haki barrier on Zephyr's fist, while Zephyr's heavy black arm firmly resisted this monstrous force capable of splitting mountains. The ground crumbled inch by inch under their clash, and the remaining fortress walls around them collapsed like fragile cookies. The power and speed have doubled. Zephyr gritted his teeth, beads of sweat breaking out on his forehead. He could clearly feel the pressure from his left arm multiplying, and the bizarre heat was even attempting to penetrate his proud Armament Haki defense, scorching his bones. In that moment of stalemate, a glint of shrewd ruthlessness flashed in Zephyr's eyes. He suddenly sank his left arm, releasing the force of Ace's downward strike. Then his massive body charged forward, delivering a ferocious Iron Mountain crash directly into Ace's chest. Bang! Ace was knocked back several steps, the crimson scales on his chest shattering inch by inch, a dull sound echoing from his bones. But in the very next breath, a cluster of nirvana flames ignited automatically on his chest. The broken ribs and damaged organs healed back to normal in less than a second. Such unreasonable recovery ability. Zephyr gasped heavily, a deep sense of dread flickering in his eyes. The Haki of the old era is indeed heavy. Ace landed steadily on the ground, his deep black eyes locking onto the former Marine Admiral. But time spares no one. You've lost an arm and your physical strength is severely declining. With this level of high-intensity clash, how much longer can you hold on? As long as I live one more day, I will never allow you pirates to act recklessly on the seas. Zephyr let out an angry roar and once again propelled himself forward. He knew he could not win a war of attrition against a mythical beast type. His only chance was to concentrate all his Haki into one point and utterly shatter the opponent's defense and internal organs. Black arm absolute kill. Zephyr's left arm swelled, and the layer of pitch-black Armament Haki faintly exuded a dark red sheen. He poured all his combat experience and killing intent into this unreserved punch. Faced with this desperate strike from the seasoned veteran, Ace did not dodge. His eyes were calm as water. The vitality within him roared like an engine, and the crimson divine flames no longer erupted outward. Instead, he forcibly contained them within his right fist, perfectly intertwining and compressing them with a layer of flowing black Haki. Since the other side had brought out the strongest Armament Haki, he would use a high-tier flow cherry blossom capable of shattering everything to completely crush it. Hedon. Divine Firestar collapse. Two figures, one large and one small, met in the ravaged center of the fortress for the ultimate clash. Boom. The moment their fists made contact, the entire Steel Nation seemed to experience a slight earthquake. Blinding white light engulfed the two, followed by a massive mushroom cloud soaring into the sky. The violent shockwave swept through the area like a Category 12 hurricane, grinding all debris and remnants of war vehicles within hundreds of meters into powder. At the center of the storm, Zephyr's eyes widened in disbelief. His proud black arm defense was unexpectedly pierced by an extremely sharp and solid Haki the moment they made contact. That flow cherry blossom mixed with extreme heat bypassed the Armament Haki armor on his body and crazily destroyed his bones and muscles from within. Crack! The sound of bones cracking sent chills down his spine. Zephyr's arm contorted into an extremely twisted arc, and the indestructible layer of black Haki finally shattered under this overwhelming dual destructive force. Zephyr spat out a mouthful of blood, his tall and robust body flying back like a kite, with a broken string rolling several dozen meters along the hard rock ground before crashing heavily into a remaining steel bunker. The bunker collapsed with a roar, completely burying this legend of the old era. The clouds of dust gradually dispersed. Ace stood in place, the flames on his right fist slowly extinguishing. He stood bare-chested with various bruises and scars covering his muscles, all rapidly fading under the nourishment of the divine flames. He exhaled a long breath of scorching white vapor, and the crimson wings behind him retracted into his body, restoring his human form. He quietly gazed at the pile of rubble that buried Zephyr. For a long time, no further sounds came from the ruins. This veteran who had lost his right arm and suffered a decline in physical strength ultimately fell beneath the fists of the monster of the new era. He was a worthy opponent. Ace calmly withdrew his gaze. In this life-and-death struggle, his understanding of the internal destruction of Haki was finally solidified. The battlefield of the main forces had already determined a victor. Ace slightly tilted his head, his deep black eyes looking toward the other side of the high ground. There the continuous sounds of explosions, slashes, and cannon fire still echoed violently. The remaining crew members of the Daybreak Pirates were locked in a fierce battle with the Navy's captains and commanders. Ace took steady steps toward the war-torn area. The sound of metal clashing echoed in the air as the katana met the alloy staff, sending forth a dazzling shower of sparks. On the other side of the battlefield, the confrontation between Sabo and General Weasel had reached a fever pitch. The ground around them was torn apart by fierce sword energy and raging flames, and not a single ordinary soldier dared to approach this area. With a sweep of his left hand, Sabo unleashed a wave of orange-eared flames that swept across the ground, attempting to seal off Weasel's escape route. Too naive, pirate. General Weasel coldly exclaimed, his legs rapidly stomping the ground in quick succession. Navy 6 style shave. In an instant, his figure transformed into an afterimage, effortlessly evading the consuming flames and appearing directly in Sabo's blind spot. With his katana imbued with a pitch-black armament haki slicing through the air with a piercing scream, he aimed directly for Sabo's neck. Sabo's gaze sharpened as his observation haki caught the blade's trajectory in a split second. He suddenly ducked, the katana grazing his hat and severing a few strands of golden hair. In the moment of dodging the fatal blow, Sabo exerted force from his waist, his staff snapping back like a viper towards Weasel's ribs. Iron block. Weasel stood firm, his muscles tensing like iron. The staff crashed against his ribs, producing a sound akin to striking thick steel, causing no substantial harm. The immense recoil left Sabo's wrist tingling. The combination of the 6th style and haki is indeed flawless. Sabo quickly retreated, creating distance as his chest heaved slightly, his breath becoming somewhat hurried. This was the first time he had encountered a truly top-notch swordsman since consuming the Mera Mera no Mi. Weasel's movements were exceedingly unpredictable, and the katana, enveloped in high-density armament haki, could directly cut through his elemental defenses. If he had been even slightly slower, just now his shoulder would have been severed. "You do have some skill," Weasel said, gripping his sword tightly, the blade angled towards the ground, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. "But thinking you can challenge a rear admiral of the Navy with a natural-type fruit you just consumed is far-fetched." Without missing a beat, Weasel swung his sword fiercely. Half Moon Flying Pavilion. A massive sword energy over 10 meters long and dark blue in hue screamed across the ground, cleaving through rocks and abandoned vehicles, with overwhelming force heading straight for Sabo. Faced with this unavoidable slash, Sabo took a deep breath and violently plunged his alloy staff into the earth beside him. He raised both hands, his index and middle fingers together, while his ring and pinky fingers curled. The pitch-black, profound armament haki instantaneously enveloped his palms and forearms. With a low shout, the orange-eared flames spiraled around his dragon claw. Flame Dragon Double Jaws. Sabo did not retreat, but advanced, facing the massive sword energy, his hands transforming into giant dragon claw phantoms, fiercely clawing at it. Crack! The sound of ripping filled the battlefield. The flame-wrapped armament haki dragon claw firmly grasped the leading edge of the sword energy. Sabo's feet were pushed backward several meters on the ground, his boots leaving charred marks on the rocks. Gritting his teeth, he flexed his arms, using his 10 fingers to forcefully tear the fierce sword energy apart into a myriad of light points. "You crush my flying slash with your bare hands." Weasel's eyes widened in shock, but as a seasoned warrior, he did not hesitate. Using the sword energy as cover, he stepped forward into Sabo's range. Die! The katana was raised high, the armament haki on its blade thickening to an extreme, making the surrounding air feel heavy. Under the terrifying pressure of life and death, Sabo's mind entered an unprecedented state of clarity. In his mind, a flash of yesterday's lesson on the advanced application of armament haki by Ace on the deck suddenly appeared. Do not rigidly confine haki to the surface of your skin like an iron block. Consciously guide it outward, forming a flowing wrap. Flowing. As he watched Weasel's deadly strike descending, Sabo focused intently on the thick layer of black on the opponent's blade. No longer merely compressing his haki on the surface of his skin to resist, he attempted to push the energy within him outward like flames. Dragon hook claw, flowing flame. Sabo's right hand shot out towards the descending katana. In the fleeting moment, just before his fingers touched the blade, Sabo felt that the armament haki covering his fingers seemed to slightly overflow. That invisible haki before physical contact momentarily clashed with Weasel's blade in the air. Clang! A sharp, crisp sound rang out, completely different from before. General Weasel's expression changed dramatically. He felt that his seemingly certain strike just before striking Sabo's fingers seemed to have hit an invisible, remarkably resilient and slippery airflow. The force of the blade was unexpectedly deflected by half an inch. It was this half-inch deflection that allowed Sabo's dragon claw to precisely avoid the sharpest edge of the blade and clamp down on the katana's guard. What? Weasel was taken aback, attempting to withdraw his sword for defense, only to find that the blade seemed to be immovably bound, as if cast in iron. Got you now, General. Sabo raised his head, his blue eyes flashing with fierce battle intent. He did not let this critical moment slip away. His left hand transformed into a fist, the raging orange-eared flames compressed to an extreme in an instant, carrying terrifying heat that burned everything and struck fiercely at General Weasel's chest. Fire fist. The close-range explosion. The violent fire pillar roared like an angry dragon, directly piercing through Weasel's defenses. Even though Weasel activated Iron Block at the last moment and covered himself with Haki, he was still sent flying, spitting blood by the devastating impact mixed with Haki and high temperature. Bang! General Weasel's tall figure flew backward like a kite, with a severed string crashing heavily into a pile of iron wreckage dozens of meters away, his renowned katana flying from his grasp, embedding itself in the scorched earth. As the firelight gradually faded, Sabo stood in place, gasping for breath. His finely tailored tailcoat was tattered, and his arms bore several varying degrees of scratches, his stamina nearly depleted. He ignored the fallen Weasel, who had lost combat capability amidst the wreckage, and instead lowered his head, quietly observing his right hand. Just a moment ago, the Haki had indeed produced an extremely brief extension at his fingertips. That sensation was incredibly wonderful, as if he had broken through the inherent confines of his body, allowing power to truly come alive. But that feeling vanished in an instant. No matter how he tried to capture it now, the Haki still stubbornly adhered to the surface of his skin like an iron block, unable to flow outward as naturally as it had just moments ago. Was it merely a fleeting moment of enlightenment on the edge of life and death? Sabo slowly clenched his right fist, his eyes not filled with disappointment, but rather with a clearer fighting spirit. Although he had not fully mastered the advanced flow, he had cracked a small hole in that layer of glass. As long as he experienced more life-and-death battles of this level, he was confident that he would turn this power into his instinct before reaching the Spade archipelago. However, this battle was indeed quite difficult. Sabo took a deep breath, calming his surging blood. He bent down to retrieve the alloy staff embedded in the dirt and turned to look at the other direction of the high-ground battlefield. The sea breeze blew away the smoke. When he saw Ace slowly approaching from the edge of a massive crater, and the legendary Navy veteran Zifa lying defeated amidst the wreckage, a genuine smile involuntarily crept onto Sabo's face. It seemed that in this clash with the old era they had emerged victorious. The heavy black steel bone-cleaving greatsword clashed violently with a fist shrouded in Armament Haki, erupting in a blinding shower of sparks. At the far end of the highland battlefield, Leona's situation had grown perilously dire. She gasped raggedly, her wild, dark-red hair plastered to her cheeks, drenched in sweat and blood. Her deep brown leather apron was already slashed by several deep bone-exposing wounds. Searing pain lanced through her nerves unrelentingly, yet the ferocity, blazing in her vertical pupils, only intensified. Standing opposite her was a lean, battle-hardened rear admiral from the Marine headquarters. What a tenacious woman, like some feral beast. He flicked blood from his knuckles, his gaze icy and detached. Without formal martial training, not even a trace of Haki, you've somehow endured blow after blow, relying solely on animal instinct and monstrous strength. As a pirate, you truly possess rare talent. Shut your mouth. Gritting her teeth, Leona tightened her grip on two blades, one black, one silver. On my cutting board there is only meat to be minced, not bones too tough to cleave. She exploded forward like an enraged lioness, launching herself headlong at her foe. The black steel greatsword whistled through the air, descending in a thunderous overhead strike. Too slow. With a contemptuous snort, the rear admiral stamped repeatedly upon the ground. Shaved, his figure vanished instantly, leaving behind only a hazy afterimage. Leona's devastating slash slammed into empty earth, sending shards of stone flying. Here, a cold voice rang out from her blind spot. Like a phantom, the rear admiral materialized at her left flank, his index finger rigid as a steel spike aimed precisely at her ribcage. Finger pistol. A razor-sharp shockwave surged toward her face. At that distance and speed, her body's physical reflexes stood no chance of evasion. I'll die. In that razor-thin margin between life and annihilation, Leona's mind plunged into suffocating absolute stillness. The cacophony of cannon fire faded, the wind fell silent. To her senses, the entire world seemed to slow, reduced to a dreamlike suspended frame. In the instant before that lethal finger pierced her vitals, an instinct forged over years of tracking prey's breath in the primordial forest surged forth, bursting through an invisible veil. She did not see, but within her mind the precise contraction of the rear admiral's arm muscles flashed with startling clarity. Now, acting purely on that sudden visceral intuition, Leona wrenched her waist sideways by half an inch, a feat defying anatomical limits. Shoot! The finger pistol grazed her ribcage, tearing a long crimson gash, but spared her heart. Though wounded, she had evaded death. More than that, in the very moment of evasion, her left hand reversed its grip on the silver boning knife, driving it upward in a venomous arc that carved a deep, jagged wound across the rear admiral's forearm. What a... Wincing, he staggered backward, clutching his bleeding arm, shock blazing in his eyes. That split-second movement had utterly transcended the bounds of physical reflex. It was pure anticipatory foresight. The nascent form of observation haki. His expression hardened, grim and grave. Ha. Leona dropped to one knee, bracing herself with the black steel greatsword. She drew ragged breaths. Though that fleeting perception had saved her life, such ethereal awareness exacted a crushing toll upon her spirit. Her stamina was nearly spent, her hands trembled uncontrollably as they gripped the hilts. To grasp even the threshold of haki mid-combat, you are far too dangerous to leave alive. He abandoned all restraint. Crossing his arms, he swept his right leg in a vicious arc, unleashing a vacuum blade of staggering force. Rankyaka chaos. A storm of crescent-shaped vacuum slashes descended like a killing net, obliterating the sky above Leona. She clenched her jaw and forced herself upright. She knew she could not block this assault. That miraculous perception had not returned, and excessive blood loss blurred her vision at the edges. Yet this proud lioness would never close her eyes and await death. Raising both blades, she prepared to meet the tempest heat-in. At that decisive instant, boom! A towering, broad-shouldered shadow plummeted from the heavens, landing like a mountain between Leona and certain annihilation. A gust whipped his dark red coat. Facing those vacuum slashes capable of slicing through steel, he did not raise a hand. VVVV. A profound layer of black armament haki instantly enveloped his back and shoulders. Clang, 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 clang. The barrage struck that intangible armor, each impact ringing with a dense metallic thud before shattering like waves against an unyielding cliff, dissipating into nothingness. The rear admiral's pupils contracted violently, a cold sweat streamed down his temples. As dust settled, the black-haired man, godlike in bearing, turned slowly. Ace's expression remained serene, his breathing unruffled. His deep obsidian eyes swept once over the rear admiral, and that single glance froze the man solid as if plunged into glacial abyss, stripping him of even the will to twitch a finger. Well done. Ace tilted his head slightly, glancing at Leona, bloodied, trembling, yet still gripping her blades with iron resolve. His tone held no reproach, only quiet affirmation of a comrade who had shattered her limits. To sense your opponent's presence in that instant, you have indeed touched the threshold of observation haki. Captain, at the sight of that broad, unwavering back, Leona's taut nerves finally snapped, her body collapsing inward. She slumped onto the ground, gasping for air, yet a faint, feverish smile curved her lips. Ace withdrew his gaze and turned once more toward the rear admiral, whose face had paled with dread. If even old Zephyr has fallen, do you truly intend to keep fighting mere foot soldiers? Ace's voice was calm, uninflected. Zephyr Sensei, defeated, struck dumb. The rear admiral whirled toward the highland's far edge, where through the haze he glimpsed the cratered ruin of a meteor strike. His will to fight crumbled utterly, yet he clenched his trembling fists and roared, I am an officer of the Marine headquarters. I will never bow to pirates. Courageous, but meaningless. Ace stepped forward, toward the rear admiral. He did not summon his Flame Emperor technique. He did not even activate Flowing Sakura. Against an opponent so vastly inferior, any embellishment would be wasted effort. The rear admiral bellowed, hurling a massive iron-bottom-enforced punch. Ace simply tilted his head, evading the clumsy, wide-open strike with effortless grace. Then his right fist clenched, black armament haki surging over his knuckles. His waist coiled and released in a single devastating motion, a perfectly direct, brutally economical straight punch crashing into the rear admiral's abdomen. Tum! A sickening muffled crunch echoed. The rear admiral's eyes bulged, a torrent of blood erupted from his mouth. His vaunted six forms defense crumpled like parchment before Ace's monstrous strength. He lifted clean off the ground, hurled backward dozens of meters, smashing through a thick stone wall before collapsing unconscious in the rubble. One punch, clean, absolute, instantaneous annihilation. The entire sequence unfolded faster than the blink of an eye. Ace slowly retracted his fist and brushed dust from his knuckles. He did not spare the fallen Rear Admiral a glance. Instead, he walked to Leona's side. A warm amber gold flame bloomed gently in his palm, then flowed seamlessly over her wounds. Rest a while. It's time to wrap things up. Amid smoke-choked ruins and fleeing Marines and warlord remnants, Ace's voice carried, steady, resonant final. This battle ends here. Clang, clang, clang. From the opposite side of the battlefield, a relentless cacophony of metal striking metal echoed sharply. Gino's massive frames surged through the ruined artillery emplacement like an enraged, ironclad bear. His thick mechanical exoskeleton was now crisscrossed with countless pale, slash marks and deep dents. Several exposed hydraulic conduits hissed white steam into the air. Too slow. A brute who swings nothing but hunk of scrap metal can't even graze the hem of my coat. The Navy Commodore blurred into motion, weaving around Gino with razor-sharp agility, his body flickering like afterimages as he danced atop the Rokushiki technique known as shave. His naval saber shimmered with hardened armament haki, each flash left behind a searing spark against Gino's armored plating. Stop buzzing around my ears like a damn fly. Roaring in fury, Gino swung his hydraulically reinforced warhammer, a monstrous weapon reforged from a warship's main cannon, and delivered a brutal horizontal sweep aimed at the Commodore's afterimage. The colossal hammer smashed through a stone pillar with thunderous force, yet struck only empty air. The Commodore had already vaulted high into the air with uncanny grace, hovering above Gino to gaze down upon the rigid, lumbering figure below. Rankyaka Hakurin. With a sharp kick midair, the Commodore unleashed a vicious vacuum blade, a razor-thin wave of compressed air aimed directly at Gino's unarmored neck. Not a chance. Gino reacted instantly, his broad shoulders dropped hard, forcing his back, reinforced with the thickest black steel plating, to meet the strike heat-in. Boom. The vacuum blade slammed into the steel plate with cataclysmic impact, sending Gino staggering, his knees buckling violently as he nearly collapsed onto one knee. A low grunt escaped him, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, but he held firm, absorbing the blow without yielding. Still standing. Just how thick is your hide? The Commodore clenched his teeth, disbelief flashing across his eyes. His vaunted Rokushiki combo strikes had barely scratched this mechanical berserker, as if polishing steel rather than wounding flesh. Gino's durability surpassed even that of Zoan-type devil fruit users. I've spent every day forging myself alongside steel. Gino spat a crimson-tinted wad onto the ground, then raised his warhammer once more without hesitation. His mechanical arms roared with raw guttural power. So long as your blade can't shatter my bones, I will crush you into paste with one final swing. The Commodore's expression darkened. He poised his fingers, preparing to concentrate Armament Haki into pinpoint precision, ready to pierce Gino's vulnerable joints with finger pistol. But the instant his feet touched solid ground, a wild torrent of blazing orange flame erupted without warning from his flanks, surging forward like a living wall of fire and severing his path toward Gino. Startled beyond measure, the Commodore recoiled violently backward, using shave. As smoke and embers cleared, his deep blue tailcoat fluttered softly in the wind. Sabo adjusted his top hat with one hand and stood calmly before Gino, gripping a gleaming alloy staff. Well done, engineer. Without glancing back, Sabo added, your damage absorption was exemplary. Now leave the rest to me. TCH. Don't steal my spotlight, Vice Captain. Though grumbling, Gino visibly relaxed, the taut muscles in his frame easing. He planted the heavy hydraulic hammer upright into the rubble and drew deep, ragged breaths. Against such a high-mobility opponent, his cumbersome armor was undeniably a liability. Weren't you supposed to be fighting Rear Admiral Wapple? The Commodore stared at Sabo in utter horror. If the Vice Captain stood here unscathed, then Rear Admiral Wapple must already be. Sabo paid no mind to his shock. He pressed his right index and middle fingers together, deep black haki instantly coalescing over them like liquid shadow. Having just survived a life-or-death clash with Rear Admiral Wapple, Sabo's mastery of haki had subtly crossed into an entirely new threshold. This was the perfect moment to press forward. Ryu no some Dragon's Claw. Sabo exploded into motion, his speed eclipsing even the Commodore's shave. The Commodore barely raised his saber in desperate defense, but Sabo's haki-enveloped claw shattered the blade like brittle glass, then clamped down with crushing force upon his chest. Thud! Amidst the sickening crunch of splintering bone, the Commodore emitted no cry, only hurtling backward like a discarded sack, slamming hard into the ruins and collapsing into unconsciousness. With the last commanding officer fallen, the battle for the fortress heights finally drew to its close. And at the very heart of that devastation, Ace stood motionless at the rim of a colossal meteorite crater. Beneath his boots lay Zephyr, former fleet admiral of the Marines, charred black and slumped deep into coma. This man who had waged lifelong war in the name of justice now breathed faintly, his chest rising and falling with agonizing frailty. Left untreated, the lethal fusion of advanced flowing Sakura and divine flame coursing through his body would cause complete organ failure within hours. Ace gazed down at the legend of a bygone era. Slowly he knelt and extended his right hand. In his palm bloomed a gentle, radiant phoenix flame, crimson gold and serene. Without hesitation, he pressed the burning hand against Zephyr's mangled chest. HSSSS. The divine fire sank instantly into his flesh. That inexhaustible tide of life force surged inward, enveloping damaged organs and severed limbs alike, wrenching them back from the precipice of death itself. It wouldn't rouse him immediately, but it secured both his life and his arm. Ace withdrew his hand, eyes resting on Zephyr's aged yet indomitable face, his own gaze calm, fathomless, utterly still. By my reckoning, you haven't yet fully descended into the madman who'd blow up the entire new world. Ace's voice drifted low on the cold wind, inaudible to all but himself. Since your reason remains intact, keep this life and continue watching the true scum. A nod to old man Garp. Spare him the agony of choosing sides. Ace rose tall. His dark red coat billowed fiercely amid the smoke and ash. He turned his gaze toward the main road descending from the fortress to the harbor, where thousands of Marine headquarters soldiers, newly alerted by distress signals, were charging upward with muskets drawn, a black tide surging across the land. Protect Admiral Zephyr. Under no circumstances must these pirates escape. Deafening battle cries shook the heavens. Sabo, Leona, and Gino tightened their grips on weapons, ready for the final breakout. No need to engage them. Ace's voice cut across the battlefield, calm, resonant, unshakable. He strode to the cliff's edge and looked down upon the swarming legions of Marines below. He did not draw his sword. He did not ignite his divine flame. He simply stood, his obsidian eyes blazing with the terrifying innate will of a sovereign, erupting like a tsunami breaking its dam. An invisible yet overwhelming Conqueror's haki exploded outward from him, unleashed without restraint across the entire plateau and down the narrow pass below. The air itself froze. This royal aura, tempered in blood and battle, was denser, more absolute, more unassailable than ever before, even surpassing the storm he'd unleashed in Logtown. Thump, thump. Thousands of charging Marines, rifles raised, hearts pounding, felt as though a sledgehammer had struck their skulls. Their eyes rolled back, vision dissolving into white. No amount of elite training could withstand such absolute dominance of presence. Like wheat before the scythe, they collapsed en masse, row after row crumbling to the earth. Within 10 seconds, not a single Marine remained upright across the hillsides. The battlefield fell into absolute, suffocating silence. Conqueror's haki, cleansing the field. Ace reined in his aura, turned and swept his gaze across his crew, bloodied, battered, yet burning with fierce resolve. This trial ends here. Well done. Now gather our spoils and return to the ship. With steady, unhurried steps, Ace walked past heaps of rubble and unconscious Marines toward the outer perimeter. Next stop, a quiet, uninhabited island, to refit and upgrade our vessel. The smoke of gunpowder gradually faded into the distance as the iron fortress was left behind. Under the guidance of Sabo and Gino, the Eclipse pirate crew, burdened with heavy spoils, smoothly traversed the ravaged streets and reached the outer port. Docked at the port was a massive, three-masted armed transport ship that once belonged to a warlord's faction. Gino slammed the several-ton heavy Starfall black steel onto the ship's broad deck, causing the entire vessel to shake violently. Buggy and Karina, panting, tossed their large backpacks filled with treasures and devil fruits into the ship's hold. This transport ship has enough draft and cargo capacity. Gino skillfully checked the mechanical structure of the cockpit and started it up. Then, waiting for Ace to bring the Eclipse over, they secured it tightly to the rear of the transport ship with thick chains. Sabo took the helm, and the two ships sailed away swiftly from the war-torn land, riding the favorable winds. 2 days later, in the Grand Line on a nameless primitive island. This place was far removed from the clamor of the main shipping routes, with dense vegetation and cliffs inhabited by thousands of giant seabirds. The deafening cries of the birds circled above the island, creating a lively yet extremely noisy atmosphere. The transport ship and the Eclipse were docked side by side in a hidden cove. Upon landing, Gino eagerly carried the Starfall black steel and his pile of mechanical tools diving into the hold of the Eclipse. Accompanied by the ear-piercing sound of metal cutting and dazzling sparks from welding, the fervent mechanic officially began a comprehensive upgrade of the Eclipse. Leona meanwhile walked deeper into the island with her bone-cutting knife. For her, exploring the unknown ingredients of a new island was the best way to relieve post-battle fatigue. On the soft sands of the cove, Karina emptied several heavy backpacks, creating a small mountain of golden treasures under the sunlight. Sitting amidst the pile of treasure, she held a book salvaged from the Warlord Fortress titled Devil Fruit, Encyclopedia Incomplete. Next to her lay an exquisite wooden box, inside which rested the Paramecia-type barrier fruit they intercepted in the black market of Roguetown, as well as an unknown fruit taken from the vault of the Iron Fortress. The unknown fruit displayed an eerie gray-purple hue. Its surface spiraled with patterns that were not smooth like ordinary fruits, but radiated a peculiar wave-like or zigzagging shape. Karina flipped through the incomplete encyclopedia, her brows knitting tighter. This won't do. This book is missing too many fruits, and I can't find any record of this gray-purple fruit. Feeling somewhat discouraged, Karina closed the encyclopedia and looked up at Ace, who was sitting on a nearby rock. Ace was closing his eyes, enjoying the sea breeze. Hearing Karina's complaint, he leaped down from the rock and walked over to the treasure pile, his tall figure casting a steady shadow on the beach. If you can't find it, then forget it. Ace's gaze fell upon the gray-purple fruit. He did not flip through the book, but instead slowly closed his eyes, unleashing his observation haki without reservation. As his observation haki was activated to its peak, the noisy sounds of crashing waves and the calls of the seabirds gradually faded away. His consciousness sank into an extremely profound realm, listening to the voices of all things. To the eyes of ordinary people, it was merely a lifeless devil fruit, but within Ace's perception, it emitted an extremely faint yet unique pulse of life. After a long while, Ace opened his deep black eyes. This fruit does not exude a violent aura of destruction, nor does it possess the brute physical ferocity of Zoan-type fruits. Ace looked at Karina, refining the vague information he heard. The fluctuations it emits are very peculiar. It is a very faint thing akin to an invisible thread or wave. It seems to be attempting to radiate outward, establishing some sort of connection. Connection? Wave? Sabo, who was listening nearby, expressed curiosity. That doesn't sound like a capability meant for direct combat. Indeed, it is not a combat-type fruit. Ace nodded, his gaze extremely serious as he looked at Karina. Consuming this fruit will likely not directly enhance your strength or physical abilities. It seems to provide some form of auxiliary ability, leaning towards perception, communication, or mental aspects. Ace spoke calmly, placing the choice in Karina's hands. Karina, you are the financial and intelligence officer of the Eclipse. While I promise to protect you, having your own power in this vast sea is the most genuine. The information about this fruit is vague. Whether to eat it or not, you decide for yourself. Karina stared at the peculiar fruit in the wooden box, falling into silence. Images of the past few days involuntarily replayed in her mind. Ace's fist, like that of a demonic god, shattered the generals of the old era. Sabo maneuvering through thousands of troops with his fiery fist. Oh, Leona's madness to cut through steel even at the brink of death. Even Buggy, usually the most unreliable, could display extraordinary effectiveness amidst the chaos. Everyone on the Eclipse was a monster. And she, Karina, no matter how accurate her aim or how clever her mind, was ultimately just an ordinary mortal. If in the new world to come faced with enemies stronger than those who can't even be pierced by firearms, would she forever be relegated to the role of a protected burden? I don't need world-destroying power. Karina took a deep breath, a glint of determination and wildness flashing in her purple eyes. The captain has monsters like you to charge into battle, that's enough. But a team that aims to overturn the world absolutely cannot lack intelligence capabilities. I want to give it a try. Without hesitation, Karina reached out, grabbing the gray-purple fruit. I'm going to eat it. She showed no hesitation, opening her mouth and biting down hard on the flesh of the fruit. Ugh, bleh. An unimaginable stench exploded in her mouth, twisting Karina's beautiful face into a grimace, yet she stubbornly pinched her nose and swallowed the fruit flesh. At the moment she consumed the fruit, Karina's body suddenly stiffened, and a peculiar wave-like light flashed in her purple eyes. In her perception, the entire world suddenly underwent a dramatic transformation. The countless seabirds in the sky, once chaotic in their cries, now transformed into clear frequency bands in her mind. She could even sense the faint biological electrical signals emitted from Gino's muscles as he swung his hammer in the hold. "How is it? What do you feel?" Sabo asked with some concern. Karina closed her eyes for a long time, and when she opened them again her lips had curled into an uncontrollable smile of joy. "Captain, I won the bet," Karina exclaimed excitedly, standing up and reporting rapidly. "Paramecia-type signal fruit. My brain is now like a super base station. I can gather information from around me somewhat similar to observation haki. Most importantly," she said, "as long as I establish a frequency contract with you no matter how far apart we are in the future, even on different islands, I can directly communicate with you in my mind with no delay and even initiate a group chat for everyone. Moreover, as long as you agree, I can also share your vision." Karina grew more excited as she spoke, casually picking up a gold coin from the pile of treasures. As a weak glow flickered at her fingertips, the ordinary gold coin seemed to undergo a peculiar transformation. "Not only that, but I can also imbue this wave into any lifeless object. As long as I spread these coins around, they will transform into miniature listening devices and locators." Hearing Karina's description of her abilities, Sabo's mouth slightly agape in shock. As someone who has long dealt with information, he understood all too well what this ability meant in warfare. This was simply an ultimate intelligence network that exceeded common sense and had an extraordinarily wide coverage. Ace looked at the excited purple-haired girl before him, a blazing light igniting in his deep black eyes. What if he lacked world-destroying power? In the fierce competition of the Grand Line, intelligence and absolute communication within a team held strategic value that far surpassed that of an ordinary natural-type fruit. Ha ha ha. Seeing the most crucial piece of intelligence for the eclipse fall into place, Ace could no longer suppress his inner elation, letting out a hearty laugh that pierced through the sky amidst the flurry of seabirds. He looked at Karina, his eyes filled with absolute confidence in the future. "Well done, Karina. With this network, any secret in this sea will become transparently one way to us." On the sandy beach of the bay, the sea breeze caressed the mountains of treasure piled high. Karina played with a coin imbued with power, and after a moment of excitement, she calmed down to sense it, carefully, gently shaking her head. However, this thing cannot be considered absolutely perfect. Karina looked at the coin in her hand and honestly stated the limitations of the ability. She sensed the waves I emit are essentially an extremely weak energy fluctuation. If encountered by those skilled in observation haki, who have reached a certain level, or by individuals with innate vigilance, they might detect a sense of being observed. As long as they use observation haki, the disguise attached to inanimate objects will be exposed. That's sufficient. Ace casually picked up the coin with his large and sturdy palm, tossing it a couple of times. In this vast sea, the truly skilled masters of observation haki are ultimately very few. This method, which can infiltrate ordinary underground black markets, warlord strongholds, and even the lower branches of the Navy, is already a remarkable skill. Since we already know the ability of the fruit, let's test it on ourselves first. Sabo, standing by, was deeply intrigued by this ability that could subvert traditional maritime communication. "All right, then extend your hands." Karina extended her hands. Ace and Sabo stepped forward and placed their palms on the back of her hands. Just as Buggy was lazily passing by the beach after finishing moving heavy objects, Sabo suddenly pulled him over, forcing him to press down his hand. "Relax, don't resist with haki." Karina closed her purple eyes. In the next moment, a peculiar, yet non-aggressive fluctuation silently merged into the depths of the minds of the three through the contact of their fingertips. The sensation was very subtle, akin to the sound of a faint click as a radio channel suddenly connected to the correct frequency. "The contract has been established. Can you all hear me?" A clear voice unexpectedly resonated in the depths of Ace, Sabo, and Buggy's minds. Without opening her mouth or vibrating vocal cords, it was undoubtedly Karina's voice. Sabo widened his eyes slightly and tried to respond in his mind. "I can hear you clearly with no delay. It's even more stable than the signals from phone bugs. Wow, it really is talking in my head. This fruit is too bizarre." Buggy was startled by the sudden voice in his mind. "Red Nose, why are you so loud?" "It's annoying," Karina replied disdainfully in their minds. "Mind your own business. I almost threw my back out moving that piece of scrap iron just now, and now I have to be treated as a test subject by you, this newcomer. I definitely want extra gems as compensation later." Buggy instinctively began to calculate how to embezzle a bit of private money from the pile of treasure in his mind. However, just after he finished muttering in his mind, the air on the beach suddenly fell into an eerie silence. Karina and Sabo stared at him with extremely strange expressions. "Red Nose, Ace's calm, yet somewhat oppressive voice slowly echoed in the channel. The embezzlement plan you were just calculating in your mind has been broadcasted directly in the group chat for everyone to hear. Oh. Buggy stiffened, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. He suddenly realized that as long as he was in a relaxed state, without deliberately blocking it, the contract would share his most intense thoughts directly. It's a misunderstanding. Captain, I was just joking. Buggy, frightened, hurriedly cut off his thoughts, waving his hands in reality to plead for mercy. After cutting off the mental group chat test, Sabo stroked his chin and looked at Karina, posing a crucial tactical question. Karina, does this ability impose a heavy burden on your body? Sabo analyzed calmly. If in the future our crew increases, or if you set up hundreds of miniature listening devices outside, would your brain collapse from processing such a vast information network and shared vision? How about the physical consumption? Hearing this question related to practical limits, Ace also turned his gaze toward her. This is also the most domineering aspect of this fruit. Karina opened her eyes, confidence shining in them. This contract and listening are essentially a form of passive rule. It's like establishing a broadcasting tower on the ocean. The moment the contract is signed or the item is imbued with waves, it does require a bit of physical exertion. But once the imprint is formed, maintaining the connection on this frequency doesn't require any additional physical or mental burden from me. Unless I actively undo it or the person who has been imprinted uses overwhelming haki to forcibly shatter or erase the waves from within. Otherwise, this contract will exist permanently. Without continuous consumption, it activates passively and permanently. This extremely hardcore underlying logic caused a glint of light to flash in Ace's eyes. As long as they do not encounter a master whose haki far exceeds Karina's understanding trying to break the situation, she can unreservedly expand this intelligence network indefinitely. Since there is no burden and vision can also be shared. Ace slowly raised his head, his gaze crossing the beach to the sky above the nameless island. There thousands of giant seagulls and various birds of prey were swirling and foraging in flocks among the cliffs, emitting a cacophony of bird calls. Karina, try changing your contract targets to them. Ace extended his large palm, pointing to the flock of birds circling in the sky, his voice carrying a hint of strategic foresight. Since we currently lack enough eyes, why not utilize the resources at hand? Looking at the birds soaring in the clouds, Ace calmly envisioned the first absolute defense line of the eclipsed pirate crew: seagulls, eagles, and even albatrosses. As long as they are tamed birds, after signing a contract, they will become radars flying at the highest points of this sea. Sabo instantly understood Ace's intention, his eyes shining brightly. Add the shared vision to the flock of birds. Even if the enemy's observation haki is strong, they will only perceive them as ordinary flying birds. In that case, whether sailing on the sea or landing on unfamiliar islands, any movements within dozens of nautical miles will be transparent to us, using the flock of birds as natural scouts. Karina looked at the sky full of birds, and countless images of eyes carrying the perspective of the eclipsed pirate crew filled her mind. This is definitely the ultimate early warning system that any force would dream of. Leave it to me. Karina took out a handful of nuts specifically used to bribe animals and walked toward the cliff's edge of the island, saying, "Getting a few greedy seabirds is simply a piece of cake for me as a phantom thief." Watching Karina walk toward the cliff, a glimmer of far-sighted ambition and sharpness flashed in Ace's deep black eyes. He knew very well that with Karina's ability, as long as they spread items imbued with wave contracts or tamed birds to every island along the way, the eclipsed pirates would gain not just an absolute intelligence network to listen to the world, but also a global navigation system that ignores any magnetic field interference. At that time, they would completely break free from the constraints of the rules governing record pointers, no longer needing to proceed in a rigid manner like ordinary pirates along predetermined routes. All the changes in the sea, historical events, and hidden legendary treasures would be directly exposed to the sight of the eclipsed pirates, allowing them to actively lay out and seize them. In the lower hold, Gino was swinging a heavy hammer, the sparks flying as the sound of mechanical exoskeletons roared, the starfallen black steel gradually merging into the frame of the eclipsed ship. In the depths of the forest, Leona emerged carrying several giant beasts, preparing to begin a new round of calorie replenishment feast. On this remote island far from the main shipping routes, every piece of the eclipsed pirates puzzle was undergoing a remarkable transformation and upgrade at an astonishing speed. A vast empire's embryonic form capable of treating the entire world as a chessboard has quietly been born here. The time rewinds to a few days ago, in the Grand Line at the Navy headquarters in Marineford. The door to the marshal's office was tightly shut, yet the Navy officers standing guard outside could clearly feel the suffocating heavy pressure seeping through the cracks. With a loud bang, a top-secret battle report stamped with a wax seal was forcefully slammed onto the spacious desk. The solid wooden surface instantly developed several cracks under the immense force. Admiral Sengoku's forehead bulged with veins as he fixed his steely gaze on Garp, who was casually munching on rice crackers while lounging on the sofa. Garp, how long are you going to keep this under wraps? Look at the monster you let loose in the East Blue. Sengoku nearly roared through clenched teeth. In the spacious office, the atmosphere had reached a breaking point. The three admirals representing the Navy's highest combat power, Akainu, Akiji, and Kizu, were seated on sofas on either side. Along with Vice Admiral Tsuru, everyone wore expressions of unusual seriousness. Akiji exhaled a cold breath, picked up the battle report from the desk, and his gaze swept over the shocking red letters. Robbing the celestial gold from the world government's allied nations, directly defeating the escort fleet of Vice Admiral Mole, and Akiji's voice paused heavy with disbelief. Defeating the Navy's new instructor, former Admiral Zifa, in direct combat. As soon as he said this, the entire office fell into a deathly silence. What a terrifying newcomer! Kazur nonchalantly clipped his nails, elongating his distinctively lewd tone. A brat who just came out of the East Blue a few months ago actually managed to knock the armed hockey master Zifa into a severe coma. Today's youth are truly monsters that inspire fear. Shut up, Borsellino. This is not something to joke about. Akainu, sitting in the corner, suddenly lifted his head. His eyes, hidden beneath his military cap, surged with an extremely cold and cruel killing intent. The magma on his body dripped from his shoulders due to his emotional turmoil, sizzling against the floor. Daring to rob celestial gold, and even severely injuring a former admiral. Such unforgivable evil pirates must be utterly eradicated before they enter the new world. Absolute justice cannot tolerate such provocations. Akaina's voice was like a suppressed volcano. Sakazuki is right. Vice Admiral Tsuru calmly looked at Rear Admiral Branyu, who stood in front of the battle report board. Branyu, report the specific situation. What is Zifa's current condition? Branyu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, stood up straight, and placed several freshly developed photos on the tactical board. Report, Vice Admiral Tsuru. According to the intelligence relayed by Vice Admiral Mole, although Zifa was defeated in an unknown fight, suffering from broken ribs and severe internal injuries. Branyu swallowed hard, his tone turning strange. The pirate named Ace used a strange golden flame to forcibly heal Zifa's fatal wounds before leaving. Currently, Zifa is out of danger and is being transported back on a medical ship. Healing. Sengoku frowned, his expression complex. The pirate actually saved the old Navy veteran after winning. Not just healing. Branyu placed a blurry photo of Ace in his half-beast form at the center. According to multiple eyewitness accounts, along with comparisons from the headquarters scientific division, the abilities possessed by Portgas D. Ace have been preliminarily identified as the extremely rare Zoan-type, bird fruit mythical species phoenix form. Moreover, he has mastered a very high level of armed haki. Mythical species. The mere mention of these three words caused even Akaina's expression to change slightly. In these seas, the number of mythical species is even rarer than that of the Logia type. A brawler with ultra-fast regeneration, extreme heat, and mastery of advanced haki is definitely a potential threat on the level of the four emperors. It's not just the captain. Branyu wiped his forehead's cold sweat and placed several newly developed photos on the tactical board. Report, Vice Admiral Tsuru. This pirate crew named Eclipse, besides Captain Portgas D. Ace has confirmed 5 core members. While their overall foundation is still insufficient to contend with the great pirates of the New World, their core combat power is beginning to take shape. Branyu clicked on the first photo. First mate Sabo, a natural-type flame fruit user. This person is a veritable monster, and during the covering battle he used a fierce dragon claw martial arts combined with flames to directly defeat Vice Admiral Mole. His danger level is extremely high. Then Branyu's finger moved to the other 3 photos, his tone becoming slightly calmer. As for the other crew members, while their current hard power isn't top-notch, the potential and difficulty they exhibited are equally not to be underestimated. Chef Leona, a dual-wielding swordswoman. She was completely suppressed when facing a rear admiral, but displayed a beast-like tenacity, managing to severely injure the rear admiral at a life-and-death moment. It is suspected that she has touched the threshold of observation haki. Mechanic Gino, who has no devil fruit powers. He is equipped with a specially made exoskeleton with astonishing defense capabilities. He was basically in a passive role on the battlefield, but thanks to the wall-like thickness of his armor, he managed to hold back one of our rear admirals. Financial Officer Karina, a former thief from the East Blue. Her combat ability is average, she only provided cover with a standard firearm from the rear. However, she participated throughout the entire Celestial Gold robbery, so she should be the ship's navigator and accountant, thus a co-conspirator. Brand New finished reporting in one breath, slightly easing the atmosphere in the conference room. It seems this pirate crew, aside from the captain and first mate being genuine exceptional monsters, the others are still in their growth stage. They're just a bunch of burdens being dragged along by two monsters. A kind of scoffed disdainfully. No, Admiral Sakazuki. There's still one last person. Brand New's finger trembled slightly as he pointed to a comical photo with a red nose in the corner of the tactical board. The chief steward of the Eclipse pirate crew, Joker Buggy. This person used a splitting ability to clear out minor enemies on the battlefield, showing average combat performance. Brand New took a deep breath and dropped a bombshell. However, according to comparisons from the headquarters' top-secret archives, this person was once an apprentice on the ship of the pirate king Joel D. Roger. He is a next-generation figure from the same era as the current Emperor red-haired Shanks. Haha. Suddenly, a burst of carefree laughter erupted in the quiet marshal's office. Garp, sitting on the sofa, showed no signs of tension. Instead, he proudly patted his thigh, laughing heartily while munching on rice crackers. They even made an apprentice from Roger's ship the chief steward and robbed the Celestial Gold. What a non-conventional play. Haha. No wonder this brat, whom I've beaten up since childhood, is doing well. Garp, you bastard, shut up. Sengoku, furious, felt the veins on his forehead bulging. He rushed over and snatched the bag of rice crackers from Garp's hand, shouting hysterically, "Do you have any idea what kind of monster you've let loose in the East Blue? Robbing Celestial Gold, severely injuring Zifa. Do you understand how much trouble this has caused the Navy and the world government? What does it matter? After all, the kid didn't kill anyone, and isn't Zifa still alive?" Garp said nonchalantly, picking his nose. Sengoku's gaze turned deep and pained. He certainly knew who Ace's father was. But he never expected that a former crew member of Roger would willingly work as a steward for a newcomer who just set sail. Could that red-nosed man know Ace's identity? Is he secretly aiding the bloodline of the Pirate King, using his years of hidden experience to protect these newcomers? As these thoughts crossed Sengoku's mind, he felt an unprecedented headache. If that were the case, the political significance and potential danger of this pirate crew would reach a level that would keep the world government awake at night. We cannot let this group grow any further. Sengoku suddenly stood up, pressing his palms heavily on the desk, his gaze sharp as he made the final decision. Immediately reassess the threat level of the Eclipse pirate crew. Set their bounty according to the standards for major criminals in the New World. Brand New released the latest bounty notice. Sengoku took a deep breath, making an extremely rare decision in Navy history to elevate a newcomer's bounty. Vice Captain Flame Dragon Sabo defeated a rear admiral of the headquarters bounty, 530 million berries. Chief Steward Joker Buggy, as a remnant of the Roger pirate crew hiding his strength, acting unpredictably, bounty raised to 200 million berries. Head Chef Mad Beast Leona, bounty 89 million berries. Chief Mechanic Iron Man Gino, bounty 76 million berries. Financial Officer Wildcat Karina, co-conspirator in the Celestial Gold robbery, bounty 23 million berries. Sengoku's gaze finally landed firmly on the rebellious photo of Ace. The ambition in those eyes made him feel as if he was seeing Roger, who once gave the Navy headquarters a headache. As for the captain of the Eclipse pirate crew, Portgas D. Ace. Sengoku gritted his teeth, pronouncing the preliminary bounty for this young overlord word by word, possessing mythical species and advanced haki, severely injuring a former Navy admiral, robbing Celestial Gold. Bounty 770 million berries. Life or death, no distinction. In the early morning, tens of thousands of newsbirds laden with heavy newspaper bags soared from the Navy headquarters news agency, located in the Grand Line, fluttering towards every corner of the world like a sea of white clouds. On this seemingly peaceful morning, the glaring red digits on the front page, akin to a Category 12 hurricane, instantaneously swept across the seas and the Grand Line. East Sea Goya Kingdom, Windmill Village. Bang! The wooden door of the Macchino Tavern was violently pushed open by the village chief, gripping a wanted notice, his beard trembling violently. This is monstrous. It's utterly monstrous. How could such a major criminal emerge in our peaceful village one after another? Machino paused from cleaning the wine glass, leaning in with curiosity to take a look. When she saw the wild face on the newspaper and the astronomical number of 770 million berries below, rather than feeling scared, she gently covered her mouth and chuckled. It seems Ace and Sabo have experienced a remarkable adventure out there. Meanwhile, at the back mountain, 770 million, 530 million. The mountain bandit Dayton held the freshly bought newspaper, his eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. If the previous bounty of 50 million had instilled fear in her, then this number rendered her, without even the strength to be afraid, leaving her utterly numb. Boom. The roof of Dodon's wooden cabin was suddenly smashed open. 14-year-old Luffy sprang up to the treetops like a monkey, clutching the bounty notice tightly, his dark eyes sparkling with an exceptionally bright light. That's amazing. He stole gold from the sky and defeated the Navy's highest admiral. Luffy shouted excitedly towards the sea, holding his straw hat down. Ace. Sabo, wait for me. I will set sail to find you soon. I will definitely earn a higher bounty than you. Grand Line Barks Island. In the tribal village, the indigenous people were gathered with a massive ancient gorilla, watching the bounty notices falling from the sky. It's Lady Leona. Lady Leona has been wanted. An indigenous person pointed at the red-haired chef wielding dual knives on the wanted poster, shouting excitedly, 89 million berries. That's even higher than the Baron who oppressed us. The ancient gorilla let out a low, gentle whimper, its massive finger lightly tapping the photo of Leona on the wanted poster. The tribe's elder stroked his beard, his aged face filled with satisfaction. It seems the man named Ace has indeed kept his promise. With Leona following them, she will surely see the finest sights of this sea. Grand Line, the Iron Kingdom of Ain. Deep in Iron Scrap Street, a group of dirty mechanical apprentices and orphans were excitedly passing around the latest wanted notice. Brother Gino made it to the newspaper. 76 million berries. Brother has become a super pirate. I knew it. The mecha created by Brother Gino is definitely the strongest weapon on this sea. Amidst the children's cheers, those originally arrogant remnants of warlords were now trembling in dark corners. The mechanic who was once ridiculed on Iron Scrap Street has now become a terrifying monster they are not even worthy of gazing upon. Meanwhile, in an unknown corner of the sea, on a shabby little boat with tattered sails, Kabeji and Moji were staring blankly at the newspaper in their hands. At their feet lay a large bag of treasures left to them by Buggy before he departed. 200 million berries. Kabeji held the wanted notice, featuring a close-up of Clown Buggy's red nose, hand, holding the sword, trembling uncontrollably. Moreover, Kabeji looked at the introduction below. Moji, with tears and snot streaming down his face, pointed at the newspaper, revealing Buggy's background, his voice trembling. Captain Buggy was actually a crew member of Pirate King Roger. He is a legendary figure from the same era as the Four Emperors. The two exchanged glances and suddenly embraced each other, bursting into tears. Now I understand. No wonder Captain Buggy has been so low-key in the East Sea. He was hiding his strength. Kabeji cried heart-wrenchingly. He must have intentionally lost to that man named Ace, even humbling himself to be a butler, surely, to plot something world-shattering in secret. Captain Buggy is truly great. Despite having such a terrifying background, he still left the treasures he stole for us. Moji clenched his fists, his gaze becoming extremely determined and fervent. We absolutely cannot let down Captain Buggy's hard work. Kabeji, we must strive to become stronger. Once we have the strength to enter the new world, we must pursue Captain Buggy on the Grand Line. On this morning filled with misunderstandings, two emotionally touched pirates from the East Sea embarked on an incredibly arduous path of cultivation for their beloved leader, who bore the weight of their burdens. Sabaody Archipelago, Shaki's sake bar. Dingling. The tavern's doorbell rang. Rayleigh, with long silver hair and round glasses, pushed open the wooden door and steadily walked to the bar. It's rare to see you not at the casino today. Did you hear something? Shaki, behind the bar and smoking a lattice cigarette, chuckled lightly and pushed a freshly delivered newspaper along with several new bounty notices in front of Rayleigh. Rayleigh picked up the newspaper, his gaze falling on the front-page photo of a black-haired youth filled with arrogance and a sense of oppression. Upon seeing the words 770 million heavily injured Zephyr and robbed the sky gold, a deep light flickered in the eyes of this former right-hand man of the Pirate King. The old man Coloccus was not wrong. Rayleigh put down the newspaper and raised the glass on the bar, drinking it in one gulp. This kid's ambition and strength are truly not to be underestimated. However, what surprised me the most was this. Shaki exhaled a puff of smoke, her slender fingers pointing at another bounty notice of 200 million. That little brat Buggy actually went to be his butler. Is this a wonderful fate between two generations? Rayleigh looked at the red nose on the wanted notice and couldn't help but chuckle, a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. It seems this sea, which has been silent for 20 years, is finally going to be thoroughly awakened by this storm. Meanwhile, in the New World, in the territory of the 7 warlords of the sea, in the castle of Koraikina Island, the world's greatest swordsman, Dracul Mihawk, sat in the dim candlelight. He casually glanced at the newspaper on the table, his hawk-like golden eyes showing little emotion. Mythical Zoan and advanced Haki, huh? Although he's a potential troublemaker, as long as he's not a pure swordsman, there's no need to draw my sword. Mihawk closed his eyes, continuing to meditate. In the first half of the Grand Line Alabasta Kingdom, in the underground casino's secret chamber, in the Rain Crocodile was smoking a cigar, looking at the bounty notice sent by the intelligence network, his gaze extremely sinister. 770 million. Just a cocky brat who ambushed an elderly general relying on the power of a devil fruit. Crocodile scoffed disdainfully, crushing the bounty notice in one hand. The Grand Line is not like the backwater places of the East Sea. Revealing one's sharpness too early will only lead to a quicker death. New World Dressrosa. Fufufu. On the King's Plateau, Don Quixote Doflamingo, wearing a pink feather coat, laughed hysterically as he looked at the newspaper in his hand. Robbing the sky gold. That's fantastic. This is truly a great deed. Doflamingo's sunglasses glinted with dangerous red light. Stepping heavily on the faces of the celestial dragons, the higher-ups of the world government must be furious by now, right? Fufufu, the waves of the new era are growing more and more turbulent. I can't wait to see the expressions of despair on those kids' faces when they face the Admiral's pursuit. Grand Line White Soil Island Baldigo. Amidst the swirling yellow sand in front of the Revolutionary Army's secret headquarters, Monkey D. Dragon, wearing a deep green trench coat and bearing dark red tattoos on his face, stood quietly in the wind and sand. In his hand, he held the newspaper displaying the bounties of the entire Eclipse pirate crew. Chief, this newly emerged pirate crew is extremely dangerous. Not only did they rob the sky gold, but they also heavily injured a former admiral. The Revolutionary Army's intelligence officer Kurla approached with a serious expression, reporting. More frightening is their Vice Captain Sabo, who displayed exceptionally high-level martial arts and even used a technique similar to the chief's dragon claw fist. Should we send someone to contact or investigate them? Dragon did not answer immediately. His gaze lingered on the 2 bounty notices side by side on the newspaper, Ace and Sabo. As Luffy's father, he certainly knew the identities of these 2 young men. Back in the East Sea, he had witnessed these boys growing up like weeds in a garbage dump. He just didn't expect that the golden-haired boy who wanted to set sail due to his disdain for nobles would team up with Roger's son in such a shocking way to challenge the rules of the entire world. No need to investigate. Dragon neatly folded the newspaper and turned around, his voice resonating in the wind and sand, sounding immensely heavy and profound. They are treading a path that is entirely different from ours, yet equally filled with subversive potential. Since they have chosen to shake the order of this sea in the most violent way, let us see how far this storm, which does not belong to the Revolutionary Army, can shake the foundations of the world government. A new world. This terrifying sea, ruled by the 4 emperors, stirred with waves of unrest, ignited solely by this freshly printed newspaper. On board the Moby Dick, Pops, an extraordinary newcomer, has emerged in the first half of the Grand Line. Marco, captain of the 1st Division, approached Whitebeard, holding the newspaper, his voice tinged with awe. Portgas D. Ace, bounty 770 million belly. Not only did he seize the sky gold, he left Zephyr gravely wounded. Gururara. Edward Newgate, Whitebeard, glanced at the photograph on the front page and erupted into thunderous laughter, its resonance rippling the surrounding sea into gentle swells. These brats grow bolder by the day, even daring to lay hands on sky gold. Whitebeard lifted a colossal wine bowl and drained it in one bold gulp. That old Stakinthamud Zephyr. He's suffered a humiliating fall. Still, this vast ocean ultimately belongs to the young. Let them stir up their storms as they will. For Whitebeard, so long as no one threatened his family, no external tempest warranted more than a passing thought. Whole Cake Island. Mama. Charlotte Linlin, the Emperor Big Mom, frantically devoured a towering caramel eclair tower, barely glancing at the newspaper her eldest son Perispero offered her. What newcomer? What bounty? I couldn't care less. Unless he brings me the world's most exquisite dessert, don't waste my time with such trivialities. In stark contrast, Kaido, the beast entrenched upon Onigashima, reacted with startling intensity. Hick. Mythical Zoan. Suzaku. Flushed crimson from drink, Kaido belched, a gust thick with alcohol fumes. then snatched the newspaper from his top commander King and stared transfixed at the blurred image of Ace half-beast wings of blazing gold unfurled. Wings radiating extreme heat, and regeneration so absurdly rapid it defies reason. A fierce, almost feverish light ignited in Kaido's eyes. As supreme commander of the Zoan-based army, his obsession with mythical Zoan devil fruits bordered on pathological. Ugrugru. Magnificent. This boy's fruit is a masterpiece beyond compare. Kaido slammed the paper onto the table and surged upright, his massive frame trembling with anticipation. King. Dispatch scouts to monitor them across the first half of the Grand Line. The moment these brats enter the New World, capture Portgas D. Ace for me immediately. I will make him the apex warrior of the Beast's pirates. Meanwhile, on an unnamed winter island deep within the New World, the Red Hair Pirates held their customary open-air banquet. Captain Big News. Ben Beckman I, mate, leaned forward, cigar clamped between his teeth, and handed the newspaper to Shanks, who stood arm-in-arm with his crew, wine bowl in hand. Oh, what could possibly warrant such solemnity? Shanks accepted the paper with an easy smile. Yet the instant his gaze fell upon the two wanted posters, his mouth full of wine exploded outward in a startled spray, drenching Rikuyo beside him. Buggy. 200 million belly. Shanks' eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the familiar red nose on the poster. That coward actually became a butler for some rookie and earned a 200 million bounty. He rubbed his eyes incredulously, then froze his hand midair as his gaze shifted upward to the primary poster, 770 million belly. There the young man's dark hair, profound eyes, and sharp jawline instantly overlapped in Shanks' memory with the towering, indomitable silhouette that had once led them across the boundless sea 2 decades prior. And then, the name Portgas D. Ace. As one of the rare surviving crewmates privy to GOLD Roger's final days, Shanks possessed an intuition honed to razor's edge. Understanding struck him like lightning. So that's it. It truly is. A flash of profound shock flickered deep in his eyes, then softened, transformed into a quiet, deeply tender, and wistful smile. Hey lads. Shanks raised the newspaper high, drew his famed blade griffin, and pointed it skyward. Today calls for celebration, grand and unreserved. Bring out every cask of fine wine. To the storm about to break upon this sea. Cheers. Grand Line. A nameless, desolate island bay. Sea wind whispered over calm waters. The Eclipse pirate ship rested quietly at anchor. A blood-curdling shriek shattered the morning stillness. Karina slumped onto the deck, utterly devastated, staring at the wanted poster tucked inside the newspaper, her own face glaring back, her bounty set at a staggering 23 million belly. It's over, completely over. My brilliantly covert career as a phantom thief is ruined. Now I'm a multi-million bounty criminal. I'll be hunted by the Marines, even while shopping. Karina buried her face in her hands, tears welling helplessly. You're only at 20 million. What are you whining about? Look at me. Buggy waved his own 200 million bully poster wildly, knees knocking, snot and tears streaming. 200 million. The Marines must think I'm a terrorist. Admirals will come for me personally. I refuse to go to impel down. In contrast to these two unraveling support members. 89 million. Leona gazed calmly at her own wanted poster. She showed no visible reaction, merely reached for a rag and resumed polishing her black steel bone-slicing greatsword with unwavering focus. For her sailing aboard this ship, to hunt monsters, rendered bounty figures utterly meaningless. Gino studied his own 76 million belly poster and flashed a wild, toothy grin. 76 million. Looks like the Marines haven't forgotten my Warhammer. Next time, though, I'll double that number. 530 million. Sabo folded his poster neatly and slipped it into his coat pocket, adjusting his hat with a composed, knowing smile. But the most astonishing one is our captain. Sabo lifted his gaze toward the poster Ace held, its crimson banner screaming extreme danger. Curious, Karina edged closer, and the moment she glimpsed the figure, she gasped sharply, voice leaping an octave. S770 million belly. His second bounty, already nearing 800 million. Are the Marine headquarters treating him as a 4 Emperor successor? Hearing the number, Buggy collapsed backward onto the deck, convinced he'd never escape this ship again. Ha! At Karina's astonished cry, Ace threw his head back and roared with unrestrained, exultant laughter. He strode confidently into the circle of his crew, waving the poster aloft, his grin fierce, radiant, and brimming with untamed ambition. Not bad at all, Marines. You clearly didn't underestimate us. Ace swept his gaze across his crew, voice booming with infectious encouragement. This is only the beginning. Now that the Eclipse Pirates' name echoes across this sea, we must never disgrace this flag. Captain's right. This time I'll hit 10 billion. Buggy, swept up in the fervor, shouted defiantly, desperate to save face. Ace laughed and clapped Buggy on the shoulder, then turned his gaze seaward. But to witness the deeper wonders of the Grand Line, we'll need to wait a few more days. Ace stepped to the rail, watching seabirds wheel across the sky. The Eclipse isn't fully refitted yet. Karina, your avian scouts have only just signed their contract. You'll need time to train and adapt to the flood of shared sensory data. Until then, everyone remains on the island for intensive training and rest. Ace's expression settled into quiet resolve as he set the course ahead. Once our ship bears a true steel skeleton and a sovereign power system, and once our intelligence network commands this entire sky, we shall sail forth flawless and unstoppable toward our next horizon. Within the bay of a nameless, desolate island, the sea breeze scattered the acrid scent of recent gunpowder, replacing it with an overwhelming, maddeningly exquisite fragrance. On the beach, a vast open-air kitchen had been hastily erected. Flames roared in its hearths. Leona, clad in a heavy dark brown leather apron, moved with the commanding grace of a battlefield general, effortlessly navigating among dozens of massive cauldrons and grilling racks. Buggy, flip that deep-sea swordfish. Sabo, plucked the feathers off those large birds. Leona barked orders, her silver boning knife blurring into a shimmering streak across her hands. Today's provisions were extraordinarily abundant. An entire multi-ton deep-sea swordfish, caught just offshore, was roasting on a colossal iron frame, its skin golden and crisp, dripping rich oils into the flames with a sizzling hiss. Several raptors, each boasting wingspans exceeding 10 meters, had been thoroughly cleaned and stuffed with rare island herbs and wild ginseng, then slow-roasted over another fire. At the center stood a massive iron cauldron where monstrous beast bones and fresh-seeking flesh churned in boiling water, simmering into a creamy, nourishing broth of unparalleled potency. Let's eat. At Leona's command, the Eclipse Pirates surged toward the long dining table like starved wolves. Whoa, this grilled fish is perfectly charred outside and tender within. The bones have all been expertly removed. And this bird meat is even firmer than beef. Buggy devoured a fish fillet in his left hand and a roasted leg in his right, grease dripping from his chin as he nearly swallowed his own tongue. Ace sat at the head of the table, an ever-growing mountain of empty plates piling up before him. Days of grueling cysteine-fused training had left his body parched, like a shriveled, thirsty sponge. Leona's culinary mastery had perfectly sealed the immense caloric energy locked within these titanic creatures. Scalding morsels of meat and steaming broth, the moment they touched his stomach, instantly transformed into pure concentrated heat, greedily absorbed and transmuted by the sacred flame within him to fuel the immense metabolic demands of muscular regeneration. After the feast, Karina strode to a massive coral outcrop on the far side of the beach, rubbing her temples in frustration. Around her, hundreds of seabirds, gulls and falcons of varied sizes, perched densely, their restless cries filling the air. No, it's no use. Their cranial capacity is simply too limited. Karina opened her eyes and severed the frequency link of her sorcerer fruit. Over the past few days of training, she had uncovered a profoundly vexing hardware limitation. Though animals in the pirate world possessed above-average intelligence, capable of grasping rudimentary commands such as go there or stop, they remained incapable of human speech, uttering only chaotic, meaningless chirps and squawks. As the Covenant's sovereign, Karina could receive signals from the flock whenever danger or novelty arose, and even share their visual perspectives directly. Yet if hundreds of avian viewpoints flooded her mind simultaneously, or even frequently, the resulting torrent of fragmented, disordered imagery and sensory noise resembled nothing so much as hundreds of malfunctioning televisions, all broadcasting on mismatched channels inside her skull. It was utterly exhausting. Sustaining such input for extended periods would leave her mentally drained, incapable of attending to anything else. Squawk. Stupid red-nosed fool. Squawk. Just as Karina wrestled with her dilemma, a clear, bright avian cry rang out from the branches overhead. She looked up to see a magnificent macaw, its plumage a dazzling mosaic of crimson, cobalt, and gold, hanging upside down from the limb. Tilting its head, the bird fixed its gleaming black eyes upon Karina and flawlessly mimicked her earlier insult directed at Buggy, not only reproducing the exact phonemes, but capturing the full, disdainful inflection with uncanny precision. You can imitate human speech. With such astonishing accuracy. Karina's eyes lit up. She swiftly withdrew a premium, nut-based ration from her pocket and shook it enticingly. The macaw stared intently at the nuts, cocking its head thoughtfully, as if weighing whether this human posed any threat. Moments later, unable to resist the lure of sustenance, it flapped down onto the coral before Karina and began expertly cracking open the shells with its powerful beak. Seizing the moment, Karina extended a finger and gently pressed it to the macaw's forehead. Frequency Covenant. A faint pulse of electromagnetic resonance instantly wove itself into the bird's neural pathways. Karina closed her eyes and tentatively projected a mental command imbued with authoritative dismissal: silence the flock. In the next instant, the macaw swallowed its nuts, spread its wings, and shot skyward. Rather than issuing formal orders like a field commander, it suddenly flared its vibrant plumage, transforming into a fearsome aerial predator, and dove headlong into the gull flock. With piercing territorial shrieks brimming with raw dominance, it even struck several ringleaders sharply with its talons. Under the macaw's brutal physical suppression, and driven by instinctive fear of superior strength, the previously unruly gulls finally ceased their clamor, huddling, trembling, and silent upon the sand. Squawk. Silence. Idiot. The macaw alighted proudly upon Karina's shoulder, puffing its chest as it delivered a crude yet intelligible report, forged from just two newly acquired words. Karina blinked, then burst into delighted laughter. Your methods may be rather crude, and you're still far from being a true interpreter, but your intellect is leagues beyond those dim-witted gulls. This macaw's cerebral capacity was fully sufficient to process the nuanced emotions and simple intentions transmitted via the sorcerer fruit. With 10 to 15 days of consistent food-based reinforcement and repeated vocabulary drills, teaching it specific code words such as Marines, Pirates, or Danger, it would undoubtedly evolve into the perfect relay node commanding the entire avian cohort. Karina would need only receive the filtered intelligence it curated, reducing her cognitive load exponentially. From this day forward, you are my personal companion. You'll follow me, and henceforth your name shall be Barry. As she fed it more nuts, Karina declared its new identity. Barry. Squawk. The macaw, evidently thrilled by the promise of lifelong sustenance, flapped its wings exuberantly. Ace stood nearby, gnawing on a colossal roasted bone, his deep black eyes watching the flamboyant bird perched upon the coral, admiration flickering unmistakably within their depths. Employing high-intelligence animals as intermediary commanders, augmented by disciplined lexical training. Though initial investment of time and effort is substantial, once established, this network would become the most covert and efficient reconnaissance system imaginable. Ace reflected inwardly. Still, when it comes to commanding beasts, if opportunity arises to visit Wano country, I must recruit that young girl Kotatsu. Her devil fruit, the ability to pull machi-like orbs from her face and compel absolute obedience from all animals, is the ultimate tailor-made patch for Karina's intelligence infrastructure. Below deck, deafening mechanical roars and blinding arcs of welding sparks continued unabated. Though the Eclipse's refit remained incomplete, its already upgraded components had endowed the black warship with a visage of terrifying predatory ferocity. Captain, come take a look. Jenner pushed open the hatch, ascending the ladder with oil-smeared arms. Behind his protective goggles, his eyes burned with the fervent zeal of a mechanical savant. Ace stepped to the edge of the deck. The Eclipse's original bow had been entirely recast by Jenner using ultra-rare starfall black steel, a material forged into a colossal angular obsidian-hued phoenix head ram. Its edges had been honed to razor-sharp lethality, like a giant blade poised to cleave the waves themselves. Yet the ram was merely the beginning. Within the armored hull plates along the waterline, two enormous black steel external paddle wheels lay cleverly concealed, folded away inside reinforced compartments. I dismantled and reassembled the high-pressure steam boilers from a warlord fortress, cramming them into the lower hold. Jenner pounded his thick mechanical exoskeleton with pride. Once this dual power system achieves full synchronization, even in the calm belt's dead waters, the Eclipse will achieve speeds surpassing any naval vessel. And paired with the Starfall black steel ram, even an iceberg would shatter beneath us. Beyond the ship's enhancements, Jenner's own arsenal had undergone a quantum leap in capability. His once rough right-arm exoskeleton now incorporated Starfall black steel, its defensive resilience multiplied geometrically, while its hydraulic conduits and steam valves had been meticulously redesigned for peak precision. His hydraulic warhammer, forged from a repurposed naval main battery, now featured microscale high-pressure steam nozzles embedded in its head, amplifying both kinetic impact and explosive force to horrifying levels. Well done. Though Ace had initially held modest expectations for this vessel, knowing that in the East Blue no craftsman existed capable of engineering such black-tech propulsion systems. His gaze now rested approvingly upon the Eclipse steadily evolving into a near-perfect warship. However, the boiler piping still requires several days of high-pressure testing and sealing. She cannot launch yet. Jenner scratched his silver-gray hair candidly. No rush. Ace turned calmly toward the crew quarters, his voice steady and unhurried. Perfect. While the Eclipse undergoes final refinement, Karina's intelligence network also needs time to adapt and deploy. Rest well here on this island. Only when every weapon has been honed to its sharpest edge shall we set sail once more. Hearing that departure was not imminent, Buggy collapsed onto the deck with visible relief. Meanwhile, Karina cradled the macaw, now named Barry, her violet eyes glinting with sharp, calculating brilliance as she gazed at the coins and trinkets beside her, each subtly imbued with the resonant waveform of her sorcerer fruit. Next, she would disseminate these listening devices through carefully vetted channels. And as for where to cast her first net, she already held a brilliant plan firmly in mind. An unnamed deserted island, a tranquil bay. On the beach, Karina sits cross-legged on a large moisture-proof cloth. In front of her, there are hundreds of exquisitely minted ancient coins and a dozen top-quality red and blue gemstones. These are splendid spoils looted from the warlord's treasury in the Iron Nation. With her eyes closed, Karina's long, fair fingers glide over the surface of the coins and gemstones as if playing a piano. With each touch of her fingertips, an imperceptible ripple silently merges into the object's interiors. Squawk. Wealth. Bailey loves wealth. A brilliantly feathered macaw flutters its wings and lands steadily on the edge of a treasure chest filled with coins. It tilts its head, its bright black eyes fixated on the sparkling gemstones, and lets out a very articulate shout. Be quiet, Bailey. These are not toys for you. Karina opens her eyes and picks up a coin that has been imbued with the waves of the signal fruit, examining it under the sunlight. There is no unusual appearance on the surface, but as long as this coin is within a certain radiation range, all surrounding sounds will be transmitted directly to her mind in the form of brainwaves. Sabo walks over with a bucket of fresh water, glancing at the treasure scattered on the ground with a hint of curiosity. Is this what you prepared to spread as listening devices? It's too conspicuous to spend them directly on purchases which might leave clues. Karina's lips curl into a clever arc as she packs the processed coins and gemstones into several small leather bags. The Grand Line is never short of greedy scavengers and black market merchants. We just need to accidentally drop these bags near some hidden reefs or shipwrecks along the trade routes. In a few days, the treasure-hunting pirates passing by will retrieve them. Furthermore, I had some spread by seagulls 2 days ago. On this ocean, the flow of money and gems is faster than a plague. They will flow into casinos, black market auctions, the Navy's supply bases, and even into the pockets of certain influential figures. Karina tightens the leather bags, her eyes sparkling with confidence. At that time, the secrets along the entire trade route will actively seep into our ears. Squawk. A big ship. It's falling from the sky. Squawk. Just then, the parrot Bailey, standing on the treasure chest, suddenly fluffs its feathers and lets out a sharp shriek. Karina's expression sharpens. After days of vocabulary training, this intelligent macaw can now express the calls of seagulls returning from reconnaissance. She immediately closes her eyes, her consciousness connecting through the frequency contract, instantly linking to the vision of a distant reconnaissance seagull. In Karina's mind, a shocking scene suddenly unfolds. In a sea area dozens of nautical miles from the deserted island, a massive armed pirate ship is sailing, yet before the pirates on board can react, the heavy clouds above are suddenly ripped apart. A gigantic ancient galleon covered in moss and in a state of decay comparable in size to a small mountain is plummeting directly from 10,000 meters in the sky. Boom! The unfortunate pirate ship and the sea below are instantly shattered by this ghost ship falling from the heavens. The towering waves even reach the nearby island's coast. Through the seagull's aerial perspective, Karina clearly sees the flags fluttering above the island's port and the terrified crowd below. Through the ripple coin that has been spread among the crowd and stuffed into the pocket of a gang leader, the chaotic exclamations are transmitted back to Karina's ears with crystal clarity. Is that a ship falling from the sky? Sky Island. The legend is true. That ship fell from the Sky Island. Stop talking nonsense. That's just garbage swept up by the rising currents. There's no such thing as a Sky Island. Karina suddenly opens her eyes, cutting off the connection, her breath a bit hurried. Captain. Karina immediately turns her head and looks at Ace, who is walking out from the jungle. 50 nautical miles away in a nearby sea area called Gyre Island. Our Seagull scout witnessed an ancient sailing ship from hundreds of years ago crashing down from the clouds. Karina quickly reports what she has seen and heard. Upon hearing Jaya Island and the ship falling from the sky, a sharp glint of insight flashes in Ace's previously calm eyes. Jaya Island so close to us already. Ace strides onto the beach. He certainly knows what that ship falling from the sky is. It is a miracle brought by the spectacular natural disaster of the Grand Line's rising currents, and it is a clear signpost leading to the divine realm high in the sky. Sky Island really exists. Sabo grips his alloy staff, his eyes revealing an incredulous expression. Not only does it exist, but it also hides treasures that could change the strategic landscape of our pirate crew. Ace looks at the ship the Sun Eater docked in the bay. This originally expensive black fast ship has completely changed its appearance after Geno's frantic work day and night. Ace walks to the bow looking up at the fierce phoenix head, then turns to Geno, who is covered in grease and coming out of the lower cabin with a wrench. Geno. Ace's voice is steady and certain. If I require this ship not only to cut through the waves, but also to withstand the extreme water pressure capable of destroying fleets and surge up to 10,000 meters high into the sky, can your newly installed propulsion system handle it? Upon hearing the phrase surge up to 10,000 meters high, both Karina and Sabo beside him are stunned. Geno, who is wiping off grease, suddenly pauses, his eyes widening in disbelief behind his goggles. After a moment of astonishment, this madman from the scrap street not only finds it unthinkable, but bursts into an extreme, almost frenzied laughter. Surging up to 10,000 meters in the sky, Geno slams his palm on the indestructible black steel hull. His face, smeared with oil and sweat, radiates absolute confidence in his machinery. Do you take me for some second-rate shipwright, Captain? Geno points at the phoenix head resembling a giant sword, shouting loudly. I've equipped it with 2 sets of the highest power high-pressure steam boilers, plus the main keel and wave-breaking ram forged from Starfall black steel. Don't talk about surging up to 10,000 meters of water columns. As long as you dare to steer, I can even make a hole in the clouds up there for you. Very well. Ace's deep black eyes ignite with fervent ambition. He does not ask another useless question, turning to the crew still organizing supplies on the beach. Prepare to board the ship. The Grand Line, an uncharted stretch of tempestuous sea. A deep, primal mechanical roar, like the bellow of an ancient beast, rumbles across the brooding ocean surface. Gales whip up colossal waves towering over 15 meters high, eager to swallow any intruder daring enough to challenge these waters. Yet a sleek obsidian-hulled warship surges forward at a terrifying velocity, one that defies all known principles of wind-powered navigation, carving a stark, frothing wake through the chaos. Deep within the lower deck, scorching heat pulses relentlessly. 2 high-pressure steam boilers, radically modified by Geno's reckless genius, burn at full capacity. Coal blazes fiercely in their furnaces, searing pressurized steam races through intricate brass conduits, driving the massive black steel paddle wheels mounted along the hull. Those heavy churning wheels spin like colossal meat grinders, violently shredding and repelling the raging seas before them, converting raw fury into relentless, unstoppable thrust. At the ship's prow, a dark, crimson phoenix-shaped ram, forged from fallen star black steel, gleams with cold, brutal luster beneath the ashen sky. With a thunderous crack, splash, the sea erupts ahead. A coastal leviathan, dozens of meters long, breaches the surface. Before it can even bare its fanged maw or unleash a roar of defiance, the black warship strikes heat in. No hesitation, no deceleration. The indestructible fallen star black steel ram cleaves forward like a primordial sword, harnessing the vessel's entire mass and momentum to split the Leviathan's colossal body cleanly in two. A crimson downpour rains across the waves, the thick coppery stench of blood blooms instantly upon the salt air. The Eclipse's bow surges forth, its corrosion-resistant plating unscratched, not even a fleck of paint disturbed, while the beast's blood streams seamlessly off its aerodynamic hull, leaving no trace behind. Ugh, disgusting. Blood splattered all over the deck. Buggy, mop in hand, jumps at the sudden deluge, then wails despairingly at the gory mess. Stop whining, Rednose. Prime ingredients just delivered themselves. The lower deck hatch bursts open as Leona storms out, silver boning knife gleaming in her grip. Her eyes blaze with culinary fervor as she surveys the churning remains. Perfect timing. The ship's fresh meat reserves were running dangerously low. Ha ha ha. Absolutely flawless. This is the ultimate romance for a man. Gino raises a brimming tankard of rum, roaring triumphantly toward the deck as he watches the shattered Leviathan vanish beneath the keel. Captain, how's this dual-engine steam system? I'd ram the red line itself right now, if I had to. Ace stands at the prow, his broad crimson coat billowing fiercely in the gale. His deep black eyes track the parted waves ahead, feeling the vessel's unwavering solidity and profound weight beneath his feet. He nods satisfied. Speed and structural resilience are truly peerless. With this propulsion, even the calm belt's dead seas won't halt us. Ace affirms the assessment. Gino's craftsmanship matches the Eclipse Pirates' soaring ambition. His gaze lifts from the sea and settles casually on the heavy black steel greatsword resting on the mainmast's weapon rack. He strides forward, grips the hilt with one hand, and lifts the blade, the very weapon that once served him in the East Blue. It feels absurdly light, fragile. Since consuming the Vermilion Phoenix fruit and undergoing complete muscular destruction and rebirth, his physical might has ascended to a terrifying apex. This great sword, once dauntingly heavy to ordinary men, now rests in his palm like a hollow reed utterly devoid of substance. It isn't merely weight. With a subtle shift of will, a flicker of golden crimson, Vermilion Phoenix flame ignites at his fingertip, hovering near the blade's edge. Hiss! Even a modest increase in temperature causes the ordinary high-grade steel edge to visibly soften and warp. Ace gives a faint, resigned shake of his head, returning the sword to its rack. Its material is worthless, utterly obsolete against his current power. Were he to channel his supreme Armament Haki, Ryuo, and the sun-scorching intensity of his Vermilion Phoenix flame into it, without deliberate restraint, the blade would melt or shatter mid-swing, before ever striking an enemy. So why bother with a blade at all? He knows no formal swordsmanship, only overwhelming force delivered fist first. Against elite adversaries demanding brutal life or death exchanges, this rusted scrap would only hinder him. For now, his twin fists, wrapped in masterful haki, are his deadliest, most reliable weapons. To emulate the legendary Captain Commander of the 1st Division, the so-called strongest death god of the heat domain, who could compress world-consuming inferno into a single blade and sever all existence with one stroke, Ace must seek a true masterwork. A supreme greatsword capable of bearing both the crushing weight of supreme King Haki and solar core temperatures. Call. Land. An island ahead. No marines. Call. A magnificent macaw, feathers blazing in vivid red, blue, and gold, spirals down from the clouds and lands gracefully on Karina's shoulder outside the lounge, delivering its report in crisp, articulate human speech. Well done, Belly. Karina strokes the macaw's head and offers a premium nut from her pocket. Call. Belly loves nuts. Belly wants more treasure. The clever bird cracks the shell with practiced ease and caws greedily. Under Belly's high intelligence command, the Eclipse's aerial reconnaissance network, the Skybird radar net, has taken definitive shape. Seabirds and raptors across dozens of nautical miles now serve as Karina's silent intelligence network. At the first sign of disturbance, or the distant silhouette of an unknown vessel, the flock transmits fragmented visual data to Karina, which Belly then interprets with astonishing precision in spoken word. Across the boundless ocean, the Eclipse now commands unilateral absolute situational awareness. Karina enters the helm chamber, unfurls her navigational chart, and cross-references the log poses bearing with Belly's vocal description of the island's contours. Captain, there is indeed an island ahead. Based on our current heading, it is Jaya Island. Her violet eyes gleam with the sharp focus of a seasoned intelligence officer. Its western coast hosts the infamous lawless enclave, Mock Town. Mock Town. Sabo at the helm glances sideways. I've heard it's a notorious pirate haven in the first half of the Grand Line, unpatrolled by Marines, frequented by wanted outlaws for repairs and illicit trade. Drop anchor. Ace issues the order without pause, standing firm at the prow, leaving the greatsword untouched, merely rolling his broad shoulders. His crimson coat flares in the sea wind, a natural aura of composure and sovereign authority radiating from him. We'll search the town for leads on Skypea and the knock upstream. His penetrating black gaze locks onto the island emerging on the horizon, flashing with quiet intensity, and see whether this so-called lawless zone holds anything interesting for our supplies. Aye, Captain. Sabo wrenches the helm hard. The Eclipse's massive paddle wheels surge anew, belching thick, white steam. This black iron leviathan, armored from prow to stern in fallen star black steel, plunges forward like an unfeeling blade, cutting straight toward Mocktown's harbor. Half an hour later, at the port of Moku Town, A notorious lawless enclave in the first half of the Grand Line, this place hosts no marine garrisons, drunken pirates, and black market merchants openly hawking stolen goods throng its streets. The air hangs thick with the mingled stench of cheap rum gunpowder and sweat. When Ace strode into the town's largest tavern flanked by Sabo, Karina, and Buggy, the interior roared as if poised to tear the roof from its beams. A dozen ferocious pirates crowded around several large wooden tables, shoved together, their surfaces littered with empty bottles and gnawed meat bones. At the center sat a burly pirate captain, his chest emblazoned with crossed scimitars, standing atop a stool as he spat boastful words into the din. Listen well. The Grand Line is no child's game. With a bounty of 38 million berries, I've weathered every tempest this sea has ever hurled at me. He drained a massive gulp of liquor and belched loudly. Just last week, I personally sank a marine patrol vessel. Give me 2 more years, and I'll break into the New World, vying for territory with the 4 emperors themselves. Our captain is invincible. He'll surely become the next king of the pirates. His lackeys instantly raised their mugs in fervent sycophantic laughter. Ace entered unmoved, his ears deaf to such hollow bravado. He took a vacant seat at the bar. Sabo and Karina followed suit. Bartender, 4 glasses of your finest brew. And 1 question while you're at it. Karina rapped her knuckles on the wooden counter and slid a gold coin across its surface. Does anyone here know how to reach Skypiea? Or has there been a recent knock upstream? The bartender, already reaching for the bottles, froze mid-motion at the word Skypiea, his eyes narrowing with sudden unsettling wariness. Meanwhile, the raucous pirate table fell abruptly silent. Then, fa-ha-ha-ha. The 38 million berry captain sprayed liquor across the room, convulsing with laughter, so violent tears streamed down his cheeks, as though he'd just heard the most absurd jest in creation. Skypiea? Huh. Hey lads, did you hear that? These greenhorns fresh off some backwater island have the audacity to ask about Skypiea right here in Moku town. The fairy tale fools tell children to keep them quiet. The tavern erupted in mocking peals of laughter, each wave more vicious than the last, crashing over the newcomers like poisoned surf. Hey little miss, have you gone mad chasing gold? Islands don't float in the sky. Exactly. That lie spun centuries ago by the fraud Mont Blanc Nolan still snags gullible fools today. Next you'll be hunting the dragon palace beneath the sea. Go back to the 4 seas and suckle milk, you idiots. Ha ha. Unrestrained ridicule echoed through the tavern, the clinking of mugs now grating and shrill. At the bar, Karina frowned faintly. Sabo remained still, his hat brim low, gaze serene and utterly indifferent to these frogs who hadn't even grasped the Grand Line's climate. Ace was even more dismissive. He rested his chin on one hand, idly tapping his fingers against the wooden counter, not even bothering to turn his head toward the jeering pirates. To let the shrieks of ants rattle one's composure would betray a heart far too narrow. Yet while Ace and his companions could ignore them, one member of their crew had reached his breaking point. Bang! Buggy slammed his palm onto the bar, so hard the bartender's freshly poured glasses leapt into the air. You East Blue bumpkins, who couldn't find the New World's gates if they were carved on your foreheads, dare mock Skypiea as a children's fable? Whirling around, Buggy planted 1 foot atop the bar's crossbeam, his clownish red nose flushing crimson with fury. He jabbed a finger toward the lead pirate captain and roared, 20 years ago, I sailed with Captain Roger and stood upon that golden realm in the heavens myself. Its gold was so blinding it would sear the eyes of paupers like you. And it's not just Skypiea. I've even set foot on Fishman Island 10,000 meters beneath the sea. You wretches scraping scraps from the Grand Line's first half. You dare sneer at the true ocean itself. Buggy's torrent of fury stunned the entire tavern into silence. 3 full seconds passed, still no sound. Captain Roger. 20 years ago. The pirate captain blinked. Then, catching sight of Buggy's ridiculous red nose and garish attire, his expression twisted into icy, murderous rage. Damn it. A clown with a red nose dares invoke the Pirate King's name to play the fool here. He drew his broad-bladed cutlass and kicked over the table before him. Roast meat and glass shattered across the floor. Dare call me a frog in a well. Today I'll carve that clown face off you and feed it to the sharks. With a bellow, he surged forward with his dozen hulking subordinates, closing in on the bar with lethal intent. Faced with the charging 38 million berry pirate, Buggy's earlier bravado evaporated halfway. He instinctively shrank behind Sabo. Too loud, just as the pirate captain reached the bar's threshold. A low, gravelly voice, calm, uninflected, yet chilling enough to freeze marrow, rippled through the tavern. Ace did not turn. With effortless nonchalance, he channeled a sliver of his vermilion bird divine flame, wild volatile, blended with a whisper of Conqueror's Haki, and pressed it silently along the wooden floorboards toward the advancing captain. VVVVRRM. No cataclysmic shockwave. No blazing inferno. Yet the 38 million berry captain halted 3 meters short of Ace, as if slamming headlong into an invisible white-hot iron wall. Clang. His heavy cutlass dropped from nerveless fingers. His bulging muscles trembled violently, his breath rasped like a broken bellows. Before Ace's deliberately restrained, but bottomless, aura primal biological terror shattered the man's vaunted mental fortitude in an instant. Who are you? Bloodshot eyes widened, beads of cold sweat drenched his back in seconds. Straining to glimpse the black-haired man's face, his gaze inadvertently fell upon yesterday's newspaper resting on the bar beside Karina. There on the front page, his piercing glacial visage, and beside it a crimson figure that made hearts stutter. 770 million berries, Portgas D. AC. E. A strangled falsetto shriek tore from his throat, his eyeballs bulged as if bursting from their sockets. Thud. A Grand Line powerhouse whose bounty neared 4 million collapsed to his knees, not in combat, but before a single blow was struck, too terrified to utter a coherent syllable. His underlings glimpsed the wanted poster, and the tavern plunged into absolute silence broken only by desperate gasping inhalations. Moments earlier arrogant mockery, now abject trembling dread. Only then did Ace slowly pivot halfway around. His towering frame leaned against the bar, his deep dark eyes swept downward disdainful and sovereign over the kneeling captain. Be quiet. His voice was soft, but in the tomb-like hush it thundered like a god's decree. The captain clamped both hands over his mouth, nodding frantically, his knees still knocking uncontrollably. Terrified, even a whisper might enrage this living Hellwarden whose bounty soared past 700 million. Ace withdrew his gaze and turned once more to the bartender, whose own throat bobbed as he swallowed hard. Do you have leads on Skypea? Yes. At the eastern coast, live Mont-Blanc cricket, a deep-sea diver. He spent his life searching for the Golden City. He holds charts and knowledge of the knock-up streams patterns. Understood. Ace nodded, leaving the gold coin on the bar. Only after the Sun Pirates vanished beyond the town's edge did the tavern's pirates slump to the floor, gulping air like drowning men, having just escaped the very brink of hell. On Moku Town's eastern coast stood a peculiar structure, half castle, half log cabin. Mont-Blanc cricket, his face sharply angular, sat bare-chested on a round timber log, smoking a pipe. His torso bore the telltale scars of decades spent battling crushing abyssal pressure. Thud. Heavy footsteps halted before him. Cricket lifted his gaze, brows furrowing slightly at the black-haired man, radiating palpable dread. Another pirate come to mock me. The so-called great liar, Nolan's descendant. Mock. Ace looked down upon him, a sovereign, unassailable smirk curling at his lips. Your ancestor spoke no falsehood. That golden city which once stood upon this island truly was carried aloft into the heavens. Tell me the precise moment the next knock-up stream will erupt. His unfathomable black eyes locked onto Cricket's stunned gaze, his voice resonant, immutable, absolute. I shall ascend to the sky myself, and prove the truth of that legend, to you. On the eastern coast of Magic Valley Town, before a half-constructed castle, the sea breeze swept across the rough coastline, and Cooley Kess's cigarette had long since fallen onto the beach. He stared blankly upwards, gazing at the tall young man before him, whose physique resembled an iron tower and exuded a calm aura as deep as an abyss. Do you believe in that legend? Cooley Kess's voice was extremely hoarse, carrying a trace of undeniable tremor. For decades he had risked diving sickness every day to search the depths of the sea, trying to prove that his ancestor Roland was not a fraud, but all he received in return were endless mockery and disdain from the vast ocean. And now a top pirate who even dared to confront naval generals Hedon not only did not mock him, but also told him with a tone so firm it was infuriating that the land of gold was in the sky. In this ocean, only the weak treat the unknown as fairy tales. Ace calmly looked down at him. I only believe in what I am about to conquer. Tell me the location and timing of the upwelling current. Cooley took a deep breath, suppressing the emotions surging within him. He picked up the cigarette from the ground, relighted it, and took a deep puff. You arrived just in time. The upwelling current is a natural disaster located in the waters around Gaia Island, where there exists a massive void deeper than the seafloor. When cold seawater flows into the void, the geothermal heat at the bottom causes the seawater to evaporate, generating a large amount of steam. The pressure of the steam accumulates continuously, ultimately triggering a violent underwater eruption that creates a massive current capable of launching ships into the sky, with an eruption duration of about 1 minute. Kulik's gaze became unprecedentedly serious as he pointed to the heavy clouds gradually gathering above the distant horizon. Those clouds that will not rain, but will consume all sunlight, are called GD clouds. When GD clouds appear, it is a precursor to the impending eruption of the upwelling current. According to my calculations, the next eruption will be at noon tomorrow. The location is in a certain area south of Gaia Island. Hearing noon tomorrow, Sabo adjusted the brim of his hat and calmly got to the point. Since you've calculated the time, why say in a certain area? Isn't the eruption point random? The eruption point is indeed random, but based on my judgment, I can determine its approximate location. Kulik shook his head, looking seriously at Sabo and Ace. But the trouble is the magnetic field in that area is so chaotic that even recording instruments will fail. If you get lost in that dark sea once the current erupts, your ship along with the entire area will be instantly torn apart. You will need a guiding bird. Kulik turned and walked into the half-constructed castle, pulling out a drawing of a peculiar bird with an extraordinarily large beak. This is a unique bird found only on this island. Its head will always point directly south. Only by following its guidance can you accurately find the center of the upwelling current in the pitch-black fog. The guiding bird nests in the primitive forest behind the island. Go catch one and bring it back. That's all I can do to help you. Catching a bird to lead the way. That shouldn't be difficult. Ace glanced at the drawing and turned to his crew behind him. Buggy, Karina, you two go to the forest. Bring that bird back to the ship before dark. Ace assigned this task to Buggy and Karina. Huh, why is it always me running errands? Buggy grimaced, but upon seeing Ace's unyielding gaze, he could only swallow his complaints, grumbling as he headed toward the forest behind the island. This damn island is full of poisonous insects and ferocious beasts, my delicate skin. Enough, Red knows no more complaining. Karina followed behind, a glimmer of ease flashing in her purple eyes. On her shoulder, a brilliantly feathered macaw was preening its feathers. Belly, we're going to get rich. Caw. The macaw squawked energetically. An hour later, in the primitive forest behind Gaia Island. The trees here were tall and sturdy, blocking out the sun. A humid mist lingered in the air with all sorts of bizarre and enormous insects and beasts weaving through the underbrush. Ouch! What kind of bug dares to bite me? Buggy slapped a poisonous mosquito that had landed on his neck, furious as he wandered through the forest. This damn forest is so big, where could that bird with the big beak be hiding? Are we supposed to search tree by tree? Who said we have to search ourselves? Karina found a clean stump to sit on and took out a handful of high-grade nuts from her bag. Belly, it's your turn. Karina fed the nuts to the macaw on her shoulder, then closed her eyes and gently tapped her finger on Bella's forehead. Invisible electric waves instantly spread out. Receiving the mental image of the guiding bird from Karina, Belly excitedly flapped its wings and shot up into the sky, diving directly into the dense canopy. Buggy stared blankly at the flying parrot. You're letting that mixed feather bird find it. What good is it? Karina ignored Buggy's ignorance. She quietly sat on the stump, her information network fully deployed in her mind. In her perception, Belly did not fly around like a headless fly. This high IQ parrot, endowed with an electric wave contract, flew over the forest and immediately emitted a series of sharp, penetrating shrieks. Accompanied by its calls, hundreds of ordinary seagulls, crows, and even raptors resting in the forest seemed to be summoned by a commander, flocking in from all directions. Belly domineeringly circled twice among the flock of birds, spreading the intent of finding the big-beaked bird, conveyed by Karina through a unique communication method among animals. In an instant, the birds of the entire forest transformed into an all-encompassing reconnaissance network, spreading out in all directions. In less than 10 minutes. Found it. Caw. In Karina's mind, Bella's feedback came through with a clear sense of pride. Through visual sharing, she instantly saw a strange bird squatting atop a towering giant tree, its head firmly pointing southwest on that tallest tree about 800 meters from us. Karina opened her eyes, stood up, and accurately pointed out the location. So fast, Buggy was astonished, almost dropping his jaw. This was even more terrifying than sending hundreds of bounty hunters to search the mountains. The two rushed in the direction pointed out by Karina. When they arrived at the giant tree, they witnessed a scene that was both amusing and perplexing. The guiding bird, which should have been extremely proud and loved to mock humans with its calls, was currently being pinned down by dozens of fierce hawks and crows on a branch. Meanwhile, the macaw, Belly, was standing atop its head, triumphantly pecking at its feathers. Caw. Caught it. We're going to get rich. Caw. Seeing Karina approach, Belly immediately flapped its wings and flew back to her shoulder to report. Well done, Belly. Karina smiled and rewarded it with a nut, then looked at the beaten and disheveled guiding bird in the tree, torn to shreds. Seeing this, Buggy immediately sprang into action. His hands flew up to the treetops, grasping the guiding bird's neck easily, pulling it down and stuffing it into a prepared bag. The guiding bird that the original characters Luffy and his friends had searched for an entire night and suffered numerous bug bites to catch did not even last half an hour before being captured by the highly efficient information network of the Eclipse Pirates. As evening approached on the ship Eclipse, when Buggy returned to the deck holding the bag containing the guiding bird, the entire ship was in a fervent state of preparation for battle. Is the navigation sorted, eh? Ace leaned against the main mast, glancing at the bag Buggy held. Of course. With me on the job, a mere bird is nothing. Buggy pounded his chest, taking credit for the achievement without a hint of blush or hesitation. Karina rolled her eyes behind him, too lazy to expose him. Captain, the pressure cooker in the lower hold has completed the network test. Gino climbed up from the hold, the mechanical exoskeleton emitting a low rumbling sound. He walked to the bow, patting the star-fallen black steel ram that radiated a cold sheen, his eyes filled with the excitement of a mechanical maniac. As long as you give the order, this steam-powered system can unleash thrust beyond limits at any time. Don't mention the upwelling current. Even if there's a waterfall ahead, I can make this ship go upstream. The chef's logistics are also ready. Leona emerged on deck holding 2 cleavers, her storage room, filled with high-calorie prehistoric beast meat and specially made soup. Enough calories for us to fight a prolonged battle in the sky, ready at any time. Sabo stood at the helm, already familiar with the handling of this steel behemoth that Gino had modified. The crew was in position and the equipment was upgraded. Everything was ready. Ace walked to the bow, his tall figure resembling an immovable iron tower in the glow of the setting sun. He raised his head, gazing at the sky south of Gaia Island. There, a massive, dark, and oppressive GD cloud was frantically accumulating and rolling above the horizon. The heavy cloud seemed to threaten to completely crush the entire sea. Ordinary pirates would fearfully avoid such ominous weather. But in Ace's eyes, behind that oppressive black cloud lay the legendary gold of the old era, where an arrogant ability user who considered himself a god resided. Rest well tonight and get into peak condition. Ace's calm voice echoed on the deck, announcing their imminent journey towards the sky. Tomorrow at noon, target GD Cloud. Let us set sail on this ship and continue our journey to the Sky Island. At noon, in the waters south of Gaia Island, the sky had completely darkened. The heavy accumulation of dark clouds hung over the sea like a massive, endless black iron curtain, completely swallowing all sunlight. Daylight had been forcibly reversed into night here. In this dark sea with extremely low visibility, the ship, eclipsed sun, surged forward. Straight ahead. Keep going. Squawk. Above the cockpit, the diamond parrot Bailey flapped its wings, precisely reporting the direction of the navigational bird tied to a wooden frame to the helmswoman Karina. Karina gripped the helm tightly, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. In the chaotic magnetic field and raging waves, the navigational bird became the only beacon for the eclipsed sun. According to the coordinates provided by Uncle Kulik, we have already entered the core area of the eruption zone. Sabo stood on the deck, allowing the strong wind to whip his tailcoat. He tightened his grip on the alloy rod, his vigilant gaze sweeping over the turbulent black sea surface. In the hold, the bright red furnace light reflected the fervent face of Gino. With his upper body bare, the indicator lights on his mechanical exoskeleton flickered rapidly in the darkness. He frantically shoved high-calorie coal into the furnace of the steam boiler as the 2 parallel giant boilers roared deafeningly and the pressure gauge's needle approached the critical red line. Power system preheating completed. As soon as that damned current appears, I can make this ship fly at any time. Genos' rugged voice echoed across the deck through the loudspeaker. Boom. Just as he finished speaking, the entire sea suddenly emitted an extremely dull, abnormal sound. It sounded less like crashing waves and more like the crust of the ocean floor was cracking. Immediately afterward, the waters surrounding the eclipsed sun began to violently shake. Captain, the sea surface is sinking. Leona clung to the ship's railing, her vertical pupils narrowing. In her view, the ocean within thousands of meters ahead was collapsing downward at a terrifying speed. A massive whirlpool roared into formation ahead of the ship. The violent centrifugal force tugged at the battleship, and the surrounding water transformed into a massive wall of water flowing backward, attempting to mercilessly pull the eclipsed sun into the unfathomable black abyss. The whirlpool has appeared. The cavity beneath the sea is sucking water. Karina gripped the helm tightly and shouted. Ace stood at the bow, his tall and sturdy figure resembling a tower, nailed to the deck. He looked down at the abyss capable of swallowing everything, his deep black eyes showing no fear, only a burning fighting spirit. Maintain course, follow the current in. Ace's voice was calm and powerful, providing the entire crew a sense of assurance amidst the apocalyptic storm. Head straight into the center of the whirlpool. No matter how many times this happens, I still think this action is too insane. Buggy clung tightly to the mainmast, tears streaming down his face. Extreme fear made him activate his split fruit ability, his hands and feet flying off to secure themselves in the crevices and railings of the deck, terrified of being thrown into the sea by this raging force of nature. Just as the eclipsed sun followed the whirlpool's current and was about to slide into the dark depths, a terrifying explosion reverberated from deep beneath the sea, shattering eardrums. The superheated seawater, instantly vaporized by geothermal heat, transformed into an unmeasurable destructive thrust that flipped the entire sea. A towering water column hundreds of meters in diameter shot up like an enraged dragon, carrying immense force, directly piercing the thick accumulation of clouds overhead. Now's the time. Gino, full power thrust. Karina stabilized the ship. Sabo shouted, "Let's take off." In the hold, Gino let out a wild laugh as he slammed the power lever all the way down. The black steel side paddles of the eclipsed sun erupted into an extremely violent rotation, the massive thrust combined with the upward lifting force of the surging sea current, forcing the steel beast to alter its descent trajectory in the vertical water column. The Juke ram, made of starfall black steel, fiercely sliced into the wall of the vertical water column, and then the entire ship of the eclipsed sun nearly stood upright at a 90-degree angle, surging upward against the roaring sea current. The raging wind tore at the sails, the ascending air current felt like a giant hand lifting the black sails higher and higher. Water mist slapped against everyone's faces like a knife. Hold on tight. Falling down means being smashed to pieces. Leona gripped the iron chain of the ship's railing tightly, her eyes filled with astonishment at the miracle of nature. As the ship continued to ascend, the interior of the current became extremely unstable. The immense water pressure and chaotic airflow tugged at the hull, producing a grating sound that made one's teeth ache. However, the dragon bone of the eclipsed sun, having undergone the reforging of black steel, displayed incredible resilience. In this moment, the steam power system installed by Gino played a crucial role. The side paddles churned madly at the surface of the water column, providing the ship with extremely stable upward traction, countering the turbulent flows at the edges that attempted to throw them off. Amidst the splashing water and the deafening roar, the eclipsed sun rode the winds and waves, charging towards the heavens. "We're approaching the clouds." Karina braced against the wind, pointing at the increasingly close, thick black cloud mass above, loudly reminding break through it. Ace stood at the bow, letting the water droplets drench his short hair, his gaze locked onto the oppressive sky. The eclipsed sun let out a high-pitched mechanical roar. With the violent power of the surging sea current, the starfall black steel ram pierced through the heavy accumulation of clouds like a sword, cleaving through chaos. Darkness instantly swallowed the entire ship. Inside the thick cloud layer, the air pressure changed dramatically. The feeling of weightlessness, the sensation of being torn apart, and the extreme pressure akin to traversing a spatial barrier made everyone on the deck instinctively hold their breath. The sound of water in their ears turned dull, as if the entire world was wrapped in a thick layer of cotton. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Bang! As if breaking through some heavy barrier, the howling wind and deafening sound of water vanished in an instant. In its place was an extremely bright and dazzling sunlight. Ace slowly opened his eyes. In his view, there was no longer the blue sea nor the surging waves. Below the eclipsed sun was an endless sea of clouds, soft and white like pure snow. The massive clouds emitted a dreamy glow under the refraction of sunlight. Riding the last remnants of the sea current, the eclipsed sun soared into the sky before landing steadily on this white sea of clouds, splashing up large areas of soft mist. Where is this? Karina released the helm, soaked in sweat, staring blankly at the incredible scenery outside the porthole, forgetting to breathe. Buggy's body parts flew back to reassemble as he slumped on the deck, looking at the surrounding whiteness, his small eyes wide open in shock. Leona and Sabo also steadied themselves. Even Gino from the hold pushed open the hatch and climbed up. Everyone stood on the deck, completely stunned by the mythical scene before them. They had truly piloted a ship up to an altitude of 10,000 meters. Ace walked to the ship's railing, taking deep breaths of the thin air unique to this sea of clouds. Recalling the thrilling experience of riding the natural disaster and charging to such heights, the blood within him boiled over. Ha! Facing the blinding sunlight of the high sky, Ace let out a hearty and wild laugh. This boisterous laughter instantly shattered the daze and silence of everyone on deck. He gazed at the pure white sea before him, a deep desire for conquest igniting in his dark eyes. So beautiful. This would make an excellent base for our eclipsed pirates' training and upgrades. Ace turned around looking at his crew, waving his hand with a voice imbued with the arrogance and dominance of one who would conquer the world. Steer the ship over. Let the people of the Sky Island know who has come to take over this sky. The howling of the raging wind and the deafening roar of the rushing water seemed to be muted in an instant. The sun eclipser was steadily anchored atop a flawless expanse of cloud. The sunlight poured down unobstructed, illuminating the surrounding clouds, which resembled gigantic cotton candies with a dreamlike soft glow. The air was devoid of the salty and humid scent of the sea from Qinghai, replaced instead by an extremely pure, yet slightly thin and cool breath. Incredible! The cloud layer can actually support a heavy battleship made of black steel and iron pine. Sabo walked to the edge of the ship and gently probed the cloud sea below with the alloy pole in his hand. The sensation transmitted through the pole was not the ethereal vapor, but rather a peculiar resistance that possessed astonishing buoyancy and elasticity. Buggy reformed his shattered body, regained his vitality, and began to bounce around, boasting to others about his previous experiences on the Sky Island. Gino, holding a large wrench, ignored the mythic scenery around him and immediately crouched at the ship's edge to meticulously inspect the external paddle wheels and the star-fallen black steel ram on both sides of the hull. Click, click. After confirming there were no cracks or structural deformations, this mechanical fanatic exhaled a long breath, his eyes behind the goggles radiating an overwhelming pride. My craftsmanship is indeed the best in the world. Not even that level of heavenly might could make this ship lose a single screw. Gino patted the sturdy black steel hull, turned to the crew on the deck, and announced loudly, "The power system is functioning perfectly. We can set sail at any time." Ace stood at the bow of the ship, looking down at the ocean of clouds, feeling the thin oxygen unique to this altitude of 7,000 meters. For ordinary people, this environment would be enough to cause shortness of breath, but for his terrifying lung capacity enhanced by the divine fire of the mythical beasts, it had absolutely no effect. Since there are no issues with the power, let's move forward. Ace's voice regained its calm. Let's see what scenery this so-called Sky Island hides. Understood. Karina took a deep breath to calm her excitement and quickly ran into the cockpit to grasp the helm. With the steam boiler in the lower cabin starting up again, the black steel paddle wheels on either side of the sun eclipser began to churn once more. Surprisingly, the resistance of this cloud sea was much less than that of regular seawater. The sun eclipser glided across the cloud surface at an astonishing speed, like a black blade cutting a straight path through this pure white world. After sailing for about half an hour, "Captain, there are buildings ahead," Karina, holding a telescope, suddenly called out. Everyone looked in the direction she pointed and saw an extremely magnificent giant archway standing at the end of the vast cloud sea. The pillars were intricately carved with ancient patterns, and above the archway, several large characters were prominently inscribed in universal script, Heaven's Gate. The sun eclipser slowly decelerated and docked on a platform of cloud in front of the archway. To one side of the arch sat an extremely short, wrinkled old woman. She had a pair of small white wings on her back and held a peculiar device resembling a camera, staring at the imposing black battleship with an expressionless gaze. "Are you from Qinghai?" The old woman, Amazon, spoke in a hoarse, slow voice. "I am the immigration inspector of Heaven's Gate. If you want to enter the White Sea above, you must pay the legally mandated entry fee here." Fee. Karina, as the treasurer, was extremely sensitive to that word. She walked to the edge of the ship, looking down at the old woman. "How much?" 10 billion per person. Amazon slowly raised one finger. 10 billion. Karina gasped, while Buggy was so shocked that he jumped straight up from the deck. "You old hag are robbing us. 6 people is 60 billion. That could buy a whole naval fleet. That is the currency unit of the Sky Island," Sabo calmly reminded from the side. He had seen snippets about the Sky Island in ancient texts. If I remember correctly, the exchange rate between Qinghai's belly and the Sky Islands is roughly 1 to 10,000. With that, Karina's mind instantly switched to a terrifying calculation mode. 1 to 10,000, which means 10 billion is equivalent to just 100,000 belly. After calculating this figure, Karina let out a long sigh of relief. As the treasurer, who had just raided a warlord's treasury and held hundreds of millions in cash, a mere 60,000 belly entry fee was nothing but a drop in the bucket for the current sun eclipser pirate crew. If it's just this small amount of money, then there's no need to complicate matters. Karina turned to head back to the quarters to get the money. We're newcomers and still unclear about the power distribution on the Sky Island. Spending a little money to buy a legal identity can save us a lot of unnecessary trouble. However, before Karina could take a step, a broad hand naturally blocked her path. Ace approached the edge of the ship, his eyes filled with fighting spirit, gazing at Heaven's Gate and the scenery behind it. Avoiding trouble, Ace looked at the Amazon woman holding the camera device, his tone devoid of any fluctuation, yet emanating a profound dominance and arrogance. Karina, do you have any misunderstanding regarding the flag hanging at the bow of our ship? Ace's calm voice echoed across the cloud sea. We are pirates. When do pirates need to abide by those ridiculous laws, or even buy tickets while sailing in waters marked by others? As soon as these words were spoken, Karina was stunned. Sabo adjusted his hat, a natural smile appearing on his lips. Well said. I didn't build this ship to have it wait in line like a merchant vessel to pay tolls. Gino, who heard this in the lower cabin, felt the blood of the mechanical fanatic boil. He pushed aside the voice tube from the engine room and shouted loudly, "Hold on tight, everyone. Let this damn door go to hell." Boom! The steam boiler in the lower cabin emitted a high-pitched roar. The black steel paddle wheels erupted with a terrifying rotation speed. The entire battleship not only did not slow down, but charged forward like an enraged black beast, violently crashing through the entrance of Heaven's Gate and stirring up waves of clouds. Without registering, the Sun Eclipser pirate crew burst into the express shrimp channel leading to the White Sea at an altitude of 10,000 meters with the purest and most violent pirate style. Click. Below, the Amazon woman expressionlessly pressed the shutter of the device in her hand, capturing the silhouette of the Sun Eclipser and Ace's towering figure. Illegal entrants who have not paid the fee. Sun Eclipser pirate crew already reported to God's Island. The old woman's hoarse voice gradually faded over the vast cloud sea. Following the steep cloud waterfall, the Sun Eclipser surged upward, reaching an altitude of 10,000 meters. White Sea. The clouds here were even whiter and more solid than those below. Not far away on the cloud shore, towering peculiar trees grew, and a beach that resembled a paradise unfolded before their eyes. The beauty of Angel Island was fully revealed to all. The Sun Eclipser slowly dropped anchor by the cloud beach. Just as everyone prepared to disembark and explore, a very light engine sound suddenly echoed across the calm cloud sea. Put. A single-person vehicle resembling a small motorboat without any sails or external paddle wheels smoothly sliced through the cloud surface and sped toward the Sun Eclipser. The driver of the vehicle was a middle-aged man with a big beard, and on the back seat sat a young girl with small wings holding a white fox. Paige and Cornice. Welcome to Angel Island, guests from Qinghai. Paige parked the vehicle beneath the Sun Eclipser and warmly tipped his hat. However, the crew on the deck of the Sun Eclipser paid no attention to the two enthusiastic natives. Bang! With a loud crash, Gino's tall figure leaped off the deck like a cannonball, landing heavily on the cloud beach without bending his knees. His eyes, hidden behind the goggles, were fixated on the small vehicle driven by Paige, almost pressing against it. Hey, old man. Gino's voice trembled with excitement akin to discovering a rare treasure. This thing has no boiler, no gear transmission, and not even a sail. What kind of power allows it to run so fast on the sea? Huh, are you talking about the wind shell? Paige was startled by this large man with a metallic exoskeleton and stammered, "This is our Sky Island's unique mode of transportation. Its power comes from the wind shell installed at the rear." The shelly. Gino pushed Paige aside and scrutinized the extremely ordinary shell up close. As he sensed the strong airflow being released steadily from within the shell, this top-tier mechanic from the scrap metal street felt as if a lightning bolt had struck his brain. A completely different and new technological paradigm alien to Qinghai's understanding suddenly opened a door before Gino. Storing wind in a shell, no need for fuel, no heavy steam boiler, small enough to fit in the palm of your hand, yet able to provide such terrifying continuous power. Gino's strong hands tightly cradled the wind shell, his entire body trembling with intense excitement. He abruptly turned his head to look at Ace, who was gazing down at everything from the bow of the Sun Eclipser. "Captain." Gino's metallic voice was hoarse to the point of breaking, his eyes filled with reckless madness. This island is simply an immeasurable treasure. This shell is truly wonderful. Angel Island Cloud Beach. Gino's broad frame crouched beside Wibba like a massive bear guarding its prey. His thick fingers delicately toyed with the milky white wind shell he had just removed. So much so that he produced from Nowhere an intricate set of disassembly tools preparing to dismantle this anomaly, defying all known principles of the Blue Sea, piece by piece. Wait, sir, the wind shell is a living skeletal organism. If you forcibly breach its shell, its storage function will be permanently destroyed. Pagaya waved his hands, frantically rushing to halt the feverish mechanic. Living. Gino froze mid-motion, brow furrowed, yet his eyes blazed with even fiercer excitement. He seized Pagaya's collar and hoisted the middle-aged man off his feet. Old man, you said earlier these are Sky Island exclusive vehicles. Then besides these wind-emitting shells, are there other kinds of shells up here in the sky? Yes. Pagaya swallowed hard, answering nervously. Aside from wind shells that store air currents, we use heat shells and flame shells for cooking fires, flash shells for illumination, and sound shells capable of recording voices. Are there any used in combat? Sabo, leaning idly against the ship's rail, instantly seized upon the crucial point. Combat. Knuckles, cradling a pure white fox, flinched slightly, her gaze flickering with apprehension, yet answered truthfully. The divine priests and the guard corps commonly wield a weapon called the impact shell. It absorbs physical blows inflicted upon it, then instantaneously unleashes that very destructive force back upon the attacker. However, due to overwhelming recoil, ordinary people risk severe self-injury. Absorbs physical impact and reflects it in full. Gino stood utterly dumbfounded. A brief moment of stunned silence passed. Then the mad tinker from Scrap Street threw back his head and let loose a booming metallic laugh. Ha ha ha. This is exactly the divine artifact forged for my power hammer. If I mount an impact shell onto the hammerhead, every strike will compound the rebounded kinetic energy. No wall, however thick, shall withstand a single blow. I'll reduce it to dust. As Gino plunged deep into mechanical reverie, Leona leapt down from the Eclipse, cleaver in hand. She paid no mind to the strange shells, her sharp gaze locked instead on a peculiar flattened fish gliding through the clouds. Fish inside the clouds. Leona strode to the edge of the cloud sea and swung her silver boning knife without hesitation. A flash of silver and a sizable sky fish landed cleanly on the beach. She knelt, lifting the scales with her blade tip to examine the striations of the flesh. Because they dwell within floating cloud layers, their muscle density is far lighter than that of blue sea fish, yet their fat contains a uniquely buoyant form of energy. Leona nodded thoughtfully. If prepared as the main course, paired with marrow soup from beasts brought up from below, we could craft a truly transcendent feast. Karina descended the gangplank, chart in hand, gazing at her crewmates, each lost in wonder at new discoveries, and sighed helplessly. Could you all please focus on what matters? We're 10,000 meters above sea level, and haven't yet mapped this island's power structure. No need to map it. Ace appeared atop the gangway, tall, commanding. He strode down onto the sand, his dark crimson coat rippling softly in the cloud breeze. His deep-set gaze swept past Angel Island, fixing unerringly on a colossal landmass far beyond, veiled in titanic vines, alien amidst the surrounding cloudscapes. There he sensed countless powerful life signatures and a towering, arrogant, violently turbulent magnetic field. Old man, Ace asked Pagaya, what is that forest-covered land called? Following Ace's gaze, Pagaya and Knuckles paled instantly. That is the Forbidden Holy Land. Knuckles' voice trembled as she clutched her fox tighter. That is Apadano, the Isle of the Gods, home to the almighty god Enel. Any who dare set foot upon that soil shall face merciless judgment from the divine priests and be utterly annihilated by the gods' thunderous punishment. Isle of the Gods, eh? Buggy pushed up his sunglasses and sneered. Superstitious nonsense. Back in my day, I sailed with Captain Roger. I've witnessed true grandeur. There is no such thing as a god in this world. At that moment, target acquired. Illegal entrance. The Eclipse Pirates. A sharp, unified cry rang out from the jungle's edge behind the beach. Amidst a bizarre, slithering sound, dozens of uniformed sky guards, wearing white berets, surged forward like serpentine shadows, swiftly encircling the Eclipse's landing site. Their leader, a man thick-bearded and low to the ground, crawled forward on hands and knees, then lifted his head, eyes stern and unblinking. I am McKinley, captain of the White Beret Division of the Divine Nation. Sea pirates from the Blue Sea. You refused to pay the mandatory entry fee of 10 billion per person at the Gate of Heaven, and forcibly breached the Sky Road checkpoint. By the divine law decreed by the Almighty God, you are hereby classified as Class 11 felons. White Berets. Gino, still lost in fantasies of impact shell integration, scowled fiercely at the sudden interruption. He rose, his towering shadow engulfing the prostrate McKinley. I've got no time for your cops and robbers charade. Walk away, while I'm still in a good mood. Daredevil, you defy the god's sacred law. McKinley slashed his hand downward. His white beret troops instantly raised tube-like weapons fitted with strange shells, aiming them squarely at the Eclipse pirates. Surrender immediately, and pay 100 times the fine. Otherwise you shall suffer the cloud punishment, here and now. Faced with dozens of black muzzles, Sabo adjusted his hat brim, his eyes flickering with quiet resignation. Divine law. Ace's voice drifted calmly across Cloud Beach, laced with faint amusement. He made no aggressive move, only gazed down at McKinley, his eyes heavy with quiet authority. You seem to have mistaken something fundamental. Pirates exist to shatter rules. Fire. Overwhelmed by Ace's suffocating aura of danger, McKinley issued the order without hesitation. Dozens of white berets slammed their triggers, yet no bullets flew. Instead, vast nets, woven from ultra-dense cloud matter, descended like falling heavens, blanketing the Eclipse pirates in relentless white. So this is Sky Island weaponry. Gino scoffed, and with a deafening hiss, high-pressure steam erupted from the mechanisms along his spine. He didn't dodge, not a step. His hydraulic-powered right arm swung upward, its massive hammer arcing with raw, brutal momentum. Get the hell out of my way, don't interrupt my research. The warhammer swept horizontally, shattering the resilient cloud nets the instant they met its surface, tearing them apart with sheer physical violence. The hammer's momentum carried onward, slamming into the sand with cataclysmic force, unleashing a shockwave that sent the frontline white berets and their weapons flying backward in a chaotic airborne tumble. Monstrous strength. Not only do you resist arrest, you assault the White Beret Division. McKinley recoiled in horror, reaching instinctively to call for divine priest reinforcements. But before his hand could rise, a sapphire blue blur materialized before him. Sabo held his alloy staff in one hand, the tip pressed firmly against McKinley's chest. Raging orange flames surged up the staff's length, searing McKinley's beard into tight, curling wisps. Order your men to stand down, Captain. Sabo smiled, but his eyes gleamed with glacial, lethal precision. Our captain dislikes being disturbed by trivial noise. Staring into the inferno inches from his heart, McKinley and the remaining guards froze, too terrified even to draw breath. Let's go. Ace withdrew his gaze, never glancing again at the fallen enforcers. He turned toward Apadano, the vine-wrapped Isle of the Gods, his crimson coat billowing fiercely in the wind. The electric resonance emanating from that direction intrigued him deeply. Leona, take the fish you caught. Gino, bring your tools. Ace strode forward, steady, resolute, toward the forbidden land. Destination Apadano. We'll meet this lofty god, and while we're at it we'll claim every ounce of gold and every scrap of technology this island holds. The solar eclipse ship traversed a narrow river of clouds, and the view ahead suddenly opened up. Unlike the soft, fluffy islands made of clouds outside, what appeared before everyone's eyes was a vast land covered with towering giant trees composed of real soil and rock. Giant vines shot straight into the clouds, and the deep forest occasionally echoed with the roars of unknown beasts. The solar eclipse ship's ram approached the shore, dropping the anchor. Ace was the first to leap down from the ship's side, his feet landing on the hard soil of Appiato. He glanced around at the dense forest, casually breaking a thick branch that obstructed his path. Karina, take your bird and go find a map of this island and the location of the gold for me, Ace commanded. Sabo, Gino, Leona, you are free to move around. If you encounter any obstacles, be they beasts or so-called priests, just crush them. What about me? Buggy poked his head out. You stay on the ship, Ace glanced at him. Anyone who dares approach the solar eclipse ship, blow them off the Qinghai with your bombs. Gah? Red-nosed coward. Gah. The parrot Bailey flapped its wings and swooped down from the mast, arrogantly circling above Bucky's head and mockingly squawking. You dead bird. Just watch me roast you. Buggy fumed, swinging his hands trying to catch it. Bailey deftly reversed in the air, not returning to Karina's shoulder, but landing directly on Ace's right shoulder. Its pair of shiny black eyes spun around in a distinctly human-like manner, immediately retracting the arrogance it displayed towards Buggy. It affectionately rubbed its head against Ace's collar, then folded its wings, standing straight, even placing one wing against its chest, exhibiting a remarkably standard submission posture. Boss is mighty. For the boss. Gah! Bailey shouted enthusiastically, its voice laced with a clear tone of flattery. Ace turned his head and glanced at the parrot. Its intelligence had indeed evolved to an absurd degree. Not only was its vocabulary astonishing, but it also had an extremely keen sense of the hierarchical relationships aboard the ship. It understood that Karina was the one who fed it. Buggy was an easy target, but it knew even better that the black-haired man before it was the absolute ruler of this ship, holding the power of life and death. The brain works quite well, Ace thought, retracting his gaze. Since this bird was so perceptive, once its vocabulary and logical comprehension improved further, perhaps the barrier fruit that had always been kept in the hold could really be given to it. A bird that understands social cues, can fly, and can activate absolute defense to protect its master on the battlefield has an immeasurable tactical value. Let it go to work. Ace shook his shoulder, and Bailey immediately understood, flying back to Karina's side. The group dispersed, each disappearing into the primitive jungle of Appiato. Karina found a hidden giant tree hollow at the edge of the forest. She placed her hand on the ancient rock inside the hollow, and the ability of the information fruit was instantly activated. Invisible waves radiated from her palms, spreading in all directions, imprinting invisible listening anchors onto the surrounding tree trunks and ancient stone pillars. Although the magnetic field here is strange, it does not affect the transmission of the waves. Karina closed her eyes, her brain quickly processing the various subtle sounds coming from the surroundings. The sound of wind rustling through leaves, the sound of insects crawling, and even the faint sound of some special instrument operating from a great distance. Bailey, go call all the birds on this island over here. We need a local guide, Karina said, pulling out a handful of premium nuts from her bag. Got it. Gah. Bailey picked up 2 nuts and flew towards the depths of the forest. In less than 20 minutes, a cacophony of bird calls filled the air above the forest. Bailey returned like a mob boss, leading a large group of oddly shaped birds. Among them, the most striking were several guide birds with enormous beaks whose heads were firmly pointing south. These guide birds, which were extremely rare in Qinghai, were now obediently lined up in front of Karina, having been pecked into submission by Bailey. Without any hesitation, Karina pointed her finger at the foreheads of these guide birds and other unique aerial creatures from the sky islands, signing the wave contract. In an instant, more than a dozen brand new monitoring screens lit up in Karina's mind. Under Bailey's commanding squawk, these native birds of the sky island quickly scattered, flying deep into Appiato. Their vision was extraordinarily broad, continuously relaying the terrain trap distributions and the outlines of ancient ruins of this vast island back to Karina's brain. Found it. To the northeast of the forest, there is a vast expanse of extremely ancient ruins. Karina said, a smile curling at the corner of her mouth as she quickly sketched a map on the white paper she carried. There are strong metallic reflections there. It seems that the legend of the Land of Gold is not just a legend. Meanwhile, in a forested area of Appiato filled with peculiar clouds, Gino strode confidently along a path paved with clouds, carrying a hydraulic power hammer. This broken place doesn't even have a decent iron mine. It's all made of clouds. What about that shell that can spray wind? Before Gino could finish his sentence, a piercing bird cry suddenly echoed from above the treetops. Immediately after, a gun tip engulfed in roaring flames, exuding intense heat and penetrating power, descended from the sky, aimed directly at Gino's neck. Who? Gino didn't even look up. The mechanical exoskeleton on his right arm instantly released a burst of high-pressure steam. He swung the heavy hydraulic power hammer with one hand, not even glancing, directly delivering a powerful upward smash. Clang! Sparks flew. The descending attack was forcefully deflected. The assailant used the recoil to flip in the air, landing steadily on the back of a giant pink monster bird. It was a man dressed in a pilot's outfit, holding a long gun and wearing goggles. Oh, you were actually able to block my heated iron gun. The crawlers of Qinghai, this is the trial of the rope with only a 3 survival rate. The man looked down at Gino from his elevated position on the monster bird, his tone dripping with arrogance. I am the priest Shura, sent by Lord Eneru here to deliver divine punishment to you illegal citizens. Priest. Gino planted the hydraulic hammer into the ground, his eyes swiftly scanning the flaming long gun in Shura's hand, as well as the flames spewing from the beak of the monster bird. He showed no fear, instead revealing a set of pearly white teeth. I don't care what kind of goddamn priest you are. Gino cracked his neck, the gears of the exoskeleton grinding with a sound that grated on the teeth. Hand over that fiery gun of yours and all those shells hidden on you. Appiato, the rope trial zone. Ancient colossal trees towered skyward, their canopies interwoven so densely that sunlight barely pierced through, casting dappled shadows upon the ground veiled by strange drifting clouds. Surrender your weapons and shells. Hovering midair atop a 3-zhong bird, divine officer Shura seemed to have heard the most absurd jest imaginable. He gazed down upon the silver-haired man below, shouldering a massive iron hammer, with an air of supreme disdain. A mere ant from Qinghai. ignorant even of the divine realm's fundamental laws, dares utter such blasphemy here. Shura raised his blazing spear, its tip aimed unerringly at Gino's brow. Before the heart net every thought you conceive, every motion you make. I perceive them all with absolute clarity. Now, receive divine punishment. At the very instant those words left his lips, Shura's three-jong bird shrieked, a guttural, unnatural cry, and vomited forth a searing fireball. Spear and flame converged, hurtling downward like a meteor toward Gino. Too much talk. Gino spat out, the screw clamped between his teeth. A thunderous hiss erupted from the pneumatic valves along his right arm exoskeleton. He did not evade. Instead, with one hand, he swung the hydraulically powered warhammer, forged from a naval battleship's main cannon, straight into the path of the descending fireball and spear. Yet as Gino tensed his legs to surge forward, snap! Several utterly transparent filaments, stronger than tempered steel, suddenly tautened in midair, coiling with lethal precision around his ankles and mechanical right arm. Gino's forward lunge halted abruptly. His massive frame, overwhelmed by inertia, lost balance and crashed violently onto one knee. Oomph! What is this? Gino yanked hard, only to find the translucent threads astonishingly resilient. Even the monstrous strength of his exoskeleton failed for now to snap them. Foolish Qinghai native, welcome to the rope trial where survival odds stand at a mere 3%. Shura sneered, then twisted his body midair in an uncanny arc, elegantly retreating beyond Gino's stalled attack range. His scorching iron heat spear blazed with lethal intensity as it slashed toward Gino's exposed back. This forest teems with invisible cloud ropes. The moment you stepped foot here, you became nothing more than meat laid bare upon the butcher's block. The burning spear struck Gino's back with a deafening impact. Sparks exploded, and searing flames instantly engulfed his form. Got him! A cruel smirk curled Shura's lips as he prepared to withdraw his spear and seek his next target. Hey, fire-wielding birdman. From within the thick smoke, a low metallic voice resonated, deep and unyielding. Shura's smirk froze rigid upon his face. To his horror, his pride, the iron heat spear capable of piercing solid steel plates, was now lodged immovably, jammed fast. As the smoke cleared, Gino slowly turned his head. His coarse workman's vest had been reduced to ash, revealing beneath it a dark-hued, flawlessly unscarred starfall black steel armor plate, fused just days earlier onto his exoskeleton's back during his time on the deserted island. The very elite plating he'd casually cast himself. Is this what you call divine punishment? It doesn't even muster enough force to scratch an itch on my back. Crimson light flared fiercely in Gino's eyes. He paid no heed whatsoever to the invisible cloud ropes still binding him. Clank! With a violent roar, the exoskeleton's dorsal steam engine vented superheated, ultra-high-pressure vapor. Under that raw industrial fury, the supposedly indestructible cloud ropes shrieked in protest, one after another, before snapping apart. Get down here! Gino's free left hand shot forth like a deep-sea dragon seizing its prey, gripping the blazing shaft of Shura's spear. His waist coiled and unleashed, a titanic, irresistible torque, hurling both Shura and his three-jong bird crashing headlong into the cloud-replaced earth. Boom! They slammed into the soil with cataclysmic force, carving a vast crater. Shura coughed up a torrent of blood, his face contorted in sheer terror. His heart net had indeed foreseen the counterattack, but the sheer magnitude of Gino's strength was overwhelming. Even with perfect trajectory prediction, he could not stabilize himself midair. Shura scrambled to his feet and leapt onto a nearby branch. Gino moved faster. This mechanical savant strode forward without hesitation and planted his boot squarely atop the three-jong bird's skull. He ignored Shura entirely, his gaze locked instead upon the bird's beak, still spitting faint embers. I figured it out the moment I saw you. This dumb bird doesn't breathe fire at all. That shell hidden inside its mouth is doing all the work. Gino thrust forth his thick, heat-resistant gauntlet and wrenched the bird's sharp beak wide open, then brutally pried out a massive crimson shell radiating staggering thermal energy. Skyland's specialty, the flame shell. Ha ha ha. A true prize. Clutching his coveted trophy, Gino's eyes blazed with the feverish rapture of a mechanical obsessive. He kicked the unconscious three-jong bird aside, then plopped himself unceremoniously onto a fallen log, directly before Shura's stunned gaze. From his utility belt, he drew a wrench, a screwdriver, and a coil of specially engineered, heat-resistant metal straps. What are you doing? Perched on the branch, Shura stared, utterly dumbfounded. In the midst of mortal combat, this giant had simply sat down to perform field repairs. Blind. Obviously, I'm upgrading my weapon. Gino didn't look up. With practiced, brutal efficiency, he slotted the flame shell into the exhaust recess of his hydraulic warhammer's head. He secured it tightly with the metal straps, then recalibrated the exoskeleton's steam conduit routing, linking it directly to the shell's ignition mechanism. In under half a minute, a new weapon emerged, forged by Skyle and Black Tech, battle-modified on the spot. Madman, you underestimate divine officers at your peril. Enraged beyond reason by such utter contempt, Shura abandoned his spear and yanked the cloud rope control lever. From every direction, invisible cords snapped taut, converging like a celestial net, tightening with lethal intent around Gino seated upon the log. Haki of observation is useful. It lets you see my movements. Gino rose, gripping the reforged warhammer in one hand. Where once the warhammer's cold naval cannon head had rested, a deep, ominous crimson glow now pulsed, radiating terrifying heat from the embedded flame shell. He surveyed the converging cloud ropes and bared his teeth in a savage, exhilarated grin. But if the area I bring down is large enough to leave you nowhere to run, what good is your foresight? A deafening roar erupted from Gino's right arm exoskeleton, gears gnashed with furious speed. He seized the hammer's haft with both hands, hoisted it high above his head, and brought it down with full, unstoppable force upon the ground where Shura stood. Steam flame burst warhammer. Tum. At impact, pressurized steam surged within the mechanism, triggering the flame shell embedded in the hammerhead. An apocalyptic column of fire erupted, fused with the seismic shockwave of the hammer's earth-shattering descent, bursting outward in a fan-shaped inferno centered on Gino. Rumble. Along its path, the resilient, invisible cloud ropes, confronted by this dual assault of physical annihilation and extreme thermal devastation, vanished like spider silk meeting molten lava. The earth trembled. Flames clawed skyward. Within a radius of dozens of meters, ancient colossal trees were ripped from their roots, shattered into splinters, and charred into blackened husks. No, this cannot be. Lord Enel. Shura, caught at the epicenter of the blast, managed only a final desperate cry. His vaunted heartnet had predicted the strike's point, but the blast radius was simply too vast. There was no time to escape. Raging fire and concussive force consumed the celestial night whole. When smoke and flame finally receded, Shura lay motionless in a vast scorched crater, his body blackened, bones shattered, consciousness extinguished. One blow, man and trap alike obliterated. Huh. Gino straightened, exhaling a long, smoldering breath flecked with sparks. He glanced at the warhammer in his hand, its surface glowing faintly red-hot yet undamaged, and gave the armored plating a satisfied pat. These Skyle and shells truly are extraordinary treasures. If I could acquire more varieties, the firepower systems of the Eclipse class would undergo a quantum leap. Shouldering the warhammer, Gino stepped across the crater, treading deliberately over Shura's broken form, and continued onward deeper into the ancient forest. This so-called rope trial, boasting a mere 3% survival rate, proved utterly incapable of impeding the mechanical engineer's relentless pursuit of materials crushed beneath the weight of absolute industrial might. Meanwhile, in another sector of the Divine Island, Ruhr, a colossal Skyland wolf, collapsed lifeless. Leona flicked crimson droplets from her black steel bone-slicing blade, her vertical pupils narrowing coldly upon a purple marsh ahead, its surface bubbling with eerie, unnatural effervescence. At the marsh's center stood a man, aviator sunglasses perched atop his head, hair slicked back in a pompadour, rolling his eyes upward, biting his lower lip in a grotesque, silent pantomime. Divine officer of the marsh trial, Gadat's correct. Leona tightened her grip on both blades, sensing lethal danger woven invisibly into the air around her, and lifted one corner of her lips in a dangerous, predatory smile. Perfect. I've just finished butchering beasts. Now, let me teach you Skyle and Goosebrain what true dissection really means. Apato, the marsh trial zone. Gigantic ancient trees loomed overhead, their gnarled roots coiling across the ground, while a thick, earthy scent of decay hung heavily in the air. Purple-gray bubbles intermittently erupted from the swampy ground, exuding an aura of palpable danger. Leona gripped two cleavers, one black, one silver. Her sharp gaze locked onto the high and mighty priest ahead, his slicked-back hair gleaming under the dim light. Hey, idiot. How long do you plan to bite your lip and roll your eyes? With a flick of her dark, crimson, high ponytail, Leona scowled at his bizarre demeanor. If you're going to fight, get on with it. I've still got to hunt rarer ingredients deep in these mountains. At those words, Priest Gadat abruptly released his tightly clenched lower lip and gasped raggedly, as if rescued from the brink of suffocation. Huff, huff. I momentarily forgot the breathing technique. Adjusting his aviator sunglasses, Gaydaz's expression hardened into icy disdain as he pointed imperiously down at Leona. Ignorant Qinghai woman. Dare you speak so insolently to the high priest who oversees the marsh trial, a trial where only half survive. Before my heartnet, your death is already ordained. Before the final syllable faded, Gaydaz snapped his elbows sharply backward. Two peculiar conch shells hidden beneath his sleeves instantly blasted forth visible, high-pressure jets of air. Jet fist strike. Propelled by the terrifying thrust of the jet shells, Gaydaz's massive frame blurred into motion, crossing over 10 meters in an instant. His colossal fist screamed through the air, aimed unerringly at Leona's face. Incredible speed. Leona's pupils narrowed. Years of hunting colossal beasts had honed her instincts. Instinctively, she raised her black steel great cleaver, blocking it squarely across her chest. Clang! A deep, resonant impact echoed. The immense kinetic force from the jet shells slammed full force into the broad blade. Leona felt her arms jolt violently, the earth beneath her feet shattered, and she skidded backwards several meters, driven by sheer brute force. Power's passable, but this blunt linear assault couldn't even outwit a wild boar. Stabilizing her stance, Leona whipped her silver bone knife upward along the back of her black cleaver, like a viper striking, aiming precisely for Gaydaz's radial artery. Yet at the very instant the blade neared flesh, Gaydaz arched his torso backward in an unnaturally contorted twist, just evading the lethal slash. Futile. Landing smoothly from a midair somersault, Gaydaz sneered as he tapped his temple. Through my heartnet, every twitch of your muscle reports your next move before you make it. You Qinghai monkey won't even graze me. He spread his palms open. Within them coalesced a dense viscous cloud of purple-gray mist. Die, swamp cloud burger. With a violent swing, he hurled the cloud like a cannonball straight toward Leona. Leona sidestepped. No resistance, no hesitation. Plop! The swamp cloud struck a Sky Island giant wolf that had been stalking her from behind. The enormous beast didn't even have time to scream. The moment the cloud enveloped its head, it was as though its skull had sunk into ultra-dense cement. It thrashed wildly on the ground, then fell still, suffocated in seconds. A marsh cloud capable of sealing off all breathable air. Glancing at the lifeless wolf, Leona's eyes flickered with quiet understanding. One you dodge, what about 10? Gaydaz's jet shells roared again. Like a flea leaping through jungle canopy, he ricocheted off Trunks' shifting position with dizzying speed. Each rebound launched another lethal cloud, swirling, converging, filling the sky until no escape remained. TCH, buzzing around like a fly. Leona drew a slow, deep breath, tightening her grip on both blades. Rather than retreating, she closed her eyes. That strange heightened perception, first awakened under a Navy Commodore's finger gun, surfaced once more within her mind. She abandoned visual tracking of Gaydaz's blurring afterimages, and instead sank her awareness into the subtle tremors of the surrounding air. The tearing shriek of jet's hell exhaust, the oppressive weight of clouds slicing through wind, the malevolent killing intent radiating from Gaydaz himself. I see. Leona's fierce vertical pupils snapped open. She surged forward, not away but into the storm of falling clouds, darting through gaps with the lithe grace of a jungle leopard. Useless. Your every motion is already laid bare before me. From the blind spot behind a colossal trunk, Gaydaz launched himself downward, propelled by raw jet thrust, jet great fist. Did you see through me? Or did I just wait for you to rush in? A cold razor-thin smile curved Leona's lips. She charged, not back, but forward, her black steel cleaver descending with unstoppable momentum, meeting Gaydaz's fist heated. Bone-cleaving guillotine. The heavy black blade collided squarely with the iron fist powered by jet thrust. Yet this time Leona did not budge. At the instant of contact, she deftly redirected the full frontal impact, guiding the blade up along Gaydaz's arm in a frictional arc, sparking a brilliant trail of white fire. What a... Gaydaz recoiled in shock. His heartnet had predicted rigid resistance, yet this flawless deflection shattered his timing entirely. Your movements are too rigid. Leona closed the distance in a flash, now mere inches apart. Her silver bone knife flashed, cold, precise, surgical, as it slipped seamlessly between muscle and bone along Gaydaz's arm, carving inward with lethal finesse. Bone-stripping instant. Aoag. Blood erupted in a geyser. Gaydaz screamed, a raw, agonized wail, as tendons and muscle fibers parted cleanly beneath the silver edge. The jet's hell embedded in his elbow lost its anchoring grip and dropped with a soft plop into the mud. Deprived of his signature propulsion, Gaydaz's massive body lurched off balance midair, plummeting straight into the very swamp cloud he'd conjured moments before. Cough, cough, you wretched woman. He writhed, trying to claw free, but pain slowed his limbs to sluggish heaviness. Leona approached the edge of the cloud, twin blades dripping crimson, and looked down upon him with glacial contempt. Relying solely on external thrust, you've never grasped the true essence of muscular power. On my butcher's block, you're not even fit to be trimmings. With a swift wrist flick, she brought the flat of her black cleaver crashing down onto Gaeda's skull, knocking him unconscious instantly. Once certain he was insensible, Leona exhaled slowly, a long, steady release of tension. The captain had declared Apado ideal for establishing their new stronghold. Eventually such figures would fall under the Eclipse Pirates banner. For now she'd spare his life. She ran a hand over her sheathed blades, glanced at the scattered clouds, then turned and strode deeper into the jungle. Still, so-called priests like him proved disappointingly ordinary. Onward then, to see what else this place holds. Apado, the ancient ruins zone, entwined in colossal serpentine vines. Sunlight pierced crumbling stone pillars, illuminating scattered ancient gold coins and moss-covered vessels strewn across the earth. We're rich. Rich beyond belief. Gold everywhere. Karina's eyes sparkled as she hoisted a massive burlap sack, efficiently scooping up ingots with practiced ease. Perched lazily atop a nearby branch, Belly preened his feathers, until Karina's hands stilled mid-reach. She closed her eyes. Her mental intelligence network flared to life, delivering crisp, vivid sensory feedback. Less than 2 kilometers above her, reconnaissance seagulls beat frantic wings in retreat, broadcasting a bioelectric signal so vast it pressed like suffocating gravity. Belly, look there, Karina murmured softly. Belly tilted his head, blinked his tiny eyes, then whispered back, big bug. Huge, enormous. Crawling straight this way. Karina opened her eyes, pulled a simplified map of Apado from her leather satchel, and circled her current location with a bold red X. A cold-blooded leviathan, nearly 400 meters long. Even in the Grand Line, such scale qualifies it as apex tier. Calmly analyzing the data flooding her mind, Karina showed no trace of panic. Instead, she briskly zipped shut the half-filled sack and slung it over her shoulder. No wonder. This is the ancient Jaya Island 4 centuries past. Even snakes swell to mythic proportions here. Let the captain and Leona handle this beast. I'm here strictly for the gold. She glanced toward the distant treetops. Already the thunderous crunch of splintering timber drew rapidly nearer. Without pause, Karina pivoted and vanished into a labyrinthine subterranean passage beneath the ruins. Minutes later, when the Sky Sovereign, Nolan the colossal serpent, slithered overhead, the ruins held only half-ransacked coin trails and silence. The serpent flared its scarlet tongue in fury, lashing its tail in impotent rage, shattering stone pillars before gliding onward. Deep within the tunnels, Karina studied her map, cross-referencing aerial scouts and radar feeds to chart her next treasure-hunting route. Calm, deliberate, utterly unruffled. Arabasta, the southern jungle. Sabo pressed his hat low and strode steadily across the leaf-littered earth, a sleek alloy staff held firmly in hand. Unlike the perpetual clouds shrouding Angel Island, this solid grounding sensation beneath his feet confirmed Karina's hypothesis. The entire island was none other than Jaya, lifted skyward 4 centuries ago. A razor-sharp whistling cleaved the air, a surprise assault from behind and to the side. Without even turning his head, Sabo's Kinbunshiku Haki instantly locked onto the trajectory of the attack. His arm rose slightly, gripping the staff, as black obsidian-like Busashoka Haki surged over its length. In one precise backward parry, clang! A shrill metallic crash exploded through the hushed forest. A savage brute force impact traveled up the staff, so fierce that the earth beneath Sabo's feet shattered, instantly propelling him half a step forward in retreat. Sabo turned, meeting the gaze of his assailant. A young man stood there, lean and lethal as a panther. His bare torso bore wild, untamed tribal tattoos across his left shoulder and left eye. On his feet were custom-made skate shoes fitted with wind seashells, in his hands a rugged, heavy rocket launcher. Wiper, the strongest warrior of the Shandya people, the war ghost. Blue Sea Dweller. 19-year-old Wiper's eyes burned like those of a cornered feral wolf, locked unflinchingly onto Sabo. No shame for his failed ambush, only bone-deep hatred simmered in his voice. Whether you've come seeking treasure, or serving that tyrant Inal, you dare tread upon the sacred land of our ancestors. Then be prepared to leave your life here. Before the final syllable faded, high-pressure gusts erupted from Wiper's skate shoes. His body shot between towering trunks in a zigzag blur, leaving afterimages in his wake. At the instant he closed the distance, he leveled the heavy rocket launcher directly at Sabo's chest. Blazing cannon. A torrent of eerie cobalt blue flame roared from the barrel, engulfing Sabo's position in an inferno so intense it instantly reduced the surrounding ancient trees to blackened charcoal. Is he dead? Wiper landed lightly on a distant branch propelled by recoil and gazed coldly downward. A volatile gas amplified by wind-sea shells. Impressive destructive power. A calm voice emerged, clear and steady, from the heart of the cobalt fire. Wiper's pupils contracted sharply. Before him the inferno capable of melting steel twisted inward, like rivers converging upon a single sea, drawn irresistibly toward its center. There stood Sabo, unscathed, unmoved, while the azure flames coiled up his arms and vanished entirely into his body. Still, before true fire such manufactured toys remained pitifully frail. Sabo lifted his head, his sapphire eyes gleamed, not with malice but with fierce, unquenchable battle lust. His right arm burst into radiant tangerine flame, the very air around him surging past the blazing cannon's thermal limit. His body turned to fire. Wiper clenched his jaw, shock and fury warring in his eyes. This intangible, untouchable form defied all physics, evoking with chilling clarity the dread sovereign who had usurped the sacred island. A monster bearing powers like that accursed Enel. Wiper roared, yet the indomitable spirit of the Shandyo warrior held him rooted, unyielding, unbroken. In one swift motion, he drew a black shield from his waist and launched himself downward once more on his skate shoes. Even if your bodies are as untouchable as Enel's, what of it? Any enemy standing between us and the recovery of our homeland, I will slay them before your eyes. Like a maddened beast, Wiper abandoned long-range bombardment and charged into brutal life-or-death close combat. He wielded no haki, but years of relentless survival battles against Skyle and monsters had honed his instincts to preternatural sharpness. With astonishing agility granted by his skate shoes, he evaded Sabo's staff again and again, his short blade darting relentlessly for vital points. Clang, clang, clang. A rapid staccato of impacts echoed through the forest. Sabo blocked Wiper's near-suicidal onslaught, yet inwardly he marveled. This youth possessed an uncanny physical resilience and tenacity. With every collision, Sabo felt the unbreakable will burning deep within his bones. This was no mere quest for treasure or bloodshed. It was the gaze of a man bound by fate walking the edge of oblivion. Truly unyielding. Sabo swept his staff aside, knocking Wiper's blade wide. Then index and middle fingers extended, he coated them instantly in dense black Busashoka haki. But this ends now. He pushed off, his speed exploding beyond Wiper's visual perception. Like a hunting fire dragon, Sabo slipped seamlessly into Wiper's blind spot. His hay-creeved dragon claw snapped forward, aimed precisely at Wiper's shoulder. Dragon's claw. At the very instant Sabo's claw neared the point of crushing bone, Wiper's eyes flared, not with fear, but with fanatical resolve. He did not retreat. Instead, he lunged forward, tearing open a bandage on his left palm to reveal a pitch-black shell embedded with sea prism stone fragments. A forbidden weapon, rare even in the skies, the repulsion shell, capable of unleashing 10 times the force of a standard impact shell, yet inflicting catastrophic recoil damage upon its user. For the light of Shandora, Wiper bellowed and slammed the repulsion shell hard against Sabo's chest. At point-blank range, the two warriors collided in a cataclysmic exchange. Boom! A devastating shockwave erupted, accompanied by the sickening sound of tearing flesh as the blast detonated at the forest's heart. Dozens of colossal trees were ripped from their roots with splinters and soil swirling violently in the air. The dust slowly settled. Wiper lay crumpled on the ground, blood-soaked, his left arm grotesquely fractured at the elbow. His internal organs ravaged by the shell's vicious backlash, he coughed thick crimson blood, utterly incapacitated. And facing him, Sabo remained standing, still unwavering. His elegant tailcoat was torn wide open by the blast, a vivid bruise bloomed across his chest, and a thin trickle of blood stained his lips. At the last possible moment, Sabo's Kanbunchika haki had forewarned him. He'd reinforced his heart's meridians with ultra-dense Busashoka haki, absorbing the full pulverizing force of a tenfold impact. A style that discards life itself. Sabo wiped the blood from his mouth, gazing down at the fallen Wiper, respect flickering deep within his eyes. To one who despised oppression and yearned for freedom, Sabo understood, more deeply than anyone, the weight carried in Wiper's final strike. It was the resolve to defy a god enthroned above, to reclaim home, even if it meant mutual annihilation. Sabo planted his staff into the earth, and stepped forward, looming over Wiper. "Your bones are strong. Your eyes, stronger still." He spared Wiper's life, his voice quiet, yet resonant with immutable authority. "Since you hunger so fiercely to reclaim this land, then watch closely." Sabo turned his gaze, lifting toward the deepest reaches of Arabasta, to the colossal, sky-piercing vine. "Watch how our captain drags that so-called god, the thief of your homeland, down from his throne." Wiper lay in the dirt, vision swimming, staring up at that tall, deep blue silhouette. His fists clenched tightly into the soil, breathing ragged with defiance. Yet in that voice, he sensed something wholly new, a brazen, world-shaking confidence, powerful enough to overturn the very heavens. At the very summit of the colossal vine atop Skypia, within the mist-shrouded shrine of the gods, a man lies languidly upon an opulent couch, bare-chested with elongated earlobes and 4 massive taiko drums strapped across his back. He holds a crimson apple in his hand, biting into it with casual indifference. Yahaha! What an utterly unexpected turn of events. Enel chews slowly, his eyes, radiating supreme arrogance and profound boredom, narrowing slightly. Across this floating island, his divine judgment amplified by the Goro Goro, Nomi blankets all of Skypia without exception. Every breath drawn, every curse muttered, even the rhythm of each heartbeat. Nothing escapes his absolute auditory dominion. Within the past half-hour alone, he sensed with crystalline clarity the crushing defeats and subsequent unconsciousness of his 2 elite subordinates, Shura, overseer of the Trial of Ropes, and Gadatsa, master of the Trial of the Swamp. Even Wiper, that persistent fly-like warrior of the Shandya who had long darted restlessly through the ancient forest, now clings to life with a fading, ragged breath. A few insects crawling up from the blue sea have utterly ruined my game of survival. Enel rises, tossing the apple core contemptuously out of the shrine of the gods. He senses it clearly. 4 formidable presences, alien to this island, roam freely and unimpeded through the primordial forest below. They move like savage beasts breaking into a flock of sheep, shattering every law and order in their path, without restraint or reason. Bah! These useless priests were merely toys to pass the time after all. Enel straightens to his full height, crackling arcs of blinding blue lightning dance across his fingertips. A cruel, icy stillness settles upon his imperious face. Since these insects display such vitality, it falls to me, the omniscient, omnipotent god of this land, to bestow upon them a mere sliver of despair. He raises his right hand, index finger pointing upward toward the dense milky white sea clouds overhead. Violent high-voltage currents surge skyward from his fingertip, instantly triggering a cataclysmic charge reaction within the cloud layer. Feel the wrath of God, blue sea dwellers. Meanwhile, deep within Skypia's ancient ruins, Ace walks alone along a vast moss-covered stone path. Crumbled monolithic pillars and fallen stone statues surround him. Though eroded by 4 centuries of wind and rain, the grandeur of this lost metropolis still echoes unmistakably in its weathered majesty. He makes no haste to reunite with Sabo and the others. With Karina having already locked onto the gold's location via the bird radar, and Sabo and Gino having eliminated the so-called trial priests, his sole remaining objective is the one being on this island truly worthy of his strength, the god himself. Suddenly Ace halts. Without warning, the air thickens with an acrid, searing stench of ozone. Surrounding vegetation stiffens unnaturally upright. The very space hums with frenzied static particles. Slowly Ace lifts his gaze. Above the sun-dappled canopy, a black-as-ink thunderhead has coalesced, silent, sudden, and absolute. Within its depths, jagged bolts of sapphire lightning writhe and compress violently, casting the sky into flickering, feverish chiaroscuro. You found me. His expression remains calm, his deep black eyes fixed unflinchingly upon that storm, a tempest poised to shatter the entire island. There is no warning, no time to evade. Crack! A monstrous cylindrical lightning strike over 10 meters in diameter descends like the sword of Damocles hurled from heaven itself, its shrieking descent tearing at the eardrums as it hurls straight toward Ace's head. Divine judgment. Blinding light engulfs everything, converting the ancient ruins into a blinding, annihilating white void. Yet before this celestial fury, capable of reducing any mortal to utter despair, Ace merely lowers his shoulders slightly and clenches his right fist. A layer of haki as dark and profound as obsidian instantly sheathes his entire right arm, then surges forward not as static armor, but as a boiling, compressing tide of condensed force. Facing the descending pillar of annihilation, Ace drives his fist upward, clean, direct, and devastating. Ryusu break the void. Haki and lightning collide midair with brutal finality. with no devil fruit power aiding him. Only the purest, most refined mastery of Armament Haki. A vacuum barrier forms invisibly, yet unbreakably before his knuckles. The raging azure lightning strikes the flowing Haki, and emits a sharp, brittle sound like shattering glass. Then pierced through by Ace's overwhelming fist, the terrifying lightning column, over a dozen meters wide, is cleaved cleanly down its center. The bifurcated lightning lashes outward like two maddened serpents, grazing Ace's flanks before slamming into the surrounding ruins. Boom, 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 boom. The earth convulses violently. Dozens of ancient stone pillars, each requiring multiple men to encircle, vaporize instantly under the lightning's incandescent heat. Charred earth flies outward, thick smoke billows skyward. Seconds later, the blinding radiance fades. Ace stands unmoved. Beneath him, a fan-shaped crater of scorched devastation radiates outward from his feet. Yet not a single thread of his coat has been singed. He slowly retracts, his right fist wreathed in swirling black Haki, and casually shakes out his wrist. Though a faint prickling numbness lingers in his muscles from the lightning's shock, his robust vitality sweeps it away in an instant. Power is adequate. Speed is impressive, but there's still a tellable wind-up. Ace gazes upward at the dissipating storm clouds, his voice calm, yet resonant with a depth capable of shaking the entire island. He knows the self-proclaimed God watches all this now through his divine judgment. That feeble, half-hearted greeting. Spare me, Enel. Ace's gaze pierces through layers of jungle canopy, locking directly onto the impossibly tall, heaven-piercing vine in the distance, his tone edged with undisguised ruthlessness and sovereign pride. Come down from that decrepit shrine, now, or I'll ascend myself and tear down both your throne and that tree root and branch. At the apex of the sacred island within the shrine of the gods. Crack! The half-eaten apple slips from Enel's hand and shatters upon the floor. The perpetual smirk of arrogant amusement has vanished from his face, frozen instead in stark disbelief. For the first time, raw, uncomprehending shock flashes across his godlike eyes. Through his divine judgment, he felt it unmistakably. That unrestrained divine judgment did not erase the intruder. Not even a whisper of his life force wavered. Worse still, the Blue Sea Man had somehow shattered the lightning itself with a power Enel cannot fathom. A low-born creature unworthy even to tread upon the clouds. Enel's facial muscles twitch uncontrollably, blinding chaotic lightning erupts violently across his body. His jaw clenches, his divine pride violated beyond endurance obliterates all reason. Dare you threaten the almighty God? Enel snatches up the golden staff resting beside him. In an instant, his body transforms into a searing bolt of azure lightning, accompanied by deafening thunder, as he explodes through the shrine's ceiling and rockets toward Ace's location. Foolish, reckless insect. I will reduce you to nothing but ash. At the center of the ancient ruins, tightly entwined by gigantic vines, a pungent smell of ozone filled the air. The sunlight that once filtered through the treetops had long been completely obscured by heavy dark clouds. Ace halted in his tracks. His tall and sturdy frame stood upon the moss-covered stone path, the dark red cloak billowing in the increasingly turbulent air. He lifted his head, gazing at the top of the broken massive stone pillar ahead. Z. Z. Accompanied by a series of piercing electric sounds, the air above twisted violently. A brilliant blue lightning bolt crashed down from the dark clouds, striking the pillar with precision. The lightning did not dissipate, instead it intertwined and reformed as if it had a life of its own, transforming into a man with a bare upper body, extremely long earlobes, and carrying 4 large drums on his back. Enel sat cross-legged atop the stone pillar, casually biting into a bright red apple. Yaha! To make it through the dense forest and arrive here as a bug from Qinghai, you've indeed surprised me. While chewing on the apple, Enel gazed down at Ace with a pair of eyes filled with extreme arrogance. However, my heart network tells me that your subordinates knocked out 2 of my priests at the other end of the forest using some rather barbaric methods. Enel casually tossed the remaining apple core down where it struck the stone slab by Ace's feet. Though those guys were merely toys to pass the time, damaging a god's possessions will incur divine punishment. Ace glanced down at the apple core by his feet, then raised his gaze, looking at Enel above him as if he were a fool. God. Ace's mouth twitched involuntarily, his eyes revealing an unmistakable sense of absurdity and disbelief. He let out a scoff, his tone dripping with mockery. In Qinghai, those self-proclaimed creators known as celestial dragons still control the world's armies and resources. Yet you occupying a patch of soil that surged up from below centuries ago, lord over a group of starving Sky Islanders, truly believe yourself to be an omnipotent god. Upon hearing this, the mockery on Enel's face froze slightly. Qinghai person, you seem to have no idea what kind of existence you are facing. Enel slowly stood up, dangerous blue arcs of electricity dancing at his fingertips. On this island, I am omniscient and omnipotent. Every movement you make, every word of grievance, even the frequency of your heartbeat, is under the surveillance of my heart network. I wield the power of life and death over this sky. My strength is the absolute law. Heart network. Ace was thoroughly amused by this statement. He cleared his ears, ruthlessly shattering the opponent's illusion. Combining the observation haki with the fruit powers to amplify the signal for surveillance is indeed somewhat interesting. But to regard it as a symbol of omniscience and omnipotence, Ace looked at Enel as if he were a bumpkin. You are merely a frog at the bottom of a well, unaware of which way the door to the new world opens. Seeking death. Enel's eyes suddenly erupted with extreme rage. As the absolute deity ruling the Sky Islands for 6 years, he had never been looked down upon with such contempt. Divine retribution. Enel flipped his wrist violently, and a terrifying lightning pillar over several meters in diameter shot directly from his palm, instantly engulfing the area where Ace was standing. 200 million volts of high voltage could turn a small hill into dust in an instant. The blinding white light illuminated the surrounding ancient ruins while the raging currents wreaked havoc on the ground, creating a massive charred pit. Yaha! This is the price of angering a god. Turn to ashes before the thunder. Enel laughed arrogantly. However, as the smoke and lightning began to dissipate, Enel's laughter abruptly ceased. At the edge of the pit, Ace still stood there firmly. A layer of deep obsidian-like armament haki coated his right arm. That devastating lightning strike had been single-handedly blocked. The wild electricity flowed down the black armor and slid off to the sides, failing to harm his body in the slightest. You just said your power is the absolute law? Ace brushed off the residual sparks from his arm, the armament haki slowly receding. He looked up at Enel on the pillar, whose expression was one of shock, speaking in a casual tone. In the face of true haki, your over-reliance on elemental powers makes you utterly vulnerable. Impossible. How could a mere human body withstand the retribution of a god? Enel's pupils constricted sharply. His previously proud understanding was completely shattered. On this Sky Island, no matter how strong a warrior was encountering his lightning would cause them to instantly lose their resistance. What kind of sorcery had this Qinghai person used? Stop bluffing. Enel roared, his body instantly transforming into a dazzling bolt of lightning vanishing from the top of the several-meter high pillar. Decent speed. Ace's expression sharpened as he spread out his observation haki. To your right. Enel appeared at Ace's side like a ghost, wielding a long staff made of pure gold, which had instantly turned a fiery red and scorching hot under the influence of the lightning. Thunder metallurgy. The golden staff, imbued with terrifying heat and lightning power, viciously swung towards Ace's temple. Enel's heart network had instantly read Ace's next movement trajectory. With this strike, he had absolute certainty of hitting. But Ace did not evade in a conventional manner. Facing the incoming blazing golden staff, he simply raised his left arm, the black armament haki instantly enveloping it. Clang! The golden staff struck firmly against Ace's arm, exploding into a dazzling spark. That monstrous strength, capable of shattering an ordinary person's bones into dust, failed to even budge the black defense on Ace's arm. What the hell is this thing? Enel was taken aback and desperately attempted to pull back the golden staff. Too light. Ace gripped the scorching golden staff tightly with his opposite hand, letting the high-voltage electricity surge wildly across his palm. He clenched his right fist tightly, a solid flowing armament haki rapidly gathering at his fist's edge. Since you like to call yourself a god so much. Ace's eyes flashed with a hint of mocking battle intent, his right fist unleashed with a sonic boom that tore through the air, crashing fiercely into Enel's abdomen. Then let me see if the blood of a god is also red. You want? In this moment of life and death, Enel's battle instinct kicked in. He decisively released the golden staff, and his entire upper body transformed into a formless blue electric light, just as the fist was about to make contact. Boom. Ace's fist, capable of splitting mountains and shattering stones, powerfully penetrated Enel's elemental shadow, the furious punch, creating a terrifying vacuum zone hundreds of meters away in the forest. And several meters away, Enel's figure reformed from the lightning. He clutched his slightly aching abdomen. Although he had avoided the fatal frontal impact by elementalization, the terrifying shockwave from the punch still caused his insides to churn. So close that I was almost hit. Enel was drenched in cold sweat. He looked at Ace's fist wrapped in black energy and finally understood one thing, that black power not only could resist lightning, but could also grasp his elusive form. In Qinghai, there are countless people like me who have mastered Haki. Ace casually tossed the seized golden staff onto the ground, the heavy pure gold thudding against the stone slab. He turned around, taking large strides towards Enel. Your fruit is indeed one of the most powerful abilities on these seas. But you are like a giant infant wielding an unparalleled sword, not even knowing how to swing it. Ace ruthlessly stripped away Enel's lofty facade of divinity. Relying on observation Haki to evade, relying on elementalization to maintain distance. Once someone gets close, your martial arts and resistance capabilities are pitifully weak. Ace halted, his gaze filled with condescending scrutiny. Your so-called invincibility is merely because you have always shrunk away in this cloud layer where no one can use Haki. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Being so thoroughly mocked by a Qinghai person, Enel's pride and dignity were trampled like never before. Veins bulged on his face, and the drums on his back roared deafeningly. I am a god. Gods are invincible. Once again, the thunderclouds frantically gathered in the sky. Countless thick bolts of lightning danced around Enel's body like frenzied silver serpents. The air over the entire Apaya was emitting a painful wail under this extreme pressure. Qinghai bug. Since you are so confident, Enel slowly ascended into the air, a manic desire for destruction gleaming in his eyes. Then let's see if you can preserve your pathetic life under this thunderous wrath capable of erasing the entire island. Looking at Enel in midair, who seemed ready to unleash an apocalyptic disaster, Ace's eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, reasoning with a frog at the bottom of a well is futile. On Ace's fists, besides the pitch-black Haki, a cluster of incredibly bright regal crimson divine fire erupted violently. Only by completely shattering you can see the true form of this world. Above, Arabasta gales howled and thunderclouds churned violently. I am the invincible god. Insignificant insects from the blue turned to ash before me. Enel had fully succumbed to a frenzy of blind rage. Clutching his golden staff, he hammered furiously upon the thunder drum mounted on his back. With each deafening boom, 3 colossal bolts of primordial lightning erupted from the heavens, coalescing midair into roaring serpentine beasts forged of pure electricity. 60 million-volt thunder dragon. The immense azure dragon bared its fanged maw, radiating a searing heat capable of melting steel, and dove with cataclysmic force toward Ace below. Ace tilted his head upward, his obsidian eyes reflecting the blinding glare of the descending lightning beast. He did not retreat a single step. His right fist drew sharply backward. A torrent of surging vitality surged through his veins. Armament Haki instantly darkened his entire arm into an abyssal black. Then crimson gold divine flame erupted fiercely at his knuckles. Divine flame, breaker of stars. Ace launched his punch. A dense pillar of crimson gold fire surged upward, meeting the diving thunder dragon Hedon. There was no stalemate, no clash of equal forces. The fist's current, infused with advanced Reiwo, cleaved like an unbreakable blade, plunging straight through the dragon's gaping maw and violently tearing the raging lightning apart from within, scattering it into countless shimmering azure motes. Fragments of shattered lightning rained down like sparks upon the ruins surrounding Ace, but failed to impede his steady advance. Impossible. He shattered the thunder dragon with a single blow. Enel hovered in midair, his eye twitching violently. His pride, the very essence of his Logia mastery, had been reduced to brittle paper before this blue man who wielded no flashy ability whatsoever. Is this truly all you have to stand upon? Ace halted, lifting his gaze to Enel suspended above. Disappointment rang clear in his voice. If this is the full extent of your power, then your so-called godhood is utterly cheap. Silence. Silence. Do not look at me with that contemptuous gaze. Enel's pride had been trampled beyond precedent. His eyes flooded with blood, blinding arcs of lightning erupted across his body. Since ordinary lightning had failed, he would unleash absolute power, enough to obliterate the entire island, and erase both this blue man and this land from existence. Witness now the true form of a god. 200 million-volt raging deity. Enel roared skyward, unleashing the full voltage of his Goro Goro no Mi without restraint. An endless cascade of lightning enshrouded him. His form swelled rapidly within the radiant storm, until he towered as a colossal, solid-seeming giant sculpted entirely from azure lightning. The titanic raging deity loomed over the ruins of Arabasta. Crackling currents shrieked through the air, their grating discharges making teeth ache. Nearby trees ignited spontaneously, not even touching the lightning, under the sheer pressure of its overwhelming voltage. Die, lowly creature. As the raging deity, Enel bellowed, a sound like collapsing heavens, and brought down his massive lightning fists with apocalyptic fury upon Ace below. Gazing up at that sky-obscuring thunderfist, a spark of fierce excitement finally ignited in Ace's eyes. At last, you've deigned to show real strength. Ace drew a deep breath, awakening the ancient bloodline of his mythical Zoan heritage. Vroom. A column of crimson gold flame erupted skyward, dispelling the searing blue radiance around him. Two vast crimson gold wings unfurled explosively from his back. Fine overlapping scales swiftly sheathed his arms and long powerful legs. Half-bestial form, vermilion phoenix. With a thunderous stomp, Ace's feet shattered the stone beneath him into molten magma. He shot upward like a meteor defying gravity, straight toward the towering, raging deity. Ryuo, vermilion phoenix seal. Ace raised his right leg high. Armament Haki's obsidian black merging seamlessly with divine crimson gold flame, as he slashed downward with devastating force against the descending lightning fist. Two annihilating forces, one crimson, one azure, collided dead center in the sky. A deafening shockwave tore through the heavens, a visible ring of concussive force blasted outward, ripping a colossal void through the cumulonimbus clouds for kilometers in every direction. Enel had expected this strike to reduce his foe to ash, yet horror seized him as he realized his raging deity fist was frozen mid-ascent, locked immovably by that black-armored leg. That crimson gold flame did not falter under the lightning's onslaught. In fact, it radiated a tyrannical heat so intense it seemed to scorch the lightning itself. Got you. Ace stabilized midair, his flaming wings flared powerfully. In an instant, he shattered the sound barrier, becoming little more than a crimson afterimage, darting past the lightning fist and slipping flawlessly into the raging deity's blind spot at the chest. Too fast. Enel's Kinbunchiko Haki screamed urgent warnings. He clearly perceived Ace's next trajectory, and his brain screamed commands to evade. But perception did not guarantee escape. Before this demon god physique, refined to perfection by Seastone training and amplified by mythical Zoan power, Enel's physical reflexes lagged hopelessly behind his own precognitive awareness. Thud. Ace's hand clamped down like iron, seizing the core of the raging deity, Enel's true throat. Advanced Armament Haki activated instantly, locking Enel's physical form in place and forcibly suppressing his Logia intangibility. Your Kinbunchika Haki is indeed exceptional. Ace stared coldly into Enel's wide, terrified eyes, his voice calm and unyielding. Yet such feeble physical prowess is a disgrace to a devil fruit of this caliber. Ace clenched his right fist, compressed Armament Haki coiled tightly at his knuckles, screaming as it ripped through the air, then slammed with brutal finality into Enel's abdomen. Divine flame starfall. Boom. No earth-shaking explosion followed. Instead, every ounce of destructive force pierced inward at the moment of impact, channeled directly into Enel's body via Ryuo. Enel's eyes bulged grotesquely, a torrent of blood laced with shredded viscera exploded from his mouth. The colossal raging deity form shattered like fragile glass, disintegrating into a rain of fading electric sparks. Enel plummeted like a spent meteor, crashing vertically into the ancient ruins below, carving a massive crater upon impact. Dust billowed thickly. Ace beat his flaming wings, slowly descending gracefully to the crater's rim. His wings retracted, the gleaming scales receded, restoring his human form. Though scorched by high-voltage lightning, his wounds were already sealing rapidly, nourished by the passive regenerative aura of his divine flame. At the crater's depths, Enel lay broken among rubble, blood soaking his body, chest heaving violently. His godly dignity, once unassailable, had been pulverized in mere minutes of brutal combat by this man from the blue. He strained to rise, but agony racked his insides, rendering even the slightest movement impossible. What do you truly want? Enel fixed a gaze of raw humiliation and defiance upon Ace, standing at the rim. You won, so why spare me? Ace looked down impassively, offering no answer. Instead, he spoke with quiet finality. Infinite continent. At those 4 words, Enel jolted violently, eyes snapping wide open. How could you possibly know that place? That was his lifelong obsession, the sole purpose behind forcing his god squad to build the Ark pre-septum day and night. How could this man from the blue utter that name? I know far more than you can imagine. Ace stood at the crater's edge, blocking the sunlight overhead. You built that sky-sealing ark to reach the moon hanging in the heavens, to find your so-called divine sanctuary, correct? Enel gritted his teeth in silence, but his stunned expression betrayed everything. Hand over the blueprints and technical schematics of that arc, Ace stated bluntly. My ship's engineer is deeply intrigued by it. Under his supervision, construction and upgrades will proceed 100-fold faster than under your incompetent crew. You dream, Enel roared, the line he would never cross. The preceptum belongs to God alone. It is my sole passage to the infinite continent. Even if you kill me, I'll never surrender it to a low-born insect from the blue. Since you cling so desperately to that barren wasteland. Ace gazed at him, his eyes flickering with unfathomable depth, then dropped a proposition that froze Enel's mind entirely. When the arc is complete, I'll accompany you to the moon myself. Enel went utterly still. He forgot his pain entirely, staring disbelief etched across his face. To the moon. His voice trembled. This man from the blue not only knew of the infinite continent, he offered to go there with him. Indeed, Ace turned slightly, his gaze rising toward the faint lunar silhouette still visible in the daytime sky. Once you stand upon its surface, gazing upon nothing but frigid stone and crumbling ancient machinery, once you taste the crushing solitude of a world where not a single soul speaks to you, you'll understand just how hollow and absurd your lifelong pursuit of a divine sanctuary truly is. Ace tilted his head, his profound, penetrating gaze enveloping Enel like an invisible net. Make a pact with me, Enel. I will take you to verify your dream. In exchange, his voice resonated with sovereign authority, echoing the ambition to command all oceans. When you awaken from that tedious fantasy, you board my ship. You become the thunder of the eclipse. I will bring you to the blue, to witness the true breadth of this world. And I will show you how to crush every self-proclaimed god upon these seas, beneath your own feet. Lying in the crater, Enel stared at this man silhouetted against the sun, arrogant beyond measure. His shattered pride, his obsession with the infinite continent. In this instant, they were brutally fused by this man's audacity into a breathtaking, heart-pounding vision. Follow this monster to see the true apex of the sea. Enel closed his eyes, and a defiant, blood-streaked smirk curled across his lips. Yo-ho-ho-ho. If even the infinite continent lies within reach. This bargain, I the thunder god accept. Apaya at the edge of the ancient ruins' deep pit. Ainalu lay amidst the rubble, battered and bruised, yet his proud face bore a hint of defiance. He looked up at the black-haired youth before him, finally convinced that he who had ruled over this sky for 6 years had indeed kicked a piece of iron plate capable of overturning the world. Shala, a series of delicate footsteps echoed from the surrounding bushes. It seems the battle on your end has also come to a close, Captain. Sabo emerged first from the shadows of the forest. His meticulously tailored tailcoat had several large tears, still carrying the scent of gunpowder, yet his blue eyes shone with a sense of exhilarating satisfaction. Then the heavy rumble of machinery resonated. Gino carried a massive hydraulic hammer, striding over the broken remnants on the ground. His previously rough exoskeleton was now conspicuously adorned with several pieces of Sky Island shells seized from the priest, emanating an industrial aura that warned others to stay away. Leona followed closely behind, wielding 2 bloodied, bone-cutting blades. Far from being dispirited by injuries, her vertical pupils sparkled with the extreme excitement of having just finished a hunt. Lastly appeared a sweating Buggy and Karina, who was leisurely seated on his shoulder, holding a nautical chart. The parrot Bailey circled above them, diligently acting as a radar. To clarify, Buggy was summoned by Ace through Karina's fruit ability. Everyone's here. Ace turned around, looking at this increasingly formidable group of companions, and a bright smile spread across his face. It seems those so-called priests and trials didn't give you any real trouble. TCH, just a bunch of bumpkins overly reliant on gadgets. Gino scoffed, his gaze casually sweeping over Ainalu lying at the bottom of the pit. When he sensed the lingering electric aura on Ainila's body, his eyes suddenly lit up. Is this the self-proclaimed god of thunder? Gino leaned over the pit's edge, staring at Ainalu, as if appraising a legendary weapon, rubbing his hands together. Captain, is this the guy who built that arc capable of flying to the moon? Where are the blueprints? My wrench is itching to get to work. Ainalu looked at the fervent, mechanical, white-haired man, his eyes twitching slightly. These Qinghai people were indeed a bunch of unreasonable madmen. There's no rush with the arc. During our downtime on the Sky Island, we have plenty of time for you to gradually dismantle and study it. Ace patted Genos' broad shoulder, then turned his gaze toward Karina. Karina, have we found all the gold on this island? Mentioning gold, not only did Karina perk up, but even Buggy, who had been panting beside her, instantly became animated, his little eyes turning into the golden shape of berries. I pinpointed it a long time ago, and I even found the golden bell. Karina closed the nautical chart, pointing towards the gigantic vine at the center of Apaya, which soared into the clouds. Giant Jack. According to the bird's-eye view shared by Bailey when Gaia Island was thrust into the sky, 400 years ago the core of the legendary golden city Zangula was directly pushed up into the highest clouds by this massive vine. There lies a colossal bell crafted entirely of pure gold. The golden bell. Buggy trembled with excitement, nearly drooling. Captain Roger didn't take it when he had the chance, and now I can finally seize it openly. Made of pure gold. Sabo gazed up at the towering vine, memories of the valiant Shandian warrior Wiper who fought to reclaim his homeland even at the cost of his life, flashing through his mind. So that's the Zyangula's light the Shandians have been searching for generations. Ace stood still, listening to his companion's exclamations, a trace of deep yearning flickering in his eyes. In the Magic Valley town of Qinghai, a man named Kulik risks his life every day, diving into the deep sea to prove that his ancestors were not liars. Meanwhile, on the Sky Island, the Shandians have been battling the Sky Islanders for 400 years to ring the bell and tell their ancestors that they still exist. A single bell carries 400 years of lies, war, romance, and a man's promise. Buggy, Gino, bring this guy with us. Ace slightly raised his chin, signaling them to carry the severely injured Ainalu. He turned around, his tall and upright figure facing the massive vine that resembled a tower reaching the heavens, taking the lead with a determined stride. Let's go, boys. Ace's voice was filled with power, carrying a calling that ignited everyone's blood. To the sky, to see that piece of gold that has driven countless people mad for 400 years. Under Ace's leadership, the Eclipse Pirates set off on their journey to climb the giant vine. For these beings with physical capabilities far beyond ordinary humans, scaling this rough vine posed no challenge. Sabo and Ace forged ahead, while Gino, using his mechanical exoskeletons, thrust steadily, leaped upward, carrying Ainalu under his arm, traversing layer upon layer of thick white sea clouds. After an unknown period of climbing upward, the view above finally became clear. We've arrived. Karina was the first to flip over onto the cloud platform at the top. When she saw the scene before her, she instantly froze in place, her breath caught. Sunlight pierced through the thin clouds high above, pouring down without reservation. At the very top of the vine, an ancient bell tower, so magnificent it defied description, stood quietly atop the pure white sea of clouds. Tall columns, intricate carvings, a massive base. Everything was cast from pure gold, completely untainted. Under the baptism of time, it had not lost its luster. Rather, at this altitude of 10,000 meters, it radiated an awe-inspiring sanctity and brilliance. And at the very top of the bell tower hung the legendary golden bell, said to echo across the sky. This is the truth of the Golden Land. Buggy's legs went weak as he knelt on the cloud layer, tears streaming down like a waterfall. It's so beautiful, oh, it never gets old no matter how many times I see it. Even Leona, who was used to life and death and prey, put down her bone-cutting blades at that moment, gazing up in shock at this crystallization of human civilization. Ace walked to the bell's base. His tall stature seemed extremely small before this grand historical relic, yet the aura of a king that enveloped him resonated in a peculiar way with the ancient bell that had remained silent for 400 years. He did not look at the golden base worth several nations. His gaze was locked solely on the massive bell above. It must have been lonely up here for 400 years, being thrust into the sky. Ace murmured softly. He slowly clenched his right fist. Without the activation of any fruit abilities or the covering of armed color haki, he gathered all the muscle power in his body into this one punch. That diver uncle from Magic Valley Town and those warriors fighting desperately in the forest for their homeland. Ace took a deep breath, his legs pushing hard against the cloud layer as his robust form shot upwards like a meteor, flying against the current straight for the top of the bell tower. Today I will put an end to this 400-year-old lie. Ace twisted his waist in midair, his explosive right arm drawn back like a bow stretched taut. Facing the massive golden bell, he unleashed a punch with unreserved vigor and enthusiasm. Dong! A grand distant bell toll seemingly transcending the flow of time erupted at that moment. This sound was so clear, yet contained an unimaginable penetrating power. It transformed into a visible golden sound wave, instantly dispersing all the clouds above the bell tower. Then the bell's sound, as if it had substance, pierced through the white sea and the heavy layers of clouds, carrying 400 years of longing and proof toward the vast Qinghai below. Ace landed steadily on the golden base of the bell tower. Listening to the grand echo that spanned 400 years, a rare softness and sentiment flickered in his eyes. In the memories of his past life, those purest and most extreme romantic legends about this sea now resonated and echoed vividly beneath his fist. There were no false fairy tales, only bonds that transcended life and death and a man's promise. To be able to live again, to personally cross the boundaries of time and space, and stand here to witness and unveil this miracle belonging to the age of exploration. This sea truly is irresistible. Ace faced the long winds at 10,000 meters, listening to the bell sound that spread across the sky, a genuine, exhilarating smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Dong. It was a monumental chime that words could not describe. Clear, distant, and imbued with a sense of sacredness that washed away all pretenses. The sound wave transformed into visible golden ripples emanating from the bell tower atop the enormous vine, effortlessly penetrating the thick layers of white sea clouds spreading majestically in all directions. In the ruins of Appiato, deep within the southern forest, Waipo lay blood-soaked in the mud, his arm broken from excessive use of the blast shell hung limply at his side. He was on the verge of losing consciousness when at the moment he heard the bell sound his eyes flew open wide. In his eyes, fierce as a lone wolf, tears began to flow uncontrollably, silently sliding down his face, stained with gunpowder and dirt. It rang. The lights of Xiangdula are truly lit. Waipa gritted his teeth, emitting a whimper from his throat like an injured beast. For 100 years, since their homeland Jaya Island was recklessly swept thousands of meters into the sky by the surging sea currents, the people of Xiangdia have endured a 4-century-long tale of blood and tears. They were driven out by the people of the Sky Island and enslaved by the so-called gods as generation after generation of warriors bled out in the forest that once belonged to them, even sacrificing their lives. They fought with such fervor not only to reclaim their homeland, but also to fulfill the unbreakable romantic pact between their great ancestor, the great warrior Karlgra, and the adventurer Montblanc Nolan from Qinghai. We are in the sky, we are here. Nolan. Waipa grasped a handful of soil from his homeland, sobbing uncontrollably. The fate, hatred, and burdens of 400 years were utterly shattered at the moment this tall young man with black hair struck the golden bell. The man in the tailcoat who had defeated him with a single move did not deceive him. Their captain truly pulled the god down from his throne and accomplished what the Xiangdia people had sought to do for generations, even at the cost of their lives. At the same time, on the sandy beaches of Angel Island, the former deity Gonfuer, clad in knight's armor, looked up astonished at the clouds above the island of the gods that had been completely dispersed by the bell's sound. Listen, Pierre. Gonfuer's wrinkled old face bore an unprecedented sense of relief and ease. That is the sound of the bell announcing the end of war. Enel's terrifying rule has ended, and the bloodshed and hatred between the Sky Island people and the Xiangdia people will finally reach a conclusion today. Not only in the sky. This grand bell sound penetrated the thick sunless clouds like a gospel descending from the heavens all the way down to Qinghai, 10,000 meters below. In Magic Valley Town, in front of a half-castle on the east coast. Big Liar Nolan, Big Liar Nolan. A group of pirates surrounded the shore, loudly mocking the diamond-faced man who fished for gold pieces every day. Montblanc Hurek sat bare-chested on a wooden crate, drenched with a cigarette soaked by seawater pinched between his fingers. He had long become numb to such pointless ridicule, but the fire in his heart wanting to prove his ancestors' innocence had never extinguished. Just then, dong! A melodious, ethereal, colossal bell sound, as if resonating from the depths of the soul, descended unexpectedly from the deepest layers of the clouds. The mocking pirates fell silent in an instant, all looking up in terror at the oppressive clouds above. What is that sound? Is it coming from the sky? Could it be that there really are islands in the skies? Hurek's hand holding the cigarette trembled violently, causing the cigarette but to fall onto the beach. He stood up in disbelief, staring blankly at the sky that had long been unseen. The sound of the bell was so clear, so shocking, as if an old friend crossing 400 years of time and space was loudly announcing something extremely important to him. Nolan did not lie. 2 streams of hot tears instantly washed over Hurek's weathered diamond face. He suddenly knelt down on the beach, his fists pounding fiercely into the soft sand, and let out a heart-wrenching roar towards the sky. The land of gold is really up in the sky. The man, burdened with the label of descendant of a liar who had gambled his life in the deep sea for countless days and nights, finally found complete redemption at this moment. In his mind, the image of the black-haired youth who carried a large sword and had an imposing presence unexpectedly surfaced. I will personally go to the sky and prove the truth of that legend to you. Hurek laughed and cried. That brat actually did it. Is this the utmost romance on this sea? The scene shifted back to the enormous vine's apex in Appiato, as the sound of the bell gradually subsided amidst the sea of clouds. Whoa, so touching. Beside the base of the golden bell, Buggy lay on the solid gold columns, crying with snot and tears, even exaggeratingly wiping his nose with his sleeve. Karina stepped back 2 steps in disdain. Are you crying for the history of the Xiangdia people? Crying for what? I'm crying because this pile of gold finally belongs to me. Buggy suddenly looked up, his small eyes sparkling with a greedy glint. He skillfully stroked the ancient patterns on the gold base, his tone filled with complex nostalgia and resentment. Back in the day, I followed Captain Roger to this sky island and finally found this golden bell. And what happened? That idiot captain was only interested in some broken historical text beneath the bell and even had Kazuki Odin carve a bunch of obscure symbols on it. After he finished carving, he actually just patted his butt and left. Not a single piece of gold was given to me. The more Buggy spoke, the angrier he became, pointing at the golden bell and cursing 400 years of historical gold. Do you have any idea how much it hurt me when I left the Sky Island back then? That idiot Captain Roger didn't understand that the essence of being a pirate is to seize treasure. Hearing Buggy's complaints, Sabo adjusted his top hat, unable to help but chuckle. Karina, however, keenly grasped the key information and immediately moved to the bottom of the bell base and indeed found a massive, sturdy, ancient stone tablet covered in ancient characters that ordinary people could not comprehend. And on the edge of the stone tablet, there was indeed a message carved in ancient script. Ace recalled from memory that it read, I have come to this place to guide this text to its final destination. Stop complaining about the past, Buggy. Ace laughed cheerfully. He walked over to Buggy and with a grand gesture slapped his large, thick hand on the golden base, producing a dull metallic sound. Back then, the Roger Pirates had no interest in gold, but the Sun Pirates are not here to do charity. Ace's gaze swept over the magnificent golden relics, his tone filled with an absolute dominance that suggested he would claim all the world's treasures. Karina assessed the total weight of the gold here. I've already estimated it, Captain. Karina held a small abacus in her hand, her purple eyes sparkling with unprecedented shrewdness and excitement, excluding the golden main bell that symbolizes the faith of the Xiangdia people and the base inscribed with historical text. We can take all the pure gold colonnades, golden altars, and the scattered gold artifacts in the Appiato ruins. Karina took a deep breath and reported a number that would make any Yonko pirate crew envious. Conservatively estimated, the total value exceeds 300 billion berries. 300 billion. Gino nearly slipped and fell from 10,000 meters high upon hearing that figure. This mechanical man gulped, gazing at the gold all around, his mind already racing with wild ideas on how to upgrade the weapon system of the sun. Excellent. Ace stood beneath the rung golden bell, facing the pure sunlight from above. Next, I will take the golden bell down. Then it will be our turn to take control of the Sky Island. At the summit of a colossal vine, a gentle breeze swept across the sea of clouds, dispelling the gloom that had shrouded the ruins of Shandora for 4 centuries. You all go down first. Ace stood beneath the immense golden bell, so vast it resembled a small mountain, and gazed upward at this weighty relic of history. Turning to his crew, he issued his command. The mess below still needs cleaning up. I'll carry this bell down myself. Sabo and the others nodded in silent understanding. They knew full well the sheer mass of this pure gold monolith. Only their captain's preternatural strength and his mythical Zoan-type devil fruit form could lift it intact. The crew swiftly descended along the thick boughs of the vine. Once his comrades' silhouettes vanished into the cloud layer, Ace drew a deep, steady breath. He closed his eyes. Within him, his vital energy surged like molten fire erupting from a furnace. Then came a piercing, primordial cry, soaring beyond the heavens, as blinding crimson gold flames instantly consumed his tall, imposing figure. The surrounding air warped violently under extreme heat. Even the pristine white clouds glowed fiery red like dusk settling over the horizon. Zoan-type devil fruit Tori Nomi model Suzaku, mythical Zoan. Full beast form. Flames bloomed like sacred lotuses. A mythic avian titan, vast enough to blot out the sky, materialized above the clouds. Its feathers shimmered with molten crimson gold radiance, its long resplendent tail feathers billowed fiercely in the gale. An eternal phoenix flame, rebirth incarnate, swirled around its form. Yet to prevent the gold from melting, Ace exerted exquisite control, suppressing the outward radiation of heat from his body. The great Suzaku extended its powerful razor-sharp talons and gripped the massive base of the golden bell with unshakable certainty. With a thunderous beat of its mighty wings, gales ripped apart the surrounding clouds. This legendary celestial bird bearing the mountainous golden bell plunged from the heavens toward the sacred island of Skypiea, diving with unstoppable force. Meanwhile, on an open clearing in the southern forest of Skypiea, smoke still hung in the air and the earth lay scarred and broken. Whitebeard chieftain and greatest warrior of the Shandia stood side by side with Gonfall, the former god of Angel Island, each flanked by wounded followers, their expressions deeply conflicted. That resonant chime echoing across the sky moments earlier had declared the end of a war that had raged for 4 centuries. That self-proclaimed god Enel, whose terrifying lightning had loomed over them for 3 years, had been shattered not by divine decree, but by raw, unrelenting force wielded by a young man with jet black hair. But what now? No one knew. Had this man who drove away a wolf merely stepped forward as a far more fearsome tiger? What fate awaited this island? Look, up there. A Shandia warrior tending his wounds suddenly pointed skyward, his voice trembling with awe. All heads snapped upward. There upon the azure horizon, a blazing crimson-gold fireball tore through the clouds, descending with a pressure so immense it seemed to rend the heavens themselves. What is that monstrous being? Gonfall stared, eyes wide with shock. His mount Pierre trembled uncontrollably, then collapsed paralyzed with fear. As the fireball drew nearer, they finally discerned its shape. A majestic crimson-gold divine bird, radiating boundless authority, its talons cradling the very golden bell they had yearned for across 400 years. The light of Shandora. Whitebeard gazed transfixed at the ancient bell gleaming brilliantly in the sunlight. His eyes welled with tears, so overwhelmed he didn't even notice his weapon clattering to the ground. Boom! A hurricane-force blast scattered mist and fallen leaves across the forest. The divine bird landed gracefully at the center of the clearing, setting the golden bell down upon the soil, unscathed, untouched. In a flash of flame, the titanic avian form receded, contracting seamlessly back into Ace's human form, tall, unwavering, profound as an abyss. Gazing upon the golden bell etched with ancient patterns, this sacred artifact steeped in the blood and vows of countless ancestors, the Shandia chieftain and warriors could no longer contain their emotions. One by one they knelt into the soil, weeping without restraint. For centuries of obsession had at last descended upon them, not in ruin but in mythic splendor. Ace did not interrupt their grief. He turned his gaze calm and fathomless, sweeping across the 2 distinct groups before him, once bitter enemies locked in mortal combat. Enel has been defeated. His voice, steady and resonant, rolled across the open field, silencing every sob in its wake. This bell belongs to the ancestors of the Shandia people. Now I have brought it down for you. I have brought it down for you. Whitebeard dragged his injured arm forward and took a single heavy step. This iron-willed warrior, who feared death itself, now dropped to one knee before Ace's heart and will surrendered without reservation. The light of Shandora burns anew. You have fulfilled our 400-year vow. Whitebeard's voice was hoarse yet unbreakable in its resolve. This debt the Shandia people will repay, even if it costs us our lives, our bones, our very souls. Gonfall removed his helmet and bowed, deeply reverence coloring every syllable. We thank you, sir, for delivering Skypiea from the tyranny of a despot. You have saved countless lives among the Sky people. Watching them bow in submission, Ace's expression betrayed no discomfort, only quiet certainty. It was only fitting. He demanded absolute rule and absolute order. I rang the bell merely to honor a promise. Now that all present troubles are resolved, the laws of this island begin anew, with me as their author. Ace raised his hand, pointing firmly at the vast expanse beneath his feet, his tone thick with unassailable authority. This land is vast enough. From this day forth the Shandia and the Sky people shall share Skypiea equally. You may dwell together here, cultivate fields, mine resources, build lives side by side. The bloodshed and hatred that festered for 4 centuries ends here. Today on this soil it is erased, completely and irrevocably. At these words murmurs rippled through the crowd. But a young Shandia warrior lifted his head, eyes still burning with old resentment. They stole our homeland and cast us to the edge of the clouds. How can we, eh? There is no but. Ace's gaze swept over the youth in a single incisive glance. No gesture was needed. From those deep black eyes flashed a cold, sovereign intensity, freezing the warrior where he stood, as though an invisible hand had seized his throat and choked his words back into silence. Whitebeard whirled, shooting the youth a fierce warning glare, halting any further defiance with a look alone. On my territory old grudges are buried, today right here in this earth. Ace's voice rose, sonorous as temple bells, commanding the entire field. Should anyone dare reignite war over this soil, I will personally erase both them and this island from the skies at 10,000 meters. Absolute power conferred absolute authority. Before this man who could conjure annihilation or miracles with a thought, whether the defiant Shandya or the once-proud sky people, all swallowed hard, falling utterly silent. Of course, I am no philanthropist. Seeing their complete submission, Ace shifted tone, his voice now laced with imperial arrogance and unbridled confidence. In exchange for shielding you from outside threats, this island is henceforth the exclusive stronghold of the Eclipse Pirates. Raise my flag atop the highest peak of this island. So long as that banner flies, any pirate from the blue seas, or any foolhardy usurper, daring to touch even a single blade of grass here will be declaring war, not on Skypea, but on Portgas D. Ace himself. Ace strode forward, stopping before Wiper, and placed a broad, firm hand upon the warrior's shoulder. Your duty is clear: build and fortify this island. Supply the Eclipse Pirates with endless logistics and loyal recruits. Looking down upon him, Ace asked, voice edged with challenge. Well then, Shandya warrior, will you accept this charge? Will you guard this sky for me? Wiper felt the immense weight of that hand, and looked upon this man ruthless yet unbearably honorable. His blood roared like a storm. He sprang upright, slamming his sole remaining good arm against his chest, a salute forged in devotion. As you command, Captain. His roar echoed across the heavens. The spears of the Shandya shall guard this sky, forever. Gonfall watched Wiper beside him, and smiled a quiet, relieved smile, before offering Ace a solemn knight's bow. Without spilling a drop of blood, he had imposed peace upon a 4-century-old vendetta. On this sun-drenched afternoon, high above the world at 10,000 meters, the Eclipse Pirates did not merely seize wealth and technology. They forged at last their own celestial empire. Having established unchallenged dominion, Ace wasted no time lingering. He turned and strode toward the forest's far edge, where another man who called himself a god awaited his judgment. At the edge of the forest, a gentle breeze swept over the remnants of an ancient ruin. Sabo was seated on a broken log, holding a chain made of sea stone he had somehow acquired. At the other end of the chain, Enel, bruised and battered, leaned despondently against a tree trunk. Without the enhancement of the rumble fruit's powers, he appeared remarkably weak under the suppression of sea stone. Seeing Ace striding towards him, Enel clenched his teeth tightly, letting out a cold snort from his nostrils. If you want to kill me, then do it, Bug from the blue sea. Enel turned his gaze away. His voice, though weak, still struggled to maintain the pride that belonged to a god. He could accept defeat, but he absolutely could not accept pity. Ace halted before him, looking down upon the once mighty god of thunder. He offered no mockery, nor did he make a move. A cluster of warm, golden, divine fire unexpectedly ignited in Ace's palm. With a casual wave, the flame, like soft feathers, settled upon Enel's scarred chest. The relentless force of rebirth instantly seeped into his body. Seastone could suppress the powers of a devil fruit, but it could not prevent divine fire from physically healing him from the outside. Enel's eyes widened in shock. He distinctly felt his broken ribs and shattered organs rapidly healing under the enveloping flames. The agonizing pain ebbed away like a receding tide, replaced by an unceasing surge of vitality. Why are you? Enel leaned against the tree, staring at Ace with disbelief. Your fruit abilities are quite impressive, but your body is far too weak. Ace mercilessly pierced his sore spot. In a real battlefield, if you encounter a master-wielding Armament Haki, your prideful lightning won't protect your physical form at all. Do you want to learn a way to arm yourself, a fighting style that can even directly infuse power into your enemies? Enel's attacks and observation Haki were actually formidable due to his excellent fruit development. Oda had mentioned that Enel had a bounty of 500 million while in the Blue Sea. However, his biggest problem was his frailty, with even CP9 agents having better defenses than him. This may be because after consuming the rumble fruit, no one could touch him, leading to his excessive relaxation and neglect of physical training. Enel was taken aback. Armament Haki, that black power capable of shattering lightning with bare hands and leaving his divine body utterly defenseless. You want to teach me? Enel clenched his fists, his gaze complex as he stared at Ace. He had completely lost his temper against his opponent's strength in this battle. Yet his ingrained obsession still made him unwilling to bow to a Blue Sea person. Do you think I healed you so you could stay here in this cloud and retire? Ace looked at him, his tone carrying an air of inherent authority. Train with my crew. However, don't think I will easily take you out to sea. I couldn't care less about your Blue Sea world. Enel, although regaining some strength, found himself immobile, due to the sea stone's restraint. He raised his neck defiantly and shouted, "I am a god. The only place I seek is the infinite land. Once my ark is built, I will leave this boring place to find my true home." Suit yourself. Ace not only showed no anger, but instead revealed a confident smile that seemed to see through everything. "Before I take you to that desolate land, you'd better master Armament Haki. If you remain too weak, it'll only laugh at you." "Sabo, unlock him," Ace casually commanded, disregarding Enel. Sabo smiled slightly, stepping forward to click as he unlocked the seastone handcuffs. Freed, Enel rubbed his reddened wrists, feeling the lightning power surging back within him. He cast a deep glance at Ace's broad back. Ace, fully aware that Enel had regained his powers, showed no intention of being defensive. This ingrained indifferent confidence made Enel abandon any thoughts of resistance. "Since even the infinite land knows. Following you, this madman doesn't seem too bad." Enel coldly snorted in his heart, silently tightening his grip on the golden staff as he followed in Ace's footsteps. Half an hour later, deep within Apaya, in a hidden and vast ancient cavern, a giant warship with only a basic wooden hull lay docked. Surrounding it were massive gears made of pure gold and extremely intricate conductive parts. This was the ark Enel had forced the god crew to secretly construct, the Proverb. At this moment, Gino stood by a large wooden table carrying a toolbox. The table was covered with thick nautical design blueprints along with a model of a core device that utilized gold conductivity to convert lightning into mechanical energy. This heavy-armored fanatic from Scrap Street had eyes that sparkled with uncontainable fervor beneath his goggles, even his breathing becoming heavy. A genius concept. Using lightning as a driving energy source, this power supply system is simply decades ahead of the Blue Sea. Gino excitedly flipped through the blueprints, slamming his rough hand on the table before turning to Ace behind him. "Captain, if we combine this electrical conversion technology with our high-pressure steam boiler, the Sun Eater won't just fly, it will have unlimited hover power. I want to tear this broken ship apart and transfer its core technology to the Sun Eater." Enel, who had followed behind, felt a vein pop on his forehead upon hearing his ark referred to as a broken ship. However, seeing Gino's fervor resembling a mechanical madman ready to wield a hydraulic hammer against the ship, he swallowed back his retort. The current cabin space of the Sun Eater can't withstand a complete overhaul. Ace stepped forward, examining the complex blueprints and proposing a more long-term strategic plan. "Gino, hold off on the complete upgrade for now. In the next 3 months, just use this gold along with Enel's technology to install a stable flight system on the Sun Eater. As long as it can fly steadily into the sky, it doesn't matter if the interior is a bit crude." Gino was taken aback, scratching his silver-gray hair. "Just to fly? What about the weapon system's defensive armor and cabin expansions? There are plenty of good things in these blueprints. It would be a waste not to install them. Those things can wait until we reach the moon." Ace's gaze held a deep, timeless quality as he spoke slowly. On the moon, ancient mechanical civilizations and extremely advanced automation technology lie dormant. Once we get there, you will thoroughly comprehend the technology on the moon. At that time, we can use those true black technologies to give the Sun Eater a complete and transformative upgrade. There are actually ancient mechanical civilizations on the moon. Gino gasped upon hearing this excitement flooding him as he laughed joyously towards the sky. "Great. Then it's settled. 3 months. Give me 3 months, and I guarantee the Sun Eater will fly steadily onto that big rock." "Very well." Ace stood in the massive underground dock, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. After a brief rest, the members of the Sun Eater Pirates had gathered. Leona was sharpening her twin swords, Karina was counting the newly acquired gold and ancient coins, Sabo and Buggy were stretching their limbs, while the recently allied Enel observed this entirely new team with a complex expression, holding his golden staff. While being pursued by a Navy Commodore, they had already realized their inadequate strength. Before advancing into the new world, the team indeed needed a period of dormancy to digest these top-tier combat resources and technologies. In the next 3 months, everyone will stay here to rest. Ace's voice resonated steadily within the cavern, establishing the tone for the Sun Eater Pirates' near future. Gino will be in charge of ship modifications, and Sabo will assist with the crew. Karina, use the advantage of altitude and your bird nets to spread out the listening waves towards the Blue Sea. As for you all, you will undergo 3 months of extreme self-destructive training at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Shinji, dow the cloud beach at the edge of Apiaduo. A breeze swept across the pristine sea of clouds. Kalina sat at a broad wooden table, before her a meticulously detailed chart of the first half of the Vita Honglu spread across the surface. At her side lay hundreds of ancient coins that had been specially treated. Bailey, send the third squad seagulls along Jaya Daos coastal lanes and drop these coins precisely into the recessed corners of passing merchant ships' decks. Kalina held a red marker and made annotations on the chart. Received. Call. Drop. Fortune. The macaw Bailey crowed, proudly beating its wings and launching into the air. It emitted a sharp cry. Dozens of enormous sky raptors snatched the coins like a formation of bombers tearing through the cloud base as they plunged toward the Qinghai below. AC, bare-chested and muscled, had just finished a set of weighted conditioning. He wiped sweat with a towel and walked steadily to the wooden table. How is the progress, intelligence officer? AC pulled out a chair and sat pouring a cup of water. The drops went smoothly, Captain. Kalina rubbed the tightness from her brow and pointed at the chart. As long as these coins fall onto merchant ships or are picked up by pirates, I can track their trajectories on the map in real time. But those hundreds of channels of noise flood my mind at once. If I listen to them, all my energy will be completely insufficient. You needn't listen to all of them. AC set down his cup, his gaze steady on the chart as he proposed a forward tactical concept. Set a filter inside your mind. Block every meaningless noise. Only when those listening devices pick up specific keywords should an alarm trigger and that segment of conversation be transmitted to you precisely. Kalina's violet eyes flashed. Use the fruit's power to set a specific sonic frequency lock. That would reduce my cerebral burden by 99%. Then what words should we listen for? Kalina immediately produced a blank, encrypted notebook. AC studied the chart and, drawing on memories from a past life, methodically uttered a few top-secret words that could unleash sweeping consequences. First, a dark purple pineapple-shaped devil fruit. Second, Teleferga luo, or the surgery fruit. Third, a floating island in the East Sea, or an island that suddenly vanishes. Fourth, the supreme great cleaver AC. Fifth, a compulsive gambler blindfolded swordsman. Sixth, the Tian Longren. Seventh. AC did not empty his mind entirely, merely voicing a handful of strategically valuable targets. Hearing these precise, yet puzzling words, Kalina felt perplexed, but asked no questions, diligently recording them in the encrypted notebook. As a savvy intelligence officer, she knew the captain commanded channels of information beyond their comprehension. Following these keywords would inevitably net a prize capable of reshaping the world's balance. Set these for now, but we can add more later. AC rose, leaving Kalina to her work, and headed toward the forest training ground deep within Apiaduo. Before he reached it, a dull thud of bodies colliding drifted over. With a heavy sound, Ainalu staggered in midair and crashed onto the leaf-strewn earth. Your movements are far too easy to read, Ainalu. Sabo, clad in a thin vest, wore a profound black haki on his right arm as he withdrew a punch. Although your mind net can anticipate my attack, your Bodis reflexes lag behind. Ainalu ground his teeth and rose from the ground. Stop complaining, Qinghai native. Were it not that this thunder god cannot use broad-range lightning. Even if you used lightning, missing would make it meaningless. AC stepped into the training ground. His calm voice interrupted Ainila's grumbling and pinpointed the fatal flaw in his combat method. You rely on instinctive nature-type elementalization at the instant of being struck. But against masters who wield Armament Haki, such passive elementalization turns you into a living target. AC gestured to Sabo's haki-laden fist. Haki can seize your tangible form. Your proud observation, Haki should be used to preemptively evade. Preemptively evade. Ainalu blinked. Do not elementalize only after a fist contacts you. AC's eyes burned as he offered a combat philosophy that could transform a nature user's approach. Use your mind net to see Sabo's strike points, then proactively control your body. Before the fist arrives, convert that area of your body into lightning or move it aside so the opponent's Haki attack lands on emptiness. At the proposition, surprise flickered in Sabo's eyes, and Ainila's pupils constricted sharply. In the original Chronicles, Katakuri of the Big Mom crew achieved absolute evasion by combining foresight with active bodily alteration, an art ordinary nature users could scarcely attain. Ainalu could not yet foresee the future, but his island-spanning premium mind net paired with the speed of the Xianglei fruit qualified him to explore this pinnacle of evasion. Do not absorb hits like a punching bag. Use your mind to govern every bolt of lightning in your body. With that counsel, AC left and moved to the other side of the training ground. There, Buggy wore sea-stone finger guards and grimaced as he performed deep squats. Captain, how long must I squat? My legs are going to break. Buggy adopted a pitiful look when AC approached. Endurance is the foundation, but fruit development must not be neglected. AC ignored the complaint and proposed a grim development direction. Buggy, your siphon Woolya fruit. What is the current minimum size into which you can split yourself? Buggy hesitated, then extended his finger-guarded hand. With a thought, his palm fractured into dozens of fragments the size of fingernails that fluttered in midair. About that small, oh, any smaller, and I get dizzy trying to control it. Too large, AC said bluntly. If you can split, why not split further? To the size of grains of sand, or even into dust so fine it becomes powder. Dust? Buggy recoiled in shock. Your fruit passively grants immunity to all slashes. But blunt instruments or large-scale physical impacts can still wound you. AC sketched a terrifying blueprint of survival. If you could scatter into a cloud of dust, what physical attack could land a hit? Even a mountain collapsing would simply pour through the gaps of your powder. Buggy gaped, his imagination racing along AC's description. If he truly reached that stage, would he not be more shameless than nature-type users? Physically immune/proof, as long as Haki did not touch him. No, Haki would be useless unless it met sea stone. He would be all but immortal. If you want to get stronger, train until you break. AC patted Buggy on the shoulder and left the astonished steward to his squats. By noon, mealtime, a loud shout heralded the arrival of several burly Shandia warriors carrying massive sky boars and birds into the training ground. Since Apiatuo had become their base, routine hunting tasks were entrusted to the recruited natives. Leona, as Rishi House head chef, had to reserve her energy and strength for more important matters. At the center of the clearing, Leona, tied on a leather apron, her cleaver and slender boning blade flashed in precise, practiced motions. She prepared the high-calorie roasted meats AC required. In other pots, she simmered hearty sea beast bone broth. On a massive board, several fresh skyfish were sliced into paper-thin sashimi and paired with the island's sweet and sour juices, locking in the purest energy of the ingredients and producing a feast that quickened appetites. Your craft grows ever more refined. AC chewed a piece of tender, juicy sashimi, feeling his strength recover, and nodded in satisfaction. Leona wiped oil from her hands and sat opposite AC. Leave the cooking to me. But Captain, the iron-cleaving realm you mentioned. I have swung my blade tens of thousands of times these days, and still cannot touch its threshold. Leona frowned slightly, a wild impatience flickering in her slit pupils. As a swordswoman, being unable to cut steel left one wanting on the Vita Honglu. Do not rely on brute force alone. AC swallowed and regarded the fierce cook seriously. All things have a breath, whether tree, rock, or steel. If you can dissect a beast along its muscular grain, why not try listening to the breath of steel? AC tapped the black steel great blade resting nearby. When you can sense this blade's will and hear where the struck object is weakest, the realm of iron cutting will naturally follow. Before that, first stabilize your observation Haki. Right now you trigger it only in moments of life and death. You must reach the point where you can sense the surrounding aura at will. Leona considered her hands and then nodded heavily. I understand. On this divine island 10,000 meters above the sea, with no marines in pursuit and no distracting chores, everyone of the Rishi, how crew under AC's orderly guidance found the clearest path to evolve. Haki body arts fruit development. Each member entered a period of quiet, yet fervent refinement, pushing themselves toward monstrous transformations. Above the clouds, the incubation of a crew becoming something beyond human proceeded with almost religious intensity, each day forging them into a more formidable force. More than half a month had passed since that earth-shattering battle that shook the heavens themselves. Apatu, the divine island once known as an absolute forbidden zone, now thrummed with vitality unseen in 4 centuries. 1, 2, heave. In unison, a primordial giant tree, so massive it required 10 men to encircle its trunk, was wrenched from the earth. What defied belief was this? On the left side of the colossal log marched bare-chested Shandia warriors, their bodies adorned with sacred tribal tattoos. On the right stood Angel Island residents, clad in white guard uniforms, each bearing delicate feathery wings. These two factions, bitter enemies for 400 years, whose very sight of one another ignited murderous fury, now worked in uncanny harmony, felling timber and clearing rubble side by side. Wiper, the battle demon, sat atop a weathered tree stump, his right arm swathed in thick bandages. He raised his waist-hung canteen, drank deeply, and gazed upon the surreal harmony before him, a flicker of profound, bittersweet reflection crossing his eyes. No longer did divine overlords cast shadows over them. No longer did they bleed for scraps of land. That man named Ace, through but a single overwhelming battle and one irrevocable command, had forcibly sealed the blood-soaked chronicle of this island's 400-year agony. Wiper lifted his gaze. Atop Apidu's tallest ancient vine fluttered a massive pirate flag, its crimson and gold twin wings encircling a fiery solar eclipse, snapping fiercely in the high-altitude gales. So long as that banner flies above us, not a soul on this island dares harbor even a whisper of treachery. Confronting Wiper beside the stump-gone fall led his transformed mount, Pierre, now a great avian. His aged face serene, his gaze following Wiper's toward the imposing standard. Indeed, Wiper set down his canteen, his voice heavy with reverent awe. Those people, they are monsters wearing human skin. Yesterday I watched their chef Leon chase 3 Sky Island direwolves through half a forest, all for a pinch of seasoning. At the mention of the Eclipse pirates' daily life, both elder leaders of the Sky Island's bygone era instinctively swallowed hard. Just then a furious thunderous roar erupted from deep within Apidu. "You fool with the oversized earlobes. I said 30 volts, steady DC. What in blazes did you tremble for? You've fried this irreplaceable ancient gear." Inside the subterranean cavern shipyard, Gino stood gripping a massive hydraulic wrench, his black, heat-resistant goggles glinting as he raged at the man before him, spittle flying. Enel, the former Sky Island god, once revered from celestial heights, stood beneath the unfinished frame of the Ark, Judgment, clad in a grimy, ill-fitting mechanic's vest, his brow slick with sweat and frustration. Though no sea stone shackled his wrists within this sealed cavern, he felt more constrained than if he wore it. A mere savage monkey from the blue, daring to bark at a god, again and again. Enel ground his teeth, thick veins pulsing violently across his temples. The cataclysmic lightning that once could obliterate cities now coiled obediently in his fingertips, a filament-thin arc finer than a strand of hair, precisely welding a metal circuit board at millimeter scale. Less talk. In my workshop, I am the only law. Gino slammed his wrench against an iron pillar beside Enel, showering sparks. If you can't master fine electrical output and only know how to blast indiscriminately, you're squandering a devil fruit of nature's own making. Re-weld it. 1 more millimeter off, and tonight your rations vanish. Enel nearly choked on his own fury, reflexively summoning the urge to call forth a dragon of thunder to reduce this clanging nuisance to slag. But from the corner of his eye he caught sight of Sabo, leaning calmly against the cavern wall, eyes closed in apparent repose. That golden-haired youth in his formal tailcoat might seem at rest, but Enel's observation Haki razor-sharp and unerring sensed it clearly. A terrifying power slumbered within him, ready to erupt into infernal flame and supreme Haki at any instant, locked unwaveringly onto Enel himself. And beyond that, there loomed the black-haired monster who'd shattered his divinity with a single punch, ever liable to appear without warning. "Once I reach the infinite continent, my first decree shall be to roast every last one of you blue dwellers into charred meat." Rage boiled silently in Enel's heart, but his body obeyed without hesitation. Once more he gathered that slender arc of lightning, suppressing a furnace of humiliation as he resumed his painstaking labor, a living, breathing, ultra-precision arc welder. Yet even Enel himself remained unaware that under Gino's relentless, grueling regimen, forcing sustained low-voltage output day after day, his mastery over the Goro Goro no Mi was ascending at a terrifying pace. Where once he knew only sweeping destruction, he now wielded lightning with surgical finesse, capable of repairing mechanical circuits finer than the tip of a needle. Outside the cavern, Ace stood motionless atop a massive tree trunk, observing the entire scene below with quiet clarity. Listening to Gino's bellowing and Enel's suppressed ragged breaths, Ace's broad chest rose and fell slowly, then released a deep, resonant chuckle rich with satisfaction. This vibrant, chaotic energy was precisely what a pirate crew's refit period ought to feel like. Enel, that rarest of uncut gems, would, under Gino's irreverent, uncompromising craftsmanship, shed his gilded hollow godhood and emerge sharpened to lethal perfection. Ace withdrew his observation Haki and leapt gracefully from the branch, landing soundlessly upon the soft, leaf-littered earth. Boom! Nearby a thicket exploded outward. A mutated Sky Island boar, its bulk rivaling a small hill, tusks gleaming like scimitars, lay convulsing violently on the ground. Done. Third ultra-high-calorie catch of the day. Leon strode forward from the brush, 2 blood-dripping cleavers swinging at her hips. Her russet leather apron was splattered with mud and gore, yet her striking wild beauty shone with exhilarated triumph. Behind her, several volunteer Shandya warriors watched the warrior chef with open, awestruck reverence. Witnessing raw, unadorned physical might bring down a mountainous beast. "Captain, Spotting Ace ahead, Leone executed a dazzling flourish with her blades before sheathing them smoothly into the leather holsters at her back and striding confidently toward him. The ecology here is utterly astonishing. Due to the thin oxygen at altitude, these beasts possess not only heightened ferocity, but also exquisitely balanced intramuscular fat distribution. Leone gestured toward the fallen boar and reported with professional precision, "I've just discovered a local Sky Island specialty called flame clams. Used to regulate flame intensity. Paired with this island's premium spices, I guarantee I'll elevate this pork's texture by 3 full tiers." "Then it's all in your hands, chef." Ace nodded. For the past fortnight, he'd undergone brutal weighted hockey training, his caloric demands insatiable. With Leone aboard, he never worried about overtraining. Wasn't that the magic of the one-piece world? Wounded, eat. Overtrained, eat. Ate too much, still eat. And heal. By the way, where are Karina and Buggy? That gold-obsessed cat and her parrot seized the highest observation deck of the Shrine of the Gods at dawn, claiming they're tuning electromagnetic frequencies. Leone rolled her eyes, then burst into laughter. As for that red-nosed clown, he's probably still being chased by those native Sky Island cloud sharks along the Cloud River. At Ace's words, an image flashed vividly in his mind, Buggy's fragmented body careening wildly across the sea of clouds, shrieking in absurd panicked terror. Ace drew a slow, crisp breath of the high-altitude air and lifted his gaze toward Apadu's flawless cerulean sky. 2 months remained. Within this secluded, cloud-cradled stronghold, every member of the Eclipse Pirates was absorbing nourishment, in their own fierce, singular way. On the southern shore of the divine island Apiaduo, the sea of clouds rolled in calm, rhythmic swells. A few gigantic avian species unique to the Sky Isles circled low, then, as if startled, beat their wings and soared away, fleeing the region with frightened haste. A pirate ship bearing an unfamiliar banner and a prow carved into a grotesque ghoul's face cleaved through the clouds of the bye-bye sea and came to a steady mooring upon the shore. With the dull thud of heavy weight meeting earth, an unusually tall, burly silhouette leaped from the deck. He wore a tattered monk's robe, his head was bare, and a long string of enormous red prayer beads hung about his neck. A pair of signature white wings were strapped to his back, and across his broad shoulders he bore a colossal hexagonal iron cudgel that resembled an oversized pencil. Even when standing motionless, his knotted muscles piled like slabs of rock radiated a savage intensity that drew the eye. Most arresting of all was the resolute visage that never left a chill-inducing fanatic smile. One of the rising supernovas of the age, the so-called Mad Monk Werji. So this is the patch of land that was swept up from the Qing Sea back then. How lush the forest still is, Werji mused aloud as he hefted his iron pillar and grinned, surveying the surroundings. I heard the arrogant fellow who destroyed Baika was defeated on this island. I wonder what divine hand accomplished such a deed. The wheel of karma. What invigorating business, he laughed, voice full of bloodthirsty glee. A wanderer of the Sky Isles, Werji had drifted the bye-bye sea for years. A few days earlier, the toll of a golden bell reverberated across the skies, and following the cloud currents, he found his way here. He strode with long, deliberate steps, paid no heed to the wary Sky Island sentries, and walked straight into the forest toward its deeper shade. At the clearing in the heart of the woods, the air was thick with the smell of roasted flesh. The Rishi pirate crew had just finished their morning hellish drills, the crew clustered around a great spit, ravenous and renewing their strength. AC sat on a thick fallen log, tearing off a large meaty chunk with bone and eating with relish. At that moment, the giant parrot Bailey on Kalina's shoulder flapped its wings anxiously. Simultaneously, AC Sabo, Liona, and even Inalu in the distance halted mid-action. Several strands of observation Haki snapped to attention, locking onto the unashamed, swaggering foreign presence that had breached the forest's edge. Not a polite entrance. Sounds like someone of substantial size, Sabo said, swallowing the food in his mouth, pressing his top hat down as he turned his gaze toward the trees. Thick underbrush was shoved aside by a hand the size of a tree trunk. Werji, still grinning, shouldered his monumental hexagonal rod and stepped onto the clearing the crew had been using as a makeshift mess. He swept his eyes across the strewn carcasses of monsters, over the menacing Leona radiating killing intent, and finally locked an extremely sharp gaze on the black-haired youth who sat bare-chested, a piece of roasted meat in his hand. Even seated, the youth possessed an inwardly restrained, yet colossal aura like an abyssal beast. Werji's observation Haki instinctively blared a frantic alarm. What a crowd of dangerous souls, Werji bellowed, then with a thunderous slam buried the butt of his hexagonal pillar into the soil. If the rumors are true, you are the ones who toppled that lofty, hypocritical god. I, the wayward monk Werji, come to this divine island today to inquire into the cycles of cause and effect. Who is this wild bald goat daring to pick a fight during our meal? Ainalu snapped, grinding his teeth as he rose to his feet. Humiliated by being treated like a battery lately, he had been eager for an outlet. Hearing someone open by reminding him of his defeat, blue lightning crackled about him as he prepared to mete out divine punishment to this heedless islander. But a large hand pressed on Ainila's shoulder. Don't act yet, Ainalu. AC set the bone aside and rose slowly from the log. His deep black eyes measured the fanatic monk before him and saw through the real intention that had brought him here. This was not a vendetta for justice or a turf dispute. What burned in the man's eyes was the pure berserk ecstasy of a fighter who had found another creature worthy of testing his fists against. You're here to fight. AC brushed grease from his hands and lifted the corner of his mouth into a simple curve. Interesting. I've just eaten and need to work it off. He strode past Sabo and Leona toward the center of the clearing. This place is too small. Don't smash our pots and pans. AC casually rolled his neck, his bones cracked with a dull sound. If it's a fight you want to oblige, move to somewhere more open. Ainalu sprouted a few dark lines of annoyance. Damn, the prey had been stolen by the captain whose hands itched. Werji's grin widened, and he ripped the iron pillar from the earth. The old monk couldn't ask for a better wish. Minutes later they arrived at a wide belt of ruins on Apiaduo. This was the area cleared by the force of AC and Ainila's earlier clash. No obstacles, the perfect arena for close-quarters combat. Take care, pilgrim. My physical exorcism carries great weight. Werji gripped his titanic rod with both hands, the grin on his face turned savage. His exaggerated muscles swelled suddenly, his legs gouged a deep pit in the ground, and with the momentum of an armored war beast, he surged at AC with brutal force. A screaming blast of wind and the thunder of swung iron fell upon AC's head. The force behind that blow far exceeded most so-called masters upon the great routes. The gust alone sent distant rubble skittering and rolling. Yet AC did not cloak himself in full Armament Haki as he once had against Zeph. He wanted to gauge the true heft of this mountain of muscle. AC dropped his stance, his right fist closed with no guard, and meeting the falling iron with nothing but raw, unadorned physical might, he struck up to meet it. With a deafening impact, flesh met steel. The earth under their feet split in layers, and the shockwaves swept across the arena. He actually caught the old monk's iron staff barehanded. Werji's pupils contracted. Not only had AC caught it, he was pressing down, dominating the exchange. At the moment of contact, Werji felt an irresistible torrential force rebounding back through his staff. His vaunted strength proved puny before AC's demon-tempered body, like a newborn's against a storm. With a six-splitting crack, the web between Werji's thumb and forefinger tore open. The giant was flung backward, plowing a trench dozens of meters long through the ruins and smashing a stone pillar into fragments as he slammed away. He spat a mouthful of blood, each cough announcing the aches of rib bones that felt as if they had been fractured by the recoil. Power and speed barely passable, but that recoil is far too pronounced, AC muttered, shaking his right hand and frowning slightly. Such destructive force hardly justified the rival's audacity to challenge him single-handedly. Was it because of some devil fruit? As Sabo and the others in the rear assumed the contest was decided, Werji collapsed among the rubble, erupted into even wilder, nearly deranged laughter, then coughed and howled in pain. He propped himself against a shattered pillar and staggered upward. Skin-crawlingly, the wounds he had taken did not seem to weaken him. Instead, they triggered a bizarre, vicious change in his body. Since I have tasted hell, I shall become hell itself, he declared, his eyes bloodshot, laughter threading the words as his already hulking frame began to change in ways that defied biology. Muscles engorged with blood, bones thickened. In seconds, the nearly 4-meter man ballooned into a mountain of a being. An enormous, overwhelming giant, every inch of him exuding crushing, uncanny strength. The once massive hexagonal iron cudgel now sat in his hand as though it were a delicate pencil. He converts received physical injury into strength and size, and the worse the wound, the stronger his counterblow becomes. AC recalled the adversary's karmic mechanism. His black eyes did not show fear, but a bright, exhilarated light. In other words, if I do not kill you, you will be the greatest punching bag that returns the kinetic energy you absorb right back at me. AC's mouth twisted into a war-hungry grin that would chill any pirate. During this brutal period where they needed to hone their haki and bodies to the edge, this Skylander, named Werji, was nothing less than heaven-sent, the perfect practice plaything for their crew. Apedo, the vast and desolate expanse of ancient ruins. Fierce winds whipped pebbles and dust across the barren ground. Ulki transformed into a hulking muscle-bound behemoth loomed like a mountain of flesh, his sheer mass eclipsing much of the sunlight. The deeper the wounds borne by this mortal shell, the greater the redemptive force that surges forth to liberate all sentient beings. A grotesquely twisted grin contorted Ulki's face, a smile teetering on the edge of madness. His explosive musculature swelled so violently, it ruptured his once loose monastic robes, thick sinewy veins coiled around his arms like gnarled roots. Namo. With a deep, resonant Buddhist chant, Ulki's colossal frame launched forward like a heavy artillery shell, shattering the rock beneath his feet with thunderous force. He abandoned his hexagonal iron staff entirely. Facing Ace, the undisputed sovereign of barehanded combat, he instinctively chose the most primal form of battle, flesh against flesh. His massive right fist carved through the air with a deafening pressure wave hurtling straight toward Ace's face. Karmic retribution. Such a terrifying blow, utterly disproportionate in scale and power, descended upon him. Ace did not retreat, he surged forward. A thunderous roar like rivers crashing through mountains erupted from within his body. His broad palm clenched into a fist. Black Armament Haki instantly saturated the knuckles like spilled ink, meeting the descending meteor fist Hedon. Two fists, one immense, one compact, collided midair with bone-shaking finality. A blinding white shockwave exploded outward, slicing nearby stone pillars into fine powder within a radius of dozens of meters. The earth beneath Ace's feet buckled violently, his boots sank deep into the soil, while fissures spiderwebbed outward across the ground. He felt an overwhelming savage force pouring relentlessly from Ulki's fist, an unstoppable kinetic tide 2 to 3 times more devastating than the earlier strikes delivered with the iron staff. So the heavier the injury, the more wildly strength swells. Gritting his molars, Ace broke free of the oppressive grip and lashed out with a devastating whipkick aimed squarely at Ulki's thick ribs. Thud! A muffled impact echoed. Ulki's massive frame only shuddered. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, yet his manic laughter grew even wilder. Rather than retreating, he bore the blow and retaliated instantly, swinging a crushing left hook that slammed hard into Ace's chest. Ace grunted, skidding backward several paces as his long coat billowed in the turbulent air. Nearby, beneath the dappled shade of trees, the watching crew reacted with varied expressions. What a madman! His body is already screaming in protest, yet he still unleashes such raw, brutal power. Sabog held his alloy staff tightly, keenly perceiving the tremendous physical toll exacted with each of Ulki's blows. Just strike him down with lightning until he's charred to ash, Enel muttered, biting into an apple plucked from walk nowhere, his lip curling in disdain. Blue Sea folk truly do love these crude, lowbrow brawls. Says the brittle weakling who can't even withstand a single hammer blow. Gino adjusted his goggles and grinned broadly at the two titans clashing head-to-head. To turn every fiber of muscle into live ammunition, that's true romance. At the heart of the battlefield, Ace halted his retreat and gazed upon the towering warrior monk, standing like a wrathful deity, his eyes alight with exhilarated fervor. Any ordinary pirate struck by that haki-infused kick would have had ribs shattered into fragments. Yet this monk absorbed it whole, and somehow used the very pain to further densify his musculature. Within the entire Sky Island there existed no second such living sandbag, one that so long as not killed outright could endlessly generate high-pressure counterattacks. Venerable monk, your indestructible constitution is truly remarkable. Ace let his hands hang loosely at his sides, but the black armament Haki encasing his fists began to shift in extraordinary ways. The dense, glossy black aura, once rigidly bound to his skin, now flowed deliberately before his knuckles like a sentient entity swirling and converging with eerie precision. Against a devil fruit user whose outer layer consisted of thick, shock-absorbing flesh, brute force impact or surface damage would merely trigger endless, uncontrolled bodily expansion. The sole solution lay in bypassing defense entirely, striking inward. I've just devised a new technique. Let's test it on you first. Ace exhaled sharply, then lunged forward, his body becoming a low-flying arrow darting straight for Ulki's lower stance. The battle isn't over yet, lay practitioner. Already succumbing. Ulki roared with laughter, slamming his enormous fists together into a mountain-splitting hammer, bringing it down with cataclysmic force upon the charging Ace. At the very instant the hammer descended, Ace executed an uncanny stop, his body coiling and slipping sideways like a dragon evading grasp, sliding seamlessly beneath Ulki's massive arms and into the blind spot directly beneath his torso. No. Out of the corner of his eye, Ulki caught the fleeting shadow. His heart plummeted. In that moment, his immense size became his greatest liability. Ace stood cloaked in the shadow of Ulki's abdomen. Without pause, his right fist rose upward, not with explosive speed, but with quiet, absolute intent. At the final millisecond before contact, the compressed fluid haki hovering before his knuckles erupted like a caged beast breaking free. Flowing Sakura shatter. Puff. That soft, unassuming sound struck Ulki's ears like a death knell. No expected thud of heavy impact reverberated through his flesh. The blow landed featherlight. Yet in the next breath, a razor-edged black shockwave pierced straight through his armor-thick musculature, boring deep into his core without resistance. The haki detonated violently within his internal organs. Ugh, ah. His laughing visage twisted beyond recognition. His bloodshot eyes bulged outward, crimson torrents spewed from his mouth, carrying shards of viscera, while even his snowy, feathered wings recoiled in agony. Before the karmic retribution fruit's mechanism could convert this onslaught, his body, overwhelmed by catastrophic internal trauma, forcibly severed its own ability to sustain the transformation. His swollen musculature collapsed like a deflating bellows. In an instant, Ulki reverted to his natural form, still imposing yet reduced to a formidable warrior monk. His towering frame wavered twice, then crumpled heavily to the earth with a dull, hollow thud. Smoke and dust dissipated on the wind. Ace stood beside the fallen monk, slowly withdrawing his still steaming right fist. That sensation of channeling power not through raw impact, but through resonant haki vibration penetrating solid matter, finally crystallized into perfect muscle memory within his mind. Ace casually flicked sweat from his forearm and crouched down. Ulki lay sprawled on the ground, his chest heaving like a broken bellows. Though pain threatened to drag him into unconsciousness, the fallen monk forced a ghastly blood-streaked smile across his lips. Truly unreasonable destructive power, leaving this old monk not even a sliver of room to absorb or deflect it. Ulki coughed twice, gazing up at the overcast sky with a hoarse voice. To fall before a figure such as yourself is no disgrace. Proceed. Having witnessed the Sky Island's ruthless laws of survival, he knew full well having instigated conflict and suffered decisive defeat, erasure was only natural. Ace studied the monk's battered face, still wearing that wild, fearless grin, and a spark of genuine admiration ignited in his deep, dark eyes. A fighter utterly unafraid of death, devoted solely to the pursuit of ultimate strength. Even among the New World's legion of freaks, such a man was unquestionably prime material. A warm crimson gold flame bloomed in Ace's palm. Without hesitation, he pressed the vermilion phoenix flame onto Ulki's ravaged chest. Its life-sustaining creative energy seeped rapidly into his damaged organs, staunching the hemorrhage. Though far from instantaneous healing, it pulled the monk back from the very threshold of death. As the searing agony swiftly receded, Ulki's composure cracked, replaced by stunned disbelief. He turned his head sharply, locking eyes with Ace. This immortal flame, the very essence of creation, why spare this wretched life? What purpose does it serve? To wander aimlessly across these mud islands suspended in heaven is a terrible waste of such a magnificent physique. Ace brushed dust from his knees and rose to his full height. Backlit by the sky, half his face vanished into shadow. Only his fiercely determined eyes remained visible, burning with unshakable resolve as they fixed upon the fallen monk. Join me. Go to the Blue Sea. His voice carried the sweeping grandeur and unwavering certainty of a storm gathering at sea. On this ship, you'll face admirals of the Marine headquarters. You'll cross paths with the 4 emperors who rule the Grand Line. And if you dare, every day will be a crucible of agonizing, glorious combat. Ace extended his hand. Let's fight real battles, in the very depths of hell. You're a fallen monk. So tell me, will you follow me in overturning this world and shattering every suffocating, lifeless rule it holds sacred? To confront the endless monsters lurking in the ocean's abyss, to clash with the world government's innermost, most formidable powers. Ulki stared, momentarily stunned at the outstretched hand before him. Then, his signature unruly grin spread across his face, once more broader and more ferociously defiant than ever before. Was this what it meant to be a born sovereign? Not through coercion or domination, but through mere words, painting a vision of relentless, brutal glory, igniting the most primal yearning in every outlaw's soul. To refuse would be to insult the Buddha's divine arrangement itself. Laughing aloud, Ulki thrust forth his calloused, weathered right hand and gripped Ace's firmly. 2 powerful hands locked tight in unbreakable union. From this day forward, I entrust myself to your guidance, Captain. Half an hour later, campfire flames danced anew beside the forest clearing. Utterly drained by the ferocity of battle, Ulki transformed into a ravenous cooking machine, devouring every last slab of prepared meat in seconds. Leona was forced to draw both blades and march grim-faced into the forest depths to drag back another fresh kill. So this is the current roster of the Eclipse Pirates. Stuffed and sated, Ulki surveyed the crew gathered around him, each radiating a dangerous, otherworldly aura utterly alien to the tranquil skies above. That big monk's grin is seriously annoying. Buggy leaned over with a bowl of stew, whispering irritably to Sabo. Though a veteran member of the crew, he instinctively felt uneasy, intimidated by this new monster, all muscle, all smiles, all unpredictable. Sabo tipped his hat with a faint smile. Our captain always finds the most unexpected companions. With such an unparalleled training partner, whose very existence embodied the perfect, damage-absorbing whetstone. The entire Eclipse crew's enthusiasm for sparring soared, accelerating their growth more than ever before. On the divine island Appiato, in a forested basin, time slipped away unnoticed as days were devoured by grueling training until a full 3 months had quietly passed. A deafening boom suddenly rent the morning stillness. In midair, a figure wrapped in faint blue lightning hurtled backward like a boulder flung from a siege engine, his feet carving 2 deep furrows into the scorched mud as he skidded more than 10 meters before barely regaining his footing. AI Nilu gasped for breath, his chest heaving like a worn bellows. He wiped the blood from his lip with the back of his hand. The once arrogant expression on his proud face was now streaked with sweat and dirt, acquiring a raw, battle-forged ruggedness. Again, AI Nilu ground out, showing no hint of retreat. He uttered a low roar laced with thunder, and instead of instinctively drawing back to summon a wide-scale lightning assault, as before, he thrust off with both legs and charged resolutely toward his opponent. Good, at last you learn not to rely on elemental shells for a straightened fight. Nearby, Sabo stood atop a protruding ruin. The finely tailored deep blue tailcoat he once wore was long since ruined. Now, he wore only a thin black vest stained with sweat. The alloy stave in his hand pointed diagonally to the ground. Though it bore no furious orange flames, its surface was sheathed in a dense, profound black sheen. As AI Nilu's thunder-laced fist neared his face, Sabo did not yield, but avoided and readjusted. He turned his head with unhurried composure, his potent observation Haki instantly discerning the muscular shift in the incoming strike. He flicked the staff upward to steady the downward blow, then drew his right fist to his waist and slammed a straight punch into AI Nilu's chest. This time I will not back down. AI Nilu stared with fierce determination. Over these 3 months, he had endured enough losses beneath that black armor. His proud immunity, granted by the nature element, was rendered meaningless before such force. After 3 months of relentless beatings, even a stubborn stone would have been spattered with sparks, let alone a former deity whose bones were steeped in pride. Block it for me. At the crucial instant before Sabo's black-fisted strike would meet flesh, some barrier within AI Nilu loosened under the weight of obsession and pressure. He abruptly withdrew, the lightning dispersed throughout his body, violent chi and unwilling will surged along his shoulder blades into his arms. With a faint crisp hum, an invisible hardened force finally burst forth from his body. The skin that had been pale instantly took on a dim, yet genuine black luster. When the fists met, 2 unequal forces collided with a thunderous impact. There was no elemental thunderclap, only the raw, heavy friction of flesh and indomitable will. AI Nilu staggered back 3 steps, the bone-shattering reverberation twisting his face, yet his eyes exploded with an uncontrollable ecstatic joy. Armament Haki, hardening. After hellish real combat on this morning, he had finally used a real solid fist to take a direct physical blow from a top-tier master. It seems you have finally pierced that thin membrane. Sabo relaxed his stance and drew back the black aura from his stave. Though he had only used half his strength, the fact that armament could blunt his attack meant that this once devastatingly destructive Xianglei fruit user had now remedied his last and most lethal deficiency in physical technique. There is no power I wish to master that I cannot learn. AI Nilu snorted coldly, holding the still tingling blackened fist. His mouth feigned pride, but an undeniable satisfaction swelled deep within him. Along the far edge of the main training ground, the continuous clang of metal rang ceaselessly. The battle-crazed monk Wu Erji loomed like a moving mountain. Bare-chested, his muscles piled up like rock, he swung a colossal hexagonal iron cudgel, without mercy striking toward the woman in the center from every angle. Each fall of the cudgel sent a piercing sonic boom through the air. Leona's dark red high ponytail whipped wildly in the fierce gusts. Confronted with such brutal sweeping strikes, the chef did not attempt to trade blows with a blade as before. She closed her eyes, her breathing following an exceptionally long measured rhythm. The turbulence to the left, the angle at which the heavy iron shaft tears the air, the blood flow when his muscles bulge. Leona abandoned the distraction of sight entirely. After more than half a month of blind fighting in this lightless forest, her perception had sunk entirely into the microscopic changes of the surrounding world. This was the realm unique to observation haki. A devastating draft accompanied the cudgel as it bore down toward Leona's crown. Found it, the smallest opening. Leona snapped her eyes open, wild vertical pupils flashed with a blinding keen light. She moved like a leopard long concealed in the undergrowth, advancing rather than retreating. Her steps slid in defiance of gravity, grazing the falling pillar and slipping intimately inside its strike. Without flair, her left hand reversed to catch a silver bones hearing blade and lifted it in a serpent-like flick, grazing the stress point at the side of the hexagonal cudgel to bias the downward force by half an inch with deft leverage. That mere half-inch deviation opened a fatal seam in the defense. Her right hand's black steel, bone-cleaving greatsword followed from below in an upward arc. The seemingly light stroke carried no barbaric roar, yet it contained a razor wave that severed the very laws of matter. She heard a singular special frequency, that thin breaking point where steel fractures under immense force. A silent blade light flashed, and even the sound seemed to lag. A clear, crisp thunk of metal hitting the ground shattered the surrounding hush. The rugged hexagonal cudgel that had smashed countless rocks and beasts was smoothly bisected midair by her black steel greatsword, as if cutting hot butter. The heavy severed portion crashed into the soil, its cut mirror-smooth, reflecting the sunlight that filtered through the leaves. A swordsman's realm, iron-splitting. Ba, truly miraculous swordsmanship. Wu-Er-Ji regarded the shortened bare handle in his hand and the narrow but perilous line of blood across his chest. He did not scowl. Instead, he burst into a hearty, rough laugh. Lady Cook, your butcher's precision at dismantling is ever more masterful. And it's thanks to you, the inexhaustible meat target, who doesn't tire no matter how you hack, for sharpening my blade since these past weeks. Leona sheathed both blades with a crisp flourish, slipping them into a custom leather scabbard at her waist with uncommon style. She tilted her head back and exhaled a breath flecked with sweat. Her vivid feral face was written over with pure satisfaction. Such mastery, to cleave a giant beast including bone and sinew in two, was the true craft of a hunter. A short distance away on a more open patch, the scene took on an odd, noisy character. Rapid gunshots cracked crisply. Kali Na sat on a stone, one hand cradling an elegantly modified long-barrel flintlock. Jianhua had upgraded the weapon during his spare moments, larger magazine, quicker reload. Her purple eyes narrowed. She squeezed the trigger with unhesitating, precise staccato shots at the air ahead. On her shoulder, the ironclad parrot Bailey fluttered excitedly, serving as a live commentator. Above, a thrilling game of life and death unfolded. Buggy no longer maintained a full human form. His limbs, torso, even the flesh where his features should be, had split into thousands of irregular fragments the size of cherry pits. A sky of red and blue flecks darted among branches and vines, weaving and ricocheting like a frantic mosaic. Even Kali Na's deadly marksmanship found bullets slipping through the hairline gaps that opened between those fragments. She only managed to clip a few dead leaves. Not even a thread of Baj's clothing was grazed. After nearly being scared by AI microscopic fragmentation defense theory, Buggy had forced himself to practice this nauseatingly precise fragmentation even while eating whenever he was awake. These past 3 months he trained. From an initial handful of pieces to dozens, then hundreds, until now his form hung in the air like a swarm. Though exhausting at first, it had yielded near-perfect survivability. Ha ha ha. You can't hit me. You simply cannot hit me. From somewhere among the aimless, fluttering fragments came Bajai's arrogant laugh. Even if it hailed ice, I can slip through the gaps into shards. Firearms, sword chi. None of it can even tickle me. Watching his agile red fragments dodge every bullet, Kali Na stopped firing. She clicked the flintlock's safety, slid it back into her belt, turned her eyes up in mock exasperation, but there was grudging admiration in their depths. All right, stop boasting. Fine, you win. Kali Na put her hands on her hips, and rare praise from her lips said, to split your body to that degree while keeping every fragment under constant control, your captain's daily torment to stretch your psychological limits these past months was not in vain. Now you are on the battlefield, a ghost that drives foes to madness. Hearing Ka Lina's uncharacteristic praise, the fragments above seemed heartened. They immediately began to gather in the air, as if rewinding. With several soft clicks, thousands of pieces slid together on the deck, with astonishing smoothness, reforming Buggy whole. Naturally. Do you not know who I am? Buggy landed on the deck and scathed, hands on hips. The rare commendation had his chin near the sky as he laughed with a reddened nose. Passive fragmentation to pieces is my instinct. So long as I do not fling my pieces too far within my absolute control field, cannon fire itself cannot touch me. Ha ha ha. But that defense is only for survival. Against a massive entangling Haki assault, you will still take hits. Ka Lina doused him with a cold splashing truth, but could not help laughing. Keep training your armament Haki, Buggy. Near midday the sun grew brighter. The ancient, good-natured Jin gang lugged several barrels, almost the size of wash tubs, following a few Xiongdia warriors into the scarred woodland. Behind them trudged 5 land beasts the size of rhinoceroses hunted earlier that morning. This crew's brutal source of hard nutrition to sustain their punishing regimen. AIC sat on a large fallen trunk. His dark red coat hung over a nearby branch. His hard, fit body gleamed with the honed sheen of sweat under the sun. Watching his comrades break limits and emerge transformed in every aspect, the man who had engineered this grand plan could not help but lift the corners of his mouth in a satisfied, liberating smile. It was not only them. Over these 3 months, AIC had thoroughly consolidated the internal disruption of Haikyur Flow Sakura, even attempting to fuse Armament Haki with the Juke Divine Flame under normal conditions. Now, if this Whitebeard pirate crew set sail, even a direct clash with the old powers of the New World would be winnable. Suddenly, a long industrial high-pressure whistle sounded from the ancient underground dock of Appiato, as if ripping open the island itself. The blast surged through the jungle, shattering the quiet and rattling every bird in the trees. It was the agreed completion horn. Everyone panting on the deck froze at the first note of that long cry, whether it was the exhausted Buggy, the sheathing Leona, or the battered AI Nilu. Each lifted their gaze simultaneously toward the direction of the sound. AIC rose casually, shrugged his coat over his shoulder, and strode toward the cave entrance. Come, let us see the fruits of our chief mechanic's 3 months. Minutes later, the entire Whitebeard crew entered the cavernous underground dock, where warm steam and the pungent tang of machine oil filled the air. Jianhua stood upon scaffolding, his mechanical exoskeleton renewed, the rough steel pipes replaced by lightweight, sturdy Sky Island alloy. You arrive at the perfect moment. Wiping sweat with the towel around his neck, Jianhua pointed to the vast shadow coiled at the dock's center and grinned with the fervor of a true mechanic. Open your eyes wide. This is the culmination of 3 months of my labor, an amalgam of 2 wholly different industrial systems. My ultimate creation. The lights brightened, and the renewed Whitebeard was revealed in full, the same arresting pure black, teardrop, streamlined hull. But across the starfall, black steel armor plates now ran countless intricate dark gold circuits. Golden components salvaged from the Ark's relics had been ingeniously woven into the ship's skeleton by Jianhua, like veins of gold coursing through the vessel. I built a large energy storage chamber in the lower hold. Jianhua dropped from the scaffolding and led the way. Those golden circuits around the hull serve as perfect lightning rods and charge interfaces. Even if the ship encounters a terrifying thunderstorm at sea, the lightning will be channeled into the storage chamber, becoming hidden reserve power for the vessel. AI Nilu lingered at the back of the group, eyeing the complex golden circuits and humming softly, a note of genuine admiration in his gaze. Turning lightning into a power source. This bastard had indeed taken his concept to a new dimension. The crucial part is here. Jianhua led them to a huge custom compartment beneath the deck near the waterline and pulled a starter lever. 2 rows of heavy valves slowly opened, and a grinding chorus of machinery began to sound. Dozens of giant 1-meter diameter modified Sky Island wind units and discharge units had been embedded like a missile array on adjustable mechanical shafts in the hull's underside. They were tightly integrated with the ship's super high-pressure steam boiler pipes. In normal seas, the Whitebeard already held the Speed Crown with its black steel external paddles and sails. If confronted by extreme countercurrents, activating the wind unit array would grant the vessel's submarine-like propulsion bursts. Jianhua set his eyes burning as he regarded the complex array. But if the storage chamber is fully charged and high-pressure steam drives the entire wind matrix at full load, angling the exhaust downward, he turned to the tall, composed AIC. This upward thrust, born of technology and shell units coupled with the Whitebeard's lightweight aerodynamic layout. Jianhua clenched his right fist, and struck the Ressure's black and gold hull with emphasis. It is fully capable of defying planetary gravity on this ocean. He declared free flight. A flying ship, conquering the skies on its own mechanical drive without relying on unpredictable heavenly currents. Even Kali Na and Buggy, who had braced themselves for surprises, gaped at this epical capability. To cram the might of nature and avant-garde black technology into a single vessel, this war bastion would be a miracle even before the world government's research corps. AIC stepped to the dark hull and let his hand trace the faintly glowing dark gold circuits. The cool metallic touch met his palm, a roguish light kindled in AIC's deep eyes. His smile brimmed with the boundless confidence of a captain. With this ship, the combat power he had honed these 3 months, and Kali Na's intelligence network finally possessed a true limitless base from which to expand. Beautiful work, Jianhua. AIC turned his broad shoulders, ready to shoulder the storms of a new era. He looked at the crew, already poised to act. Open the dock gates. Let our fellows return to the Cloud Sea. Since its systems are complete, it's time for a truly extreme sea trial. AIC stared toward the boundless sky beyond the hold and spoke with thunderous resolve. Aim for the infinite horizon. Prepare to board and set sail. Open the floodgates. All hands aboard. The sleek obsidian black hull of the Eclipse ship slowly emerged into the vast expanse of the white sea clouds gleaming under the sun's golden light. At the island's edge, Wiper and Gonfall stood side by side with the Shandya warriors and Scipian natives, gazing upward in solemn silence at the colossal warship preparing to depart, each pair of eyes shimmering with profound, unfeigned awe. Listen up, Longeared. Channel electricity into the main power chamber's golden circuit at the frequency I just taught you. From deep within the lower deck, Gino's gruff voice boomed through the speaking tube across the entire vessel. This is our first live flight test. Don't fry the ship with a single lightning strike. On the main deck, Enel let out a cold snort. Though chafed by the Iron Madman's brusque commands, the thought of finally reaching the fabled infinite continent sent his thunderous energy surging with restless anticipation. A tedious mortal. With one hand, Enel gripped the thick, solid gold conductive pillar beneath the main mast. He closed his eyes, not unleashing a storm as recklessly as before, but sinking his consciousness inward, drawing upon 3 months of disciplined training to anchor his focus with unwavering precision. 300,000 volts. Discharge. A dense cascade of sapphire current danced along the golden pillar, and in that instant, every concealed amber gold circuit lining the Eclipse ship's outer hull flared to life, pulsing with radiant, incandescent brilliance, as if infused with boiling blood. Lower deck. The ultra-high-pressure steam boiler, flooded with immense electrical energy, roared like a caged beast. Energy storage complete. Shell array exhaust valves flipped downward to maximum angle. Liftoff. Gino slammed the crimson lever on the control console. Roar. Dozens of modified giant wind clams and impact clams hidden beneath the hull at the waterline erupted simultaneously, unleashing an unimaginable torrent of thrust. The soft, billowing sea of clouds below was violently torn apart, forming a colossal vacuum vortex. The hull shuddered violently. Without aid from any natural sky torrent, and before the stunned gazes of all aboard the warship, armored in dense meteorite black steel, defied the planet's crushing gravity, rising steadily, majestically, like a reverse-bladed sword piercing the heavens. Flying. We're actually flying. No sky torrent needed. We ascended directly. Karina gripped the helm tightly to maintain balance, cheeks flushed with exhilaration as she felt the astonishing weightlessness of gravitational release. Soaring high. Hold on tight. The parrot Bari clung desperately with his talons to the cockpit window frame. The ship climbed nearly vertically, the colossal vines of apartheid shrinking in their vision until they became a mere green speck. They pierced the dense cumulonimbus layer. The azure sky faded, giving way to an infinite star-strewn void of profound celestial night. In this surreal piratical world, the journey to the moon did not confront travelers with the terrifying vacuum barrier of outer space. Even balloons could drift there, but the sheer boundless expanse of interstellar travel still left everyone standing on deck breathless in reverent silence. The Eclipse ship hung serenely in the starfield, propelled forward by residual lift and Enel's steady current. A rather splendid view. Ace leaned both hands upon the ship's fearsome vermilion phoenix ram, his dark red coat whipping straight backward in the gale. He tilted his head upward, eyes fixed upon the ever-expanding gray-white orb that now filled the entire horizon, flickers of fierce excitement dancing in their depths. This was a forbidden realm, even GOLD. Roger had never set foot upon. Beside Ace, Enel's expression burned with unmatched impatience. He drew deep, ragged breaths. His clenched fists trembled faintly. The infinite continent, the sacred destination he had yearned for over 6 long years on Skypiea, revered by generations of Scythian rulers as the divine abode of gods, now lay before him, real and undeniable. After an arduous voyage, the ship's underside thrusters emitted rhythmic deceleration rumbles as the Eclipse ship's massive shadow glided slowly across the crater-pocked surface, settling smoothly onto a desolate plain strewn with gray-white meteorite impacts. "We've arrived." As the engines fell silent, this ancient, motionless world welcomed its newest visitors. The moment the ship stabilized, Enel leapt off the deck without hesitation. His feet struck the coarse gray-white rock. Enel inhaled deeply, then closed his eyes. His observation haki, capable of encompassing all of apartheid, surged outward in every direction with unrestrained intensity. He sought above all else to hear the voices of his subjects across this hallowed land. Yet, 1 second, 2 seconds, a full minute passed. Wind swept across barren crater rims. Aside from the Eclipse pirates behind him, his spiritual network returned only endless, suffocating emptiness and silence. No voices of worship. No fertile soil or sustenance. No divine sovereignty. Only endless, frigid, lifeless gray stone, and an infinity of absolute, maddening desolation. Enel's fervor froze mid-expression. He stood motionless at the center of the wasteland, drenched as if by icy water laced with shards of frost, his very blood turning to ice. This cannot be. His pupils contracted sharply. Refusing to accept it, he expanded his perception once more, only to meet the same chilling truth: this so-called infinite continent was nothing but a dead tomb. You've noticed this place differs rather drastically from your imagination. Steady footsteps approached as Ace descended from the Eclipse ship, followed by the rest of the crew. Buggy craned his neck, scanning the horizon with disappointment. What kind of place is this? Nothing but rocks. Nothing but rocks. Is this really the infinite continent our long-faced friend has obsessed over for years? I haven't even spotted a single patch of green. The air is breathable, at least, Leona remarked, twirling her boning knife with mild disdain. But there isn't a single monster in sight, not even one fit for roasting. What kind of infinite continent is this? Each blunt, honest word struck Enel like a physical blow. The spiritual pillar upon which he'd built his reign atop Skypiea, his very sense of purpose, shattered now into mocking fragments scattered across the barren ground. Ace stepped beside Enel, gazing with him upon the lifeless, ash-gray world. There it is. Your long-cherished divine sanctuary. His voice carried the clarity of truth laid bare. Turning, he delivered a firm, resounding slap onto Enel's rigid, stunned shoulder. Stop searching for meaning among these dead stones. Since your dream has shattered, forge a new one, stronger, truer. If you crave boundless territory, if you thirst for true excitement, then return to that roaring, monster-filled ocean below and seize it with your fists. Hey, Buggy, break out some fine wine tonight. Ace grinned as he turned toward Buggy and the others. Let's celebrate our new Thunder Helmsman's awakening. This infinite continent may be bleak, but it makes for a perfect open-air banquet site. Consider it done. Buggy snapped back cheerfully. He'd been eyeing those barrels of aged liquor since their ascent, feeling the warmth and strength of Ace's hand on his shoulder, and watching this carefree man alongside a crew already hauling firewood and kindling. Enel's proud heart gave 2 sudden, forceful beats. For 6 long years he had stood atop Skypiea, surrounded only by faces twisted in trembling fear. This was the first time, amid the ruins of his own shattered fantasy, that he'd heard such genuine, unguarded laughter offered not to a god, but to a comrade. Compared to ruling as a solitary deity over this windless, lifeless wasteland of stone, that boundless, monstrous ocean below, so vividly painted by Ace as hell incarnate, held perhaps an irresistible, intoxicating allure. Just as the light in Enel's eyes began to undergo a fundamental transformation, boom, a muffled, unnatural impact echoed from behind a distant, towering, ring-shaped mountain, as if something massive had slammed into its rocky flank. Sabo, who had just picked up dry firewood, narrowed his eyes coldly. Beside him, the eccentric monk Urki froze mid-motion, his thick fingers halting their rhythmic beads, his broad, smiling face turning sharply toward the sound. Perched on Karina's shoulder, Belly's feathers bristled instantly. Gah! Intruders! Strange iron cans! Gah! No further warning was needed. From the far side of that ring-shaped mountain, a swarm of grotesque, diminutive figures suddenly surged forth. Clad in bulky full-body armor resembling inflated space suits, some even wore bizarre animal-headed helmets, they gripped oddly shaped firearms, and emerged like bloodthirsty mole rats from their burrows. At their head stood a space pirate whose appearance mimicked that of a ground squirrel. Spotting the Eclipse ship and the group standing together, he erupted into a shrill, grating cackle. Hee. After digging for gold in these ruins for days, a vessel this opulent flies itself right up to us, begging for death. Brothers, these blue sea folk are dripping with wealth. Slaughter them, and seize the ship as our flagship. A horde of space pirates previously hidden within the crater instantly roared to life, brandishing an arsenal of mismatched firearms and charging toward the camp with frenzied shrieks. Gazing upon this inexplicable band of raiders, suddenly appearing from nowhere, Enel, already seething with pent-up frustration, slowly drew the golden staff from his back. His previously dazed eyes now blazed anew, ignited by the perfect outlet for his fury. Crackling blue lightning surged once more across his frame. Yet this time the flickering lightning was distinctly sheathed in a layer of pitch-black armament haki. So, you are native scum of this land after all. Enel clenched his teeth, wrath exploded in his gaze. Dare you provoke me? Today you shall learn what true thunder means upon the Grand Line. At last upon this ashen expanse, silent for countless eons, descended its first baptism, one forged in violence and fury. Open fire. Turn these arrogant blue sea fools into minced meat. The space pirate captain, wearing a helmet shaped like a mole's snout, let out a piercing, hideous shriek and, gripping his bizarre laser rifle, pulled the trigger first. Shush! 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 Dozens of searing energy beams lanced from the barrels, crisscrossing in the dim, weightless void to weave a lethal net of death, hurtling straight toward the camp. Faced with these vermin who hadn't even mastered observation haki, the crew of the Eclipse ship stood motionless, not a single step taken. They knew someone else craved release far more than they did. What lowly rodents dare set foot upon my infinite sky? A gale swept across the desolate wasteland, stirring dust into swirling veils. Beneath low, brooding thunder, Enel's tall, slender figure vanished from sight in an instant. Blinding blue lightning tore through the void, a jagged, merciless streak, piercing effortlessly through the sluggish energy beams and materializing directly at the heart of the pirate's formation. Who goes there? The pirate captain recoiled in shock, frantically swinging his rifle around. Die! Enel offered no flourish, no dramatic preamble. Both hands closed tightly around his solid gold staff. In the past, against such cannon fodder, he would have merely summoned a single thunder column from the heavens. But after 3 months of being relentlessly battered and humiliated by monstrous foes, his combat instincts had been brutally recalibrated. The muscles in his arms tensed violently, a profound armament haki erupted from his palms, spreading like ink across the golden staff until it gleamed obsidian black. Then furious high-voltage lightning coiled and writhed over that blackened shell. Boom! The black and gold staff wreathed in haki and lightning swept sideways with crushing force, smashing squarely into the pirate captain's armor. With a deafening shatter, that so-called advanced cosmic suit, caught between overwhelming physical impact and scorching electric arcs, failed, utterly collapsing inward like brittle paper in less than 1/10 of a second. The pirate captain vomited a gout of blood and rocketed backward like a cannonball, slamming deep into the cliff wall behind him. What kind of monster is this? Run! The remaining dozens of space pirates broke into sheer panic, abandoning their weapons and scattering in all directions. So this barren slab of dead stone, this is your nest, you rodents. What a wretched dreamland. All the anguish and humiliation of shattered illusions erupted at once. Enel roared and became thunder itself, darting wildly across the battlefield. Each reappearance brought a devastating blow, wrapped in black armament haki, delivered with brutal precision. He wielded no wide-scale divine judgment, only raw predatory instinct observation, haki guiding every strike body and will fused into pure annihilation. Within half a minute, the one-sided slaughter ended. Dozens of space pirates lay strewn across the crater, limbs twisted, armor cracked, even the indicator lights on their suits extinguished forever. Mission complete. Enel stood amid the wreckage, breathing heavily, the golden staff still crackling with residual sparks. As fury subsided, he gazed across the same endless barren expanse, and a strange hollow emptiness welled up inside him. Looks like the long-eared fellow truly snapped this time, skipping electrocution altogether and opting instead to shatter each foe one by one with his bare staff. Sabo glanced at the carnage scattered across the ground and adjusted the cuff of his tailcoat. Buggy had already rushed to the center of the battlefield with a sack in hand, unceremoniously rifling through the pirates' pockets while muttering, Are these alien bumpkins mad with poverty? They come raiding, not a single coin on them. Just scrap wires and broken gears. No money. Belly flapped over from Karina's shoulder, pecked disdainfully at a discarded helmet, and squawked with uncanny intelligence. Broke. Gah. Unlike the disheartened finance department, Gino, the towering mechanic, approached with wrench in hand, his eyes gleaming with a different kind of intensity. He strode past Buggy without pause and knelt on one knee beside a shattered space suit. One intel had reduced to fragments. Ignoring the unconscious alien pirate inside, Gino's thick fingers carefully extracted a segment of intricate circuitry pulsing faintly with azure light. Miniaturized energy storage pump. This is no crude tech found in the blue sea. Gino turned the abandoned laser rifles and debris over in his hands, brow furrowed in thought. If this planet possessed only this savage, surface-level wilderness, it could never produce such sophisticated logic-driven technology. He rose, scanning the desolate terrain, then walked to the rim of the crater from which the pirates had emerged. His mechanical exoskeleton vented with a deep, resonant hiss. Then, with a roar of hydraulics, Gino swung his powered warhammer downward and struck the gray rock, covering the crater floor with colossal force. Boom! The weathered crust shattered and collapsed, revealing the true landscape buried beneath. Everyone, come see. Gino's voice rose sharply as he stared down at what lay exposed. Ace, who had been gazing silently at the barren stars beside the campfire, strode forward with steady, deliberate steps. When the others gathered at the crater's edge and peered down, every breath cawed in unison. Beneath the fractured ash-gray soil, embedded like a relic from another age, loomed a colossal metallic gate forged from an unknown alloy, grand beyond imagination, breathtaking in scale and craftsmanship. Everyone stared at the door, its surface adorned with an intricate array of mechanical gears and geometric grooves resembling conductive circuits. Despite being shrouded in dust from countless days and nights of silence, this colossal artificial creation undeniably proved one thing. Within this seemingly desolate expanse of infinite land lies a staggering secret. Behind this metal door is the source of the equipment that fool just smashed to pieces. Gino leaned over the edge of the cave entrance, his eyes ablaze with a fervor that seemed ready to ignite. He reached out to touch the rusted giant gears, but the door is equipped with a forcibly locked gravity bolt. Without the activation key, his words were left unfinished. Anilu had already moved silently past the others, jumping directly into the several-meter-deep meteorite pit, standing before the magnificent metal giant door. Gazing at the energy conduits that bore resemblance to his Ark prophecy, the former thunder god closed his eyes, a profound, stirring awakening in his heart, long desolate from shattered dreams. Though the lies of the divine realm had collapsed, there was indeed something waiting for his arrival on this infinite land. Without needing Gino's guidance, Anilu instinctively placed his hands upon the two most prominent energy metal spheres on the door, driven by his innate connection to thunder and conduction. "Let me see what lies buried here," Anilu murmured. The abundant tens of millions of volts of electricity surged from his hands into the door's receiving circuit like a flood breaking its dam. Virum, a low-frequency metallic roar that sent chills through the teeth, resonated. The surface of the entire moon seemed to tremble slightly from the influx of this immense energy. Then that massive metal door, which had been sealed in dust for hundreds or even thousands of years, began to slowly retract along the interlocking gears. An ancient cold breath mixed with the scent of dust rushed toward them. The crowd peered into the metal corridor. The passage's end was unfathomably deep. Without any hesitation, Gino activated the spotlight on his mechanical arm and led the way inside, with the others following closely behind. As they reached the end of the corridor, their vision suddenly expanded. Before them lay a vast, ancient mechanical city buried deep underground. Towering metal structures stood in serried ranks within the darkness. However, in the central plaza of the city, there was no scene of sanctity. Instead, there were hundreds of tiny robot soldiers, only half a meter tall, with mustached faces and cylindrical bodies resembling cheap tin toys. They lay lifeless, scattered across the dust, their exteriors covered in rust. This is what they call the infinite land. Anilu stood on the edge of the plaza, gazing at the urban relics that resembled a gigantic ancient junkyard. The grand faith that had sustained him finally transformed into an absurd and sorrowful sense of humiliation. There was no omniscient, omnipotent deity, nor endless wealth. The homeland he had pursued all his life turned out to be nothing more than a laughable wasteland devoid of life. Die. Disappear completely. The overwhelming sense of destruction morphed into a raging fury. Anilu suddenly raised the golden staff in his hand, unleashing terrifying bolts of lightning that surged around him. He roared as he struck down with a violent pillar of lightning, aiming to obliterate the glaring remnants of the metal city that had mocked him so thoroughly. Thousands of bolts of lightning struck the central plaza like a torrential rain. However, the anticipated scene of melting metal and collapsing halls did not occur. At the moment the lightning touched the city, the surfaces of those ancient machines suddenly lit up with intricate blue electric patterns. The composite material etched into the walls, and robot soldiers known for its high insulation and energy conduction properties acted like an insatiable sponge, absorbing all of Analyst's violent lightning strikes, accompanied by the deep rumble of mechanical gears. Vroom vroom vroom. The half-meter-tall robots in their boxes lit up with stoic red lights in unison. They had somehow revived, drawing upon the fierce electrical energy that rained down from the heavens. Hundreds of goofy little robots wobbled as they stood up, turning towards Anilu, who was suspended in midair, and uniformly raised their short metal arms in a military salute, emitting a piercing electronic sound. "Thank you for the divine recharge." Looking at this regiment of tin dwarfs lined up in formation, clearly possessing zero combat power, Analyst's eyes widened in shock, his brain momentarily crashing. He stared blankly at his hand sparking with electricity, then at the little robots below. His proud divine punishment not only failed to shatter these toys, but instead charged them with electricity. Gino, rushing down the steps, paid no mind to Analyst's crumbling worldview. He approached the remnants of a wall on the side of the hall, his gaze fervently fixed on the ancient mural, while roughly holding up a reawakened little robot for inspection. What a marvelous energy conversion circuit. Now look at this wall. Gino brushed off the dust from the mural and began to translate the ancient pictograms for everyone. Hundreds of years ago, these winged birdmen living on this planet were not gods at all. They had to escape in balloons to that blue planet for survival, because the resources of the infinite land were completely exhausted. The true origins of the Sky Island people and the Shandians were merely a group of cosmic refugees after resource depletion. This revelation became the last straw. Analyst's hands fell weakly to his sides. The golden staff clattered to the ground. The divine homeland he had tirelessly sought turned out to be a barren refugee camp discarded by his ancestors. He felt like a clown trapped in an absurd delusion. The steady footsteps of Ace echoed in the empty plaza. He approached the control console, his broad back blocking the shadows in the distance, his deep black eyes calmly observing the thunder god who had finally recognized reality. "Is it too late to wake up from this dream?" Ace's voice was low and steady. "Will you remain here in this airless, treeless junkyard as a god to these tin toys, or will you follow me back to the seas, where countless powerful figures reign and stir up a storm? You choose." Anilu bowed his head in silence for a long time, suddenly letting out a manic laugh mixed with self-mockery. "Yaha! What kind of infinite land is this? Let's go. Take me back to that so-called realm of the strong. I will crush every one of those high and mighty annoying bastards." At this moment Anilu cast aside his obsession with the void of divinity, fully revealing the sharp essence of a top-tier rebel. He not only submitted to power, but also found a new anchor after his dream shattered. Watching Anilu truly return to his roots, Ace glanced at the little robots scampering joyously at their feet, utterly lacking any menace. "Take 10 of them aboard to clean and wash dishes on the Eclipse, and also assist Buggy as a laborer." Ace turned to look at Gino, who was deeply engrossed in the ancient mainframe remnants. For the Eclipse pirates, this utterly non-combatant little brigade was inconsequential. What they truly needed was the top-tier theoretical knowledge here. "Gino, take everything useful for the Eclipse's upgrade, and bring back the ancient power arrays and circuit logic to digest them. Let's split up to search for preserved ancient technologies. As soon as we acquire them, we set sail immediately and do not waste time in this desolate place. This world belongs to our era, is just beginning." At the edge of God Island Appiato, the rolling white clouds crashed against the shore like waves. The Daybreak was quietly anchored above the sea of clouds. This pure black warship exuded an aura of ferocity and heaviness resembling a beast of war. The outer hull was inlaid with a circle of dark golden lightning diversion circuits, and the originally ordinary ship cannon positions had been transformed into an automated multi-barrel defensive fire array. The lightning diversion and automation control system of this ship are theoretically completely perfected now. The wooden door of the lower cabin was pushed open and Gino stepped out wearing the polished mechanical exoskeleton that exuded an industrial aesthetic. He patted the wooden railing beside him, frowning as he complained, "I've thoroughly mastered the ancient mechanical techniques from the moon. But Captain, the basic materials in this sky island are simply too poor. Relying solely on the island clouds and ancient trees beneath us, they can't support the heavy firepower armor I want to install. If we forcibly attach it, just firing a few shots would shatter our keel from the immense recoil. He added, not only are the metals and woods inadequate, I'm getting sick of the local beasts. On the other side, Leona was sitting on a wooden stump sharpening her bone-slicing sword with a special whetstone her tone, carrying a hint of wild impatience. Whether it's the sky fish or those ancient beasts on the island, I've already experimented with all sorts of cooking methods over the past few months, and that earthy taste is no longer inspiring my culinary desires. As a chef, I now need those furious and fresh giant sea creatures from the deep sea. Hearing the complaints of the two logistical pillars, Ace turned around from the front of the deck. With his tall and upright figure, the dark injuries left from months of hellish training had transformed into dense muscle armor under the nurturing of divine fire. Ace's gaze swept across the deck. The companions before him had undergone a long and brutal tempering, their eyes reflecting a profound transformation. Urki's rock-like muscles had become denser. Leona radiated a chilling glint of sharpness. Enel, despite still being bare-chested and carrying a taiko drum, had a layer of profound black dominance, now covering his clenched right fist from extensive high-pressure training. As for Buggy, he was a flurry of flying meat chunks nimbly weaving between the masts while carrying the last bit of fruit wine. You're right, we've indeed exhausted all resources on this sky island. Ace looked at everyone's changes and smiled with satisfaction. It's a good choice to rest and hone our bodies here, but if we indulge in comfort for too long, our bones will rust. The stage for the Daybreak Pirates should never remain in this silent cloud far removed from the tumult of great storms. Ace walked to the bow, inhaling deeply against the cold winds of the high sky as a fierce ambition to overturn the world reignited in his dark eyes. It's time to return to the Grand Line and continue our adventures. Below in the Grand Line, there are countless monsters to battle, endless fresh delicacies to savor, and breathtaking sceneries that can ignite one's blood. Seeing the crew stirred up by his words, Ace raised his arm and set a new course. Go to the lower cabin and pack all the usable Sky Island specialties and spoils of war. We set sail today, heading full speed towards the world's top shipbuilding holy land, Water 7. Let's go there to buy the best metals and woods to give our warship an indestructible, perfect frame. Understood, Captain. That place is the best shipbuilding holy land in the world, just right for disposing of the gold and gems we obtained from the Sky Island and lunar ruins. Wapagon for. Ace looked at the two Sky Island leaders who came to send them off. Keep the flag here for me. Always ready for your orders, Captain. The Shandian warriors struck their chests in unison, letting out a mighty battle roar. After saying farewell, Ace commanded everyone, take your positions. No need to look for the exit to the blue sea. Ace pressed his hand against the cold black steel figurehead of the ship, issuing the order to return. Gino, activate the wind shell matrix at full power. Enel, charge the main array. We'll fly directly. That's what I've been waiting to hear. Let the bumpkins of the Grand Line witness the combination of machinery and thunder. Gino in the lower cabin pulled down a thick lever, and the steam boiler let out a wild roar. Don't order me around. Enel snorted coldly, but still pressed his hand on the golden node beneath the main mast. Blue high-voltage electricity surged instantly into the dark golden circuits throughout the ship. With dozens of heavy-duty wind shells and power turbines fully operational at the bottom, the massive body of the Daybreak surged upward, directly overcoming the gravitational pull of the abyss beneath the clouds, leaping from an altitude of 10,000 meters. The heavy warship resembled a black predator, spreading its wings, gliding down in a nearly smooth, diagonal descent, cleaving through the thick layers of clouds towards the distant blue sea. There was no turbulence, no loss of control. In this new generation of high technology that fused thunderous power and lunar stabilizers, a fall of thousands of meters transformed into a rapid sky gliding. In less than 2 days, a magnificent water city built on a giant fountain displaying a spectacular tiered architecture gradually emerged on the azure horizon. Countless intertwining waterways, bustling merchant ships, and a massive shipyard occupying half the island proclaimed its prosperity. Utilizing the retrofitting air valves, the teardrop-shaped black steel hull of the Daybreak steadily plunged into the deep blue waters surrounding Water 7, splashing water everywhere before anchoring smoothly at a relatively secluded and deep commercial dock. Indeed, the shipbuilding city even smells of machine oil and high-quality wood in the air. Gino poked his head out of the lower cabin, his eyes scanning for desirable material shops. Ace strode down the gangplank and simply instructed the crew, since we're going to make a significant transformation on the daybreak, everyone should disembark and relax for a bit. You can also take the opportunity to experience the charm of this famous water city. Do whatever you want. After giving his instructions, the group easily walked into the bustling city filled with the allure of water. A few hours later, in the central commercial street of Water 7, an open-air cafe built by the water, Karina sat under an umbrella savoring the freshly served special red tea. Beside her, Bailey stood obediently on the back of the adjacent chair, tilting his head as he munched on dried fruits. From the moment they entered the city, Karina had unknowingly scattered several special gold coins made from the news fruit through tips and purchases, blending into various gangs and densely populated core commercial areas. These listening devices were continuously feeding her brain with the underground movements of the entire city. Suddenly, Karina's hand holding the teaspoon paused slightly. A wave within the previously chaotic and noisy intelligence network fell into the lounge of a certain bar, precisely triggering her recently set keyword frequency lock. A monotonous voice devoid of any fluctuation and evidently professionally disguised quietly echoed in her mind, "This is Bruno. The compilation of today's work has been delivered. The vicinity of the target iceberg's residence has been monitored around the clock without any anomalies. Regarding the whereabouts of that weapon's blueprints, Kaku and Lucci are conducting further infiltration of information to confirm they are not stored at Carrera's headquarters." Then another channel connected, transmitting a voice of a higher-up that exuded a neurotic and irritable tone. "Enough of this nonsense. You don't need to repeat this useless information. What I want is the design of the Pluton. I didn't have you CP9 lurking there just to have you work for that shipbuilding idiot. Find out. Even if I have to dig out Iceberg's brain, I want to locate the whereabouts of Pluton." The conversation was extremely brief, and after the reprimand, the wave quickly returned to silence. But Karina, sitting under the sunshade, flashed a hint of shock in her purple eyes. The CP9 infiltrators. Mayor Iceberg. The blueprints for the ancient weapon Pluton. Karina quickly retracted her leisurely emotions. Even as a pirate, she understood that once entangled with ancient weapons, one would be facing the vast killing machine of the world government. She hadn't even begun to dig for intelligence yet, but she had already touched upon a shocking deadlock capable of erasing the entire Water 7 beneath the calm surface of this bustling metropolis. Karina immediately closed her eyes, delving her mind into the depths of the radio waves. "Did you hear that, Captain?" At the same time, in a barbecue tavern a few streets away from this location, Ace set down the huge oak cup filled with strong liquor. Thanks to the permissions granted by Karina, he too received this cold secret eavesdrop in his mind at the first moment. "I heard it clearly, Karina." Ace responded steadily in his mind, his tone carrying no trace of apprehension towards the unknown enemy, instead imbued with a sense of anticipated control. Karina tightened her grip on the teaspoon. "Captain, Water City is even more dangerous than we imagined. The mayor is actually infiltrated by top government agents. Should we act more discreetly? What if those sharp-nosed rats catch wind of us?" "Rats?" In the tavern, Ace stood upright from his seat, his broad and sturdy chest blocking out the light streaming in from outside. He recalled Lucci, the human weapon who had honed the Marine 6 styles to perfection, realizing he was the best sharpening stone to test the training results of the Daybreak Pirates members. "Don't worry about them, just proceed as usual."